Hello, and welcome to the full course session on Advanced Turbomachinery Simulations using CONVERGE, your gateway to mastering complex CFD simulations for turbomachinery applications. This is a certified course session, so make sure to fill out the form in the description after completing the session to claim your certificate. You can proudly share your achievement on LinkedIn to showcase your new skills. At Skill-Lync, we're committed to providing industry-relevant advanced engineering courses. We partner with industry experts to offer top-notch training that equips you with the skills needed to excel in your engineering career. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more insightful tutorials and updates on CONVERGE CFD and other engineering simulation tools. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned. Here's a brief overview of what we'll cover in this training video. In the first chapter, we'll introduce you to the CONVERGE Studio module, where you'll learn how to set up a CFD simulation using CONVERGE CFD. We'll guide you step by step through CAD import and cleanup, decomposing models into boundaries and volumetric regions, inputting valve timing, choosing appropriate turbulence and combustion models, running cases in parallel environments, and post-processing your results. In the second chapter, we'll cover surface preparation in detail. You'll learn how to set up moving boundaries and how to clean up geometries for simulations. This module is critical for ensuring accurate simulation results by properly preparing the surfaces of your model. In the third chapter, we'll dive into regions and initialization. You'll learn how to initialize pressure, temperature, and species concentration across different flow regions. We'll walk through real-world examples such as the shock tube problem and demonstrate how to create volumetric regions with specific thermodynamic properties, allowing you to handle complex cases effectively. In the fourth chapter, we'll focus on turbulence modeling. You'll learn how turbulence is simulated in CONVERGE and get an in-depth understanding of the different turbulence models available. We'll also explore the RANDS approach to turbulence modeling, including the mathematical derivations behind it, and help you choose the appropriate model based on your simulation needs. In the fifth chapter, we'll explore cavitation modeling using the volume of fluid method. You'll learn about void fraction and how it serves as a foundation for the VOF method. We'll walk through how to simulate cavitation, a critical phenomenon in many turbomachinery applications. Thank you for joining us. We're excited to have you on this learning journey. Make sure to subscribe for more updates and detailed tutorials. Complete the training, earn your certificate, and share your achievement on LinkedIn. Let's get started with Advanced Turbomachinery Simulations using CONVERGE.
Good evening guys, welcome to our new video. If you are watching this video, it means you are definitely into CONVERGE related courses, that is either ICE engine course or aerodynamics or HVAC or turbomachinery, right? So we provide 4 courses under CONVERGE. So the first and the foremost thing which you should be concerned about before starting up the course is whether you have the welcome email for that particular course or not. Let's say if you don't have the welcome email for that particular course, immediately write an email to support@skill-link.com asking for that welcome email. Why I am stressing much on the welcome email? The reason I am stretching much on the welcome email is because all the critical information which you need before you start any course is provided in the welcome email. So what all are the critical information? Let's say from CONVERGE point of view, if you want to download the software, the link is provided in the welcome email. Let's say you want to get added into the WhatsApp group, the link is provided into the welcome email. Let's say you want the license because you are going to use CONVERGE Studio, you need a license. So to activate your license, you need a welcome email because all the important links has been provided in the welcome email. I hope you got my point. So welcome email is really important and you have to go through welcome email very thoroughly. If you are not going through the welcome email, you will struggle a lot. Okay, because after the welcome email, before you start the course, you have to attend the orientation session. For that also the information is provided in the welcome email. So to give you a demo, I will show you how welcome email looks like. So as you can see in my screen, this is how a welcome email will look like. So the first line it will say is welcome aboard to Advanced CFD for IC engine application. So if your subject or the course is IC engine, the first line should be this. If you have aerodynamics, then the first line should be Advanced CFD for aerodynamics or whatever the name will be of that particular course, and similarly for HVAC and turbo. And then if you are getting this welcome email, well and good. If you don't have such welcome email, immediately write to support@skill-link.com. Okay, now let me take you through the entire welcome email, how it looks. So first information will be orientation session, which you have to attend. If you have not attended, kindly attend that orientation session before you start the course. Then you will start finding the links. Let's say if you want to go to the course page, so here is the link. I think you will not be able to see my mouse pointer here, but I will read out for you guys. So where do you find the course? I will try to highlight. So where do you find the course? So the thing which is highlighted in yellow, the link you have to click on, and then it will take you to the course page into a dashboard. Then let's say you want to get added into the WhatsApp group. So here is the WhatsApp group link. You can add yourself into the WhatsApp group. Then this is common to all welcome emails. So how to write a detailed report for any challenges and projects. This you can take a look, when you start attempting a challenge and you want to write a report, at that time you should definitely go through this article. This is really important, right? And how to get the CONVERGE license, most important thing. Now before you apply for the CONVERGE license, I would like to make a note, a very important note, that the license which we will be giving it to you, it will be valid only for the 3 months. So if you are a guy who is going to put in 100% to the coursework, as in he is giving considerable amount daily to this course, he will be the only guy who will be able to finish the course in 3 months. So let's say if you join the course but you don't want to start with CONVERGE course right now because of some reason, don't fill up the sheet, which I will definitely be explaining you further. But to activate the license, you have to fill one Google sheet, right? So if you fill the Google sheet, your license will get activated. And let's say you fill the Google sheet today and for 2 months you are not doing the course and you are not also responding to any follow-ups, then you will be losing that license, right? And no grace license will be provided to you. This is very strict because wasting the property, correct? If you are not using this license, anyone else can use that license. So you have to understand that point very clearly, and I am stressing a lot on this because there are a lot of students who are filling up the sheet and then not completing the course, and no progress has been shown by them in 2.5 months, and when the license is expired, they will come and they will ask that my license has been expired, will you please extend the license? So this is not the case going to happen now on. You should be very much confident and sure that okay, I am activating my license and I will be completing my course in 3 months. So how to activate the license? So there will be a Google Sheet link here. You have to click on this link. This is highlighting here, Excel sheet. So if you click on this link, it will take you to this particular sheet. And here you have to provide the particular information about your what's your name, Ethernet host ID, email address, mobile number of times you have applied for the license, and the host name, correct? So the reason we are asking for all this information is we are providing you the server based license and not the license file. Okay, so previously when we were not providing the server based license, we used to provide the license file, which is license.lic, node-alloc license. But now since we have initiated and we have enabled the server thing, so we are providing you the server based license. To activate your license, you have to fill the sheet, and after filling the sheet, you will be getting the credentials. Credentials meaning username and password, so that you can activate your license. Now how to activate your license? There is a separate article on that, but to give you a brief about it, so you have to download soft Ethernet software. And you have to set up a VPN connection in which those credentials, that is username and password, will be used. And once you have set up the new VPN connection in soft Ethernet, you will be able to connect to the VPN server. And once you are connected to the VPN server, then only you will be able to launch CONVERGE Studio and set up your simulation. And also you will be able to run the simulation. Until and unless you are not connected to the VPN, you will not be able to launch CONVERGE Studio. You will not be able to work on CONVERGE Studio. Neither you will be able to run the simulation, right? So you have to always be connected to the VPN in order to use CONVERGE Studio or to run any simulations related to CONVERGE, correct? So I hope everyone is on the right page and on the same page. Yeah, after this, the next step would be what all softwares you have to download, correct? So there are a lot of queries coming like which software to download, how to download. So nothing to worry here. We have all the software dumped under the same roof, meaning under the same folder in the Google Drive, for which link is also provided in the welcome email. So if you scroll down a bit in the welcome email, you will find all the software in this link. So you have to click on this link, which is highlighted in yellow, right? And then it will take you to this page. So this is where a folder is CONVERGE version 3.0 softwares, and you have to download these softwares. Now, which are softwares to download from here? First two are compulsory. You have to download. Now third and sixth, okay? So among third software and sixth software, you have a choice. So if you have a 32-bit operating system, then you will download the third software, which is Sigwin Setup x86_32.exe. Let's say if you are having 64-bit operating system, then you will be downloading the sixth software. You don't have to download both, okay? Then msmpi setup.exe, which is nothing but the fourth software, you have to download it compulsorily. And ParaView as well, you have to download compulsorily, which is the fifth software here. Now, after downloading all the softwares, you have to install all the softwares except ParaView. So ParaView is a RAR file which you need to extract, and after extracting, you will go into the bin folder, right? And there you will find a ParaView. So just to give you a demo, I will just show you, since I have downloaded and extracted it. So I will not do that process, but I will directly go to ParaView folder, right? So once you are into the ParaView folder, which will look like this. So one second. Okay, so you will be able to see a folder like this. When you extract this, you will get a folder, and when you click on this folder, you will get a folder called bin. So you have to click on bin, and then if you scroll down a bit, you will get a paraview.exe. You just have to double click on this and a ParaView will launch. So ParaView is basically an open source to post-process the results. So this you will be using for each and every simulation to post-process your results, and this is extremely important. And if you are facing any issues with respect to any software, every software is important, then you have to reach out to your support engineer, and he will definitely help you out. Okay. And Sigwin is nothing but a command line window like command prompt, in which we will be writing some commands to run your simulation, correct? So you will be setting up the case in CONVERGE Studio, and you will be running your case in command line window, making use of different commands. So which is already covered in the further lectures. The reason why I am recording this video is to avoid the confusion for future classes. The confusion with respect to the versions of CONVERGE. So we have recently made a transition from CONVERGE 2.3 to CONVERGE version 3.0, right? So in CONVERGE, both are very much similar, okay? But 3.0 has some advanced features, obviously, than 2.3. But from the setting up the case point of view and to run the case, right, there are some changes which has been incorporated in order to set up and run the simulations in 3.0. So for that, we have already written an article, right, and link to that articles has been provided below the video. So wherever there is some changes, we have already incorporated them in the form of an article. So let's say when you are watching a video and when you are doing it in your PC on CONVERGE Studio, let's say you are setting up the case, and let's say there is something which is shown in the CONVERGE version 2.3 in the video, but you are not able to do that, or you are not able to see those things, or some changes are there, then definitely take a look below the video. There will be some important links provided below the video, which you have to click on that, and you have to go through that article in order to get rid of those uncomfortable situations while setting up the simulations or while running the simulations. So there are not a lot of changes, guys, but there are few changes. And let's say from setting up the steady state simulation. So in 2.3, it was a little bit straightforward process, but in 3.0, you have to do one extra step. That's the only change, right? So, but that makes a lot of sense, and it will save a lot of time. So 3.0 is much more faster than 2.3. Okay, so but once you get adapt all these things in 3.0 in initial days only, in the future classes it will not be a problem. So that's why I'm covering these things in the initial classes, so that it will be very much easy for you guys to carry on with the course. Correct? After you are done with downloading all the softwares and installing it now, and also you got the credentials to activate the license. Until and unless you get the credentials, you will not be able to do anything. So make sure that you are getting the credentials and you are downloading the soft Ethernet software, and also you are able to connect to the VPN, so that you will be able to do all the further things which are required in the coursework, right? And then only you will be able to proceed with the coursework, in short. So to conclude this part here, after you have installed all the softwares, got the credentials, that is user and password to activate the license, and you are successfully able to launch CONVERGE Studio, there are couple of more steps which you need to do before you run any simulation, right? So, but these steps are one-time step only. Okay, you don't have to do it again and again, but you have to do it for the first time when you are starting with CONVERGE. So what all are those things which you need to follow and do it for one time? This is how ParaView looks. Okay, so I just launched it to show you guys. I'll close it. And so now let me take you to the software. So if you go to C drive and in the program files, there will be a folder called Conversion Science. So if you click on that, there will be a lot of folders. So now few changes which you have to do, right? One-time process which I was talking about. So you have to run some commands in Sigwin, okay, in order to run all the future simulations easily without any issues. Let's launch Sigwin. So how you will be launching Sigwin? You will be launching it in administrator mode always, correct? So right click and run as administrator always. It will ask a question, click on yes. Now Sigwin is on, correct? So what all things you have to do now, correct? So once the installation is done, this process has to be carried forward. So you have to run a simple command, right, which is nothing but hydra_service.exe space -install. Don't type anything. I will show it to you guys, and after that you have to type it in your command window, right? So since all of you have completed all the installation process till now, and now what you have to do is you have to go first into the particular directory to run the simulation. You have to navigate to the folder where you have installed your softwares, correct? So in the C directory you have installed your softwares, correct? So if I navigate to the C directory from here first, right? So let me go to the C directory, program files, CONVERGE Studio, Convergent Science. You will be getting a Convergent Science. Inside Convergent Science there will be a folder called CONVERGE Studio, Converge, example cases, license. You don't have to go inside license, because here if you click you will be seeing this thing. You don't have to worry, it's of 0 KB. You don't have to do anything here. The license procedure is different, which has been already talked before in this video, and also there is a dedicated article which you should go through. Okay, so you don't have to touch license this thing, you don't have to touch tech plot for Converge. You just have to worry about these two things. Okay, so now if CONVERGE Studio is nothing but the studio in which you will be setting up the case, and all the files related to the CONVERGE Studio will be here. And from the running point of view, for running the simulation, whatever the files you will be needing will be presented here. So since you will be able to see all these things only after you install the softwares which you have downloaded, correct? So now what you have to do is you have to go inside the folder called Converge. You have to go into Converge 3.0.12 bin, and then you have to go into MPI, correct, and then Intel 64, and then again bin. So once you go here, you will be able to see hydra_service.exe, correct? So now what you have to do is you have to copy the command. So the way I taught you, you can also navigate from here by CD providing the path. But here, if you don't want to do like that, what you can do is you can manually go to this point. Now what you have to do is you have to copy this. So if you see here, your hydra underscore service.exe is here. So this is the path. If you click somewhere here in the top ribbon, you have to click somewhere in the top ribbon. Once I click in this rectangle box, the thing will get highlighted in blue. Okay, so somewhere in the blank space in the rectangle you have to click. So if I click, can you see this thing got highlighted in blue? So you have to click somewhere in this space so that you will be able to get the path, and then you have to just copy it. Control-C or right click and copy, and you have to come to Sigwin, and then what you have to do is you have to do CD, and since you are going to provide the path, what you have to do is you have to put the quotes, and inside the quotes you will be pasting it. So if right click and paste, and once it is done, you will be hitting enter, right? So now inside this you will be writing your command which I spoke earlier, which is nothing but hydra underscore service, right? Hydra underscore service. Make sure you are not providing spaces, you are not writing small letter as capital letter. Okay, it is case sensitive, and the command how it is like that. Okay, you can't modify that. It is not case insensitive. Okay, so hydra underscore service dot exe space hyphen install, right? Once you have written this much, you just have to hit enter. So I will not hit enter, I have already done this step. So after you hit enter, it will show that library hydra process manager to 2019.0.5 install, right? So once that message is displayed, what you have to do is you have to go to the services. How you go to the services? You have to click on this start, right? And type services, hit click on services. So once you click on services, you have to check whether this thing is enabled or not. Okay, Intel MPI library hydra process manager. So there are a lot of things, so you just click somewhere and just type I, and here you will be able to see this. Yeah, so Intel MPI library hydra process manager, right? This should be basically running. Okay, so whenever you want to launch Converge, or if you want to run simulation, make sure this status is always running. Okay, if it is not running, it will be a problem. So make sure it is running. Okay, and once a status is running, now you have to check whether Intel MPI libraries are installed, right? So how you will check whether your Intel MPI libraries are installed or not, correct? So I will just close this. I will again go to Sigwin. So what I'll do is I will type the command as mpi vars.bat, right? So if you execute this command, means after writing this command, if you hit enter, it will tell you that whether this libraries are installed or not. Okay, you will get a message, okay, saying that target build environment for Intel application copyright Intel Corporation. So it means it is enabled. Okay, now the above mentioned steps which I showed right now has to be done only once, and not every time before you run the simulation. Okay, it's a only one time process, and if you have done now, just forget about it if it is done successfully. If you are facing any difficulty, just let me know. Okay, and also we have provided a link. Okay, I will also provide a link below this video as well. And also if you see in the welcome email, there is a link known as important steps needs to follow before running the simulation. After watching this video, if you are having any doubt, just click on this link, and this link will also be provided below the video, this video, so that it will support you if you are stuck somewhere, okay, to get a better clarity. So if you click on this link, right, it will take you to that article, and in the article also we have explained these things very clearly in a very good manner. So from the installation point of view, from the download point of view, right, everything is here. So how to see whether your operating system is 64-bit or 32-bit, right, everything. And then here, which I recently showed you, that where to go, how to do, right, and always open as administrator, correct? Then you have to go to this, the path I have shown here, correct? C program file, convergence science, converge 3.0.12 pin MPI, Intel 64 and MPI. Then you have to, once you are inside that folder in Sigwin, then you will be executing this command. And once this command is executed, you will get this message, correct? And after that message, you have to go to services. You have to see whether this is running. Okay, if it is not running, you have to click on that and you have to right click and run. And then after that, you have to check whether Intel MPI libraries are installed or not, and you have to run this command, and you will get this message, right? And then that's it, right? So this is provided in the welcome email as well, and also I will provide this link below this video so that in case if you are having any doubt, first go through that article. And even after following all the steps correctly as shown in the video and also in the article, if you are having any query, just reach out to us. We will be happy to help you out there. Okay, so these are a couple of things which you should know before starting this course, because if you don't have all this information, then it will be a little bit hard for you guys to digest some things which you'll be doing in further lectures. So in the initial days only such things are getting cleared, so then it would be easy and you will be comfortable doing this course. So what I'll do is come up with one more video in which I will be talking about how to set up the simulation in CONVERGE version 3.0. So it is very much similar to what is being shown in CONVERGE 2.3 video, and make sure you are not missing any videos. Okay, I will be recording the videos which are wherever there are small changes, and changes are not lot, trust me, changes are very small. But if you are not watching the videos which are already there in you will be missing a lot of things from technical point of view. So I would highly suggest you that not to miss anything. So our aim is that you should not be facing unnecessary hurdles. You should be facing difficulties while doing the challenges. That's totally fine. That's a technical point of view, and you have to struggle there, right? But if you are struggling in and wasting your energy in the things which are not important, then it's bad. So that's why we are coming up with these videos, and I will mostly come up with one more video so that all the doubts that might come in future will get resolved now only. Right, so thank you guys, and with this I would like to conclude this video. Thank you guys. We'll meet you in the next lecture. Bye. Right, so let me first open Sigwin for you guys. So Sigwin is nothing but the command line window which I told you already. So you have to always open or launch Sigwin using run as administrator. Always, whenever you will be launching Sigwin, make sure you are launching using run as administrator in the administrator mode. Click on this. It will ask this. Okay, click on yes. Now you will be able to see this black window. So on this you have write all the commands, right? So now this is already shown in video how to navigate to different directories and all those things. So whenever you want to run simulation, you have to change the directory, because if you type pwd and hit enter, so it will tell you pwd stands for present working directory, right? So it will tell you that presently you are in which directory. So you are in user directory under home. So if you want to go inside the C folder, you want to go to the D folder, so you have to use cd, which means change directory D : and hit enter. Now if you want to see what all things are present inside the D directory, you have to type ls and hit enter. It will list out all the things which is present under the D directory. Now you have manually created a folder called converge runs, right, and which you should do. Right, so what you have to do is before you start to run any simulation, what you have to do is you have to go to C, D, E, whatever directory you want. Don't choose C directory. Apart from C directory, choose any other directory. So you came into D directory. So what you have to do first thing is you have to create a new folder. Create a new folder with the name converge, right? Hit enter. Now inside this folder, what you will do is you will create a subfolders. Now first challenge is on channel flow. So you'll create a folder, you will say channel flow. You have to create this folders manually. Okay, you have created channel flow, and inside this folder you have to export all the input files. This term you will not understand now, but when you start watching videos and when these terms are getting used, you will understand what I'm telling here. So what I'm trying to explain you is whatever the challenges and projects you will be doing, it should be under the same folder, CONVERGE. Now inside another challenge is backward facing. So create another folder, backward facing step. Let's say another challenge is throttle flow. So you have to, I'm just creating it now because I know all the challenges, right? So you don't have to create it on the very first day when you're doing. You have to create as and when you are going to attempt those challenges. So like this, each and every challenge will be in a proper order, and you will be having everything under the same roof, so that in future after 3 or 4 months when you want to see that, okay, I want to check what I did in channel flow, so you directly come to CONVERGE folder. In that you can directly go to channel flow, right? If you are one simulation you are saving it in E folder, some in under CONVERGE runs folder, some under CONVERGE folder, it will be a mess for you, correct? So don't get confused because in the video we have shown CONVERGE_runs. So that is the folder which we created manually, like I showed you here. So the name you can give anything, correct? So here I gave CONVERGE. I can also give CONVERGE_runs. And inside this folder, I will have the subfolders for each and every challenge. And I will be exporting the input files of particular challenge inside the particular folder. So if I'm doing channel flow, I will be exporting all the input files under the channel flow folder. Let's say if I'm doing backward facing step, I will create a new folder called backward facing step folder, and I will be exporting all the input files which I set up in the CONVERGE Studio into the backward facing step folder. I will not export in channel flow, right? It makes sense, but a lot of people make this mistake. That's why I'm iterating this thing again and again. And if you are doing throttle flow, then you will create a new folder called throttle flow, and then all the input files you will be exporting into the throttle flow which are related to the throttle flow problem, right? Alright, so this is the first thing you have to do before you start with any challenge, or before you start with practicing, because for practicing also you need to create a folder and you have to run the things, correct? So like this, you have done one thing for the practice, then you are doing channel flow. So create another folders so that everything is organized, right? Now you understood what I'm trying to say here. So I will not stretch this a lot, but I hope you understood this point pretty much clearly. But still, if you have any doubts, you can definitely ask your support engineers. He will be happy to help you out, right? So this is the first thing which you have to do. And exactly now, since one thing to understand here, okay, whenever you want to run any simulation, that you want to run channel flow simulation which you set up in CONVERGE. So after setting up the channel flow problem in CONVERGE, you will be exporting the input files into the channel flow folder, correct? So now you have to run the simulation. To run the simulation, you have to come to SIGWIN, and once you come to SIGWIN, you have to navigate to this folder, channel flow. If you are not navigating to this folder and you are directly running this, you are directly using the command to run the simulation, it will not run the simulation, because that command will not find those input files which it needs to run the simulation, correct? So let's say if you have created a folder called channel flow inside the D directory, and all the input files are under channel flow, and you are running the simulation or using the command to run the simulation in that C directory, right? It will say that this particular thing, it was not able to find the input files. Definitely will get this error. So to avoid those kinds of error, what you have to do is you have to navigate to that particular directory. So let's say you have a folder in D, so you have to write this command cd space D:. It means change directory to D. Presently it was at home user. So from home user, you change the directory to D. And inside D, what all things are there, if you want to see, you have to type ls. ls stands for list. So it will list out all the folders which are present inside the D directory. So you have created a CONVERGE folder, right? Inside the D folder. So now inside the D directory, you will be able to see the CONVERGE folder, if I am not wrong, right? So if you want to see that, you have to go through this, right? And you can find it out somewhere here, right? So since here you are not able to see CONVERGE because I launched Sigwin, and after launching Sigwin I created a folder. So this will not work. It has to be refreshed. So to refresh, one easy way is to close the Sigwin and again launch it. And let's say if you don't want to do that, then what you do is you can go one level up and then come back into the D directory. So how to go one level back? So presently you are inside the D directory. Now what I will do is, if I do change directory dot, what it will do, it will take me one step up or one step back. Okay, and if I hit enter, now if I type ls, it will say that in which directory you want to go, C, D, E, F, G. Now if I go, now again I want to go back to D, right? Because I want to refresh it. So I refreshed it. Now if I go again back to C directory, change directory CD, D, colon, and hit enter. And now if I type, if I want to see what are all the folders inside D directory, I will type what? ls. Now hit enter. So now if I see, I will be able to get CONVERGE. Can you see this CONVERGE? Previously we were not getting. Now I am getting CONVERGE. So now my channel flow folder is inside the CONVERGE folder. So again I have to go inside the CONVERGE folder. To go inside the CONVERGE folder means I have to again change the directory. So what will do? CD, what I'll do, type CONVERGE, right? So let's say if you while giving the name to the folders and all, some might use capital C, O, N, V, R, G, anything like that, right? So what you can do is, if you don't want to write big names, what you can do is you can type CD space C and hit tab. It will auto complete, right? And now hit enter. Now you are into the CONVERGE directory. Now if you type ls, it will list all the things which are inside the CONVERGE folder. So what all things are inside the CONVERGE folder? Can you guys guess? You can see here inside the CONVERGE folder you have 3 subfolders, which is backward facing step, channel flow, and throttle flow. So if you do ls, I should be able to see 3 subfolders. I am able to see 3 folders, correct? Now let's say if you want to go inside the channel flow, because all the input files are exported from the CONVERGE Studio inside the channel flow, right? So I have to again use what? If I want to go inside the channel flow, what I have to do? CD, and I will type C, and what I'll do, I will try to hit tab. If it works, it worked. And now I will hit enter. So now I am inside the channel flow folder where you should be there in order to run the channel flow simulation. Now if I hit ls, it will list out all the things which are inside the channel flow. Now it is not showing anything because there is nothing inside the channel flow, right? Its folder is empty. But when you export all the input files from the CONVERGE Studio inside the channel flow, there will be 8 to 10 files which will get dumped here. And when you type ls here, after getting navigated to the D folder and inside the channel flow folder, you will be able to see all those 10 files like you see all these 3 files here, correct? Right. So now once you are inside this folder, now you have to write a command to run your simulation. The command goes like this: mpiexec.exe space -n space 4 space quotes, and now inside this quotes you will copy paste the path for the executable. So executable is nothing but it is a solver which will basically run your simulation. So what is the executable? Let me take you to the folder where the executable is residing. So you have to go into the C folder. Inside that you have to go into the program files. Inside that convergence science folder. Inside that converge folder. Inside 3.0.12 bin. And now this converge-intel mpi.exe is your executable. This is basically going to run your simulation. This is a kind of solver. Now you have to copy the path. So how you will be copying the path from here? It's very much easy. You have to click somewhere in this rectangle box. If you click, the path will get highlighted in blue, right? So but this is not the complete path. What you have to do is, you want executable, right? So just click once more, just click one more time on the same rectangle box, and then hit backward slash or backslash and then type CO, and then it will automatically pop up converge-intel-mpi.exe. Now click on this. One window will pop up like this. You don't have to worry, just click on just close this window and again click on this rectangle box, and then you will get the entire path. Now this path you have to basically copy. So right click, copy, and now you come back to segment window, and then you have to just right click and paste. Control V will not work here. And now close the quotes, space, restricted, space, deb, null, log file, ampersand. So basically this is the entire command which you will be using throughout the coursework to run any simulation, right? So your cell count for any case should not go beyond 0.5 million, which is 500,000 cells, right? If it is going beyond that, your simulation will crash, because the license which we are providing you is only to handle 500,000 cell count. Okay, so that's why you are writing restricted in it. If you can see here, that's why this is the reason you are writing restricted. And what this additional thing is all about, correct? This thing. So this is nothing but a command to dump a log file. What is a log file? So log file is nothing but which will keep a log of everything. So whatever is happening on the screen here, the same thing will get dumped into a log file. So let's say if your simulation is crashing at some point and you are not getting a error message that why your simulation has crashed, right, on the screen, then if you have a log file, you can open the log file using Notepad or Notepad++, and you can go through the log file. At the bottom there will be an error message. So it's always a good practice to have a log file for any simulation you are running. So make this as a habit from day one, right? So what only thing which you have to do is you have to follow this command to run any simulation. That's it. Later you will understand in much better way and with much more clarity what this command is, like what is n, what is for, what is log file. All the things will get clear slowly, but you will learn definitely, but in a very brief manner. 4 is here, the 4 you are seeing is nothing but the number of processors, right, on which you want your simulation to run. So it is for the parallel processing. So if you are using only one processor, it means you are doing a serial processing, and if you are running your simulation on more than one processor, it is parallel processing, right? So parallel processing, if a load is distributed among 4 people, right, the work will get done faster, right? And if you are giving the same work to a single processor, it will take a lot of time, right? So this is what n represents. N is number of processors, and the number following it will be the number of processors used to run a particular simulation. So this is one command which you have to basically use throughout your coursework. And another commands which you will be using, which might be handy while running the simulation. So one more thing in this command is and. So what is this ampersand, correct? So this ampersand indicates that your simulation will run in the background, meaning whatever the, let's say if you don't use ampersand, then you will be able to see all the output on the black screen, right? And you will not be able to do any other task if you want to do. Now let's say if you are including ampersand, the job will be submitted and it will be running at the background, so that if you want to do something else, if you want to navigate to some another directory, and if you want to look for any other files, right, then you can do those things. But if you are not running the job in the background, and your job and you are able to see all the output on the screen, then you will not be able to do all those things. So let's say if you are running a job in the background, which is preferable. So now how you will come to know that your simulation, where your simulation has reached, or whether your simulation is finished or not, correct? So there is a separate command to check that as well. So what is that command? So let me delete this command for now, correct? Okay. So this is the one more usage of log file you'll come to know about it. So let's say you submitted your job and it is running in the background because you used ampersand after the whole command. So now if you want to check, let's say after 20 minutes you want to check that whether your simulation is finished or not, what we'll type is tail -10 log file, right? So the log file which you have dumped, in that all the screen output is getting dumped, correct? So now when you write tail -10 log file, what it will do is it will show the last 10 lines of the log file. So this way you will understand that okay, till what point or till what time my simulation has reached, and let's say your simulation is finished, then you will be able to see the summary of the time, correct? So you will understand okay, now summary has come, it means my simulation is finished. So, and another thing, let's say if you have submitted your job at the background and now you decided that okay, I want to see everything on the screen as well. What you can do is you can basically, instead of 10, you can, so if you put 20, it will show last 20 lines. If you put 30, it will show last 30 lines, right? So general practice is last 10 lines because there is no need of looking at the last 30 lines, right? You just want to see whether your simulation is finished or not, or until what time it has reached. So last 10 lines are sufficient. So let's say if you want to look at a continuous data on the black screen, then what you have to do is basically you have to type tail -f. Tail -f log file, it will start dumping all the output on the black screen. So this is the second command and usage of log file, right? And one last thing which I want to basically talk about is about one error, right, which almost everyone, like majority of the population, will face, and that error is this. Let me take you to that. So the error will be unable to decode host port from this following number, and the output will look something like this, right? You can see this, right? Black screen. So if any one of you is getting such kind of error, the simplest thing which you have to do here is the only one reason why you are getting this error, which is your MPI, basically this thing, right? When you set your environmental variables, there is one Microsoft MPI and another is conversion science folder, right? So in both the folder there is a file called mpi.exec.exe. Now since you are running Converge simulations, you need mpi.exec.exe file from conversion science folder and not from the Microsoft MPI folder. So to give you the better clarity, let me go to the C drive, program files. So here if you can see, there is a Microsoft MPI folder and conversion science folder. So if I click on Microsoft MPI, if I go into bin, there is a mpi.exec.exe file. And also if I go into conversion science folder, converge 3.0.1 bin, MPI Intel 64 bin, and here also you will be able to see mpi.exec.exe. But now we have to decide, right, which one to take. Both are different. Okay, so if you're running a simulation and by mistake, if a solver is picking, instead of picking this mpi.exec.exe, it is picking from the Microsoft MPI folder, it will throw this particular error, which is nothing but unable to decode host port from this, correct? So what you have to do is just you have to right click on this PC, go to properties, go to advanced system settings, go to environmental variables. Now in this, under the system variables, right, you have to go to the path which is here, double click on it, and now here you will see lot of paths. So basically why you are getting, or anyone who is getting the error, is you're in this Microsoft MPI bin, right? This thing, this might be above all the converge paths. So let's say if I move up this, yeah, so in your case this Microsoft MPI/bin will be at the first place, and after that there will be conversion science paths. So that's why what solver is doing is, when you are running a simulation, it is seeing this path and since it found this path first, it will pick up the mpi.exec from this particular path and it will try to run, but it will throw an error because that particular executable is not from the convergent science folder, but it is from the Microsoft MPI. So now what is the easy thing to do? Just bring this path below all the convergent science paths, right? So just you have to click on move down. Here you can see here the tab, right? Move down, move up. So you have to just click move down and bring this path all the down and keep it after all convergent science paths. So these are all convergent science paths. Okay. So let's say till this point you have the convergent science path. After this path you can put Microsoft MPI, right? Microsoft MPI bin path. Now if you click OK, click OK, click OK. Make sure you click on 3 OKs. If you are just clicking on close, it will not get refreshed, okay, or it will not get saved. If you want to save the settings which you have done, you have to click on OK, and then finally you can close this window. And then a relaunch Sigwin. Relaunch Sigwin means again just close this, and again you have to go to Sigwin, right click and run as administrator. Yes. And then you can navigate to your directory in which you have exported all the input files by cd, d and list and all those things, which I have already discussed in this lecture previously. So after navigating to the correct path, just use the command which I just showed, mpi.exec.exe space -n4, that path, correct. Okay, I need to again copy, but I will not show that again because I've already shown. So copy that, then restricted deb null a log file and %, correct, and it will start running and this error will go away. This error will, and also we have written an article on this, right? So if you still have any doubts, you can come here and take a look. The link to an article will be provided below the videos, so you don't have to worry. Any error or any issues if you are facing while setting up or running the case, make sure you scroll down a bit. Below the video there will be links to an article for the, like, mostly we have covered all the errors while setting up the case and while running the case, right, mostly. So there is always an area or room for an improvement, but mostly till now whatever we have come across, we have written an article or created a video on that. So nothing to worry about. What you have to do is you just have to scroll down a bit. Below the video there will be links to an article, right? And if you don't find those links, you can directly contact us and we will be happy to help you out, correct? So with that, I would like to conclude this video. Thank you guys.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. In the last video, you must have learned how to install CONVERGE Studio. In this video, what we are going to do is we are going to set up a very simple flow problem and we are going to simulate it using the CONVERGE flow solver. So the first thing you need to do is open up the start menu and then type in CONVERGE to open up CONVERGE Studio, and then we are going to click on new project. So before we get started, I wanted to give you a quick walkthrough of the graphical user interface. Now on the left hand side, you basically have geometry editing tools. So anything that you have to do with creating, editing and deleting the geometries, you go to the left hand side. In the center, you basically look at the geometry. So that is basically your 3D view. That's where you manipulate the geometry, you zoom in, zoom out, pan, that type of stuff. And on the right hand side, you have everything to do with the case setup. When I say case, I'm talking about a simulation. So anything that you have to do with respect to the simulation, it has to go on the right hand side. Now in the middle bottom, there is another section which is basically your log window. Say that you're making a mistake when you're setting up the simulation. CONVERGE Studio tries its best to basically let you know what mistake you're making. And typically you would be able to click on a mistake and it should take you to the area where the mistake has occurred. Alright. Now before we get started, I quickly wanted to do a quick walkthrough of the navigation tools. So to do this, what we are going to do is we are going to go to create and a geometry. Now if the geometry window is not visible, or say you accidentally closed it, oops, then you need to go to view and then you need to click on geometry. Alternatively, the shortcut key is Ctrl G. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to press Ctrl plus G and then you can see that the geometry dock is now visible. Now sometimes what happens is when you're clicking, you might accidentally click and you might just drag it out. If that happens, what you should be able to do is you should be able to just click on this little dock icon here, which is basically called attach or detach. So if you click on this once, you're able to detach it. So just move it to a place and then click on attach, and it's going to attach there. Alright, hope that makes sense. So I'm going to go to create, I'm going to go to create shape, and then I'm going to create a box, and then let's click on create. This is just going to create a box. Now what I want all of you to do is, I want you to press Ctrl and hold down Ctrl and then use the left mouse button to rotate the geometry. Right, you can see that I'm rotating the geometry, and then I can use Ctrl again, I'm holding on to it, and then I'm using the middle mouse button to pan the geometry. And finally I can use the middle mouse button or the scroll wheel to zoom out and zoom in. Right, now say that you don't like this option of holding down to the Control key. Sometimes you don't like it, I'm used to it, you might not. So go to options and then click on mouse, and here you have this option. You can say that, hey, I don't need a Control key. When you do that, you can just use your left mouse button and you can rotate the geometry. I am personally not a fan of this option. I like using the Control key. I would highly recommend this option unless you are used to some other settings from some other CAD program. Alright, so this is really important. So if you're able to rotate this geometry, then you should be good. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a simple channel flow, right? So the idea is very simple. We create the geometry first, and then we set up the simulation. So for this we don't need this geometry. So what I'm going to do is I can do an undo, right? So let me do Ctrl Z, and you can see that the geometry has disappeared. Now remember, the only thing that I did before this was create the box. So when I clicked on Ctrl plus Z, or you can go to edit and do undo, you will be able to delete the geometry. Now if you accidentally did something else, like meaning you created two boxes, and when you press Ctrl plus Z, it's just going to delete one of those boxes, right? If that's the case and if you feel like you're lost, that's fine. What you can do is you can just close the project, open up a new project. That's it. Alright, so now let's get started. So let's go to create, and we are going to create a shape. I'm going to create a box, and I'm going to say that the center of the box is 0.05, and I'm going to say that along Y and Z the center is 0, 0, and this is the dimension. Along X it's 0.1 meters long, along Y it is 0.01, and along Z it is 0.01 as well. Now note that there is no reference to the units. Well, that's because CONVERGE uses the SI units. So CONVERGE assumes that whatever you're typing here is in meters. So this is something that's very important to understand. So with this, click on create. Now you've created your channel, right? So a channel is basically like a rectangular duct through which flow is going in, along the x-axis, and it's going to come out. Alright, I hope that makes sense. So now you can see that the geometry is made up of triangles, and that's basically the fundamental entity in CONVERGE. In CONVERGE, every part of the geometry is assumed to be a triangle. So for example, what I can do is I can make sure that I'm basically in the cursor pick option, and I'm basically going to the entity mode, and I'm selecting a triangle, and you will see that I'm able to select a triangle. Right now the selected triangles appear red in color. If I hit escape, they're going to get unselected. So let's try it one more time. Select two triangles, escape, we have unselected them. So now what do we want to do? Well, the idea is you have a lot of triangles. You have to group these triangles together to create something called as boundaries. That is your fundamental step in CONVERGE. So first, let's go and create some boundaries. So let's go to boundary, and we're going to go to flag, and this is where you create some boundaries. So if you click on this plus button, you can create boundaries. So for example, if I click on OK, you can see that the boundary has appeared. Let's click on plus again and click OK. Boundaries have appeared. Now say that you want to create more than one boundary at a time. You click on this plus, click on create multiple boundaries. Now note that every boundary is getting a boundary ID. So for example, boundary 1 has an ID of 1, boundary 2 has an ID of 2. Well, if I want to create 2 additional boundaries or 3 additional boundaries, I can just change this number to 3, and if I click on OK, you will have boundary ID starting from 3 all the way up to 5. So these boundaries are basically something that would be meaningful for you. For example, if this is a rectangular duct and the flow is coming through these two triangles, that's going to be your inlet, right? So what I can do is I can select boundary 1, select these two triangles and click on apply. So this needs to be your inlet. So I can select boundary 1, I can then do right click and I can just type in inlet, right? So similarly what I can do is I can rotate my model. I'm using the control key for this, selecting these two triangles. I can add them to boundary 2, and what I can do is there are two ways. I can use the F2 option to rename the boundary, or I can right click. I'm going to call this as outlet. Now this right here is a top wall, right? This wall is on the top, so I'm selecting these two triangles, adding to boundary 3, and these two are also basically part of boundary 3. So what can I name boundary 3? Well, it's basically my top and bottom walls, right? So I'll just call it as top hyphen bottom hyphen walls, right? You can give any naming to it. Now I would stay away from using like crazy symbols like dollars and hash. It might be supported or it might not be supported. If you feel like you want to use like a symbol, you either use underscores or hyphen, nothing more. All right. So now we basically have two additional faces, right? So let's rename that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to boundary 4. I'm going to quickly select these two guys, add them to boundary 4, and I'm going to select these two guys and add them to boundary number 5. Now for boundary number 4, again I can right click or I can use F2 to rename this. I'm going to call this as front 2D, and I'm going to select boundary number 5 and I'm going to call this as back 2D. Now you might understand front and back, right? Because one is on the front side and the other one is on the back side. But why 2D? Well, what we want to do is we want to run a two-dimensional simulation. Now I understand that the geometry is 3D. We are going to pretend that this geometry along the z-axis has infinite length, meaning you don't have to simulate the flow entirely on the 3D geometry. You can just take any 2D slice and the flow pattern is going to repeat itself again and again, right? It's basically like you have a really large cake, right? If you have a really large 3-layered cake with cream in between, you make a slice anywhere, it's going to look the same, right? So it's kind of like that, where you basically create a slice and you're saying that, okay, I'm just going to simulate flow in that slice. But in order to identify that slice, you need to select the front and back of it, right? And that is the direction which you are trying to ignore, correct? And that is why you're selecting the front and the back side. I hope that this makes sense. If it doesn't, feel free to let us know. So we have basically completed setting up this model completely. Now the other thing that I want to look at is I want to enable the normals. What is a normal? Well, you see that you have a geometry, right? Any geometry has a normal vector, correct, which basically points perpendicular to it. Now in order for us to run computational fluid dynamic simulations, the normal should point towards the fluid. Now in this case, where is the fluid? Well, it's going to go inside the geometry, right? So in that case, the normal should point inside. So I'm going to go to transform, normal. I'm going to just select one triangle where the normal is in the opposite direction. Well, I could have selected any of these triangles. I'm picking this one. You might maybe pick something else. But pick a triangle where the normal is pointing incorrectly, which in this case is outside the geometry. And let's click on apply. When you do this, the geometry is perfectly clean. Well, how do I know if it's perfectly clean? Well, I know it from experience. But how can you be sure? Well, that is where you have something called as the diagnosis tool. So if you see here on the bottom right corner, you have something called as diagnosis. This basically checks your 3D geometry for errors. What type of errors? Well, it's going to basically look for intersection errors, open edges, non-manifold edges, normal orientation, and isolated triangles. So anything that's being checked for is going to be looked for, right? So if there are open edges, then you will basically see them and they're not allowed. You need to fix them. Similarly, intersections are not allowed and you need to fix them. In this case, let's click on find and you can see that there are no errors, and that's why there's a green tick mark, which means the geometry is perfect. Now that's kind of reasonable. Now that's kind of what you would expect because the geometry is so simple. But since this is your first simulation, you need to make sure that you're following this. So let me click on clear. Now that I've cleaned up the geometry, what do I do next? Well, I need to set up the simulation, right? I need to say that a particular fluid is actually flowing through this. Now, before I do that, what happens if I accidentally close the diagnosis? Well, you can go to View and you can click on Diagnosis Dock. The shortcut key is Ctrl+D. Now, for some of you, you will actually notice that the diagnosis dock is on the other side. Now, this can happen. Notice how I have diagnosis and geometry on the left hand side. You can arrange this once you are used to a particular layout. Do not change the layout if you are not comfortable with it. So let's go to Window and I'm going to click on Restore Default Layout to get my previous layout. You can see that the diagnosis dock appears here and this is what I want. So now let's set up the simulation. So I'm going to go to Case Setup. Now this is basically a very nice wizard type of an interface that CONVERGE Studio provides us. So let me click on Begin Case Setup, and since this is a generic flow and this is not an IC engine flow, I'm going to select this and I'm going to click on Done. When you do that, CONVERGE basically gives you a list of steps that you need to follow. You need to start with the materials, the simulation parameters, boundary conditions, initial conditions, and so on. So now let's start one by one. Let's click on materials. Now in this case, we are just assuming that air is actually flowing through this particular model. So I'm just going to say that there is no reaction mechanism. I'm going to say that there is a predefined mixture which is air, and I'm going to click on Apply. And it says that do you really want to overwrite gas.dat, mech.dat and therm.dat by loading predefined mixture air? Sure. Let's click on yes. And let's click on Done. So when you do that, you can see that the reaction mechanism box has disappeared. Now global transport properties contains the turbulent Brandal and Schmidt numbers. At this point, don't worry about these two parameters. We are not going to be touching them. So let's just click on OK. The other thing that you can do is you can just right click on it and click on Validate if you don't wish to set up something. So what do I do next? Let me go to Run Parameters. And here I'm running a transient simulation, full hydrodynamic and compressible. I'm just going to say that this is a pressure based steady solver and I'm going to click on OK. And when you click on OK, it's going to ask you a bunch of questions like, do you want to load the default tolerances for the various options? Just click on yes. And then it's basically asking, do you want to load defaults for non-engine applications? Yep, well, absolutely. When you do this, you can see that there's a green check mark. Now at this point, you might be wondering what these default tolerances are. Don't worry about them right now, because at this point, we are just interested in running a simulation so that we can post-process it, so that we can check if we have installed all the software tools correctly. So at this point, please don't worry. So now let's go to simulation time parameters. We are going to say that the start time is 0 cycles. That's when the simulation starts. And the end time is basically 15,000 cycles. For the initial time step, I'm going to put in a value of 1e minus 9. And that is going to be my minimum time step as well. And my maximum time step is 1 second. Now, if you do not understand the concepts of time step, don't worry. You should be able to understand this once the theory lectures on basic CFD is covered. So at this point, just type in the numbers that we are showing you on the screen. So let's click on OK. Then solver parameters, nothing's going to be changed here. In fact, this is one of the things that CONVERGE automatically sets up. So we don't have to worry about this at all. So let's click on OK. So then we are going to be defining boundary condition. Now defining boundary condition is very important in any CFD simulation. At the end of the day, when you're running a CFD simulation, you're solving some fundamental mathematical equations called as the Navier-Stokes equations. These are partial differential equations, and in order to solve these partial differential equations, you basically need to provide a starting point and boundary values. The boundary values are called as boundary conditions and the starting point is called as the initial conditions. So at the inlet, what I'm going to say is, I'm going to say that that's an inflow boundary, where I'm going to say that the pressure is basically 1 Pascal above 1 bar, right? So that's 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 4 zeros and 1, right? So I believe that's 1 Pascal above 1 bar. And what's the fluid that's coming through inlet? Well, that's going to be air. So what about outlet? Outlet is going to be an outflow boundary, and the pressure at the outlet is going to be 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. So that's 1 bar. So now let me accept that, and I can just click on inlet. I don't have to save this specifically because it automatically gets saved. So let me go to outlet. You can see that 1 bar is already there. At the inlet, I have 1 bar plus 1 Pascal, and I'm going to say that this is a total pressure inlet, right? Notice that it's already checked in. And at the outlet, it's a static pressure outlet. Now the top and bottom walls are nothing but walls, right? And your front wall and back are going to be 2D boundaries. Now notice when you are selecting the walls, there is something called as law of the wall. Now this has got to do with turbulence, but with just a 1 Pascal difference, your flow is more likely to be laminar. But why are we then getting turbulence parameters? Well, that's because under physical models, you can see that turbulence is being checked. So I'm going to click on physical models, and then I'm trying to see if I can uncheck turbulence, and clearly I cannot. Well, why is that? Well, that's because if I go to boundary and if I click on top bottom walls, the law of the wall reference is here. So I need to first break this. So I'm just going to say that this is a no slip wall. And let's click on validate, click OK. Alright, so let's get started with the case setup. Now you can click on begin case setup, and this basically helps you get like a wizard like structure which you can follow so that you can set up your simulation. So in this case we are going to be using the general flow option, and let's click on apply and done. Now here you can see that these are the different things that you need to set up, like materials, simulation parameters, boundary conditions, physical models, and so on. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, in this case I'm interested in running like a laminar flow simulation. So what I can do is, first I can go to materials, and you can see that I need only gas, but I don't need any reaction mechanisms because I'm not simulating combustion here. So let's just unselect that, and the predefined mixture is going to be air, and click on apply. And when you do that, Converge basically says, hey, do you want to go with air as the predefined mixture and you want to overwrite gas.dat, mech.dat, and therm.dat? Yes, we do. So let's just click on yes, and then click on done. Similarly, we don't need a turbulence model because this is going to be a laminar flow. So I'm going to click on physical models, and I'm going to just uncheck turbulence modeling, click on apply, click on done. Now any other parameter that you want to set up or explore, you can just click on the headings. For example, when you click on simulation parameters, if you want to include body forces, which is gravity, you can check this. In this case we are not going to do that. Now you can see that run parameters, simulation parameters, and solver parameters have been checked, and this has been grayed out. Why is that? Well, these are default fields, they will never go. So for example, if you just hover on this, you will see that this option is required and is always active, right? So there's nothing you can do about these guys. So let's just click on done. Alright, so now the idea is very simple. We are just going to work our way from top to bottom to set up the simulation. So global transport properties, I'm just going to click on OK, and I'm using the default values. For run parameters, we are going to be using a pressure based steady solver. Let's click on OK, and then we are going to accept the default tolerances and relaxations. Let's click on yes for this also, and then we're done with it. For simulation time parameters, we are going to start with 0 cycles. We are going to end at 15,000 cycles. And we are going to basically start at 1e minus 9. That's going to be the starting time step. 1e minus 9 is the minimum time step, and 1 is the maximum time step as well. So let's click on OK, and then for solver parameters, we are just going to click OK. Then comes your boundary. So here we are going to say at the inlet, we are going to be having an inflow boundary. It's a total pressure inlet where the pressure is going to be 1 Pascal more than 1 bar. So it's going to be 1 followed by 4 zeros, and there's going to be another 1, right? And air is going to be the incoming fluid. And then at the outlet, we are going to be using a static pressure outlet. So let's select outflow, and here you can see that the pressure is 0 Pascal. We are just going to say that this is 1 bar. Alright, so make sure that you're inputting this correctly. Sometimes we have seen that people accidentally put 1 additional 0 and the flow starts to reverse. Make sure that you don't do this. Species backflow. If your outlet pressure is higher than the inner cell temperature, then the flow can actually reverse. If the flow reverses, then it's going to come in at 300 Kelvin, and the incoming fluid is also going to be air. Top and bottom walls, well, they are just going to be walls, and what we are basically saying that this is just going to be a no slip wall. And for temperature, we are just going to say that it's a specified value, which means it's a fixed temperature or a Dirichlet boundary condition, and the value is 300 Kelvin, and we are going to click on OK. So what we are doing here is we are just setting up the flow simulation. I understand that there are so many things that might not make sense. So initially, the reason why we are doing this is to make sure that we are able to get from the simulation start to the simulation end, which is basically post-processing and all that stuff. And since there are so many softwares in play, I want to make sure that you guys are able to run everything perfectly, and that is why we are just taking up a very simple test case and we are following through. At this point, please don't worry if you are unable to understand what a particular option means. These are things that you will be learning throughout the course. So you can see that now on boundary there are several errors, right? So we will try to identify each and every of these error. We will try to understand what these errors mean, and we will try to propose a solution. But for now, I'm just going to move to regions and initialization. So remember, initially we had triangles and we grouped the triangles to form boundaries. Now we need to group the boundaries to form volumetric zones, which are called as regions. So I'm going to create a new region, and I'm going to say that it contains air, but then I'm just going to mix or basically reverse the concentration. Why is that? Well, this should be fairly clear to you when you actually see the simulation results. So I just want you to trust me at this point and put this number, and when we are post-processing it, I'll explain to you why we are doing this. Now this is not the concentration of air. Air contains 77% nitrogen. However, here I've said that air contains 77% oxygen, which is just the reverse of it. But there is a good reason why I'm doing this, and you need to remember this term initial conditions, because I'll be making a reference to that later. So let me click on OK here. So at this point, turbulence modeling is not required. I'm not sure why it appeared again, so let me click on apply and let's click on done, right? So now let me click on boundary again, right click and validate. Now you can see that you have the same errors. So it says undef_region, which basically says undefined region. It says boundary 1 is not assigned to a region. Well, what it means is, you have all your boundaries, which is your inlets, outlets and all that stuff, but they are not assigned to a volumetric region. Well, they need to be, right? I'm going to select this guy and I'm going to select region 0. But what is region 0? Well, if you're not sure, don't do this. Close this guy, go to regions and initialization, and this is region 0. You can right click or you can use F2 to rename this, and I'm just going to call this as volumetric region, right? And I'm just going to be really verbose and say this is user defined and click on OK. Alright, so now let me go to boundary and double click on region undefined. You have this option, right? I'm just going to go ahead and select all of them, and I'm going to put them in this particular volumetric region, and I'm going to click on OK. So now if you right click and click on validate, boom, most of the errors are gone. You have only 2 errors. So let's click on this guy. You can see that the front and back, they have not been assigned a boundary type. So let me click on front 2D and say that this is a 2D boundary, and back 2D is again a 2D boundary. Now let's click on OK, and then comes your base grid option, right? So this is basically your computational mesh. Now before we do this, I want to just put the geometry in this particular view so that we know that the flow goes from left to right. And I'm going to go to options, and I'm going to go to visibility, and I'm going to enable geometry bounding box so that I understand the size of the model, right? So let's click on base grid. So here it's basically asking me for a mesh size along X, Y and Z direction. Now along X is the longest dimension, right? So we have about 0.1 meters. So I'm going to say that, well, you know what, I need like maybe 100 points. So I'll just say 0.001. So basically we are saying that every 0.001 meter or every 1 millimeter, we are basically going to have like a computational cell, actually half of that. So this is basically going to result in 100 cells along the x-axis, and along the y-axis, I'm going to go for say 10 cells at least. Why? Well, we know that in these type of duct flows, there is a velocity profile, right, which looks parabolic, and in general, any gap that you have, you need to have at least 5 to 6 cells to capture the velocity profile accurately. So in this particular case, along y-axis, the dimension is 0.01. So if I need 10 cells, well, that's going to be 0.001 as well, correct? So that's going to give me 10 cells, and along the z-axis, I really don't care because that's the direction in which the flow is going to be ignored, in other words made 2D, right? So let's just click on OK now. So that way base grid has also been checked. Now let's look at post variables and selection. What does this mean? Well, these are the quantities that would be output in a 3D format. So when we are doing the post processing, you would be able to visualize all these quantities. In general, you can see the density, pressure, temperature have been selected. For this exercise, go with the default selection, except click on species. And what I want you to do is I want you to click on mass fractions. And what we're going to do is we're going to select N2, we're going to press add, and we're going to select O2 and we're going to press add. Oops, so I don't think I need this one, so let's delete it and click on OK. And for output files, what we are going to do is we are going to select an interval. So you can see that the time interval for writing 3D output is currently 1000 cycles. So every 1000th time step, I have one output file. Now remember, I'm running the simulation for 15,000 cycles, which means I have only 15 outputs. That seems a bit less to me, so I'm going to modify this to 100 and I'm going to click on OK. That's basically it. So now at this point we have set up the simulation, but how do I run this? Well, that is where you need to understand the role of CONVERGE Studio. CONVERGE Studio is setting up the simulation, and when I'm saying setting up simulations, it's basically helping us to create certain input files. What do I mean by that? So let me actually click on boundary here, right? So when you do this, you have this graphical user interface. So where you're selecting the different boundary condition. Actually, what's happening behind the scenes is CONVERGE takes the data that you're inputting using your mouse and keyboard, and it's creating a text file. And if you don't believe me, click on the second button on the bottom left, and you will see something called as export preview with a name of a file, boundary.in. Well, this particular graphical user interface is being used to write that file. So for example, if you look at this, you can see that one inlet, inflow, velocity, pressure, and you have this value, right? So the graphical user interface, whatever options that you're putting, depending upon the type of options, CONVERGE Studio at the backend is creating this input file. So technically you can directly edit this input file, but you need to understand the format. For example, when the pressure is inside a square bracket, that means it's total pressure, and there's no way for us to understand that. And that is why there is a graphical user interface, because it helps you generate that and it gives you an intuitive interface. So this is something that you need to remember. Similarly, if you click on regions and initialization and click on this preview button, here you can see that export preview says it's initialize.in. That is the name of the file. And here you can see that there are so many variables, and you can see that there is a variable value and there is a variable name. Now this is the name that CONVERGE uses behind the scene in its computer code, right? So this is really important, guys, because at the end of the day, CONVERGE Studio is not basically running the simulation directly. It's first creating the input files, which can then be used to run the simulation. So how many files are there in total? Well, depending upon the simulation, it varies. But to get a good sense, you can go to File, Export, and Export Input Files. And you see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 files in total for this particular case. Now there are situations where the number of input files goes up to 30 and above, right? So those would be really complex simulations. So what do I do after this? Well, I can take these data files. Let me just go to a folder where I can run some simulations. And I'm just going to go to my support folder, which is in CONVERGE runs support, and I'm going to call this as channel test, and I'm going to select this folder and I'm going to click on OK. When you do this, you can see that 8 files have been exported in total. Awesome. So what do we do after this? Well, now that we have all the files, we need to run it, and in order for us to run this, we need an executable, and that is where the second file comes into play, which is the CONVERGE 2.3.26 msmpi win64.exe. This is what you call as a solver file. This is different from CONVERGE Studio. Both of them are executables, but this runs the simulation, whereas CONVERGE Studio helps you just set up the input files. Okay. Now a little comment about the name. It says CONVERGE-2.3.26. Well, 2.3.26 is the build version. So 2.3 is the major version, 0.26 is the build, right? What does MSMPI mean? Well, that means that this CONVERGE executable supports the MSMPI parallel architecture. which means you can use this to basically run simulations using multiple cores that is available on your laptop or desktop. And then this is a Windows 64-bit build. Alright, so this is what we are going to be using. So the next thing that you need to do is you need to download this. Alright, you can see that the file size is about 7 MB. Now before we are able to use this particular file, we need to download a program called Cygwin. Cygwin basically offers a command line interface which helps us run this simulation. Now you can actually use your Windows command prompt to do the same thing, but it's not at all efficient. So in the next video, I'm going to teach you how to install Cygwin and how to use it. Alright, I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Good evening guys, welcome to our new video. So today we are going to learn about how to set up the case in CONVERGE version 3.0. So the reason we are coming up with this video is basically there are few changes while setting up the case in CONVERGE version 3.2 as compared to CONVERGE version 2.3. Right, all the videos which you will be watching in the future class has been recorded in CONVERGE version 2.3. So don't worry about anything, right, because most of the things are very much same. Few things is different, which I am going to cover in this particular video, so that you will not face those issues while setting up the case in future. Okay, so let's get started with the first challenge which we'll be working on, which is nothing but a flow through channel, right, which is nothing but a rectangular duct. And make sure you are watching this video and also the video which is recorded in version 2.3, because a lot of things will be covered in that video which will not be covered in this video, because here my main focus will be only to cover the differences or the changes which you will encounter while setting up the case in version 3.0, and that is where my focus will be in this particular video, right? So I will just walk through the entire setup for you, but I will not go much in detail because that is already covered in the further classes, which is the only thing is it is recorded in version 2.3. So the first thing is you will be creating the geometry as shown in the further class. So how to create a geometry and all those stuff will be already shown in the further class, so don't worry about it, that how to create the geometry, how to flag the boundaries, and mostly you will get confused with the terms which I am using here, but not to worry about it, right? So basically you will be creating the geometry in CONVERGE Studio, you will flagging the boundaries, right, and then you will be setting up the case, which I have already done here. If you can see on the extreme right hand side, there is a case setup tree. So this is basically known as case setup tree. Okay, on the extreme right hand side, if you can see here this thing, if I am moving this, right, this is known as case setup tree. Now first thing what you have while setting up the case is you have to click on application type. You will get the options. So in 2.3 there were options like 3 options, which is steady state, transient state, and crank based. So now here it's like time based, crank based, crank angle based IC engines, crank angle based non-IC engines, example pumps. So you have to click on time based, and then you have to click on apply and done. Okay, and then you have to come here in the gas simulation, nothing to touch, you have to just click OK. Global transport parameters, nothing to touch, again click OK. Species, exactly, so here you have to select the species. Okay, so you have selected air as the participating fluid, so air is nothing but O2 and N2, so you have to select O2 and N2 from the query available list, right? And then you have to click on OK. And then in the simulation time parameters, once you click on run parameters, here is the thing. So now the first simulation which will be running for the channel flow will be the steady state simulation. Okay, so there are two types of simulations. One is steady state and another is transient state. So both are time based, right? How is time based means, if you are running steady state simulation, the time will be in terms of cycles, and when you are running transient state simulation, the time will be in terms of seconds, and when you are running crank angle based simulation, time will be in terms of crank angles, correct? So if once you click on the solver drop down menu, you will get transient or steady state solver. So you will click on steady state solver because you want to run steady state simulation. Now here in the simulation mode, there will be two options, full hydrodynamic and no hydrodynamic. So it's very simple. I will just explain these terms in a very brief way. So no hydrodynamic solver is nothing but whenever there is a complicated geometry and parts are moving and rotating, you will first always run no hydrodynamic. And why you will run no hydrodynamic is when you are running no hydrodynamic simulation, it will only generate mesh. Okay, it will not solve any hydrodynamic equations. That is, it will not solve Navier-Stokes equation. So Navier-Stokes equation is nothing but a combination of momentum equation, energy equation, correct, and the continuity equation. So it will not solve any of these equation, and it will only generate mesh. And it is if you are running no hydrodynamic simulation, it will take very less time. Aim is just to create mesh and nothing else. And why you have to run no hydrodynamic first in the complicated geometries where the valves are, let's say if you take an example of IC engines, so valves will be translating, piston will be translating, correct. There will be geometries in which things will be rotating, like compressors and all those things, correct. Impeller wheel will be rotating. So in those cases, it is always a good idea to generate the mesh first. Why? Because while generating the mesh, if there is some problem, let's say you flag the boundaries incorrectly, and because of that the mesh is getting stretched or it is getting overstretched, and because of which intersections is happening, or there are some parts which is intersecting with the other walls, right? So what will happen is when such cases are when such incidents are happening, basically it is leading to case crashing, right? So to avoid all these things, let's say if you directly run full hydrodynamic for such cases, what will happen? It is going to be very time consuming, right? Because it is going to solve each and every equation in each and every cell. And let's say after running 1 second, right, some part is intersecting with the another part, and now you have to rectify that. So let's say that 1 second took around, let's say 2 days, right? Then that 2 days you understood about the problem after 2 days, and now you will be working on those issues, and then you will be submitting your case again. So that is not an ideal way to run, right? Because obviously energy is wasted, electricity is wasted, time is wasted, which is not a good point from an engineering point of view. So let's say if you're coming to know about any problem in your geometry or in your simulation in an hour or 45 minutes, why to spend 3 days to understand that problem, correct? So always you have to run no hydrodynamic in case of complicated geometries where things are moving in the sense things can be translating, rotating, correct? Now in the channel flow case, it's a very simple geometry. There is nothing, no parts are moving, right? So always go with full hydrodynamic, correct? Geometry is simple, very straightforward. You can directly go with full hydrodynamic. And gas flow solver, compressible. And then what you have to do is you have to go in miscellaneous. Okay, now this tab you have to go on in the miscellaneous. So besides solver, I think you will not be able to see my mouse pointer here. So what I'll do is I'll just keep on taking the names in which I'm entering. So first one is the solver, in which I explained about all these things, and next to the solver tab there is a miscellaneous tab. If I click on this, you will get to see all these things. So here you don't have to change anything, except you have to check the box of steady state monitor, and you have to uncheck the used shared memory. Okay, so it will be by default selected like this, but you have to uncheck this. So what is the meaning of use shared memory, right? So in previous version of 2.3, what was happening was geometry is really big and complicated. Geometry itself will get distributed among the different processes, the surface triangle properties. So those information will be distributed among the processes. Again, nothing to worry about this concept as of now. Just remember that you have to uncheck this checkbox of use shared memory, and you have to check this box of steady state monitor. I will explain you this point about steady state monitor. So now you have to just click on OK. Now once you click on that steady state monitor, you will be able to see this parameter steady state monitor here in the under your case setup tree. So when you click on this case setup tree, you will get a window like this. Okay, so now what you have to do is basically here you will not be able to see anything. So let's say I will just okay, I will just delete this for your reference, right? Okay, yeah, so now you will be able to see like this. So now this is very important. Okay, what is the meaning of steady state monitor basically? So what this particular option means is, if you are running steady state or transient state, doesn't matter, at the end of the day you are basically looking for some of the quantities to be converged. Let's say you are interested in knowing that at the outlet the velocity should get, you are interested in knowing the value of the velocity. At the end of the simulation you are interested in knowing that what will be the pressure at the outlet, right? Or if you are doing any HVAC problem, you will be interested in knowing that at the end of the simulation what will be the temperature of the room, correct? So in any case, your ultimate goal is basically to monitor some ultimate aim is to get some values out of the simulation. So if you are very much confident about the output results, that you want to see these results at the end of the simulation, what you can do is you can monitor those variables. Meaning, when you, let's say you want a pressure, velocity and temperature to be monitored, then you will add those values here, click on add 3 variables, and monitor variables you will select from this thing. Let's say you want to select average temperature, you want to select total pressure, then you want to select let's say density. Okay, I'm just randomly taking it as of now, and the target type, correct? So what is the target? So you want to obviously check those things at the boundaries. So boundary, but now which boundary, correct? So you have to select from here, inlet or outlet. So since here they only so whether you have to check what is the average temperature of the fluid coming out of the geometry fluid domain, or what is the average density right at the outlet. So what do you do? Outlet, and outlet. Depends upon case to case where you want to calculate what. Okay, and all these things are very detailed, and you will definitely be learning in further classes. So I'm not diving deep into all these concepts as of now. My main aim is to show you how to set up the case in CONVERGE version 3.0. So these are all the different things which you will not see in 2.3 version. It means you will not see in the video, because video has been recorded in 2.3, right? So that's why I am coming up with this new video, so that I can show you that these things you will be encountering and how to deal with. So let's say you and you're running any simulation and you are interested in knowing the values of these 3 things at the end of the simulation at the outlet. So you define this. Now this you can so you can select that from in where you will be basically getting all this. So it will be basically dumped into mass average flow dot out. Okay, so now what it will do, so let's say your in time of the simulation is 15,000 cycle. Okay, and all these quantities are getting converged at 7,000 cycle. So the advantage is the solver will not care what is the end time you gave for the simulation. If the variables which you are monitoring is getting converged within 7,000 cycles, your simulation will normally terminate, meaning it will stop the simulation and you can post process the results and look at the results. Simulation will be done. So let's say for 15,000 cycle it has to run for 3 hours. So definitely for 7,000 or 8,000 cycle it has to run for 1.5 to 2 hours, correct? So you are saving a time, right? So that's why it is said in CONVERGE 3.0 simulation runs faster, because of this particular option they have incorporated, right? And it makes a lot of sense, right? Because in steady state your main aim is not to see how the temperature or pressure is changing with respect to time, but rather your ultimate goal is that what is the end result. Let's say what is the average density or average temperature at the outlet for the fluid, correct? So basically you have to monitor that, and if you're monitoring that and once those quantities are converged, like after 7,000 cycles, the values for these particular variables are not going to change anymore, then why to run the simulation for another 7,000 or 8,000 cycles? It doesn't make any sense, right? So that's why this is very useful. Now let's discuss about some of the parameters here. So the first parameter is like minimum number of cycles to be executed for the steady state solver at the very top. So this is like when you want solver to start monitoring the variables which you have listed below. So here it is mentioned 5,000. So you are telling to the solver that after 5,000 cycles, right, start monitoring these values. So minimum number of cycles that your simulation will undergo is definitely 5,000. It can't stop before 5,000 because you are mentioning here, right, 5,000. Let's say if I'm mentioning here 500. So minimum number of the cycles will be this much. Now let's say if I'm keeping 1000, let's say 500 here, that minimum number of cycles to be executed for the steady state solver to be 500. So till 500 it will not monitor these variables, but after 500 it will start monitoring these variables. And let's say at 1000 cycle all these variables are converging. Then at 1000 cycle your simulation will stop. It doesn't matter whether what's your end time. If your end time is 15,000 also, then also your simulation will normally terminate, and because the variables which you are looking for at the end of the simulation has already converged. So you already got the results. Then why to run for more, right? It makes sense. Now let's say in the same scenario you are keeping minimum cycles to be 5,000, right? Then you know that at 1000 your simulation is all the variables are converging, but before running the simulation no one knows, right? So let's say you kept here 5,000, then it will run till 5,000 because you have said to the solver that minimum number of cycles to be executed for the steady state solver should be 5,000. So after 5,000 it will check and then it will stop. Even though the variables which you are monitoring has converged at 1000 cycles, it will not stop because you have kept here 5,000. So you can play with this number accordingly. Let's say if you want to run till end time, like that is 15,000, so you can directly type here 15,000. That's it. No matter if it is if your monitor variables are getting converged at 1000 or 5,000 cycle, it will run till 15,000 cycles. That is how it is, very straightforward, right? So, and then here monitor units, obviously you are running steady state simulations of cycles, you have to select cycles. And if you are running transient state, and if you want to monitor some variables, and you will click on seconds, right? But this is steady state, so I will select cycles. So here monitor start delay, right? So from which cycle you want to basically start to monitor. So since here you have already told that okay, after 5,000 you have to, like, minimum number of cycle will be 5,000. So now here is the thing. So when you say that monitor start delay in cycles, so after 5,000 cycles, here is the thing. Now it might be little bit confusing, but it is not. So here what I said, that it will run till this much minimum number of cycles. But now let's say if you are selecting here 0 cycle, that means you are telling the solver to monitor these values from start, but don't terminate the simulation even if these variables are getting converged before 5,000 cycles, right? So minimum it will run for 5,000, and let's say if you're saying at 0, from the 0 cycle, mean from the start of the simulation start to monitor these variables, that's fine. And if you wish that okay, anyways at the start of any simulation everything is unsteady, correct? So it doesn't make sense to start to monitor these variables from the start, but that will not make much difference from the result point of view. Definitely it is not going to give any difference, but it's like if you're an engineer, you will be obviously doing a smart guesswork, correct? So it's like monitor start delay. So it doesn't make sense for an engineer to start monitoring these variables at the start, because he knows whether any case you take, it will be unsteady initially for some time, and after some time it will start to reach steady state. correct? So you can keep 0 also, and if you keep like, let's say after 500 cycles start monitoring, you can do like that, or after 100 cycle or after 10 cycles, whatever you want, correct? If you want to keep it 0, that's fine. Now sample size. So what is sample size is, like after 5000 cycle it is reaching, basically what it will do, let's say if you are mentioning here 1000, okay, so after 5000 cycle, since let's say you're monitoring from 0th cycle, that is from start, now basically it will take, after 1000 cycles, it will take an average of all the values in those 1000 cycles, and it will see whether the values which I got, let's say for this 1000 cycles, let's say there are two sets of 1000 cycles, so you are running for 15,000 cycles. So let's say first 1000 cycle and second 1000 cycles. So in the first 1000 cycle, let's say you got a value, average value of all those 1000 cycles to be 2, and in the next 1000 cycles you are getting a value to be 2.05. so now between first 1000 cycle and next 1000 cycle there is a difference of 0.05, correct? So now this difference, right, so what it will tell you, basically this will be a tolerance. So we are basically tolerance type, we are selecting relative tolerance, and when your tolerance, like when the value, right, of this sample size is within the tolerance limit, the solver will understand that okay, now solution is converged and it's time to stop the simulation. But it will stop the simulation only after it has crossed the minimum number of cycles to be executed, right? So let's say if the tolerance with the values coming is within the tolerance at the 1000 cycle, then it will not terminate, because you have told to the converge solvers that minimum number should be 5000, right? It should it should run 5000 cycle. After that only, if the value is within tolerance limit, you have to stop the simulation. So now to just conclude everything, basically there is a tolerance limit which is by default 0.01, and you don't have to touch, and also the tolerance type should be relative, you should not be touching that. Sample size, whatever the sample size you will choose, it will basically take an average of all the values for those 1000 cycles, or if you are selecting 500 then 500 cycles, and it will compare that average value with the average value of the previous 1000 cycles, correct? And if that value is within the tolerance limit, it will understand that okay, now solution has converged. And then if it has crossed the minimum number of cycles, it will normally terminate your simulation. Otherwise it will keep on going until the value which a solver is calculating for those sample size is not within the tolerance limit, correct? So basically this is the basic meaning of what all these parameters you are looking here, and you just have to fill up the minimum number of cycles to be executed, and you can play with this number, because let's say you want to see till the end of the time, so you just put the end time here. So no matter whether it has converged or not converged, it will run till 15,000 like that until the end time. But it is not a smart way to run any simulation, right? So since Converge has provided us this extremely strong feature which will definitely going to reduce the computational time, then as an engineer you should not be wasting the energy, and the energy in the sense the computational energy, and also definitely the time, correct? So basically you have to always try to optimize the things, right? So this is what I think from this point of view, and these things will not be seen in the videos which will be coming in the further classes, because that videos has been recorded in 2.3, correct? So that's why I'm covering these things here. So make sure you go through this video very nicely, make notes, and whenever in the future class if you are facing any issues related to setting up the steady state or transient state simulation, just come to this video, have a look, and then again go back to the video, and mostly you will get the solution for the problem which you are facing. But if you are doing this challenge very honestly and very with full dedication and understanding the things properly, then mostly you will not get confused, and definitely you will set up the simulation very smoothly. Correct. So this is one thing. I think there is no changes in this. When you will go through the video, further videos of channel flow, this has been covered there. Solver parameters, nothing to touch here. Yeah, one thing here you have to notice is in the 2.3 version of Converge, there was a separate when you click on that option, you will be getting an option directly in the first window saying as you want to which type of simulation you want to run, steady state or pressure based. Okay, so you will be getting those things here in the run parameters. So in the run parameters, when you are selecting this, there was one option of simulation type. Okay, so in the simulation type you have to select pressure based or density based, but you are not able to see it here because it has been shifted under the solver parameters. So under the solver parameters, if you are running steady state, there will be two options. Steady state, there will be two options. That is, you want to basically solve the equations like using density based solver or pressure based solver. So I would highly recommend to always go with density based solver, and which you will be seeing at the extreme top right corner, Navier-Stokes solver type. Right, so here you can see pressure based or density based, so always go with density based. Okay, and nothing to change here. Two things here you have to take care is, like, when you go to equations here and the equation tab, so in the pressure, make sure that this preconditioner is set to none. Okay, if you don't select this to none, what will happen is when you start running a simulation, it will throw an error saying invalid preconditioners are selected. So always the preconditioner should set to none, and I think for rest other things it is all by default selected to none, but only for pressure equation it is selected to, by default it is selected to SOR. So you just click on this drop down menu and select none. This one changes there. And another thing is, in this, when you are running a steady state solver, when you click on the steady state solver control, maximum convection CFL limit, the second last option, right? The last is minimum AMR application. You don't have to see that. Above that, there is a maximum convection CFL limit final stage. Can you see this? So this number should be less than 1. You just keep 0.5. Okay, what is this, how it works, you will come to know in the future classes. This is too early to understand these concepts, but whenever you are setting up the case, make sure that this is less than 1.5. Okay, if you don't keep it less than 1, you will be getting an error saying that steady state convection CFL limit is greater than, if you go to simulation time parameter, and maximum convection CFL limit. So this is 1, so that steady state CFL number should be less than 1. Okay, don't get confused. Again, this is not the motto of this video, just for the completeness I just showed you. So to conclude for this window, there is the option of pressure based and density based here. Always go with density based. In the equations tab, you have to go and go to pressure equation and make sure the preconditioner is set to none. It will be by default set to SOR. Make sure it is set to none, and you can just cross check for all the other equations. It is already, the preconditioners are set to none. But wall distance, I think that is not going to cause any problems here. Okay, so don't worry about it, because that is something related to the turbulence modeling. And when you are using a particular turbulence model like K omega SST, at that time this thing will come into the picture. So here you are basically not using the turbulence model, and in the further classes, whenever you will be using the turbulence model, in fact in the IC engine course, you will always be using the RNG K epsilon, so you don't have to worry about wall dist, but you only have to consider about pressure. So make sure that in the pressure equation, preconditioner is set to none, and then you have to come to steady state solver control. In that, your maximum convection CFL limit final stage, which is the second last option, that should be set to 0.5 or any number less than 1. Then click on validate. OK.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. In the last video, we set up the channel flow problem, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to run it. As I mentioned, we are going to be using the CONVERGE 2.3.26 MS-MPI executable, right? And in order for this to work, we need a command line interface, which is going to be Cygwin. So here, I'm using a 64-bit operating system. So I'm going to take Cygwin setup -x86_64, and I'm just going to download that. And you can see that we need MS-MPI. So MS-MPI stands for Microsoft Message Passing Interface. So that's basically like the library that CONVERGE uses to run the simulation in parallel in Windows. So let's download that also. So I'll just right click and I'll download this guy. And then I will need my executable file, which is CONVERGE 2.3.26. So I'll download that as well. Okay, so looks like all the downloads are complete. So let's first open Cygwin, and I'm going to hit next. I'm going to select install from internet and save it in the default location, and just click next. And I'm going to be selecting the first download site. If a particular site is giving you a problem, try selecting other sites. Okay, so here by default we don't have to install any applications, but in my case I like a text editor called as Vim. So I'm just going to look for it under editors, and here you can basically see Vim. So I'm just going to select this guy, so that way I install it. And in addition to this, there are a lot of other applications, for example GNU plot or Git. If you want to install those, you can do that, but for this particular course, the only thing that you would need is the Vim editor at this point. If anything else is required, we'll make a video for it and we'll let you know. So then let's click on next, and we're just going to click on next again, and this is going to complete the installation process. And then I'm going to just press finish. And if you open up the start menu and if you type in Cygwin, you will be able to basically get a terminal like window, and we can use this to run CONVERGE. So before we do this, we need to install MS-MPI. So let me just open that and click on yes. Now, if you have other CAE tools installed, then what can happen is you might get an error message saying that MS-MPI is already installed. In that case, it should not be a problem if it's one of the recent versions of Microsoft MPI. In some cases, the student might be using a very old version of a CAE program. So an example would be like using ANSYS 12 or something like that, right? So when you do that, the MPI package that comes in with that installation might be very, very old, and CONVERGE might not play nice with that particular installation. In that case, you have to unfortunately upgrade your MS-MPI. You can still retain the old MS-MPI that you had to make sure that that software works. But for following along with this particular course, you need the latest version of MS-MPI. So I'm going to just click on next here, and just accept the terms and conditions, and make sure that you're saving it in the default location. And then I'm going to press finish. So once MS-MPI has been installed, close Cygwin and relaunch it again. Why are we doing this? Well, this is very important because it helps refresh the path information so that MS-MPI can be called from Cygwin directly. So navigation wise, you can, if you type in pwd, that basically tells you your present working directory. So if I go to my computer right now, you can see that I have two drives, E: and C:. So I'll just type in E:, cd E:, and that's going to take me to the E drive. And I can type in ls, which will basically list all the files, and I'm going to cd, which is change directory, to CONVERGE runs. That's the folder that I have. Now if you are beginning with command line, an important tip that I would like to give you is do not have spaces in your folder names. Have something like underscores or hyphens. If you have a space, then the cd command needs to be modified slightly in order for it to work. Especially if you're starting with command line, you don't have to go through that. Just type in cd space converge_runs. Anytime you create a new folder, make sure that there are no empty spaces. So in this case, let me navigate there, and then I'm going to go inside support, and you can see that this Linux-like interface gives me a nice option. So first, let me just maybe make the font size a bit bigger. I can use Control and I can use the scroll wheel to make the font size bigger. So notice that I'm inside the Converge Runs folder, and I need to get inside support, right? I don't have to type in support completely. I can type in SUP and hit the tab key, and anything that starts with the same set of characters is going to show up. So that's why Supercharger, supercharger.zip, supercharger setup, and support shows up. If I type in one more P, that definitely means that we're talking about support cases. So if I hit tab now, it immediately auto populates it, and I can enter, type in S, type in ls, and then go to channel flow. All right. Now you can see that the executable is already there because I've already pasted it. Now to run the executable, there are two ways. So you can just type in the name of the executable, converge 2.3.26 msmpi win -64.exe. When you do that, sometimes you might get a message saying that the executable is not found. Well, in that case, what you need to do is type in /, the executable name. So now when you do this, you can see that we are getting an error saying that license file is not found. All right, so that's great. So what we can do is we can go to our C:, we can go to program files, we can go to CONVERGE Studio, V23 license. We can copy this license, and then we can go to E:, converge runs, and then support cases, channel test, and I'm going to paste the license. All right, so you can see that the license has been pasted, and then if I run the same command again, you can see that this time it's actually trying to run. It is just that it's giving me an error saying that no mech.dat or no species.in file is found, right? So this means the solver is actually running. Well, why are we getting this error? Well, if you go to CONVERGE Studio, we are basically using oxygen and nitrogen, right? We need to tell Converge that these are the two species that we're actually using. Now, that is why we are getting an error saying that, see, no mech.dat or species.in file is found. So what I can do is I can go to materials, and I can click on species, and I can click on apply, done. And in species, I can go to gas, I can press this button, I can type in O2, add this, I can type in N2 and add nitrogen and click OK. I can go to file, export all input files, make sure that I'm exporting it to the same folder. Let's click on OK, and let's click on OK. Go back to Sigwin and use the up arrow to retrieve the same command and hit enter. And now you can see that now we are having a different error. But here's the nice thing, right? The first time when Converge tried to run, it gave you the initial intro message, and it tried to read input.in, solver.in, and then it gave you an error. But now this time, see this, inputs, solvers, species.in, it read in more files, and then it is stuck in this file, post.in, right? So post, as you can guess, stands for post processing. So it seems like Converge doesn't like something with the post processing. And here's an error message. The variable EPS in post.in can only be used if turbulence is turned on. So if you remember, we are running a laminar case. So any turbulence parameters should not be included, right? So I can go to post variable selection, and I can go to combustion turbulence, and I can just make sure that the turbulence parameters are not selected. Let's click on OK. File, export input files. Now remember, we are just changing post.in file, so there is no reason to export the other files. So I can click on unselect all, and then just select post.in and make sure that the path is the same, and click on OK, and click on OK again. So now let's go back to Sigwin, use the up arrow to recall the same command, hit enter, boom, and you can see that the simulation is running, and we are running it for 15,000 cycles, right? Each cycle number is appearing here, and some important information and some important calculations are being printed out on the screen. So this is how a simulation basically runs in CONVERGE. You can see that we are already at simulation cycle number 2600. So now what I'm going to do is I want to stop this. So what I can do is I can use Ctrl+C shortcut and I can terminate the simulation. Notice that there is no error message. The simulation just stops, right? And this time if I do ls, you can see that there are more files. Previously there were only 8 files, right? The 8 input files, but this time there are more files. So these are files that are generated from the simulation and we'll be taking a look at them. Alright, so where were we? So if you go back to this command, when you do /converge, the simulation started to work perfectly. So that's great. Now, how do I run this in parallel? Well, that is where we basically, use MS-MPI. So what I can do is I can type in MPI and I'm going to first hit the tab key. And you can see that immediately MPI-exec.exe, MPI-exec.exe shows up. Well, that's an executable, correct? So I can type in MPI-E, hit tab again to load that particular executable. And then what I can do is I can type in -n to converge dash, and if I hit tab again, the entire executable is going to be auto-populated. What am I saying here? I'm saying that, okay, MPI, run the executable called converge with 2 processors. And that's it. Now we are running converge in parallel. So what I can do is I can keep on increasing this. In my case, I can go up to 16 cores and you can see that it runs. Alright. So 16 might not make sense, but I can if I want to. Now, one thing that I wanted to show you, which I found very interesting, is if you think about it, MPI-exec, that particular file, and I can show you this, if I go to channel test, and if I just arrange them alphabetically, you can see that the first file that I have that starts with M is mixing.out. There's no file called MPI-exec, right? But how did Cygwin figure it out? Well, that is because when we actually installed MPI, MS-MPI, we ran an installer, right? And what that installer does is it basically creates a shortcut. So if I go to my computer properties, go to advanced system settings, environment variables, and if you basically look under system variables, there is a variable called MS-MPI and it basically points to C:\program files, Microsoft MPI bin. And similarly, in the path variable, we are basically linking to several of the Microsoft apps. And because of this, whenever we are trying to search for an executable, Cygwin is automatically going to search in these locations. And if it's able to find the program, it's going to run it. So one thing we can do is we can also create a folder where we can store our converge executables so that we don't have to copy paste it again and again. So let me show you what I mean by that. So in this particular case, what I can do is I can go to E: and go to converge runs and go to support cases, channel test. I can copy this executable and I can go to say C: and program files. There's a folder called converge, and here you can see that I have the executables already pasted, right? So just to prove the point, I'll just delete these guys. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste this particular location. And I'm just going to paste the executable. And I'm going to copy this guy, C:\program files /converge. I'm going to head over to my environment variables. And there's a variable called path. Let's edit that path. And let's add a new statement or a new path and paste C:\program files converge. And let's click on OK. Right? So it's kind of like this. Any file that's being pasted inside this location is globally available. Now, what I can try to do now is I can delete this particular file, converge 2.3.26, and if I type in converge and hit the tab key, it doesn't appear. Why is that? Well, that's because, as I mentioned before, anytime you make changes to the system path, you need to close Cygwin. So let's close this guy, open it up again, and let's go to E drive, and converge runs, support cases, and I noticed that my font is a bit small, so let me make it big. And then I'm going to type in converge. You see that this time the executable shows up, and I can kind of make this easy, right? Since we are going to be dealing with converge 2.3 for our course, I can just call this as converge 2.3.exe. all right, so instead of typing this huge name, I can just type in converge 2.3.exe. so now what I can do is I can type in converge. You see that the name automatically gets changed. Now hereafter, it doesn't matter which location I'm in, I can always use converge-2.3.exe. so if I go to channel test, I can just type in converge 2.3.exe to run the simulation in serial, meaning just using one processor. The other thing that I wanted to explain is how did I know the syntax for MPI EXEC? Well, that's very simple. If I type in MPI EXEC, it autofills, just hit enter. Anytime you do that, the application is going to give you a usage. So here you can see that, well, you have to use MPI EXEC followed by options. What are the options? Well, one option is -n, which should be followed by the number of processors. And then you need to follow that with the executable. So what I did was the minimal thing that you can do. So I can type in MPI EXEC -n1 converge 2.3.exe, right? So that's a serial run. Now say that I want to run this in two processors. I can do Control C to kill my old simulation and then just put in a value of 2. Now this runs in parallel. I can do Control C again and so on. Now at some point you might be interested in reading all these messages, right? And if I'm just executing it as it is, then what's going to happen is these messages are just appearing on the screen. So if the computer dies or if the computer shuts down, then I cannot access this data again, it's gone. So what people do for that is they take this data set and they take the screen output and pipe it or send it out to an output file. So I can type in MPI exec.exe -n to converge. So, and then I can open the lesser than sign and I can type in /dev/null, and then I can open the greater than sign again and I can type in any name that I want. So sample _output.text, and then I can do a space and then ampersand. What am I doing here? Well, I'm basically taking the output from converge 2.3.exe and then I'm sending it to something called as dev/null. So this is basically a storage location. It's kind of like a temporary location, right? You can think of that. So any screen output is being sent to that. Instead of sending it to the screen, you're sending the screen output to /dev/null. Don't worry about what that means. Just imagine that this is a temporary location where all the screen output is being sent. And from that location, we are basically taking the data and we're sending it to a file called sample output.txt. And then at the end of the day, we want to run this process in the background. Meaning, if I don't have the ampersand, if I hit enter, you can see that the command prompt stays there. So till the simulation ends, this thing is going to continue. In other words, this command line interface is no longer usable. So I can do Control C here. All right. And if I put ampersand at the end of the day, oops, you see that a process is submitted, right? So what I can do now is I can go to Task Manager. I can go to processes. If I sort by name, what I'm looking for is something that starts with C, which is converge. There you go. You can see that there are two converge jobs, converge 2.3.exe, and yeah. So this is basically the simulation running, right? So what I can do is I can right click, I can end task to kill this guy. When I do that, if I come back to the command line and if I hit enter, you can see that I have an exit code, which means that that simulation has stopped running, right? So you need to make sure that you pipe your simulation output or take the simulation output and send it to a file. So typically the only thing that you need to change here is the file name. Common file names are log, logs, log file, whatever you want. Sometimes it might be beneficial to have a number there. So log file 1, log file 2, log file 3, and so on, and never forget the ampersand. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this particular simulation with 4 processors. right? And once I have the results, we can discuss the results. But before I do this, there's one other important thing that I need to teach you. All right, so let's just not submit the simulation. We'll still have Sigwin open. I'm going to quickly go to CONVERGE Studio, click on File, Export All Input Files. Let's click on this guy, and let's pretend that I'm running another channel flow simulation. So I'm going to call it this as channel test 2. Select file, click OK. All the files have been exported. Let's open Sigwin. You are currently, if you type in pwd, that's your path. You need to come one level back. So you need to type in cd ... If you type in pwd, notice instead of channel test, you are inside support cases. So now you can go to channel test _2. All right, so now let me try running converge 2.3.exe. Boom. You see that I'm getting a -1 error, which means the license is not found. So in other words, I have to copy paste the license file each and every time I set something up, and that might not be convenient. So what we can do right now is, just like we created a variable for converge executable, we can create a variable for the license as well. First thing is, I'm going to go to E drive, converge runs, support cases, channel test, and I'm going to copy my license file. Let's save this guy. And then what we are going to do is, we are going to go back to this PC, right click, properties, advanced system settings, environment variables. Now this time, instead of editing the path variable, we are going to create a new system variable called as rlm_license. And then we are going to basically paste this particular file. Oh, okay. Actually, sorry, this doesn't make sense. My bad. So let me hit cancel here, and I'm going to go to C:, program files, converge, and I'm going to create a new folder first called as license. And inside this license, I'm going to paste the license file. Now let's copy this path. Yeah, that's the mistake I made. I did not create the path before. So let me go back to environmental variables and add a new system variable. Now, one of the mistakes that people commonly do here is, instead of adding it in the system variable, they add it in the user variable. So don't do that. So let's click on new. The variable that you're going to create is called RLM license, and you're going to paste this particular path. Let's click on OK, and just make sure that the path appears. So there it is, RLM license is there. So why are we doing this? So Converge, when it runs the simulation, it's basically looking for a valid license, and for that it looks at the system variable, and if a variable called RLM license is set, then it's going to basically look into that particular path. In other words, it's going to go inside C:, program files, converge license, to see if there is a valid license. And that's pretty cool. So now let's click on OK, head back to Sigwin, and let's try running the executable. You can see that we have the same error, but just like I mentioned last time, you need to close Sigwin in order for the changes to take effect. Let's hit start, open up Sigwin, use Control plus scroll wheel to increase the font size. Type in cd:, converge runs, support cases, cd channel test _2, and we have to make sure that the license file is not there. Currently, when I do ls, you can see that it's not there. And if I type in converge, that's it. You can see that the simulation is starting to run. So let's do Control C, and this time we can run it in 4 processors, and I'm just going to pipe the output to a log file and use ampersand, and that's basically it. All right, so hopefully through this video you learned how to install MSMPI, how to install Sigwin, and how to run your simulation in parallel, and how to set up useful environment and system variables so that you don't have to copy and paste your license and executable each and every time. With that, I would like to conclude this video. In the next video, what we are going to do is, we are going to take this result and we are going to analyze it using ParaView, and also by using the line plotting module in CONVERGE Studio. Thank you. Bye.
So till now, so far, everything which is different from 2.3 has been covered from the setting up the case point of view. But to add one point, like which is common to 2.3 and 3.0, nothing changes, but people used to make a lot of mistakes. So in the output and post processing, so when you click on output files and if you go to writing time intervals, here you have to take care of these three numbers especially. So time interval for writing 3D output data files, right? So what does this mean? It means that in how many cycles or seconds, it depends upon whether you are running steady state or transient state. That is not the point. So in how many cycles here you want your 3D output file to get dumped. Meaning, see, you want to post process the results at the end of the day, correct? So if you want to post process the results, you need 3D output files, right? So always remember, any case you are running, whether it be the first case or the last case of this course, always remember you should have at least 100 files, right? At least 100 files, 100 3D output files to be more specific, so that you can post process the results nicely and you get a very good images and animations, right? If you are only having two 3D output files or 10 output files, 3D output files, you will not be able to create a good animation out of it. Okay, so if you are having lot of 3D output files, you can basically create a good animation out of it, and which is very much required if you are doing any CFD based simulations. Then only you will be able to understand what is happening, how is the flow physics. So always remember, you are at least having 100 output files out of it. So don't get confused with this 100 and what 100 I am telling. So let's say you have to check here. So let's say your simulation time parameter is 15,000 cycles, correct? So you have to just see that if I want 100 output files and I have basically 15,000 as the end time. So what should be in how many cycle one output file will be generated, correct? So it should be like 15,000 divided by 100, which is nothing but 150, correct? So here your answer should be 150 if you want basically 100 output files, 3D output files, correct? And this time interval for writing text output, this for steady state, it is freezed, you don't have control over it, but for the transient case, it should be 1e power minus 9. You want text output file at each and every time, okay? So that when you are doing the converged line plots, you will get a very smooth curves because you will be having the data at each and every time, okay? Each and every second, okay? So that make sure that if you are running transient, this is set to 1e power minus 9. And again, time interval for writing restart output files, you have to keep this same as what you kept for 3D output files, okay? If you have kept 100, let's say 150, here also 150. If you have set here 100, here also you have to set 100. So restart files are very much important. Let's say if your simulation got crashed because of power cut or for any reason, right? And if you are having the output files at that particular time when the simulation crashed, then it's when you can restart your simulation from that particular time. You don't have to start from the 0th second or 0th cycle. You can, let's say your simulation got crashed at 14,000 cycles, right? And if you are, let's say if you don't have restart files, then you have to run entire thing again. And let's say for running 14,000 cycle, it took 1.5 hours. Then you have to spend another 1.5 hours again. It doesn't make any sense, right? Again, it's a wastage of time and energy. So if you have restart files, you can restart from that particular point. So let's say your simulation got crashed at 14,000 cycle and you are having restart file at that particular time, right? So whenever you are again running the simulation, you can restart the simulation from that point. So there is a different procedure on how to restart the simulation, that when you need it, we will talk about it, and we already have an article on those things, so nothing to worry about it, okay? So make sure that these 3-4 parameters are you are choosing it correctly, so that you have considerable amount of 3D output files, average output files. If you are running this time in text output file, basically that is nothing but the average output files, so that you can get a very smooth curve in the converged line plots. So what is converge line plots and all again is covered in the future classes, which you will understand. And the restart output. These three things are very important, and make sure you are using your engineering knowledge. It's nothing about engineering, it's a very simple math which you can apply and basically put the numbers here accordingly. Okay, and then click on OK. And another thing which I want to talk with you guys is regarding the post variable selections. So here let's say during post processing, which all things you want to see. Let's say if you want to see how velocity is going to, what will be the contour for the velocity when the fluid is flowing, how the pressure is changing throughout the domain, or how the density is changing, or how the temperature is changing, right? So make sure here all the variables are already there. So whichever variables you will mark as you will check the box against whichever variable, that variable you will be able to post process in ParaView. So ParaView is basically an open source in which you guys will be performing all the post processing techniques to post process the results. So whatever the variables you want to see how it is varying throughout the fluid domain, you have to check that box against that variable. So let's say I want to see pressure, so I check the box. I want to see velocity, I check the box, right? I want to see the temperature, I check the box, correct? And in the combustion turbulence, and let's say you want to check for Y plus, or when you are doing aerodynamic simulations, you will be interested in knowing Y plus. When you are doing turbomachinery courses, you will be needing a Y plus value, right? So these things you can do it here. If you are doing IC engines, then definitely you need to see different like air, fuel. So for that you need to click on mass fraction, right? So yeah, and there will be a common problem of shock tube in which O2 and N2 is there. So for that you need to see how O2 and N2 is mixing. So for that you need to basically enable mass fractions for O2 and N2 here. So yeah, so anything you want to post process, you want to see those variables in the post processing, you have to come under post processing, okay, post variable selections under your case setup tree, and you can select from here whatever you want, correct? Great. So now I will click OK. So now with that you will basically go to, once this entire setup is done, right? So what you will do is you will go to file, you will export all the input files. You will select this and you will be exporting into a folder which will be creating as I discussed in the previous lecture. Like you have to create a common folder called converge or converge_runs manually. Inside that there will be a subfolder like channel flow, backward facing step. You have to create like that folder, and inside channel flow folder you have to export all the input files. So when you click on that, you can click on these three dots to navigate to the directory, and let's say you have created a channel flow like this. You can click here and then you can click on select folder. Don't get confused with these folders that you don't have and I have, because I ran the simulation. That's why this folders got created. So don't worry about this. Focus only on what I'm speaking and what you have to do. Okay. But anyways, this is covered in the future class. I just covered this to make you understand like how to basically create a folders, and because many of the students are getting confused with the lectures which we have in the further class. Saying that in the video it is showing that converge_runs folder is there, but I don't have. Okay, you have to create that, right? So yeah, make sure that you create a common folder, and inside that common folder you have subfolders, so that each and every simulation data setup and output files will be under the same roof, so that after 3 or 4 months or after an year, if you want to come and check where, let's say you have to check the 8th challenge which you ran, then if you have not well organized your data, you will be wasting your time in searching that data. So it's always a good idea to organize your data accordingly, so that in future you will not waste a lot of time, or you will not miss or lose any data, right? So once you come inside this, you just have to click on select folder. I will not select it because I already have it, and then once you select it, it will basically export all the input files, right? So once, for showing you the next step, I need to do this. So let's do it. So I will click here. Let's say I will create one more folder. Okay. So Converge version 3.0. So this is a common folder. Okay. Converge version 3.0, where it is. Okay, Converge version 3.0 is a common folder. I will go inside it. Let's say I will create a folder called channel flow test. Okay, because I'm just showing this for your demo. So channel flow test and hit enter, and then I will go inside this folder, and then I will just see you. Now you are not seeing anything, right? So you will be seeing like this. You will be having nothing, and then you just have to click on select folder, and then the folder is selected, channel flow test, and then you just have to click on OK. Now you will get export has been completed to this thing, and 10 total files processed, 10 total files exported. No, 0 files is skipped. So click OK. Now when you go to that folder, right? If I go to that folder now manually, I will go to T Converge version 3.0 channel flow test. So now you will see this all the files which you exported. So these are called as .in files. These are all input files. Okay, these all files are called as input files. Now what you have to do is basically you have to copy one executable every time in this folder, like not in this folder particularly, like if you are running channel flow, so you have to copy inside the channel flow. If you are running let's say a backward facing step, then you will create another folder backward facing step, and inside that folder when you export all the input files of that particular simulation, you will have to copy paste that mpixec.exe file here. So I will show you where you will find that. That file you will be finding in the C drive. Okay, so if I go to C drive, if I go to program files, where you have basically installed your CONVERGE Studio, Convergent Science, CONVERGE 3.0.12, bin, MPI, Intel 64, bin, and I think it should be somewhere here. Can you see mpixec.exe? I clicked on it. So now what you have to do is you have to right click, you have to copy, and then again you have to go to D directory where you have exported all the input files, Converge 3.0 channel flow test, and then I will just paste it here. So this you have to do for each and every challenge, okay, which you will be running in the entire course. So once this is copy pasted, now what you have to do is you have to open segment. So how you will open the segment? You have to right click and run as administrator. Always click yes. Now this is done. So now, as I said, so to run the simulation, you have to navigate to the directory where you have exported all the input files, correct? So presently, in which directory I am in, to know that, type pwd, which is represents present working directory. Hit enter, right? And now what I'll do, I have to go to D directory, so I will change the directory. So cd, change directory to D : hit enter. Now if you want to see what all things are inside the D folder, ls, it will list out all the things. Now if the things there are a lot of things, then it will take a lot of time to search, right? You don't have to search, you know which folder, right? So what you have to do, cd, now you know you have created the folder name, correct? So you know that it is converge version 3.0, correct? So C, now hit tab, converge, and now you know version 3.0 you have selected like that, right? So V, shift, tab, sorry. So it will auto complete. Tab will always auto complete. Okay. So if there are a lot of folders which have like initials same, let's say converge converge underscore runs, or converge underscore v underscore 3 underscore o, or converge underscore test, then it will first autocomplete till converge underscore, and then you have to give one more letter so that it will understand that okay, I have to autocomplete here. So just type v and then again hit tab. So it will autocomplete that okay, converge underscore v underscore 3.0. Now hit enter. Now again, if you want to list out what all things are there, ls. Now you know that you have created a folder called channel flow test. So cd, type c, hit tab. Nothing will happen. because there is 2-3 folders like channel flow test, right? So what I'll do, I will type one more letter, H, and now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete till channel flow, because there is already one folder called channel flow. So if, let's say, if a user wants to go inside channel flow, then it can't auto-complete till channel flow test, right? So now if I want to go inside channel flow test, what I'll do, I'll just put underscore, because I know how I have named that folder, right? I know I have named as channel underscore flow underscore test. So I will type channel ch tab, it auto completed till channel underscore flow. Now I will put one more underscore and hit tab. It will auto complete channel underscore flow underscore test, and now hit enter. Now if I want to list out all the things which is present in the channel underscore flow underscore test, ls, hit enter. You will be able to see all the files which are present inside it, correct? Now once you are inside the folder, now you are ready to run the simulation. So always remember, if you want to run any simulation, you have to first come into that directory in which you have exported all the input files. So you have exported all the input files inside T directory, inside D directory, inside Converge version 3.0 under channel flow test, correct? So now you navigated to this directory. Now it's a time to run the simulation. So how you will be running the simulation? You will type the command. Which command you will type? You will type the following command as I am showing on the screen. mpiexec.exe space -n space 4. 4 represents the number of processors you want to run on. So this is known as parallel processing. If you type 1, it will basically run on only one processor, which is nothing but the serial processing. If you want your simulation to run on more than one processor, which will be faster because the load will get distributed among different processors, then you can type 2 or 4. That depends upon how many processors do you have. Okay, so let's say if I take 4, or let's say for example I'll take 2 space. Now you have to provide some path where your executable is located, which will run the simulation. So that executable name is nothing but converge-intel npi.exec.exe. Okay, so for that, whenever you are copy pasting some path, you always have to give quotes. Okay, now I will show you where that executable is present. So I will go to PC, I will go to C drive, I will go to program files. Again, you have to go to the navigate to the directory where you have installed the softwares. So then you will go to Converge Science, then Converge, then 3.0.12, then bin. Then here you can see that Converge Intel npi.exe, correct? So this is the executable which you need to call, so that this executable will basically run your simulation, right? So this is a kind of a solver which will solve all the Navier-Stokes equation in each and every cell. So this is going to solve your equation. So now how to copy paste the path? So you can see at the top there is a ribbon, right? So I will click on the screen and it will get highlighted with blue. I think mouse pointer is not visible, so I am telling you like this. So I will click, and can you see it got highlighted in blue here, right? So this is the path, but this path is not complete yet. So what you have to do is you have to click somewhere in this rectangle box where you can see the highlighted things. Click anywhere, and then you will be able to see the cursor right after bin. So then you have to type backslash like this, and then because you want Converge Intel MPI, so if this is not coming automatically, you can type CO, it will automatically show up this. So you want this Converge Intel MPI XCC, right? So you just click on this, okay, and then the window will come like this. Just close this, and then again click on that rectangle box, and now you just copy it. Either do Ctrl C or right click copy, and then go again back to Segwin, right click and paste. Here Ctrl V will not work, so you have to right click and hit on paste, and then again quotes. So you have to complete the codes, correct? If you are opening the codes, you have to complete the code. Now give space and type restricted. And now if you hit enter, your simulation will run, right? And it's always a good idea to dump all the outputs which you are getting into a log file. Why? What is a log file? Log file is nothing but all the output which will be dumping here, it will get dumped in the separate file called log file. And why it is important is, let's say if a simulation is crashing for some reason. So sometimes you will get to know the reason in the command line window, which is SIGWIN here only, but sometimes you will not be able to see the exact reason why it crashed. So but that will get printed in the log file. So it's always a good idea to have a log file. So to generate the log file, what you have to do is, after restricted, you just have to hit space. You have to open this less than symbol, then backslash dev backslash null greater than sign space log file space ampersand. And now if you hit enter, what will do, your simulation will start to run, and you will get to see nothing on the screen, because it will ampersand, we put the ampersand mean simulation will be running at the back end. You will not get to see anything on the screen. So that is very good, right? And if you want to see that where my simulation has reached, you can type tail space -f -10 space log file. So what will happen, it will print the last 10 lines of the log file. So you will understand that at what time your simulation is reached, and if your simulation is completed, it will basically show the summary. If you type last 10 lines or 20 lines, so basically you will type tail space -f space log file. So if you're typing f, it means it will start to dump or to show the all the output on the screen of SIGWIN itself. And if you don't want that to happen, and if you want to keep the screen look clean and no data should get printed on the screen of SIGWIN, then you just run this. And if you want to see that till what point your simulation has reached, just type tail space -10 space log file. It will print just the last 10 lines and nothing else. So but don't get confused with all these things. If you are feeling like it is very confusing, we already have an article on important commands that should be used while running the simulation. You can go through it, but since I have covered mostly all things here and also showed you a demo, it should not be a problem. But still, if you are having any issues, definitely you should go through the articles. And remember guys, below each and every video and challenges, we have provided the link to an article. So whether you will be facing any common error while running the simulation, definitely take a look below the video, right? Under the important tab in your website, there will be a list of articles for which links will be provided, so which we have written an articles on. And if you are facing any issues, first try to see that whether an article is already existed on that particular doubt or on that particular error which you are facing. If yes, go through that article, try to read that article, understand and implement it. And even after reading and implementing it, if you are facing any queries, reach out to your support engineer. They will be happy to help you out. Correct? So basically these are all the few changes which you will encounter definitely in version 3.0. So in 2.3 there was a slightly different way to set up the case and run the simulation, but the flow is not changing. And also very few things are changed from using the command or in setting up the case, but at the back end everything is the same. But since as a user you will be using graphical user interface of CONVERGE Studio, in which you will be setting up the case, so you will encounter these changes, but you don't have to worry, because for that only I have recorded this video for you guys. So with that, I would like to conclude this video, guys, and if you have any queries, reach out to your support engineer. But before reaching out to the support engineer, remember, check out the links to an article. Check out if any article is present for that particular doubt or error which you're facing. If yes, first go through that article, because 95% of the time issue will get resolved from that article itself, right? And even after reading an article and going through it, if you are having any issues, let me know, or let your support engineer know. They will help you out. Attend the support sessions. You will get a support, and there will be no scenarios in which support engineer will say that no, this is a very stupid doubt or you should not ask. Never. Every doubt is welcomed, and none of the doubt is stupid. But what support engineer will tell you is, if something is covered in the video and if you are missing that, he will tell you to watch the video again. So you have to respect that, and you have to again go to the video and watch it, so that you will understand that what you missed, and then that is the way how you will be learning the things. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to go much into the philosophical stuff, so let's wrap up this session, and I'll come up with another video if required, or else in the last two videos, like this video and the last video, I have covered mostly all the critical things you will encounter while doing the challenges or running a simulation. So yeah, with that I would like to conclude this video. Thank you guys.
Hey guys, welcome to our new video. Today we are going to discuss about how to post convert the files which you are getting after running the simulations using Sigwin and also using Converge. So there are basically two ways to post convert your files. Okay, the files which you get after running the simulation, that post.out files, right, that you need to convert into the form which paraview can understand, right? Then only you will be able to post process the results. So basically there are two methods. One is you can do that in Converge, and second is by using the commands in Sigwin. So both the methods are easy. So I will first go with the CONVERGE Studio. So let me launch CONVERGE Studio, and here is the 3D post processing tool, right? So you have to click here, it will take you here, and you have to give the case name as test or anything which you feel like, and you can select paraview VTK inline binary format. Okay, and you can go to the directory in which your post.out files are already dumped while running the simulations, correct? So I'll go to that directory. Let's say this is the directory, select. So presently I don't have any post.out files, okay, but if you go to the correct directory, here there will be the list of post.out files. Okay, then you have to click on all, and here also all, and if there are some parcel variables present, you have to click all, and then this convert option will be unfreezed and you have to click on convert. So here it will take some time, and your all the files will get post converted. Okay, now the thing is, suppose you have a lot of post.out files, like 500 or 600 post.out files. So if you are running a very difficult case or very complicated case in which flow is very complex, so to capture the physics properly you might need a lot of post.out files. Okay, so suppose if you have for 500-600 post.out files, and if you are using CONVERGE Studio to post convert it, it will definitely post convert all your files, but it will take a lot of time, right? Now suppose if you have 4 cores or 6 cores or 16 cores, right? Most of you will be having 4 cores or 2 cores. Okay, so instead of post converting in serial, we can do post convert parallel also. The way we run our simulations in parallel, we can also post convert the files in parallel. So to post convert your files in parallel, we need to make use of Sigwin. Okay, so how to do that? So what we'll do is I will launch Sigwin first. Okay, so let me go here, Sigwin. Okay, now I will go to that directory. Suppose change directory D, converge runs, Ahmed body list. So here, so assume that I have the post.out files. Now how to run the command, right, to post convert it in parallel. So now the command goes like this: mpi exec.exe hyphen n. Suppose you want to use two cores, to post underscore convert underscore msmpi underscore 64.exe. Now if you hit enter, your Windows will ask you to give it the access. So you'll click on allow access. Now you will give the case name like test, right? Enter. Now the way you gave here the name of the case, right, test, here also similarly you have to give the name as test or any name. Now here you used to use VTK inline binary, right, file type. So here also you'll use the same. So here the VTK inline binary is 10 number, right? If you can see here, it's a 10th number, right? So what you can do is you can just type 10 and hit enter. Okay, now it is saying that ended prematurely, right? So because the file didn't found, because the thing is you should have files, right, to post convert. Here I don't have any files to post convert, that's why it is showing this error. Okay, so now some people or many of you will try this directly, so you don't have to do this directly. So if you go to your Google Drive where all the softwares we have provided, so here you can see these two softwares as well, these two files, okay, basically. So where is converge softwares? Yeah, so if you want to post convert your files in parallel, you have to have post underscore convert underscore msmpi.64. okay, so if you have to download this, then you have to run it. Okay, so run as administrator and follow the procedure. Okay, same goes for this also. Now the thing is, it is always a good idea to to create an environmental variable for these files. So what I did is I just copy pasted these two files in C drive. Okay, you can paste it anywhere, I preferred C drive. I pasted those two files in the C drive under program files, and I created a folder called post underscore convert. Yeah, post underscore convert, and here is the file post underscore convert underscore msmpi. So you have to also copy that file. Okay, serial. Okay, and then what you have to do is you have to just go on properties, go to advanced system settings, go to environmental variables, and in the path double click, and here you have to copy paste the address. Okay, copy paste the path basically. So which path you will copy paste? This path you will copy and you will paste it here basically, right? So I have already done that, I'll not do it again. So you have to do like this. Or another idea is, so suppose this is the thing, Control C. If you don't want to create a environmental variables, so wherever you have the you have the post.out files in that folder, what you'll do is, one sec. Okay, oh nice. So see here I have okay, no issues. Okay, I have the post.out file, one post.out file, right? So what I'll do is I'll show you the demo. Okay, so I have created the environmental variable, or else what you can do is you can just paste that file, okay, wherever you have the post.out file. Like this is my post.out file, I have one here only, right? So I will paste that post underscore convert msmpi 64 here, and what I'll do is I'll basically go to Segwin, okay, and I'll go to let me go back, directory list and change directory. Okay, so it's Mehul Ahmed list. Okay, change directory test 503 ls. Now what I'll do is, see here I have post.out files also, and also post convert msmpi, right? So what I'll do is I want to post convert, right? So I'll do this msmpi So here I have, okay, so mpi exec.exe minus n 2, suppose I have 2 cores, right? Post underscore convert underscore msmpi underscore 64.exe, enter. Okay, now I'll give the name as Mehul, let's say, enter. I'll use VTK inline binary format, enter. See, yeah, basically I think you have to always copy paste that post underscore convert msmpi 64.exe in the folder in which all your post.out files are present. Okay, so here it is asking whether you want the boundary surface output. Yes, so it is asking yes for 1 and no for 0, right? So you can type 1 because you want, right? So 1, enter. Now it is asking please indicate the files you would like to include. So here is one file only, but if there are multiple, like 100 files, so what you will do is you will type all. You want to convert all the files, right? So all, enter. Now it is asking please indicate which variables you would like to include. Obviously we want all the variables to be post converted, right? You want to see density, pressure, temperature, velocity, correct? So all, enter. It has started doing post convert. Okay, so here it is, since it is one file, it will not make much difference whether you do it in Converge Studio or in Segment. But if there are 100 files, right, and 200 files like this, so this way is better. It will post convert in a faster rate. Okay, now another thing is, since I talked about post convert and you should have this much 100 files, right? So I have noticed one thing, that people are not focusing on the numbers, right? Which numbers I am talking about is, if I go to Converge Studio in the case setup, so you can see here is the output files, right? No one is giving or observing the numbers in this file. Okay, if you go to output files, okay, okay, wait, yeah. So what I'll do is I'll just abort it. Okay, I just want to show you this thing. So this is how you will be doing. All right, so make sure that post underscore convert underscore msmpi, which is this file, right? You just run it, okay, after downloading it, and you copy paste that file or this executable in the folder in which your post.out files are already present. Okay, already dumped. So you have to copy paste this, and then you can post convert it in parallel. So make sure you download this file and make sure you copy paste this file in the folder, and then only you will be able to post convert it in the segment. Okay, hope it is clear now. And yeah, so I was discussing about these numbers. So people don't care about these numbers, and these numbers are very important. Okay, so what I will suggest you is, so see, you should read this 4-5 statements. So time interval for writing 3D output data files. So what does this mean? This means in what interval your each post.out file should get dumped. Okay, so post.out files are nothing but the 3D output files, right, which you want because you need to post process the results, right? Then only you will be able to see all the contours of pressure, velocity, temperature, correct? So this is the reason why you have to look at this number. So suppose it is always a good idea, and you should be using this as a thumb rule, that in any simulation you are running, you should have 100 post.out files. So how you will decide? So this is the time interval of writing 3D output data files. So what does this mean? So it means in how many seconds you want your first post.out file should get dumped, or in other words, or in how much time interval you want your post.out files to keep on dumping. Okay, so, and I'm saying at the end of the simulation I want 100 post.out files, right? So what you'll do, it's a simple math, right? So you'll go to simulation time parameters, you'll see, okay, my end time is 0.75 seconds, right? I'm saying at the end of the simulation, when the simulation is finished, when you go to the output folder, you should be seeing 100 post.out files. So in short, I'm telling you, in 0.75 seconds I want 100 files. So can you calculate one file will be dumped in how many seconds? It's like simple math, right? So what I'll do is I'll just let me open Paint for you. Okay, so what I'm basically trying to tell you is, okay, let me use brush. Black is fine. So what I'm saying, in 0.75 seconds, okay, I want 100 files. You will check your end time, okay, always. I want 100 files, 100 post.out files. So I'm saying one file will be dumped in how many seconds, right? This we have done in our lower classes, right? So what we'll do, you have to find the value of x. So what will be x? X is nothing but 0.75 divided by 100, correct? Which will give you 0.0075, correct? So if you see here output files, it is 0.0075, correct? Now time interval for writing text output. See, text output is very in KBs, okay, very small files. So I want, or it is a good idea to dump text output data in each and every time step, okay? So it should be 1 e power minus 9 always. This you have to keep it constant, 1 e power minus 9, so that suppose let's say your end time is 0.75, right? So if you keep this as 0.25, right? Suppose you are keeping time interval for writing the text output is 0.25, right? So at how many discrete points you will get the data? So when you look at your line plots here, right? When you go here, when you try to look at the graphs, so the graph which you get at the end of the simulation, very smooth curve, right? So that is because you keep the time interval for text output data is 1 e power minus 9, very small number, that at each and every time step text output data should get dumped. That's the reason you are getting very smooth curve. Suppose if here in your case setup, right, end time is 0.75 seconds, right? If you see, so suppose I keep 0.25 as this time interval for writing text output. If I keep it this as 0.25, right, now you are running the simulation. So what will happen is, at the end of the simulation, when you see the graph, okay, how it will be looking is, let me show you example. So suppose you in the line plots, you are seeing the pressure curve, okay, pressure curve against the time. So you are running the transient, so it will be in seconds, correct, time. So if you are keeping that 0.25, so what will happen, this is 0. After 0.25 it will show one data point, okay, 0.25, this is 0.25, okay, and now suppose it has dropped, so this is 0.25. After every 0.25 this data will be dumped, okay. So after 0.25 it will get dumped at 0.5, let's say. So another point, suppose there is some simulation in which pressure is increasing, decreasing, right? So it has decreased, so at 0.5, and after that 0.75, let's say it has again increased, so this is 0.75. So at 1, 2 and 3, only at 3 points you are getting the text output data, and with 3 points, so here to here it will straight line, so it will not give you the proper curve, right? In order to get the proper, suppose the actual graph should be like this. Suppose the actual curve is like this, but because you have 0.25 second as the time interval for dumping text output file, it is giving you only 1, 2, 3 dots, discrete points at which the data is there. So it will just connect the 2 dots via straight lines, right? So this will not give you the proper curvature or the proper variation of how pressure or temperature is varying with respect to time, okay. So it is always a good idea to have this number as low as possible, and it is 1 e power minus 9. Why 1 e power minus 9? I am telling you because if you see the simulation time parameters, initial time step is 1 e power minus 9 and the minimum time step is 1 e power minus 9, right? So below this there is no low number, so minimum, so 1 e power minus 9, okay. Another thing, time interval for writing this restart output. Now this is very important. See, suppose you are running any simulation. Okay, it's a very heavy simulation. You are running like IC engines or diesel engine or Ahmed body. Okay, which will, in 16 core machine, it is taking a week, okay, to complete the simulation. Now suppose you are running the no hydro case in your computer, which we asked you guys to do. It will take around 3 to 4 days, okay, to run that simulation in your PC. So now let's say your simulation was about to finish and there is a power cut. Now if the power cut is there, your simulation will stop. Okay, now when you'll again switch on the laptop, and if you don't have any restart output files, you have to run it again, right? So it's a waste, right? Whatever you did for last 3 days, everything is a waste. So in order to get rid of all those things, okay, the simulation may crash because of multiple reasons: power cut, memory issue, anything. So to get rid of such issues, CONVERGE provides you a good feature of restarting the simulation. So for restarting the simulation, you should have restart files, right? If you don't have restart files, how you can restart your simulation? So what we suggest is you should have 100, I mean the number, so 0.0075 is the number I am giving here. It means it will generate 100 restart output files, right? So in 0.0075, one restart output file will be dumped. So CONVERGE gives one more feature, is maximum number of restart files saved. So suppose it is a good idea to save 3 files. So suppose at 0.0075 one restart file is dumped, it will be there. Now after another 0.0075 interval, second restart file will be dumped, and so on. So once the 3 restart output files is there, it will be saved. Now after third restart file, after that, after 0.0075 seconds, fourth restart output files will be dumped, and simultaneously the first restart file will be deleted automatically. Okay, so it will be saving only the last 3 restart output files, not all the 100 files. So what is the benefit of this? It is you are saving the memory, right? So there is no reason to keep all the restart output files, right? Why we are saying last 3 files? Because if suppose you are keeping one, okay, you have suppose you are generating second file is getting dumped, the first file will be vanished. So in that case, the drawback is, suppose you're running the simulation, so first file is dumped, second file is dumped, and when third file was about to dump, okay, there is a power cut. Now it will dump the third file, but there are higher chances that the third restart file might get corrupted. Okay, so if the third output file or the restart output file is getting corrupted and you try to restart your simulation, it will not get restarted because it got corrupted. So in that case, what we'll do is we will manually delete that restart output file, third restart output file, and since second is there, second restart output file, so it will start from the second restart file. So whenever the second restart file was dumped, from that particular time your simulation will start. It's like a you can say factor of safety. So that's why we are keeping 3 restart output files to be saved, okay, to be on the safer side. So I experienced a lot of students are not focusing on this number and they're facing a lot of issues. So that's why I thought of including this part, and it will be easy for you guys to understand the things. So, and another thing is, so in IC engine course, we don't have to worry about this generate wall boundary averaged output. Okay, there is only generate mixing related output we used to do, because in IC engines we have the chemistry going on in the air and fuel is getting mixed and exhaust gases are forming. There is a lot of chemical reactions happening in the combustion chamber, so we want generate mixing related output, right? But we are not interested in the wall boundary average output. So where it is used, right? So it is used in the aerodynamics course, external flow simulations, right? Like a flow over an airfoil, flow over an Ahmed body. So there we are interested in knowing what is Y plus, right, near the wall, what is shear stress, what is the velocity profile getting generated, okay, what is the lift force and the drag force experienced by the body. So in that case we need a wall boundary average output. Okay, so in aerodynamics, in turbomachinery, we need our wall boundary average, because in turbomachinery, right, impeller is moving, right? So how much torque is getting generated on the blades of the impeller, right? And all these things, so we need that. So yeah, so these all things are must, and people don't focus on this part, so we thought of generating a video or creating a one video on this. And yeah, so this is what I want to explain you. So now onwards, I believe that you guys will take care of these numbers. Make sure there are 100 post.out files. Check your end time and make the calculations as I showed you, right? And you should have 100 post.out files and make the calculation such that restart files are also 100, but it will save only 3 files. At the end you will get only the 3 files getting saved. But yeah, it is always a good idea to have calculation based on 100 restart output files. Okay, so with that, I would like to conclude this video, and if you are having any issues, just you can ask in support sessions. And so thank you guys, see you.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. In the last video, we submitted the channel flow simulation in parallel using 4 processors, and I just wanted to say that the simulation ran through. So this also gives me an opportunity to explain like some of the real cool features of Cygwin. So you can see that the last command that I typed is tail log file. So what is log file? Well, that's the name of the file in which I'm sending all the outputs. Tail of a file basically means its end. So when I type in tail log file, I can basically just look at the last few lines, right? I think by default 10 lines are printed. So if I type in tail -20 space log file, it's going to give me the last 20 lines. Now you can see that in total the simulation took 122 seconds, and it took 27 seconds to solve transport equations and 81 seconds to actually write the output files. So what does output files mean? So if I type in ls, you can see that there are so many files here. It might be easier to basically look at this from the graphical user interface. So here you can see that there are so many .out files, and if I basically sort them by the type, you can see that you have dat files, which are the input files, echo files, which are basically the copy of your input files. So this used to be a great feature when people were trying to edit these input files manually. So sometimes you would make an editing mistake, right? So for example, you would change the .in file and you would run the simulation, but you might have made a mistake. So the .echo files basically keep or make a copy of your input files just after the simulation was submitted. So that way, say that someone else comes in and changes the input file, right? You can still go back to your .echo file to make sure what was the input with which you ran the simulation. All right, hope that makes sense. And then you have a lot of .out files. So these are your ASCII files. These are readable files. So for example, you can see that there's a file called mass average flow.out. I can just open this guy, and this basically contains for each and every cycle what is the mass flow rate through boundary ID 1, which is your inlet boundary. What is the total pressure there? What's the static pressure there? Basically the averaged quantities. And there are so many columns of useful information, right? And I can close this guy, and you can see that there are so many .out files. Then you have your restart files. Your restart files are basically your checkpoint files, right? So let me just try opening a restart file, right? You will notice that first of all, it's not at all readable except for the first line. The first couple of lines give us a lot of useful information. So this right here tells us the cycle at which this restart file was written, which is 13,000, right? So this is really useful for me. And you can basically see that there are 3 restart files in total. So if I open this guy, you can see that this is written at 15,000, which is the last cycle. Now what else do we have? Apart from all of this, we have a folder called output, and here you can see that there are so many files. These are what you call as your 3D post files. So let me just open one of them. This is also a binary file, meaning you cannot read it. It doesn't make sense. Don't try to edit this file. If you edit something, you are going to corrupt it. So let me just close this guy. So what we need to do is we need to take these output files and we need to convert it into a form so that we can post process it. So that is why we are going to go back to this Google Drive folder and we are going to download this postconvert.exe file. Right, so I'm just going to take this guy and I'm just going to download this. So what does postconvert do? Well, it takes CONVERGE 3D output files and converts it to a form so that our post-processing program can understand it. So what is our post-processing program in this case? Well, that is ParaView. Now I've already downloaded ParaView, so because it's a large file, I don't want to download this again, right? And you can see that I've also unzipped it, right? In the Google Drive, you will see that there is a zip file. What I've done is I've just unzipped it, and if I open this, there's a folder called bin, and inside that you have paraview.exe. So this is the program. So what you can do is you can just try to launch this guy, and just make sure that it opens up. Yeah, so make sure that there are no errors. Now here again, if you have two graphics cards, especially an Intel based one and Nvidia based one, try to launch ParaView so that you're basically using the Nvidia graphics card, not the default graphics card. So for now, what I can do is I can close this guy, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this post convert file, and I want this post convert to be available in any location, right? Because I'm going to be running a lot of simulations in this course. Each and every time I don't want to copy this file. So what can I do? I can go to C:, program files, I can go to converge, and I can paste it right here. If I paste it here, it's going to be visible from everywhere else, correct? So let's open this guy. Let's close Cygwin and relaunch Cygwin and type in POST, and immediately you can see that post convert is available. Alright, so let me increase the font size a little bit and go to cd cd converge runs, cd support cases, cd channel test 2, channel test _2 I believe, and then we're going to go inside the output folder, and here I'm going to type in post convert.exe, right? So this is launching the converter program. And for some reason there is actually no output. Upon some research, I found that this is actually because of Cygwin, and it has to apparently be updated in order for this to work. And to kind of prove that this process actually works, I'm going to use the traditional command prompt, and I'm going to navigate to E drive, go to converge runs, and we are going to go inside support cases, and we are going to go inside channel test 2, and we're going to go inside output. So here if I type in post convert, you see that I'm immediately getting a menu like option that is not coming in Cygwin. So that's the problem. So for now, let's use command prompt to demonstrate this. So I'm going to type in a case name which I can call test, and I'm going to hit enter. It's asking me in which format I would like to do the conversion. So I'm going to go with ParaView, and I'm going to go with option number 10. And boundary surface output, I would like to do that, and I press 1. And which are the files? Well, I would like to convert all the files. And which are the cell variables? I would like to convert all the cell variables. And you can see that it's converting all the post files into a form that ParaView can read. Now might be a good time for us to actually go inside the bin folder of ParaView and launch it. And you can see that this process took only 10 seconds, but that's because the simulation is really small. If you're running an IC engine simulation, then this process can take several hours. So let's close this guy. Let's click on open, and we're going to go to E:, and we're going to go inside converge runs, support, and then channel test 2 output, and you're looking for this test _.vtm file. So this is a group file. So if I just expand this, you can see that it contains all the VTM files. So I'm just going to select all of them together, and ParaView gives me a nice interface. I don't have to select everything. I can just use this option, and if I click on OK and click apply, all the files are going to be loaded. So this is my geometry, right? You can see that it's 2D, right? And what I can do is I can first create a slice to basically cut this, and I don't want to cut it like this. So I want to cut it in such a way that the normal for the cut plane is along the Z direction. And if I click apply, the cut is going to be shown. I'm going to hide this option so that the plane is no longer visible. And I'm going to uncheck triangulate slice and click apply. And instead of surface, I'm going to go surface with edges, and that's going to show the computational mesh. You can see that I have roughly 10 cells across the gap. Right, so this is kind of matching with what I expected, and then we're going to look at this plane along the Z direction. So this is basically a simulation. So what I can do is I can color this by, say, velocity. You can see that the velocity appears, and if I play, you can see that nothing happens, right? I'm at time step number 11, nothing is happening. Why is that? Well, that's because your legend is not changing. So what you can do is you can just click on this button which says rescale to data range, and that's basically going to rescale everything, and you are able to see what's going on. Right now, in our case, the flow is along the x-axis, right? So let's just go to the first time step and let's see what's happening. Right, you can see that there are initially some solutions that look really bad, but then over time you're slowly starting to develop that parabolic type velocity profile. Here you have a uniform profile, that's why everything is red color. And as you move towards this side along the positive x, maybe this might be a better view. I can just stop this guy. Yeah, maybe this might be a better view, so that on the left hand side you have uniform profile and on the right hand side you have a parabolic profile. Right, so this is really nice, correct? You can actually see that you're able to see very physical results from a very simple simulation. So what else can you do here? Do you remember initially I said that the incoming fluid is air, which is 77% nitrogen, but then I initialized it with kind of the opposite concentration. So if I color this by nitrogen, notice that initially I have only 0.23. 23% of nitrogen in the initial conditions, right? So you can see that the min is also 0.23 and the max is also 0.23. So if I play this guy, you can see that the inlet nitrogen is coming in. It's just washing it out completely. It's washing the initial conditions. After that, you just have your regular air, which is 77% nitrogen. And if I rescale this, you can see that immediately this rescales to 77. So let's just go back all the way to time step 0 and play this. This time you are not able to see it as differently because the scale is too huge, and you can see that the minimum is also set to 0.77, right? So what you can do is you can go for a custom range and say that the minimum is 0 and type in rescale, and this time go back and hit play. You will be able to see exactly what I'm talking about. So the whole reason why we are setting up a different initial condition is to show that initial condition in a continuous flow simulation doesn't matter. No matter what initial conditions you put, unless it's like super incorrect, the simulation is still going to take that data, it's going to just push it out, and eventually you will get the right results. And one thing that you need to do with a steady state simulation is you need to run it till a point where convergence is reached. So in other words, if I just stop this simulation and play it at 30 or maybe even at 10, I guess, right? So 10 here stands for 1000 cycles, correct? Because every 100 cycle you are writing an output file, so 10 means that's cycle number 1000. If you are running your simulation only up to 1000, that's not right, because your initial conditions are still not being washed away. Whereas if I just march through the time, it takes you at least 15 steps, which is basically 1500 cycles for the output to wash. Alright, this is what people call as 3D post-processing. But you don't have to do this directly. The first thing that you need to do is you need to open up CONVERGE Studio, go to the line plotting module, right? And then click on open, and you navigate to the location where you have saved the output files. Right now, this time you are not going inside output, we are actually one level above it, right? And why is that? Well, that is because the line plotting module is going to read the ASCII files, the .out files, whereas ParaView is going to read the binary files. There's a huge difference. Hope that makes sense. So let's load this guy, and immediately you can see a list of files. So the file that we are going to be looking at is area averaged flow.out. So this is basically your flow rate in the inflow boundary condition. Notice how it initially changes, but then it has reached a steady value. Similarly, what you can do is look at the mass flow rate at the outflow boundary, and that has also converged. You can look at other quantities. For example, if you type in cell count rank.out, you can look at the number of cells. In this particular case, we don't have a lot of cells, right? We have about 1111 cells, and there are 4 processors, right? If you look at rank 0, that is processor number 1, which has 277 cells, and you can use control and select multiple guys to kind of look at what's the cell count. You can see that the lowest processor number 4 has about 268 cells, whereas the processor number 2 has about 284 cells. It's not hugely different, right? So this is your line plotting module. We will be using line plotting module to make sure that we analyze different plots. So what is the last option? Well, that is your post processing. So here what we are going to do is we are going to basically edit. We're going to go to settings, and the path to post convert is already set up here. If not, make sure that you assign the right path, and we're going to click on OK. And here, case name, I'm just going to type in test, and let's navigate to this particular folder, E:, and we're going to converge runs, and then we're going to go to support cases, channel test 2, output, select folder, and immediately you can see that the list of files is showing up. In other words, instead of using the command line interface, you can use CONVERGE Studio to convert post files into a form that ParaView can read. Remember, the file type is set to NSIDE, and that you don't want that. Let's basically use ParaView BTK binary form, and you can select everything, select all variables, and you can convert it. And to kind of show you that this process works, let me go to Cygwin, type in ls. You can see that the test files are already there. Now what I'm about to do is fairly risky. I'm going to delete all the files that were generated by the post convert process that I ran previously. Now remember, the last time I ran it, it asked me for a name and I provided test. In other words, every file is going to begin with the text test, and I can use the Linux tool RM, which stands for remove, and I'm going to remove anything that starts with test. So it doesn't matter what the file is. If it starts with test and star basically says it can be followed by anything else, that file is going to be removed. So what I can do is, to show you this, I can have the output file to the side, and I can kind of show you that you have all these test files, but if I hit rm test star, you'll see that slowly those files got removed. Right now what we have left is just the post files. Right, I think the files are still getting removed a little bit. Okay, looks like it's done. So now if I scroll up, you can see that there are only post files. So now let's go to converge, and here I've selected everything, and I can just hit convert, and the same output that you saw on your terminal screen is appearing here. So this is a very nice option if you feel like the terminal usage is a bit hard, and especially Cygwin did not work very well. So this might be the only option that we are going to be using for now. Okay, all right. So with that, I think I've covered everything that I wanted to in this particular series where we are running the channel flow simulation. We have basically used all the softwares that we wanted to use to basically run this simulation. So make sure that you follow this completely and just follow along whatever I did. And if you have any questions regarding the process that I followed, do get in touch with us. With that, I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hey guys, in this video I'm going to be talking a little bit about mouse control. When it comes to setting up a case using CONVERGE CFD, it is very important for you to have a very good handle on geometry manipulation. So, ability to rotate the geometry, zoom and pan is crucial when you're actually working with finer details of the model. What you need to do first is make sure that you are seeing the geometry dock, and in the geometry dock, go to the mouse section, and you will be able to see the mouse configuration option. If you're unable to see the geometry dock, just go to view and then make sure that geometry dock is selected. All right. By default, the required control key option is selected, and this is the preferred option. That's the option that I would recommend because I'm highly comfortable with it. If you feel like it's a bit weird, then you can click on the no control key option as well. So in this video, I'm going to demonstrate with the required control key option selected. To rotate the geometry, you need to use the left mouse button, but make sure that the control key is first pressed and then use the left mouse button, and the geometry is going to rotate. All right. Now, if you use the middle mouse button, which is the scroll wheel, you can actually pan the geometry. So press on the control key first and then use the middle mouse button, and then you'll be able to pan the geometry. The final option is zooming in, and you have two options here. You can just use your scroll wheel to zoom in and out, or you can press the control key and use the right mouse button to actually zoom in and out. This is not very effective, although some people do like it. I personally prefer using the scroll wheel to zoom in and out of the model. Okay, all right, I hope that helps. And if you have any questions regarding geometry manipulation or setting up your mouse, do let us know. All right, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you are doing good. By this point, you must have completed the channel flow tutorial case. I hope the videos were quite clear. You should be at a point where you roughly understand how the case setup part works in Converge. I understand that a lot of details was not covered, but you at least get the idea about how the case setup tree is used to set up different properties about the simulation. And then once that is all taken care of, we export the simulation as a bunch of input files into a particular folder. And if your solver is set up correctly, you can just call the solver name using Cygwin in that folder and run the simulation. We also took a look at how the simulations can be run using serial and parallel. And hopefully you also know how to post-process the results using ParaView or Insight. At this point, the level of post-processing is not too complex. We just created a simple cut plane and then colored it by some variables. So in this video, we are primarily going to be focusing on surface preparation. When it comes to setting up a CFD model, the surface is extremely important, okay? And with respect to Converge, the surface information is stored as triangles. So what do I mean by that? So let me create a new project. And then what I'm going to do is, from the geometry doc, I'm just going to click on create shape, and I'm going to be creating a cylinder. And I'm not changing the default parameters, and I'm clicking on create. So if I rotate the geometry a little bit, you can see that it's completely made up of triangles. Okay, so this is the format in which Converge represents geometry. There are a lot of softwares which do this. And with respect to triangles, right, there are three basic entities. You have vertices, edges, and the triangle itself. So vertices form edges and edges form triangles, correct? So in order for us to have full control over the geometry, you need to be able to manipulate these three entities. And that is what surface preparation is all about. Okay, you can see that this is a very clean surface. And the reason why I'm telling that this is a clean surface is because, you know, it's quite simple. It's just a cylinder, and when I'm looking at it from all the directions, in general, it seems acceptable, right? But that methodology is not robust, right? I cannot just take a look at the geometry and then figure out that, hey, it's perfectly fine. Detailed geometry diagnostic tools is required, and CONVERGE Studio actually provides it. So you can see that currently I don't see the geometry diagnostic tools. If I have to see it, it's going to be appearing in the bottom right corner somewhere near my mouse pointer. So if you don't see it, then all you need to do is you need to go to view and then make sure that diagnosis doc is checked. It is a good practice to familiarize yourself with shortcuts. So in this case, if I just press Ctrl D, I have the diagnosis doc. Now in the diagnosis doc, you know, what's going to happen is if there are any problematic triangles, I'm going to be able to see them. And Converge is looking for triangles that satisfy these conditions. For example, here you can see that intersection is checked. So when two triangles are intersecting, Converge is going to figure that out. It's going to say that, hey, these two triangles are intersecting. Similarly, if you have a hole in the geometry, then that is going to be characterized by something called as open edges. And you can see that a bunch of other errors have also been checked: non-manifold and normal orientation and isolated triangles. Our objective is to understand what each of these errors mean and how they are going to affect the simulation and how you can fix them. And before you start doing all of this, you need to first have a very good feel of the geometry, and you need to be able to do things to the geometry that you want. So for example, here, if I want to delete the triangles in the top face of the cylinder, I should be able to do it. And we are going to dedicate this video and possibly the next few other videos to learn some important tools that can actually help us achieve this goal. So for now, what I'm going to do is just click on find here, you can see that currently this particular geometry does not have any problems, right? Because as I said, it's a simple geometry and it's a default geometry that we created. So I would expect that it will not have any problems. All right. So coming back, as I mentioned, there are three primary entities, right? You have vertices, edges, and triangles. Okay, so these are your entities. And here what I'm doing is I'm using the cursor pick option. And since vertices is selected, I will be able to select vertices, right? And if I select edges, I would be able to select edges, and same goes with triangles, correct? If you just select it and do nothing with it, it doesn't matter, right? There's no point in doing that. So let's try to delete the top face, and let us try to delete it in a unique way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete a set of triangles here in a particular pattern. So I'm going to go to repair, delete, right? And I'm selecting the triangle option. Note that when triangle is selected, the triangle entity is also picked. If I select edge, the edge tool is going to get selected, and if I select vertex, vertex is going to get selected. But don't try to do this the other way around. For example, if I select edge, don't expect CONVERGE Studio to select edges here, right? Because there's no way it's going to know that you are using the delete tool. So that is why the controller is left inside the delete tool, okay? So make sure that you use it. Oftentimes what students do is they have triangles selected here, but they also select edges. And when they click on the triangle, they will see that an edge is getting selected, and they're wondering why. And that's because when you're selecting triangle, you need to make sure that the triangle entity type is also selected. So that way you can select the right triangles. So what is the worst way to delete the top face? I can just delete one triangle at a time. Let me just zoom in the geometry, select one triangle at a time, and I can delete it. If I just apply, it's going to delete the triangles. I can do the same thing here. So let's try to get a particular pattern going on, and maybe do it one more time. Okay, so you can see that I've deleted a few triangles, and in the process you're seeing these yellow lines, right? Don't worry about that. These are called as open edges. They are appearing because we are creating holes in the geometry. If I do Control Z, the process is going to get reversed. Okay, basically I'm undoing it, right? You can also undo the last process by going to edit and clicking on undo. So once you have pressed Control Z or clicked on undo, there's no way to redo things. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is going to do the same process again, but this time I'm going to select triangles differently. Okay, and in general it's a very good practice to zoom in first and then select triangles, because if you're trying to select it from the top and when you're trying to click on the triangle, sometimes you don't get what you chose. So it's always a good idea to zoom in, make sure that you have a very good view of your triangle, and then select correctly in the center so that you know that you're selecting the triangle. And you can hit apply each and every time you want to delete. An alternate option for you is to select the triangles, and if you just hit enter, it's going to delete it, right? Because you are still inside the delete menu. So when you hit enter, the apply button is getting pressed internally. Okay. The other option is to enable hotkeys. So here you can see that there's this G button, right? These are called as hotkeys. So just press it once. If you have pressed it, then CONVERGE Studio is listening for those hotkeys. So what I mean by that is, if I select this and hit the D key, then it's going to delete those triangles. How do I know that the shortcut is D? If I hover on top of this, you can see that D stands for delete all highlighted vertices, edges, and triangles, correct? So I can do that. So let me undo this, and maybe I can select a few more and hit delete. All right. Now you can see that this process is fairly inefficient. I mean, I cannot just select one triangle at a time. So what I can do is I can make use of group selection. So for example, say that I have a box selection, I can put the geometry in top view, draw a box around my model. But you can see that when I do that, the entire cylinder is getting selected, right? So let me put the geometry in top view again. And then I want to clear my selection, right? I can just hit the escape key, or I can click on clear all here. It's all the same thing. So now I'm going to use the box tool again. Okay, and this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the geometry in front view so that I look at it like this, and I just try to draw the box like that. So this way my top face is selected. Okay, so let me repeat the process one more time. Put the geometry in front view. I use the box tool, and then I go from left hand side to the right hand side. And when I do that, selecting my top face, I can hit D to delete it, but I'll just do Control Z again. Now here's an interesting thing. If you actually move from right to left using the box tool, your triangle selection is now different. You have selected everything except the bottom face. Well, how does that work? Well, it's quite simple. So I hit escape one more time. When you're using the box tool, in order for a triangle to get selected, right, you need to select that triangle completely. In other words, you can see that there is a pink box, right? The triangle should be completely inside the box in order for it to get selected. So for example, even if I do this, that triangle doesn't get selected. Only the top triangles got selected because the top triangles are completely inside the pink box. Now on the other hand, if I draw the box from right to left, even if the triangle is partially selected by the box, right, it is getting selected. And that is why the bottom face is not getting selected, because not even a single triangle from the bottom face was partially selected by our box, correct? So in our case, we do not want to delete the side faces. So I'm hitting escape again. And what I can do is just draw the box from left hand side to right hand side, make sure that I've selected things correctly, hit delete, and then we have a very clean deletion. Let's undo this again. Now for a second, I'm going to go to my manual selection process. Each and every time I select a triangle, you can see that the selected entities is being maintained. The reason why it's getting maintained is, say that, I'm trying to make like a particular pattern here. So for example, let us delete 2 triangles, and then the next 2 triangles we are not going to delete. The other 2 triangles we are going to delete, leave a small gap again, and we are trying to keep up with this pattern. And say accidentally I select this particular triangle. Well, if I hit escape, all of my selection is lost. I have to start all over again. So I have to redo this. And let us say I make the mistake again. Do not hit the escape key. There's a button called clear last. So that's going to clear your last selection alone. Okay. So you can use the clear last selection to basically just keep on clearing your selection process. You can think of this as an undo for selection. Do not do Control Z. Control Z does not work for selections. It works only on the geometry. It does not work on selections. Okay, so for now I can just do this. If I hit delete, I'm getting this pattern. I made a small mistake here, but that's okay. It was just an example. So what are the other ways that I can delete this particular top face? Well, you can see that, I have to delete triangles, and there is this drop down box here. So when I click on the drop down box, you can see that there are so many options. Let's pick the first option. There's an option called angle. What does that mean? And you can see that there's a small box here which says 20 degrees. So the idea behind angle is, these are all triangles, and each and every triangle has a normal, right? So when I say normal, it has a normal vector, and you can look at the normal vector by pressing this button. It's called as the normal toggle, and you will see that small yellow dots appear, but you are not able to see those arrows because they are actually inside the geometry. So what I can do is I'm just going to make the normals visible by flipping the normals. Okay, so just to prove that, the normals are actually pointing inside, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to any option, select a few triangles here, right click, and then I'm going to hide selection. Okay, the shortcut key for that is Control H. When I do that, you will be able to see inside the geometry, and hopefully you trust me that there are normal vectors and they are pointing inside the geometry. Okay, the whole idea behind these normals is the normals actually tell you where your fluid domain is. For example, if I'm trying to simulate the flow inside the cylinder, I want the normals to be pointing inside. Okay, similarly, if I want to simulate the flow over the cylinder, the normals need to be pointing outside. Obviously, then we need to keep the cylinder inside a huge box so that we enclose it. But the idea is the normal should point outside, and the way I'm going to change the normal is, right, I have to edit it. Now remember, when it comes to creating, editing and deleting geometry, the tools are always going to be on the left hand side by default. Unless you don't change it, it's going to be there. Okay, so currently you are in the geometry dock. You can see that there's a button called transform, right? We're trying to change something, we're trying to transform something, right? So we are clicking on transform. The last option is called normal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to flip a normal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a particular triangle here, and I'm going to click apply, and that's going to flip the normal. When I say flip, if the normal is pointing inside, it's going to change them to point outwards and vice versa. So if I go away now, and then you can see that all the normals are pointing out. Don't worry about these triangles, we have not deleted them, we have just hidden them. So if I right click and click on redisplay, I'm going to be able to see all my triangles once again. So we were trying to look at the angle option, right? So you can see that any given edge, for example, if I select this particular edge, any given edge is shared by two triangles, correct? So for example, this particular edge is being shared by triangle number 1 and triangle number 2, correct? Now the angle between the normals of these two triangles is 90 degrees, correct? So which should be fairly clear to you. If it is not clear, just draw a cylinder and draw these two triangles and try to measure the normals between and try to measure the angle between this normal and this normal. Okay, I hope you can imagine that that would be 90 degrees. What I would do is, in the angle method, I'm going to be selecting a particular triangle here. Okay, in the angle method, I'm selecting a particular triangle. You can see that it automatically selected the top face, but the way it selected that is, when I clicked on a triangle, it's going to automatically start propagating from that location. And whenever an edge appears, that is between two triangles, right? So for example, in this case, we selected this triangle. So let us say this edge appears first. This edge is shared by two triangles, correct? Now, the angle between the normals for these two triangles is 0 because the normals are parallel to each other. And hence the selection is going to continue. The selection is going to continue till a point where the angle between the normals is greater than 20 degrees. So that is why you have this 20 degrees, correct? Now, in this case, you have a top face full of triangles. That's a plane, right? Since it's a plane, all the triangles on the top plane have the same normals. And that is why all of those triangles get selected. And when Converge is going to select, for example, once I've done selecting all these triangles, Studio is going to try to see if it can select this triangle as well. But then it cannot do it because the angle between this triangle normal and this triangle normal is greater than 20 degrees. And hence it just stops there. Okay. And clearly there is no other triangle that can be added to this selection, right? For example, the bottom faces, they cannot be added because the angle between this normal and this normal is 180 degrees. They are pointing out in the opposite direction. Okay, so the angle method is quite useful and it is actually quite versatile. While selecting triangles, typically you first use the angle method, and then you might have to end up playing a little bit with the angle parameter, right? You might have to either increase it or decrease it. Now, usually the default option works very well, and as long as geometry is not too complex, you should be able to achieve what you want quite easily. So let me hit escape, and in a similar fashion, right, if I'm selecting the side face, the same logic appears, right? You can see that if I put the geometry in the top view, you can see that the normals, right? For example, that there is a small angle between this triangle normal and this triangle normal, correct? The angle is small, but it is not, more than 20 degrees. I'm fairly certain that it is less than 20 degrees. So one thing you can do is you can just say that if the angle is 1 degree, okay? And now if you try to select this, you will see that I'm not selecting the neighboring triangles, because you can see that though this is a cylinder, it is just made up of straight lines, correct? You can see that this is a straight line, this is a straight line. So there is a very small angle between two neighboring triangles, which is greater than 1 in this case. And that is why this is not working. So if I go back to 20, make the selection, oops. It's propagating it completely and it works very well. So whenever you change the angle, sometimes Studio can get stuck. So you might have to just choose a different option and come back to angle again, so that we know that Studio actually took that data. So let's go back to 20, just change it again. All right, and let's hit escape and say we wanted to delete the top face, select that, click on D, it's going to delete it. All right, I hope that makes sense. So let me undo this now, and let's try to do something much more challenging. So I'm going to go to create again, shape, and this time I'm going to draw a box. I'm going to click apply. So now you can see that the box is kind of passing through the cylinder. This is not ideal, right? Why is this not ideal? Well, if I hit diagnosis first, you can see that now there are so many intersection errors. And that kind of makes sense, because the two triangles are actually passing through each other. They are not connected, right? What is a good connectivity? Well, if you see here, the connectivity is good. Every triangle, right, shares one edge with another triangle. That is the normal connectivity. And all the vertices of a triangle are connected with another vertex, correct? So for example, if I have this vertex, it's connected with this vertex, and this vertex is connected with this vertex, and so on. You get the idea, right? So however, in this case, you can see that the two triangles are actually passing through each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to fix this, but the whole point is I'm actually trying to create a different geometry here. So what I want to do is I want to delete the top face first, and the way I can do that is I can delete it using the angle method, right? So currently you can see that I'm selecting vertices. Now if your hotkey toggle is on, then if you just hit the button 3, I'm going to select triangles automatically. Button 2 is for edges, button 1 is for vertex. So 1, 2, 3 is your go-to shortcut. It becomes very useful. So I'm going to press 3. And the nice thing is, if you have angle for triangles, and then for vertices, if you have any, now if I go to 3, Studio is going to remember that I've already selected angles. So this way, in 1, I'm basically having the any option as default. If I press 2, any is still the default. I press 3, angle is the default. So now I'm going to delete the top face. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete these faces as well. All right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to join this square to this circle, right? I'm just going to loft it just like you would do it in a CAD package. Now you need to remember that CONVERGE Studio is not a CAD package. It does provide some features, but it is not going to be as comprehensive as SolidWorks or CATIA. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically draw triangles between the square and the circle. There are a couple of ways to do this. So this time, since I want to create triangles, I need to go to create, and you can see that there's an option called triangle. What I can do is I can create a triangle from 3 vertices. So this is like a very slow way to do it. Select vertex 1, vertex number 2, and say select vertex number 3. I can create one triangle like this, and I have to just keep on doing that process, right? So I'll just show a couple of examples, and again, try these out. I mean, one of the things that you need to practice is clicking on the things that you want to, and surprisingly that actually takes a lot of time. All right, so if I hit enter, that also works. So I can keep on doing this process till I want. I mean, till I can just close up everything. That's going to be very slow, as you can imagine. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z, undo all of it. Remember, there is no redo button. So if you did something that took you a while, make sure that you save the file before you do it. All right. So what I want to do is I want to loft, correct? I want to loft edges, and I'm going to select the first set of edges. In this particular case, my first set of edges is these guys. So what I can do is I can select this 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? It's just 4 edges. It's not a big deal. Now I want these 4 edges to connect with, have so many edges in the circle. I don't know how many, but let us say 20, right? I want these 4 edges to connect to these 20 edges. The problem is, for the second set of edges, I have to manually select all of them, right? It's okay, I can do this for this particular case, but it's not ideal. So I'm going to clear all, and under edges, I'm going to see if I have any options. So under edges, you can see that I have an option called as arc. So what CONVERGE tries to do is, if you select a particular edge, it will try to see if it can actually draw an arc through that edge, or if it can find vertices that match with that edge to form an arc. So if I click on this, boom, there you go. I'm able to get all of my 34 edges. So it's not 20 edges. And if I just click apply, that's it. You have a very nice loft. And if I hit find again, you can see that all of my errors are gone. So let's undo this. Let me repeat the process one more time. For the first set of edges, I tried to use the arc option, correct? Now when let's use the arc option here. So for example, when I try to use it here, you can see that it doesn't work, right? Because it's not able to figure out an arc, because the lines are straight, the vertices are all on the same line, right? So you cannot construct an arc with it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this here. Now remember, the order of the selection doesn't matter, right? You can loft from top to bottom or bottom to top. Hopefully you have to end up with the same thing. Second set of edges, I have no option. I'm going to select them manually, right? I'm getting the same thing. So let's Ctrl Z again. Now, when I said I had no other option, we have not discussed any other options at this point. Now, turns out there is one other option which is much more convenient. So if I open this drop down, look at the third option. This is called as open edge. Now, whenever a triangle is not connected to another triangle, which means there is an edge in the triangle that is not being shared by 2 triangles, then that edge is called as an open edge. So for example, here, let's just select this guy. This edge is shared only by 1 triangle, correct? If you take this particular edge, you can see that this is being shared by 2 triangles. This is our triangle number 1 and this is triangle number 2, correct? On the other hand, for this top edge that we selected, we don't have something like that. That is called as an open edge, and open edges are all displayed in yellow color. So whenever you see yellow color like this, basically yellow colored edges. Those are open edges. And to select them, all I need to do is go back to edges and then click on open edge. Boom, that's it. I've selected the 4 edges, second set of edge, hit enter, and that's it. So let me undo one more time and let me demonstrate one other shortcut. So I've selected open edge here, select the first loop, and then if you press Ctrl plus tilde, it's going to automatically change the focus to the second loop or the second set of edges. I can just click on that, hit enter. Right? I'm trying to save one additional mouse click. Now, if you practice this, you can do it quite comfortably. Do this once, that's it. I want all of you to get to the state where you have the shortcuts and you develop that muscle memory so that you can use the shortcuts in a way so that you manipulate the geometry very quickly. So in the next video, we are just going to build upon this a little bit more. We are going to learn a few more tools that will help us create, edit, and delete geometry. And once we have done that, we'll try to understand surface errors in more detail. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you're all doing good. In the last video, we looked at some basic geometry manipulation using CONVERGE Studio. I was primarily going over the basic geometric entities like vertices, edges, and triangles, and we looked at how you can select them and then how you can delete the triangles, and then how you can create triangles using the delete operation and the loft operation. So in this video, I wanted to go over the different types of surface errors that can occur, and we are going to look at this by first taking up a realistic geometry. So here you are looking at a solid piston. People would use something like this to do a conjugate heat transfer analysis. It's very important that the surface looks clean and does not have any of the problems. So here I've loaded a STL file. STL is a popular file format that stores the geometry as triangles. So when I loaded the geometry inside CONVERGE Studio, I see all these different colors, right? What do those mean? Anytime the geometry has problems, Studio is going to show that to us. So what we need to do is spend some time in learning what these errors mean, and we need to come up with strategies to tackle it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I have my diagnosis doc open here. As I mentioned in the last video, if you do not see it, go to the view menu and then you should see diagnosis doc. Alternatively, you can do Control D, that's the shortcut. So let's run the diagnosis, and you can see that there are several intersection errors, non-manifold problems, and open edges, okay? And the first thing that we need to do is understand what these errors mean and then come up with strategies on how to tackle them. All right. We won't be working on this geometry yet. This would be in a harder geometry to clean up. So first we are going to move forward to a simpler geometry. We are going to understand what those errors mean. By keeping the geometry simple, we can focus on the errors. Currently there are so many errors that it's making it difficult for us to isolate the problems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to create a box. And I'm doing this by going to the geometry doc, clicking on create, shape, box, use the default parameters and click on create. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the top faces. First I change my entity type by pressing 3. So that's going to enable triangle selection. I'm selecting these two triangles. I'm pressing Ctrl H. That's going to hide the top face. I'm not deleting it, I'm just hiding it. So what I'm going to do next is create intersecting triangles, and the way I'm planning to do that is I'm going to create triangle, and I'm going to create triangle from 3 vertices, and the vertices that I'm going to select are this guy, and this guy. Right, so I'm creating that face there, and similarly I'm going to select this corner vertex, this one, and this one. Okay, so let's take a look at the geometry a bit closer. You can see that I have a cube where I have these two triangles that are just passing through each other. So this is my cube. It looks perfectly fine from the outside, but if I just hide a couple of faces, again for hiding I'm using the shortcut Control H. You can always do a right click and then click on hide selection. Alright, so there are several issues going on here. So first you can see that you have these yellow lines. So what do those mean? Yellow lines indicate open edges. So a valid surface is a surface where a triangle, where each and every edge in a triangle is shared by two triangles. So to demonstrate that, let's create another shape, and we are going to create another cube, but this time I'm just going to offset the cube by 0.05 so that I create it somewhere else. If you take a look at a triangle here, then what you can do is if I rotate around the triangle, you can see that any given edge in this triangle is shared by two triangles. This is the right connectivity that we need. If an edge, for example, let's take this particular edge, okay, and I'm just going to use any type, this particular edge, it's being shared by this triangle and this triangle, okay. So now if I delete one of those triangles, I'm left with an open edge, right? Because now these three edges are being shared by only one triangle. This edge is shared by this triangle, this edge is shared by this triangle, and finally this edge is shared only by this triangle, okay. And that is why we are getting this open edge loop. All right, similarly the other extreme is if you have a single edge that is being shared by more than two triangles, then that edge is called as a non-manifold edge. So non-manifold edge has this purple color here. So for example, if I select this edge, right, you can see that this particular edge is being shared by three triangles. And to make this more evident, I'm going to go to triangle selection mode, select the first triangle, the second triangle, and the third triangle, right click, and I'm going to use isolate selection, or alternatively I can use Control L, and this is just going to isolate the triangles that we clicked on. Okay, this is kind of opposite to the hide selection option. So here you can see that this particular edge, which is being colored purple, is shared by more than two triangles, and this is called as a non-manifold edge. Now non-manifold edges are not okay, except if you're doing conjugate heat transfer simulations using CONVERGE CFD. Alright, in general we consider this as invalid triangles. So I'm displaying my geometry again, and this time let's actually hide the faces one more time. I'm using the Control H shortcut there, and we have looked at open edges and we have looked at non-manifold edge. The final thing that we want to take a look at is intersections. So intersections are fairly easy. So let me select the two triangles and I'm going to press Control L. That's going to isolate the selection. So here you can see that two triangles are just passing through each other. Now why does this happen? Most of these surface errors come from the CAD part. So when you create a geometry in CAD, so for example I have this drawing here of a piston part which looks perfectly fine, okay, but when I'm exporting this model as a STL file, then I'm relying upon the software's ability to convert the accurate 3D geometry into a triangulated file. If the triangulation is not good, then there is going to be a lot of errors in the final surface. So what people do is they either have powerful surface measures that can convert a native CAD file into STL files, but the trend in the industry now is all of the major CFD players have incorporated the ability to read in native CAD files. So you can read the CAD files in the CFD tool itself, and it's going to create a perfect triangulated mesh which will have fewer problems. Okay, all right, so that being said, let's go back to CONVERGE Studio. So in this particular case, what I'm going to do is to fix the errors, I'm just going to delete the intersecting triangles. So to do that, I'm going to go to triangle selection mode, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the two triangles by first going to triangle selection option, and then I'm going to go to repair, delete, and I'm just going to click apply, and I'm going to select my triangles again and then just delete it. So now if I redisplay the geometry and do find, you will see that I don't have a lot of errors. But let me just undo this step one more time and then run the diagnosis again. I just wanted to show you that before I delete the triangles I had 4 intersections and 5 open edges. So now if I can just repeat the process one more time, I'm just selecting the problematic triangles and then I'm just hitting D, that's the shortcut key that I can use to delete. And then if I do find, you can see that most of the problems are gone and I still have open edges. What I can do is, when I look at the geometry, I don't see any open edges, right? And if I do redisplay, I don't see any open edges. So what I can do is I can click on open edges and click on show. And this is going to show me where the problems are. So let's redisplay. And if I rotate the geometry, you can see that here I have this open edge. We deleted a triangle, if you remember. So I need to fix this. So how can I fix this? I can fix this using a couple of ways. So first I can just go to create triangle and then I can just select the 3 vertices, hit apply, and if I do find again, that's going to solve the open edge problem. We have a new problem. We'll take a look at this later. Alternatively, what you can do is, if I undo, basically I'm deleting the triangle again, I can go to repair, patch, and then I can just patch this. So what the patch command does is it basically selects a list of edges and then creates triangles with it. So what I can do here is I can basically select the free edge loop option, and what I'm going to do here is I can just click on one single edge and then CONVERGE Studio is just going to look at the neighbors. If that's an open edge, it's going to detect that and then it's going to try and patch the surface automatically. The other thing that you can do is when you have the free edge loop, you can go ahead and select open edge from the selection type so that you know exactly what you're selecting, you know exactly what the open edge is that you're patching, right? And then if we hit diagnosis, you can see that the problem is solved. So I'm going to undo this one more time and I'm going to go back to create triangle and I'm just going to manually select the 3 vertices. Click apply and run diagnosis one more time. So when I did this, you see that I have 4 normal orientation errors. So let us display the normal by clicking on this button. So you can see what the problem is. All the faces have normals in one direction. Basically it's pointing outside the box. So let me just hide these 2 faces. And if I just look inside, you can see that in the top face, one triangle has a normal pointing inside and one triangle has normal pointing outside. So in a closed surface, all the triangles should have normals pointing in the same direction, right? That is one of the requirements, right? If you have to do CFD. And that is why we are seeing this particular problem. So the way we can actually fix this is we can actually go to transform, normal, and then I'm going to select the triangle whose normal I want flipped. Okay. So in this case, I'm selecting this triangle, and then if I hit apply, you can see that its normal got flipped, and so did the normals for the other triangles as well. Now they are all consistently pointing in the same direction. If I click on this again, and if I click apply, the normal is getting pointed the other side. So let's run diagnosis. You can see that there's no normal orientation. If I flip the normal again, it's going to point inside. If you click on find, again no errors. So it really doesn't matter in which direction your normals are pointing, at least at this point, because we are just playing with boxes. We still haven't talked about the concept of the fluid domain. So for now, just remember that you should have consistent normal direction, especially if it is a closed geometry. When I say a closed geometry, your cube is self-contained, it's completely closed, okay? So in a given cube, for example, in this case, you can see that the first cube has normals pointing outwards and the second cube has normals pointing inwards. And if you hit find, there are no errors. That's fine, because we just want to make sure that each closed surface has normals in a consistent direction. Okay. All right. So let's learn a few more geometric tools. I'm going to create a new file. And what we are going to do is we are going to create a sphere this time. So create shape. We're going to select a sphere and just click on create. Alright, so we have a nice looking sphere here. So we'll be using some of the tools that we learned so far. So once I have my sphere, I'm making sure that I'm selecting triangles. I'm going to use the box select tool, select a few triangles, and if I press the D key in my keyboard, it's going to delete those triangles. Alright, so now what we are going to do is we are going to basically fix this particular problem. Alright, so how are we going to do that? So the first thing that I'm going to try is going to repair patch, and I'm just going to select by open edge, click on this particular edge. You can see that nothing is happening, and that is because I'm currently using the box select mode. If I go to cursor pick mode and then if I select this, you can see that the loop has been selected, and if I click apply, it's going to patch it. Now remember, when you patch something this big, you are not retaining the curvature. So if I put the model in a different view, you can see that the curvature has been lost. The curvature information has been lost. So you need to make sure that when you're using the patch tool, you are not patching really large holes. If the hole sizes are small, then the curvature loss is also going to be minimal. Okay, so keep in mind. But for now, we are just practicing the tools that we are learning, so this should be fine. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z to undo this. Okay, so the next thing I want you to learn is under the repair option, there is something called a stitch. So what stitch does is it allows me to stitch two vertices. I have a from vertex and I have a to vertex. Okay, so make sure that when you're stitching vertices, your entity type is vertex. Okay, and if I click apply, it's just going to stitch the vertices. So ideally what I can do is I can just keep on stitching this and this, and you can also stitch using the shortcut key S. Okay, and if I can just stitch these to this, and I can just keep doing this process, right? I can keep doing this process to basically close this entire hole. Alright, so the stitch sometimes comes in handy, but again, now I'm just going to undo this. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to draw another shape here. So go to create shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a box that connects to my sphere. We are not shooting for a particular geometry. I'm just trying to take a really long cube or a box, and I'm planning to fit that to my sphere. So I'm going to create a box, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to eyeball the geometry, right? So the thing that I need to know is how big is my sphere. So I go to options and I click on geometry bounding box. So I know that my sphere is roughly 0.02 meters, and if I zoom out, you can see that the coordinate system is actually there in the center of the sphere. So now I know that that's the origin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a box. I'm going to say that the center of the box is 0.5 meters and 0 and 0. So I'm expecting that the center is going to be somewhere here, and the length of the box in the Y direction. Okay, the Y direction, I want the length of my box to be approximately 1 meter. All right, and the size of the box in the other directions are 0.01 and 0.01. So let me just click on create. You can see that I have something like this. So I think I drew my box a bit bigger, so I'm going to just do Ctrl Z, and this time I'm just going to say that the box dimension is 0.05 and the length of the box is 0.1. Okay, so now if I click on create, that looks more reasonable. So you can see that this is a very difficult connectivity problem, and what we are going to do is we are going to use the tools that we have learned so far to make this geometry valid. So if I click on find, you can see that there are 122 intersections and 63 open edges. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just patch this guy. So I'm going to go to repair, patch, select this open edge loop, click apply. And now if I do find again, you can see that I don't have open edges anymore. I still have intersections and normal orientation. So let's first fix normal orientation. Let's go to transform normal, select a particular triangle, click apply, and then I'm basically flipping the normal. And what you can do is you can just have the normals turned on when you're flipping it, but after some time you get used to it, so you don't have to always look at it. So now you can see that normal orientation error is gone. I still have 123 intersections. So how do I fix this? I mean, how can I possibly fix this? I mean, this is a much harder problem, right? Ideally, you want to do something like a Boolean operation. Those are slightly advanced techniques which we don't want to worry about right now. So initially, we are just concerned about fixing these errors as best as we can without using automated tools. All right, so when I look at this geometry, you can see that there is a set of triangles with which the box actually intersects. So what I can do is I can just delete some of these triangles, and then I can then connect my box to the sphere. So let's do it in a couple of ways. So first is let me create two separate boundaries. So I'm going to go to boundary, and I'm going to add the cube to a separate boundary, or cube or a box. And the way I'm doing that is, I clicked on this plus button that added a new boundary. I'll just right click on it and then give it a name. I'm just going to call it box. And then from the type, I'm just going to use the method called as surface. This is a new method that we're using, but what it basically does is it selects objects that are self-contained. So if you remember the previous example, we drew two surfaces, right? We drew two cubes. Those are separate entities that are not connected with each other. So in this case, this longer box is not connected to the sphere. So I can just select the box by using the surface option, add it to the box boundary. I can create one more boundary, and I can actually give the name to this boundary right here. I'm just going to call it sphere, select the second guy, and then put it over there. So my strategy is, again, I don't want to be super accurate here. My expectation is to just clean up the surface. I'm not looking at cleaning this up as accurate as possible. I just want a clean surface. In other words, I just want this surface intersections to go away. So what we have to do is we have to somehow, if I hide the box, you can basically see that CONVERGE Studio creates this nice boundary, right? I want all the triangles inside this particular boundary to be deleted, because once that is deleted, then I can use some kind of a patch command to solve the problem. All right, so let's think how we are going to delete this. Now, obviously, the easiest thing we can do is go to repair, delete, and we can try to select one triangle at a time. That might be an option, but what we are going to do now is we are going to create something called as a boundary fence. So what does that mean? So the idea is quite simple. It's just like building a fence. So we are basically going to create an area that is closed, and anything that is inside that area, we are going to delete it. So it's much easier to understand this in action. So let me go to boundary, and then I click on fence. And I'm going to be selecting two vertices. Make sure that between two vertices option is selected. And then I'm going to select vertex number 1, vertex number 2, and then click on mark fence. You can see that there is a small color change. It's hard to notice, but you can now see that you have this white line running from this point to another point. So I select the same thing here and this point. I can hit enter to create the boundary fence. Do the same thing here, do the same thing here, right? So this process is slightly easier than selecting all the triangles at a time. I can cover more ground with a fewer clicks. All right, so I'm creating boundary fence here, 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 and finally here, right? So I'm basically creating this closed area. So now if I go to repair and delete, if I choose the boundary fence option, and if I click inside the fence, it's going to start selecting triangles till it's the fence in all the directions. And this is a very nice way to select the triangles. So now if I press the D button, I'm going to delete all of those triangles. So now if I display the box, you can see that it fits pretty well. However, the problem is that the box is much more longer, right? But that's fine. So what I'm going to do is, even in the box, I'm going to go to any, I'm just going to draw a box from right hand side to left hand side. So this way, even if the box is partially selected, all the faces get selected. So I'm selecting all the faces except the top and the bottom face. The bottom face is inside the sphere. So if I hide the sphere, you will see the bottom face which is not selected. So if I hit delete, the top and the bottom faces are retained. I'm going to draw another box around my bottom face and delete it as well. So now all I have is something like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to create a triangle and I'm just going to loft. I'm going to first select a set of open edges. Make sure that cursor pick option is selected. Select this edge. And for the second set, I'm going to use this particular set. All right. So you can see that it tried to create a set of triangles. But obviously when it tried to loft, you can see that there is also a twist. So if I try to run the diagnosis here, the problem count has definitely gone down. The number of intersections has fallen down quite well. The normal orientation error has increased, but this is not a big deal. I can always transform normal, just flip the normal, and then you can see that the normal orientations error typically go away. So intersections are usually harder to clean up. And as you can see that in this particular case, we are not getting the right loft. So I'm going to undo this. And the reason why this is happening is you're trying to loft, right? And since you're trying to loft, if the top and the bottom contours are exactly the same, then the loft is going to be perfect. But since the shapes are a bit different, we need to do something called as a directional loft. So I'm going to go to create triangle and I'm going to use loft directionally. I select open edges. I select this loop first and then I select this set. Okay. And as far as the direction is concerned, I'm going to say that the align vector is 0, 1, 0. Okay. And let's try to click apply, see what happens. So you can see that now my loft is much better. Right. And if I run diagnosis now, I still have normal orientation error, and then repair, I can just flip the normal. And now I have a clean surface. The last thing I need to do is I need to make sure that I go to flag and then I need to just select the new boundary that I've created, right? So whenever you create a new triangle, all those triangles are added to boundary ID 0. Okay. So originally these triangles were part of the box boundary. So I'm going to now select triangles by boundary. I'm going to select the green triangles and I'm going to click on the box and then I'm just going to click apply. Okay, and that is how I would do a cleanup. Now this exercise might seem very simple, but when you're actually doing this, you will learn a lot. You will basically memorize the shortcut keys, how you can switch between vertices, edges and triangles, and how you can create boundaries, how you can delete it, how to use the loft option, and how to use the loft directionally option. Okay, so this is a great learning exercise. Now, based on this, I'll be giving you a challenge, and the challenge is quite simple. You will have different primitive shapes, and all you need to do is join them and come up with a clean surface. I have given a starting file on the leaderboard interface. Use that starting file, and your objective is to clean it up and then assign different boundaries. So I hope in the last two videos you learned a little bit about surface cleanup. In the next videos, what we are going to do is we are going to open up a realistic engine geometry and we are going to clean it up. All right, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you're all doing good. Now that we have covered boundary flagging and some surface errors, we are going to be setting up a simple case. Now the way this is going to work out is I'm going to show you the geometry and I'm going to be setting it up step by step, and I'll also be explaining my thought process. So once I complete that, you will be creating this geometry from scratch using Studio, and you will be setting up the case. At the end of this video, I'll also be teaching you how you can create primitive shapes using CONVERGE Studio. All right, so the problem that you are looking at is called as a backward step, and we are going to be simulating flow over a backward step. This is a very important problem in computational fluid dynamics. Oftentimes when people develop new turbulence models, they test their code on this particular problem, because for this problem there is a lot of experimental data available. So in this particular case, I've already created the geometry and I've already exported a STL file. So now I'm going to launch CONVERGE Studio, and then I'm going to create a new project. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to import my geometry. All I'm going to do is just drag and drop. So as you might know, CONVERGE requires the geometry to be in meters. So one thing you can do is you can go to options, geometry bounding box, and here you can see that clearly this is actually a geometry that was made in millimeters and was read in CONVERGE. So there's no way that this is actually 272 meters long. So I'm going to first scale this. As I said before, anything that has to do with the geometry, the tool is going to be on the left hand side. So in this case we are trying to transform, basically we're trying to scale, right? So I click on transform, scale, and I'm going to scale the entire surface, and I'm going to convert meters to millimeters. So there is a factor of 0.001. Click apply, and then you will see that the geometry is gone. That's because it has been scaled down. So don't worry, if you just click on one of those standard views, it's going to appear back. And this time you can see that the bounding box has been updated. I no longer require it, so I'm going to hide it. All right, so this is my geometry. So what is the first thing we need to do? We need to make sure that the geometry looks okay. So first we run the diagnosis, obviously no errors. And next I check the normals. So here you can see that the surface normals are all pointing outside. So this is bad. We want the normals to be actually pointing inside, because we're trying to simulate the flow inside the geometry. So I'm going to quickly transform the normals. All right, that's perfect. So the next thing that we need to take care of is we need to group these triangles into boundaries, right? And that is where boundary flagging comes. So I go to boundary, flag, and I'm going to be creating multiple boundaries. And you can see that here the feature edges are quite nice. So if I just use the angle method, that should be fine. For example, I can say that this is my inlet boundary. It's already boundary number 1, so I don't need to do that again. And let's just add this side boundary to boundary number 2, this side to boundary number 3, and for the top and wall I'm just going to add them to the same boundary. Okay, so I'm just going to add it here, and finally these two triangles. So I flagged all of my boundaries. The way I know that I flagged all of my triangles is by making sure that in boundary ID 0 there is 0 triangles. So this is something that you always need to check. Make sure that your default boundary ID does not contain any triangles. So here the sum stands for the number of triangles in that boundary. So you need to make sure that there are no triangles. So in this case we have one additional boundary, we can just delete it. So it's always good to give meaningful names to your boundaries. So this is going to be called as inlet. Okay, because the flow is going to come through this inlet phase. And similarly this one is going to be called as outlet. So the way I renamed the boundary is I hover on top of so I click on the boundary name and then right click, and then I will be able to type a name for it. Okay, so this yellow boundary I'm just going to call it as front, and this one I'm just going to call it as back. And finally your top and wall, I'm just going to call it as top and wall boundaries. All right, so you can split the top and wall to separate boundaries, it really doesn't matter. So the type of simulation that we are going to be doing here is a 2-dimensional simulation. All right, so why are we doing 2-dimensional? Well, in the experimental data, the dimension along z-axis is so large that you can actually think of this as a 2D problem. So there is no variation along that axis. And for a 2D problem, obviously you can use more number of cells. So now that I've set up my geometry, I can directly go to the case setup. One nice thing about CONVERGE is that you don't have to create the mesh manually during the pre-processing step. The mesh generation process is 100% automatic. So let me start the case setup. So in this particular case, I'm just going to do a general flow simulation. And for materials, I'm just going to start with a predefined mixture. I'm just going to take air and just click apply. It's going to load some default constants for solvers, so that's okay. So you can see that whenever you have finished setting up an item, there is a green mark that appears. So in this case, for global transport properties, it just wants you to take a look at what the global transport properties are. You don't have to change it, so just click OK. And then the next thing we are going to do is set up simulation parameters. So for run parameters, there's nothing that you change here. There is something called a simulation mode, which is full hydrodynamic or no hydrodynamic solver. So no hydrodynamic solver is used for testing purposes. For example, if your geometry has a lot of complex motion, you want to make sure that the mesh generation process is taking place correctly. So you don't solve any CFD or combustion equations. You just create the mesh at each and every time step. You make sure that the mesh looks good, and then after that has been taken care of, you can run the simulation in hydrodynamic mode. So in our case, our geometry is quite simple, so I'm directly going to run it in full hydrodynamic mode. With respect to solver, this is something that a lot of people think about. So in this type of a problem, the flow is continuous, right? So the flow comes through the inlet and the flow goes through the outlet. Even in reality, right, initially the flow field is going to be quite disturbed, but then after some time it's going to reach a steady state, or at least a pseudo steady state. So in this case, it makes a lot of sense to actually run this case using a steady state solver. And CONVERGE provides two steady state solvers, pressure based and density based. In this particular case, we are going to use the pressure based steady solver. And don't worry if you don't understand what these solvers mean. We'll have separate lectures where I talk about what a particular solver does and how it actually computes the flow field information. All right, so in this particular case, we are going to do compressible flow simulation. And when you click on OK, again, it's going to ask you a question like, do you want to load some default values? And we just click on yes. The next thing we do is simulation time parameters. So here we are going to start the simulation at 0 cycles. Now remember that this is actually a steady state simulation. So cycle here means each iteration. Okay, so we are going to be running it for about 15,000 iterations, and say that the initial time step is 1e minus 6, and let us say that the minimum time step is also 1e minus 6, and the maximum time step is 1 second. So then you set up your maximum CFL numbers. So you can see that for convection, diffusion, and for Mach, there are different CFL numbers. So if you don't understand what CFL is, we'll be talking about that. But in general, you need to understand that these determine the stability of your simulation. And the smaller the value, the slower the simulation is. For example, if you're running a steady state simulation, you can increase it. But if you increase it too much, your solutions can blow up, or your solution might not converge very well. Okay, there are a lot of parameters that determine what the outcome is. So in order to keep it simple, I'm just going to use the default values. All right. So then we go to solver parameters. Again, for solver parameters, we don't change anything. One thing you need to know is CONVERGE can be operated both in finite volume and finite difference method, but for all the cases that we will be taking a look at, we'll be using finite volume schemes. So I just click OK, and we can now move on to boundary conditions. But before I move on to the boundary condition, I typically like to set up the regions. So just like we grouped triangles into boundaries, you can group boundaries into volumetric regions. Okay, so the reason why you need the volumetric region is to set up something called as an initial condition. Remember, we are solving a bunch of PDEs which require both boundary conditions and initial conditions. Initial conditions are given in the volume, boundary conditions are given in the boundaries. So I'm going to add a new region, and I'm going to say that it's completely filled with air at 300 Kelvin and 1 atmosphere. So that should be enough. For turbulence model, we're going to use RNG-K epsilon, though for these type of simulations, it's typically recommended that we use K omega SST. But for demonstration purposes, I'm going to go with RNG-K epsilon. So the next thing that we are going to do is set up the base grid. Now the base grid, in this particular case, you can click on this guy, target cell count estimator. Again, this is just an estimation. So for example, if I need 10,000 cells, I need 2 mm base grid. This is just an estimation. For simple shapes like this, the estimation is actually quite good. So in this case, what we are going to do is I'm going to go with 2 mm base grid. All right. In addition to that, I'm going to click on grid control and I'm going to add fixed embedding. So whenever you click on a parent object, you basically get a list of additional options that you can activate. So in this particular case, I'm going to be using fixed embedding. So fixed embedding helps us refine particular areas in the domain. So I'm going to click on fixed embedding, and what I'm going to do is add a new embedding, and I'm going to be adding something called as a boundary embedding. You will understand what this does once you take a look at the result. So the boundary that I'm going to be selecting is called as the top and wall boundaries. All right. Now I'm going to pick a scale of 2, or sorry, let me actually start with the scale of 1, and I'm going to make my embedding permanent. Now what does the scale mean? Well, you see that the base grid is 2 mm, right? So a scale of 1 means a cell size of 1 mm, and so what I'm saying here is near the top and wall boundaries, the cell size is going to be 1 mm. All right, so let's click on that. And for post-processing, there's nothing special here, and for output variables, nothing special. So the last thing that we need to set up is our boundary. So here what we need to do is for each and every boundary, we have to select the boundary type. So my inlet is going to be an inflow boundary, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that it's a pressure inlet, and I'm specifying total pressure of say 110325. All right, and I'm going to say that through the inlet air is going to flow, and that's basically it for the inlet, and the inlet belongs to region 0. All right, so make sure that all the boundaries are assigned to a particular region. So your front and back, that is the direction in which there is no variation. So that is the direction that you want to ignore to make this a 2D simulation. So I'm going to set this up as a 2D boundary. No additional information is required. Similarly, the back boundary should also be 2D. Top and wall boundaries, these are walls. So when we use a wall boundary, automatically what we do is for the velocity and temperature, we apply a law of the wall. We'll be talking about boundary conditions for turbulent flows in a later lecture. So for now, just use the default value. And at the outlet, what I'm going to do is make it into an outflow boundary, and I'm going to specify a static pressure of 1 atmosphere. So there is a delta P of roughly 10,000 pascals. Okay, and that is what is going to drive the flow. And in case there is backflow, we are going to say that the flow that's coming back into the domain is just going to be air at 300 Kelvin. All right, so looks like there is an error. So what you can do is right click and click on validate to see what the error is. Here it says that regions has not been assigned, so I can just click on this and just select the right region. Make sure that you double click. All right, so now I'm seeing green tick marks everywhere, so that means no issues are found. So I'm ready to export all of my simulation files as input files. So remember that CONVERGE uses input files to represent the entire simulation. So let's create a new folder. Inside d::converge runs, and I'm going to call this backward step flow. And since we are testing out, I'll just call it as test case. Export everything. All right, so now we can open up Cygwin. So use the control plus scroll wheel combination to make the font size bigger if the default font size is too small. So let's go to d:: and converge runs, backward step flow and test case. So what I can do is I can just type in converge, and the executable that I want is the msmpi min64.exe. So one thing that you can do is if you don't want to see all of the other options, right, then what you can do is you can go ahead and put those executables in a different path, delete them from the default path and save it somewhere else. So that way when you type converge, only the msmpi executable shows up. So I'm going to run this in parallel using MPI, and let's use 4 processors. And before I do this, there's a small thing that I want to do. Well, what, I'll first demonstrate what I want to do. So when I execute this, you can see that a lot of information is getting printed out. So I'm going to open up the input file, Again, you can actually use like Notepad or WordPad++ to open the input file. I'm using VI because I'm familiar with that. And there is a variable called screen print level. So that tells us how much information we are printing to the screen. So I'm just going to set that to 0. And now if I run the command again, so this time you can see that less information is getting printed out. And so here you can see that the cycle number is getting printed, the current time step and the time step limiter is getting printed. So what does this mean? It means that DT CFL is your time step limiter. In other words, the maximum CFL number that we have provided is limiting our time step. So the way you can increase the time step is by actually increasing the maximum CFL number. CONVERGE uses a dynamic time step. It is taking a look at different flow physics and it's trying to determine what is the best time step to achieve a stable solution. All right, so currently this is a really small time step, but by increasing the CFL number we can just make it bigger. But for demonstration purposes this is totally fine. So we are just going to wait a little bit longer for the simulation to complete. Okay, so the simulation is complete. In total it took 98 seconds to solve the problem. So let's actually go to the output folder. In the output folder you have something called as post files. So this is the file in which 3D information is stored. And if I go one level up, I have a bunch of output files. So these output files contain averaged quantities. So let's do a couple of things here. So go to Studio and then click on the line plotting tool and then navigate to the folder where you have run converge. So in my case it's d:converge runs backward step flow test case. Okay, so when you do that, you will immediately be able to see all the output files. So one thing you can do is you can just type in a filter and it's automatically going to pick the right file. All right, so here you can see that there's a file called mass average flow.out, and let's actually take a look at the mass flow rate through boundary ID 1. So what is boundary ID 1? If I go here to CONVERGE Studio, every boundary has an ID, right? So boundary ID 1 is for the inlet boundary, and similarly boundary ID 5 is for the outlet boundary. So if I go back to line plotting, mass flow rate boundary ID 1 means that that's the mass flow rate through the inlet boundary, and you can see that through the inlet boundary, the mass reaches a steady state value. So similarly, if we go and check the outlet, which is basically column number 10, which says mass flow rate boundary ID 5. Again, boundary ID 5 is your outlet boundary. Here you can see that the mass flow rate has again reached a steady state. Now it is very important that you actually look at your physical results to make sure that your simulation has reached a steady state. All right. So similarly, the other interesting thing that we want to take a look at is your cell count. So here you can see that there are totally 4 ranks. So each rank refers to a particular processor. So you can see that each of the processor is having about 500 cells and the total cell count is about 2000 cells. So now what we are going to do is we are going to look at some 3D data. So I click on this post processing tab and the case name is going to be test. Again, you can give any name there. So and if I navigate to my run folder again, this time make sure that you are inside output, and I'm going to convert all of my files, right? So I have about 16 files here, and I'm going to convert all the cell variables. So here these are the variables that I will have access to in the post processing program, and I just click on convert. But before I do that, make sure that you select the file type correctly. So in this particular course we are using Nsight and ParaView, so you can use Nsight if you want to post process the result using Nsight. All right, on the other hand, if you have to use ParaView, you can just use the ParaView VTK inline binary format. Okay, so for this particular case we are going to be using ParaView. Why is that? Well, the version of Nsight that we have is free and it imposes a maximum cell count limit. So when your cell count reaches beyond a particular value, you are no longer able to use the free version of Nsight. On the other hand, ParaView is open source and it's free. So I'm selecting all the variables and I'm hitting convert. So this is going to convert all of my post files. So if I open Cygwin and go to the output folder, you can see that all of my files are available. So the next thing I need to do is launch ParaView. So let's open d:\softwares ParaView bin, and then I'm going to launch ParaView. So once ParaView is open, go to File, Open, and I'm going to navigate to my run folder one more time. d:\converge runs, backward step flow, test case, output. And the file that we are going to be using is called as test.vtm. Okay, the type is a group file. And when you do that, you don't see anything. The thing you need to do is you need to click on apply. So when you click on apply, you immediately see the geometry. So now when I rotate this, you can see that this looks a bit weird. Now the reason why this happens is, our geometry is a STL file, so that contains triangulated information, and our cells are going to be Cartesian. And initially when you load the case, it's going to look a bit weird. So what we need to do is create a cut plane and then visualize the computational cells. So to do that, so just select your case and then click on slice. So here you can see the plane that's going to slice the geometry, and I'm just going to select a plane that has a normal in the Z direction. All right, something like that, and then I'm just going to click apply. So when you do that, you can see that a slice has been created. Uncheck show plane option, and then you can put the geometry again in the straight view. So this is your slice. So one thing you'll notice is that the background color is set to white. That's not the default color. So what you can do is you can go to settings and color palette, and then select background, and you can pick any color that you want. So maybe I'm just going to use a black color here, maybe with a dark gray background. All right, something like this. So now you can see that your coordinate system is much more visible. So the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to take a look at the mesh. And to do that, make sure that you have selected your slice and then click on surface with edges. And there you go, your mesh is visible. All right, so to pan in ParaView, you just need to use your scroll button. All right, and here you can see that my mesh has been created, and this is the embedding that we did. All right, cool. All right, so now what we're going to do is we are just going to color this particular cut plane with velocity to see how the velocity profile looks like. So to do this, all you have to do is just select your slice, and then from the top just click on velocity. So this is my initial velocity field, and just go to the final one. It looks all red because your scale is messed up. So just switch to a different variable and then come back to velocity. And here you can see how the velocity looks like. So the peak velocity is roughly 16 meters per second. And here you can see that there is a region where the flow separates, and because of that the velocity is low. So qualitatively the results look reasonable. So then if I go to the first frame, and then if I click on the next frame, you can see how the solution progresses. Right, so you can see that the solution reached steady state quite soon. So we have been running the simulation for quite a bit, which was not required. Okay, so that's how you create a simple cut plane, and then how you visualize the result. So we can also take a look at your pressure and see how the pressure actually changes. Okay, so what you are basically looking at is static pressure, so not the total pressure. Okay, so the reason why your static pressure is increasing is because of the increase in area. So the next thing that I'm going to do is create a vector plot by clicking on this glyph icon and selecting velocity, and then let's just click apply. So you can see that the glyphs are quite big, so I'm going to use the scale factor to make it look a bit small. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove the mesh so that I can see the vectors quite easily. And what else can I do? I can also change the color for my vectors so that it looks neat. So let's select our glyph, click on edit. Oops, sorry. Click on VTK block color, solid color, and then click on edit. And then let's give some nice dark color so that the vectors are visible. There we go. So now if I zoom in, you can see the vectors. The vectors look a bit shabby, but that's okay. You can play with the sliders a little bit more so that you get a pretty picture, and you can also reduce the number of samples to get a cleaner plot. Alright, so again here you can see the recirculation zone. So whenever recirculation zone exists in your domain, your pressure is going to be higher, and you can see that happens. So you can see that happens here. So visually the flow looks correct, but in order to make sure that the results are actually correct, you would have to ideally compare it with the experimental data. So what you guys are going to be doing is you are going to be setting up the same problem, but the only difference is you're going to be creating the geometry in Studio, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. So create a new file, and the concept that we are going to follow is quite simple. We are going to first create vertices, and with vertices we are going to form triangles, and then once we form those triangles we are going to flag boundaries and then continue the same steps that I discussed in this video. So since we are going to create something, click on this create option, and we're going to start with creating a vertex. Alright, so the first point I'm going to just place it in the origin. Okay, so you don't see that because the origin is there. The second point, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place it somewhere above the origin. So let me just call that as 0.1. So now you see that point. So the third point, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place it a bit far. Again, when I'm drawing this, I'm not actually drawing the exact geometry. So you guys will be working on the exact geometry. I've also given you the drawing. So take a look at the drawing and create it. So for now, I'm just going to create another point somewhere here. So it's going to have the same y coordinate. The x coordinate, I'm just going to call it as 1.0. So I have another point here. So I'm going to create one more point somewhere there. All right, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a point that is slightly in the negative y. So I have that. I have that. I have that, and then finally I have my 0, 0 plot. So you can see that I've created the 7 vertices that I need to form the front face of this particular problem. So once I've created my vertex, I can create triangles from 3 vertices. So I select my triangles. So that's triangle number 1, triangle number 2, triangle number 3, 4, and finally triangle number 5. Alright, so you can see that I've created this triangle. So the next thing I can do is I can either just copy this entire boundary and then paste it at a particular offset, or I can also select this open edge and then I can just extrude it, you know, just like you would do it in a CAD package. So both the methods are correct, so I'm going to teach you both the methods. So the first thing is copy. I can just copy this triangle, and for the offset, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be offsetting it in the negative z direction. So let us say minus 0.3. Alright, so something like that. You can see that I've not selected all the triangles, or yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is maybe offset it to 0.2, and then for triangle I'm just going to select by boundary, select all the triangles. There you go. So now what you can do is, now that we have created a copy, we can go to create triangle, we can loft edges, and we can select the first set of open edge, the second set of open edge, and that's it. We end up with our geometry. So I'm going to Control Z and delete the copy. The other option is using sweep edges. So what you can do is you can select the edges that you want to sweep. So in this case I'm selecting edges by open edge, and I'm going to sweep this in the negative z direction, and the sweep amount is going to be 0.3. So this is very similar to extrusion. I think that was a lot, so maybe just do 0.2, select those edges again. Alright, so we get something like this, and then finally go to repair, patch, select this open edge, hit enter, and that's it. So you can see that there are two options. You can also do copy, and you can create those triangles manually. So what I would do is go to create copy triangle and make sure that I've selected things by boundary, and then what you can do is create triangle from 3 vertices, and you can do the process manually, but there's no reason why you should do this. The loft and sweep edges are much more easier to use. Alright, so make sure that you complete this case. So let me just finish this guy. So make sure that you set up this problem from scratch based upon the drawing that I've given you, and then post-process the results and then post your solutions. Okay, alright, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you're all doing good. In the last couple of videos, we took a look at surface preparation. So here we learned about the type of errors that a surface file can have and how some of those errors can be fixed. Though it was not a comprehensive session, you would have still understood, how the errors look like and what is the general strategy that we need to follow to fix it. So in this video, we are going to be learning something called as boundary flagging. So the whole idea is, when your geometry is represented as a bunch of triangles, you need to group these triangles into meaningful boundaries. And once you have done them, you can use these boundaries to create volumetric regions, and you can also use these boundaries to specify the required boundary conditions. So I've created a simple shape using a 3D CAD software, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain to you the typical process that a designer follows and how a CFD analyst uses the geometry that a designer has created. So in this case, this is a fairly simple geometry. You can think of this as 3 cylinders in an inline engine and this being the crankcase, or you can also think of this as oil storage containers in an oil power plant. Okay, so once I have modeled my design, what I need to do is I need to save it as a STL file. Alright, so STL is the triangulated file format that CONVERGE accepts. I'm going to go to desktop and I'm just going to call this as alright, and if I click on save, it's going to save the geometry. Alright, so now what we are going to do is we are going to pull this geometry into CONVERGE Studio. I'm going to get started with a new project. So the easiest way to load a STL file is to just open your file explorer, take your geometry and then just drag it. Alright, so here you can see that our geometry appears. If I run the diagnosis, you can see that it does not have any problems because the geometry is fairly simple. So the idea is we have to group these triangles into boundaries. And to do that, let's go to the boundary tab in the geometry dock, go to flag, and I'm just going to add some boundaries. I'm going to be creating multiple boundaries here. I don't know how many boundaries I want to create beforehand, but let me just create a few, okay? So let's start with something very simple, So I'm going to create a boundary that contains these two faces. So make sure that I'm in triangle selection mode. I select these two faces, pick the boundary that I want, and then click apply. So these two triangles now belong to that particular boundary. So now for this two triangles, I can specify unique boundary conditions. All right. So similarly, I can pick these two triangles manually, or I can just use the angle option, right? So the angle option is going to work whenever there's strong feature edges, right? Whenever you have strong features like this, the angle option is going to work very well. All right. Similarly, I can use the angle option to take the top surface, the top face, and then add it to a new boundary and do something like this as well. All right. So for the cylinders, I'm going to be creating a few additional boundaries. And starting boundary 7, let's create maybe 4. I think that should be enough. All right. So this time what I'm going to do is for boundary number 7, I'm just going to use the angle method. I can pick all these three faces at the same time and add it to that boundary. And for boundary 8, I'm just going to pick one guy at a time. And the last cylinder goes to boundary number 10. So there is no way to, undo your boundary addition step. Okay, so the best way to go about this is, select your boundary ID 0, which is the default boundary. Just draw a box around your entire geometry. That's going to select everything, and just click apply. Now let us look at other ways of flagging boundaries. The method that we're going to explore first is called as boundary fences. If you remember, in the last video, we used between two vertices option to select two vertices to create what is called as a boundary fence. And then, if you do the boundary fence, and if you're able to close it, then what happens is you're able to select areas inside the boundary fence and outside the boundary fence. So I can basically select this guy alone, or if I click outside the box, it's going to separate my selection. So now I have two boundaries like this, right? So now to remove a particular fence, what I can do is I can click on by selected edges, select a particular fence and click on unmarked fence, and that's going to remove that fence. And I can do the same step for multiple edges. All right, so you still see that I have one particular fence. But the easier way to clear all the fences is to just go to find/clean and then click on this clean option. All right, so the find/clean menu gives us a lot of good options. So what you can actually do is there is a button called find here. So let's just click that and see what happens. So when you do that, CONVERGE Studio automatically creates boundary fences. It's basically like edge detection. It's looking at the triangles and it's automatically creating these boundary fences based upon this upper bound. All right. Okay, so the idea is we are looking at triangles that meet at an angle in the specified boundaries. So for example, here the angle between, say, this particular triangle and this triangle is 90 degrees. Sorry, I'm in edge selection mode. So let me go to triangle selection mode. So the angle between these two triangles, right, is 90 degrees. And you can see that 90 is probably the maximum degree. And as long as the angle is within 135 degrees, it's going to just loop over all the triangles and it's going to mark this boundary fence for us. So this is a fairly useful technique. So in this particular case, what I can do is, I can go back to flag and I can flag triangles using the boundary fence method. All right, so it's going to be the same as angle method. So it really doesn't matter. It's totally your choice. So usually what I do is when I get a complex geometry, I try the angle method first and then the boundary fence method. All right, so here you can just do the same thing that we did before. Again, I'm not creating the boundaries in any particular order. It is just I'm trying to group it as best as I can. All right, so now let's go back and let's learn how to fine tune the selection a little bit more. All right, so I'm going to go to boundary fence and I'm just going to clean my fence. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide the cylinder into 4 quadrants and I'm going to add each of those quadrants into a particular boundary fence. All right, so what I can do is I can first create some fences and then go to fence and I'm going to click on between two vertices and I'm just going to click on this first vertex, make sure that cursor pick selection is on and the center one, click apply. Again, I'm just eyeballing like quarter of a circle, so it's really not accurate, but this exercise actually helps you, pick the vertices correctly, rotate the geometry and manipulate the selection. All right, so you can see that I've created one boundary fence here. So if I go to flag and if I go to boundary fence, I should be able to select this guy and this guy separately, add that as a single boundary. All right, so now would be a good time to talk about rotational transformations. So in the process of creating the fence, let us say that I'm trying to select this particular vertex. Now when I try to rotate the geometry around the vertex, you can see that it's very hard for me to rotate about that particular point, and it clearly seems like there is a center of rotation, and you know what there is. So when you click on a particular object, you can right click, and what you can do is you can click on view at, and that is going to change that point as your center of rotation, which means now you can rotate about that point. This is extremely useful when you're working really close to the geometry, and I can kind of demonstrate that. So now let us say that this is my rotation center, okay, and you're zooming, you're still zoomed in, and you want to rotate about this particular point. So I'm selecting this point, and if I try to rotate, you can see that it's becoming very hard, and especially if I zoomed in, even for slight motion of my mouse, the geometry moves around a lot, and that becomes very hard to control. So I can right click and click on view at, or alternatively I can use the shortcut Control E, and now rotating about this point becomes really easy. All right, so that's a handy shortcut. Okay, I apologize for taking the deviation, but I thought that's a tool that you need to know. So let's continue here. So I'm going to create an additional fence, something like this. All right, you can see that here it's not straight, so I'm going to select that particular edge, make sure that by selected edge option is selected, and then I'm just going to click on unmarked fence, and this time I'm just going to use this edge because I know that that's what I want. I can click on mark fence. So now instead of selecting vertices, what I can do is I can just select this particular edge and this particular edge. Again, I'm just eyeballing it. There's no exact way to do it. Just pick a target and try to see if you can achieve it. All right, so now if I go back to fence, use the boundary fence method, select the next boundary, all right. So the nice thing about creating boundaries is sometimes when the geometry becomes complex, you don't know what's inside. So when I've created a few boundaries, what I can do is I can just select any triangle and automatically the right boundary gets selected. So for example, if I select here, you can see that boundary 1 is highlighted. If I select here, boundary 4 is highlighted. So what I can do is I can just click on the boundary and then hit V, V as in view, and that's going to hide that particular boundary. And if I press it again, it's going to toggle it, right? So that's a very handy feature because now I can rotate the geometry, press V, and then see what's inside. All right. Similarly, if I flag this as a separate boundary, you can see that I can take a look at what's going on. All right. So I hope that helps you understand what boundary flagging is and how you can use the angle method and the boundary fence method to group the triangles. So now let's work on a different geometry. I've created one more geometry, which is this duct. So let us first export this duct as a STL file. There we go. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to diagnosis, make sure that the geometry does not have any problems. And I'm just going to rotate to see how the shape looks like. So let us try to do this, right? You obviously have two shapes here that are intersecting with each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like a few boundaries. Let me just add a few of them. And I'm going to get started with the easiest ones. By this time, you know that you can select these boundaries using the angle method. So let's call this as the first boundary. Let's call this guy as the second boundary. And this one can be your third boundary. Now these boundaries can be inlets or outlets, anything that you want. With respect to boundary conditions, we'll be having a separate lecture to talk about those. But for now, we are just grouping the triangles, all right? So now if I use my angle method and if I try to select this, this is not really working out. So since it's not working, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can play with this angle parameter a little bit, maybe reduce it to 10 degrees and see if I can select it. All right, so that also doesn't seem to work. And maybe you can change it to even more smaller numbers. Okay, so now you can see that it is starting to select, but the selection is now narrowed down too much. So maybe let's increase this a little bit. All right, you can see that now, depending on where you click, it seems to be very sensitive. I think I found a particular point where it just selected a particular strip, but now I'm not able to produce it again. There we go, right? So I can kind of do this, but this is not going anywhere. All right, so what can I do? Well, this is where manual intervention is required. Sometimes the inbuilt methods do not work, and this is where we rely upon our intelligence to figure out where we want to divide this particular duct. And if you think about it, when I'm looking at it, or if you're looking at it, the obvious choice seems to be this particular line. But why is Studio not able to pick it up? Well, there's a reason for that. If I'm displaying the normals, if the normals look too big for you, zoom in and then retoggle them, so that way the normals would appear in a decent size. The problem that's occurring here is the normals, there's a smooth distribution and the direction of the normals do not change a lot. And because of that, the angle method has a very hard time trying to figure out where the edge is, right? So on the other hand, we can basically see that there is a characteristic edge here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a simple boundary fence. So let's go to fence. And even before going to fence, let's go to find clean and then try to click on the find method. That's going to do it automatically. And when you do that, you can see that it was able to draw a fence on one side of it. So that's good, right? We can use that and we can construct the remaining fence manually. So let me go back to fence and I'm going to use the vertex method. So the nice thing about the vertex method is you can select a starting point and an ending point, and you can expect it to draw a fence continuously. Sometimes it fails, but sometimes it works. So let's maybe start with this particular point. All right, so our aim is that there's going to be a fence that's going to get created from here to here. Usually it relies upon the shortest path, so sometimes it can get screwed up. So let me click on mark fence, and there you go. It seemed to work correctly. So now the next fence that I want to create is going to start at this point. And let's try to maybe rotate the geometry, and I'm being a bit ambitious here. I'm saying, okay, try to create a fence from here to here. Now, obviously, right, it's basically like telling Converge, okay, you are at this point, go to that point. And we're expecting that it's going to take this particular path. All right, so let's click on mark fence, right? You see that it did do that, but it went in the other direction. So what you might have to do is you might have to help out Converge a little bit by selecting this particular point and maybe a point somewhere here. So this way, the shortest way to go from this point to this point is, by going right and not going all the way around the pipe. So if I do mark fence now, I can be quite sure that this is going to work. And for this rest of the path, I can just, with confidence, select my starting points and ending points. Clicking on mark fence again, there we go. So now you can see that we have actually divided this duct into 3 pieces. So let's go back to boundary fence and maybe add one more boundary. And this time use the boundary fence method. Let's click on this guy. This guy. Now you can see that when I'm trying to click here, I'm not getting the duct as a single boundary. Why is that? That means that my boundary fence is leaking somewhere. So you can see that from here to here, the boundary fence is quite neat, but then there is a huge opening here, right? So which means when I click on a triangle here, the selection is just going to get leaked over to the other side. So I need to just close my boundary fence. So go back, maybe click on this point. You always need to zoom in, make sure that you select the right point, zoom out, and click on this particular point. Okay, so I'm going to just click on mark fence right now. That looks neat. Go back to boundary fence and try selecting one side of the duct. This time it worked. And we can select the other boundary and add the other side of the geometry. All right, so I hope with these 2 exercises you are able to understand boundary fencing very well, and you're also able to use it. These geometries are also available to you. Download the geometry and then practice along with the video, and feel free to get in touch with me if you have any questions. All right, thank you guys, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be simulating a flow through an elbow. So the geometry is going to look something like this, and if I cut the geometry you can see that there's also a throttle valve. So we are going to be running two sets of simulations. In the first simulation we are going to be doing a steady state analysis. So in the steady state simulation the throttle valve is going to be fixed and we are going to see how the flow takes place around it. And for the transient analysis, we are going to be rotating the throttle valve to see how it affects the flow downstream. Okay, so I've already created this geometry and I've also exported the required STL file. And let's open up CONVERGE Studio. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just drag and drop my model. So I've also shared this geometry with you. So you're going to be watching this video and you are going to be setting up the same problem. Now the key difference is the way the geometry is oriented in my case is completely different from the way it's oriented in your case. So whenever I type in some numbers for translating or rotating the model, those numbers do not apply for you. So if you just copy it blindly, your simulation is going to crash. So the main reason why I'm doing this is for you to understand the concept, and then you need to apply those concepts for the same problem, but the geometry being located in a different place. So we have an elbow here and you can see that the pipe has some thickness to it. And as always, the first thing we need to do is boundary flagging. Before we do that, let me run the diagnosis to see if there are any problems, and looks like the geometry is okay. So what I want to do now is go to boundary, find /clean, and I'm going to create boundary fences automatically. You can see that it has flagged the boundary fences correctly. And in this case, there is a thickness to the elbow which I really don't care about. If I'm doing a conjugate heat transfer simulation, then that thickness is of interest. So in this case I want to delete it, and there are several ways I can delete the triangle. I have angle selection by default, so I can just select the outer pipe, make sure that no internal parts are being selected, and if hotkey is enabled, if I hit D, the geometry gets deleted. Similarly, I can delete this section right here and this section right here. Okay, so if you have to undo, if you accidentally delete something, use Ctrl Z to bring those triangles back. Alternatively, you can also go to repair, delete, and you can select the triangles. You can see that the selection appears. You can do this first to basically gain some confidence in those operations, and then once you're comfortable, you can switch to the hotkeys. I select the triangles again, delete it. Alright, so now I have my geometry. You can see that I have yellow edges here. These are open edges. So if I run the diagnosis right now, you can see that there are 211 open edges. The problem is because they're open and they need to be closed. So how can I close this? Well, I can use the patch tool. So I can go to repair, patch, and you can see that automatically I'm in edge selection mode with open edge selected, and I can just select the inlet face, the inlet edge. Actually that's the outlet edge, and this is the inlet edge. So the next thing I need to do is create separate boundaries. So I'm going to go to boundary, flag. I already have one boundary here. I need 3 more boundaries. So let's create multiple boundaries and let's add 3 boundaries. So my outer pipe is going to be boundary number 1. So I can go to view options and hide that boundary. And what I can do is for inlet, I can just say that this is my inlet, and I can say that this is my outlet. Now if I hide my inlet and outlet boundaries, you'll be able to see the throttle body. One thing you can do is if you go to diagnosis and if you click on clear, the highlight is going to go away. Sometimes it comes in your way and you don't want it, so you can just clear it. So here I need to select the throttle. How do I do that? Well, it's inside, so there are a couple of options. So first, I can just put the geometry in a straight view, use the box select mode, and then maybe just select something like this and right click, and I can just hide selection. So this way I can see the throttle inside. Alright, so CONVERGE Studio does not have a very nice clip feature like SolidWorks. It does have one, but it's not as good as SolidWorks. So here I have the geometry. So what I can do is I need to select this entire throttle plate. Now you can see that the throttle plate is completely closed. There are no holes or errors in the geometry, and it's not connected to the pipe anywhere. right? So in a real life geometry, there's a shaft that goes through the pipe, right? And you have gaskets or O-rings to prevent leakage. So in this case, we don't have any of it, and hence the throttle plate is a separate surface. It's a closed surface. So which means I can select a boundary and go to cursor pick and then use the surface method to just click on the throttle. So this way I've added throttle to a separate boundary. So with that, my boundary flagging procedure should be complete. I can enable the normals to make sure that the normals are all pointing towards the fluid domain. You can see that some of the normals are actually pointing outside. That is actually because these normals belong to the throttle and they are just coming out of the geometry. It's just a rendering issue. So what you can do is you can zoom in and then toggle that normal visibility, and that problem should go away. Okay, cool. So now if I go back to diagnosis, you can see that there are no errors. You can also run this additional check that all normals are pointing to the interior, and if that check passes, you are all good to go. So our boundary flagging is complete. The next thing we are going to be doing is the case setup. All right guys, so now that the flagging part is complete, we can set up the case. I'm going to go to the case setup and then click on begin case setup. In this case, we are interested in a non-reacting flow simulation. So non-reacting flow simulation is one where only the flow is simulated and no combustion or chemistry is simulated. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go with general flow. So the next thing I want to do is click on materials and select predefined mixtures. So when it comes to computational fluid dynamics, you're solving a bunch of transport equations or PDEs that have physical properties of fluid involved. So with respect to thermodynamic properties, NASA has a neat polynomial format that can be used to calculate your specific heats, entropy and enthalpy. And similarly, other properties have also been documented either through experimental techniques or analytical techniques. So with respect to CONVERGE, you will see that in your input files, you will have a file called therm.dat, which contains the thermodynamic data. And then in addition to that, you will have a file called gas.dat. As we learn more about CONVERGE and CFD, we will try to understand these physical properties in more detail. So in this case, I'm going to be simulating only gas flow. All right. And for global transport properties, let's just click OK. The turbulent Prandtl number and Schmidt number, for now, we are just going to use the default values. I'll explain to you what those are in a later video. So now we are going to be setting up our simulation. So think about this. In this case, we are first going to do a steady state simulation because the valve is not going to be moving. All right. Our end goal is to get a final flow field, or it could be, pressure drop, or it could be a mass flow rate. That is the quantity of interest. So in this case, we can just set it to pressure based steady solver and let everything else stay the same. Okay, so CONVERGE is going to load some default constants. That's fine. With respect to simulation parameters, I'm going to start at 0 and then I'm going to run this up to 15,000 cycles and let the initial time step be 1e minus 9, and I'm going to say that the minimum time step is also 1e minus 9. So far, we have done 3 simulations, right? And you will see that in all the simulations I start with 1e minus 9. Why is that? So CONVERGE uses a dynamic time stepping algorithm. So at each and every time step, CONVERGE is trying to see if the time step can be increased for the next coming time step. Okay, so if your initial conditions, boundary conditions and mesh are good, then the time step is going to increase automatically. All right, so don't worry about starting from a lower value. With respect to maximum time step, I typically give it as 1 second. Usually it never gets there. With respect to time step, it depends upon your CFL number. So CFL number determines the stability of your solution, and there are several types of CFL numbers. This convection based CFL number, diffusion based CFL number, and another CFL number based on the speed of sound. So we're just going to use the default values, and as part of your exercise, you will be trying out different values for CFL numbers, and you will be documenting your observation. So let me click OK here. Solver parameters, we're not going to change it. So let's just click OK. So now we are ready to set up our boundary conditions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat this as my inlet and this is my outlet. Again, it's a made up geometry, so it really doesn't matter. So boundary 1, I'm going to say that it's a wall boundary. And it might actually be a good idea to go to view options and first give the boundaries some names. So let's just call this as elbow wall, hide this guy, and this is going to be my throttle, and this is my inlet boundary, and this is my outlet boundary. So let us say that the elbow wall is of type wall, and throttle, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it's also of type wall. Now you will see that there is something called as law of wall boundary condition that gets applied. This is applicable whenever your flow regime is turbulent. At the inlet, we are going to specify total pressure. So the idea is we are going to specify a pressure drop. That's going to be my boundary conditions, and then we are going to see what's the mass flow rate through this particular elbow. And we are going to say that the inlet total pressure is 1.5 bar. So I can just use 1.5 E5, and then the fluid that's flowing in is air. And at outlet, we are going to specify a static pressure, 1 bar. Okay, so we still need to create a region. That is why we are getting this error. So we go to case setup and let's add a region. All right, so now that we have added a region, let's assign all of our boundaries into this particular region. Okay, and if I go to case setup, right click on boundary and validate, the error should go away. As far as the turbulence model is considered, we go with the standard RNG K epsilon. And for base grid, we use 4 mm base grid. That's going to be our starting. And we'll look at the results and we will fix things accordingly. So here you can see that the base grid size is very small. Oh, okay. All right, I know what the problem is. So, when I imported the geometry from SolidWorks, I forgot to scale the model. So in SolidWorks, the geometry was created in millimeters. And when we imported it to Converge, it thinks that this is in meters, which is bad. So I'm going to transform my geometry, transform scale. I'm going to apply a uniform scaling factor of 0.001. So now if I validate my base mesh, that seems okay. With respect to post-processing, I'm not going to add any new variables. So I think this is fine. So we are ready to export our simulation files. So I go to export input files, and let's save it in D:(converge runs. And I'm going to create a new folder called elbow flow. And then, let's create a subfolder for steady state simulation. And then we are going to dump all of our files over there. Okay, perfect. So now what we need to do is we need to go and run the case, post-process the results, look how the grid is, and then we are going to be talking about some grid refinement strategies. All right, so I'm going to open up SIGWIN and then navigate to D:(converge runs, and we are going to go inside elbow flow, steady state. And what I want to do is, initially before running the job in parallel, I first want to make sure that the job actually runs. So to do that, just run it in serial and make sure that you're able to see the outputs. Okay, so looks like it's working, right? We are at cycle number 117, so which means everything is looking good. And with respect to cell count, you can just look at the cell count ranks.out file. So here we are saying that we have about 1000 cells, that is really small. So we know that we need to increase the number of cells. Okay, so here for each cycle of the steady state simulation, we are telling what the total number of cells is. And since this particular job is run on one processor, we just have one additional column. So Converge uses MPI programming to parallelize the solver. And in MPI terminology, rank refers to your processor. So if you have 3 processors, okay, then rank 0 basically refers to your first processor, rank 1 is going to refer to your second, and rank 2 is going to refer to your third processor. Since it's a serial run, it's just going to have one column. Now if we run the job on 2 processors, we are going to have another column called rank 1, and the sum of cells in rank 0 and rank 1 is going to be equal to the total number of cells, right? Which should make sense. So in this case, clearly the base mesh is really large, and that is why the total number of cells is less. So let's actually close this and go to output folder. You will see that you already have a single post file. Now we can use this post file to take a look at the initial mesh. So I'm going to go into 3D post processing. I'm going to call my case name as test, and let us navigate to the right folder, elbow flow, steady state, output. And I'm just going to click on all and convert. So you can see that I have the finished keyword, which means the process is done. So next, what I'm going to do is launch ParaView. So one thing that you should know is ParaView can also read data that has been written out in Insight format, which is very good because Insight is a commercial tool, whereas ParaView is open source. So now we need to navigate back to our folder where we ran the simulation, elbow flow, steady state, output, and we are going to open up this group file, which has an extension .vtm, and then just click apply. So you can see that you have the geometry. So in CONVERGE Studio, right, we created boundaries, inlet, outlet, and so on. So the same thing can be seen here as well. So you need to go to view and then click on multi-block inspector. And then if you click on multi-block inspector, you will see all your boundaries. So your cell data refers to your mesh. Now, if I hide the mesh, the geometry is going to look smooth. The reason why it kind of looks weird is because you are trying to show the mesh and also the surface information, basically your surface triangles, and that is why it looks a bit weird. So typically hide your cell data. And what we can do is for the elbow wall, I can just adjust the transparency a little bit. And if I just click on the test.vtm, things are going to be clear again. Okay, so that looks good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a clip plane. And if I go to properties, I want to cut the geometry very similar to the way we looked at it in SolidWorks so that we can see what's going on inside. So, I think if I use a Z normal, it's going to cut it in the right way. And you can just put the geometry in different views to make sure that you're cutting it in the right location. By default, it uses the right plane. And if I click apply, I'm going to get a new part. You can see that a slice has been created, and we can display the mesh. And you can see that when I display the mesh, I get this triangulation. Now the reason why that happens is you can see that there is triangulate the slice option. So we just click on that and click apply, and that problem goes away. And we can also go back and hide our plane. We don't have to see it anymore. And if I put the geometry in this view, you can see that my mesh size is really big. I need to increase the refinement, and here you can see that if I want the flow to go on top of the throttle plate and in the bottom right, I need at least a few cells. The meshing technique that CONVERGE uses is called as a cut cell Cartesian method. So you can see that no matter how big your base grid is, we actually cut the surface using our cell. So in other words, the surface geometry is not approximated at all. In other words, if you basically calculate the volume using this particular grid, and if you calculate the volume using a grid that is 5 times finer, the volume is going to be exactly the same. This is one of the nice features of CONVERGE because you are not losing geometric details when you're coarsening the mesh. All right, so here what we can think about doing is, whenever you have a pipe, it's good to have at least a few cells across a diameter. So here we have 2, 3, 4, and then there is a cell here which is cut in approximately half, right? So this leads to something called as a cell pair. We are not going to be talking about cell pairs right now, but you can think of that as a separate cell for now. Okay, though it's not, just assume that it's a separate cell. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 cells, which is okay. It's a decent start. It can be better, but the main problem is this guy. So here what we need to do is we need to make sure that we have more cells. And to do that, what we can do is we can use a technique called as a fixed embedding. So how does that work? So I'm just going to go back to my geometry, go to my case setup, all right, and click on grid control and then activate fixed embedding. Okay, so let's put the geometry where we can see it, and then let's click on fixed embedding, and then we are going to add a new embedding. So embedding refers to local mesh refinement, and the type of embedding that we are going to do is a boundary embedding. Okay, so we are going to select our throttle boundary, and then we are going to add an embed of scale 1, and the number of embed layers I'm going to set it to as 2. Okay, and with respect to the mode, we are going to keep it as permanent. So what does the scale parameter mean? So Converge uses an octree data structure approach to create the mesh. So the grid is represented in multiples of 2. So if your base grid size is 4 millimeters, what we are saying is near the throttle valve, the mesh size is going to be 2 millimeters. And we are using boundary embedding. So we know how the boundary is shaped. So on top of the boundary, we refine the mesh automatically. So what I can do now is, maybe instead of using a scale of 1, I can use a scale of 2, click OK, and then I'm going to export all of my input files. So, okay, so I'm going to create a new folder, and let us just call this as steady state. And I'm just going to say with embedding. Okay, we have selected this folder, and let's just export all of our input files. And we are going to follow the same process. So let's open Cygwin. And then we are going to go to steady state with embedding. And then we are going to run Converge. You can see that it's running. And you can see that if I look at the cell count, it is slightly more. So now we can go back to the embedding and maybe increasing the embedding level to maybe a scale of 3. And maybe I'm going to add 2 layers and export it in the same folder. So I'm overwriting. And if I execute Converge again, this time it's a bit slow as expected, and our cell count should be a little bit more. So you can see that we have now 100,000 cells. So the next thing we need to do is post-process this guy. Now you can see that only one file appears, and I'm going to convert all the data. Okay, the process is done. So now we can launch ParaView. All right, so now I'm going to open up the file, converge runs, elbow flow, output, test.c case. So notice that this time, we post-processed using Insight format, which should be fine. So if I click on apply, I'm getting an error. Okay, so it seems like Converge customized Insight format is not supported in ParaView. So I'm going to click on regular Insight, or you can just do ParaView. I just wanted to demonstrate that you can read Insight files in ParaView. All right, so that's done. And so now here I can delete the existing files and then reload the case file, and this time it's going to read. All right, perfect. So now you can see that I see the geometry, and the multi-block inspector is here. And what we can do is we can do the same thing. So first what I want to do is make the elbow wall a bit transparent. All right, so now I can see my throttle, and I'm going to create a clip plane, and we have to do a Z normal and then click apply. And then we are going to look at the surface with edges, and then we have to click on triangulate the slice, apply, maybe hide the plane, and we are just going to color the slice by a solid color so that we can see the mesh. And now if I zoom in, you can see that here I have at least 2 cells, and here maybe not, I don't have a lot of cells, but that's fine. We can continue this process and maybe refine this a little bit more. The other way I would go about doing this problem is, make the base mesh smaller. So what we can actually do is go back to our case and make the base mesh 2 mm. This is going to increase the cell count a lot, okay? And for base and for the embedding, we still have the same parameter. Export all input files. And then let's try running Converge again. So before I do that, I'm just going to open up ParaView and delete all of my data. Go to the output folder and make sure that we clean all the files. And then we can run Converge. So this time it is going to take a little bit of time, and our cell count is now 300,000, right? Actually 400,000. So we can go back to CONVERGE Studio for post-processing. Doing that, you can see that the mesh distribution is a little bit better. So one thing we want to make sure is that, we don't have a local embedding at a very high level and the base mesh at a very low level. It's fine if you're doing that for a short duration of time. So in this case, I'm okay with this distribution and the cell count is not that bad. So let's just go with this. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the simulation in parallel, and then I'm going to check the results after every 1000 cycles, right? Before we do that, you just need to make sure that you are writing outputs frequently. So if you open your input files, and if you search for twrite post, that is the interval at which your post files are written, okay? Now you can see that your output files, your ASCII output files, where you have data like mass flow rate and the pressure inside the domain and the volume of the domain, those files are updated every cycle, so which is good. So what we are going to do is we are going to close this file and we are going to run the simulation in parallel. So I'm going to use mpi-exec -n4 converge, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the screen output and I'm going to pipe it to a log file. So this way we can keep track of the simulation, because oftentimes if a simulation crashes, important information about the simulation is provided in the log file. So we need to check it, make sure that it looks good. All right, so let's run the simulation. And one nice thing about using Cygwin is that it provides a lot of command line tools. So what I can do is I can just type in tail log file to check the last line. So you can see that the simulation has run around 84 cycles. And if I do that again, it gets updated. You can also do a live update. You can say tail -f log file, and that's going to keep on dumping screen output. So we don't want that. All right, so currently we are at cycle number 223, and this is going to take some time. Alternatively, what you can also do is in CONVERGE Studio, go to the line plotting, and then we are going to go to our steady state with embedding path, and I'm going to make a plot of mass flow rate in boundary number 3. All right, so if you don't know what boundary number 3 is, you can just go to your case setup, go to view folder. So boundary number 3 is your inlet. All right, so the inlet, the mass flow rate is still evolving. It has not reached a steady state value. So I'm going to create a new plot for this. You can give your plot any name you want. You can configure that. Okay, so for example here, I can just call this as inlet mass flow. All right, so the other thing I can do is I can go to my plot settings and go to auto update, and we can say that every 15 seconds we want to update the plot. So we can click OK, and if I click on this guy right here, it's going to start updating the plot. But before I do that, let's make a couple more plots here. I want another plot that shows the mass flow rate through the outflow boundary. We are just going to rename the label outflow mass flow. All right, so in addition to this, you can create more plots as required. So let's just tile the plots. So now that we have the tile, what we can actually do is we can minimize the preview plot. You can see that there's a title called preview, And then we can click on this first plot and then hit this play button. So when you do that, the plot gets updated automatically, and you can see that there is this flashing refresh sign, which means that the plot is getting updated whenever data is available, and it's trying to update it every 15 seconds. So you can see that we just saw an update there, and you can just let this sit for a while and then make sure that your simulation runs smoothly. So in your case, if you're running this job on a laptop, it's going to take a few hours to complete. So you can periodically check this plot to make sure that your simulation is taking place correctly and you don't have any weird oscillations in your solution. So we have already completed 1000 cycles, so it might not be a bad time to actually look at some output data. So what I'm going to do is go back to 3D post-processing, and this time I have a couple of files. So let's just select all the files and then call it test, and then just convert it. All right, so the process is done. We can launch ParaView, delete our files, and go to recent files, and then since the name of the case file is test, since it hasn't changed, I can just reload it. And when I click apply, you can see that there are two data points. There's time 0 and time number 1. So go to the multi-block inspector, hide convert cell data, and we are going to be doing the same post-processing. So practice this a couple of times. I know that we are repeating steps here, but that actually helps you understand like the workflow, and you won't forget it. Oops, I actually changed the opacity for the wrong boundary. So let me click on elbow wall and make it transparent, and hide the convert cell data because that's in your way. And we're going to create again a Z normal plane. Click apply. Okay, you can see that I've actually done a clip. I actually wanted to do a slice. So let me delete it and then do a slice, Z normal, and just click apply. Perfect, this is what I want. And we also want to make sure that we uncheck the triangulate the slice option, click apply, put the geometry like this, and we are ready to look at some results. Hopefully we have some results. So let's look at the second data point, and we're going to look at velocity, and you can see that slowly you start seeing some velocity information, and the peak velocity is quite high. So let's hide the plane and look at this in closer detail. All right, with respect to the color map, I'm really not a fan of this default color map. So let's basically use the default one, blue to red rainbow. Then you can actually see how the velocity looks like. The velocity field is still developing, obviously, so it's going to take some time for the flow field to develop. In the meantime, you can look at some vector plots, and we are going to be looking at velocity vectors, and make sure that you start with a lower number of samples, especially if you're trying to post-process when your simulation is running. You might be running out of memory, so maybe start with 100 points. So this actually tells you how the flow is taking place, and you can play with the scaling factor to make the plots a little bit better, but that's not the whole idea. The idea is not to make pretty plots. We want to make sure that the flow takes place in the right direction, because sometimes you set up the inflow and outflow boundary conditions oppositely, and hence the flow is going from outflow to inflow. So you need to make sure that those things happen correctly. All right, what else do I want to do here? So I can go back here and just hide everything except the throttle, and we can make sure that the throttle is perfectly opaque, and we can enable it. So then you will be able to see the throttle as well, right? And what we can do is we can now color the throttle if we want to. So in this case, I can color the throttle by, say, the pressure, right? And we're going to use a custom color map for the pressure as well. And we're going to be using our blue to red rainbow color. So here, you can see that when the flow encounters the throttle, the pressure is a bit higher, right? That is understandable. And then behind you have low pressure regions, because that's where the flow is going to separate, and the low pressure indicates a drop in static pressure. All right, so I can actually hide the glyph so that we can just look at, maybe even hide the slice so that we can look at the throttle. And you can see that rotating it is a bit hard. That's because the center of rotation is somewhere else. So I can click on this guy right here and then place the center right here, and I should be able to rotate it more comfortably. So you can see how the flow structures are taking place. There is some flow through the side, and that's expected because the throttle is not perfectly sealing the channel, right? You can have flow from top, left, bottom, and right, because this is a made up geometry. Okay, but it seems like the results are a bit physical. Nothing unphysical is happening so far, so we are good to go. So I'm just going to wait for a little bit longer, maybe check on our plots to see how it looks like. You can see that my mass flow rate is slowly starting to reach a steady state value. We can just wait a little bit longer, and maybe roughly at 6,000 or maybe even 7,000 cycles, we can just stop the simulation and we can look at the results. Okay, all right, so looks like the simulation is complete, and you can see that the inflow and outflow mass flow rates have converged to a particular value. And similarly, what you can also do is you can look at other flow quantities. In this particular case, there's not a lot of interesting things going on. So what we can do is open up Sigwin and do a ls, and then if you do a tail of your log file, you will see that the total simulation time is printed out. Okay, and in fact you can do tail -100, so that's going to print the last 100 lines. You can see that it took about 2015 seconds, and here is how the time was split. So solving the transport equations, right? So in this case you're solving your momentum equations, and then you're having your k and epsilon equations since you're solving turbulence. That's about 1565 seconds, so that's 77% of your runtime. Move surface and update grid, it's about 0.63%. So in this case there's no moving parts, but still the grid is generated every time step because that's how Converge does it. Now in steady state simulation, when there is no AMR, it optimizes some of the things, but it still takes a little bit of time. All right, then writing output files is the next major thing. In this case, we are writing post files and also writing to ASCII files. That's taking the most amount of time. What else can you do? So you can see that there are a lot of files written out, and each of these files contain outputs, and the names are quite intuitive. So for example, thermo.out contains the thermodynamic properties, and this is a volume averaged data. So if I open thermo.out, here you can actually see that for each iteration, what's the volume average pressure, what's the maximum pressure in the domain, minimum pressure in the domain, what's the mean temperature, max temperature, and min temperature, and so on. So the thermo file contains thermodynamic properties. Similarly, if you want to look at other things, so for example, we already looked at mass average flow.out. Now if we want to look at turbulence quantities, there is a file called turbulence.out, and if I unwrap it, you can see here it contains the turbulent kinetic energy, turbulent dissipation values, again averaged for the entire domain. Now we still haven't talked about turbulence modeling, so most of these parameters is going to be a bit mysterious for you, but the whole idea that I want to convey is in these output files you have meaningful data which you can look at, which you can plot, and you can get engineering quantities out of it. So this concludes the case setup for the steady state simulation. So now what we are going to do is we are going to set up the same problem using a transient solver. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my old setup, and here let's actually maybe hide this guy. And what I want to do is I want to rotate this throttle, okay? And couple of things which we need to think about is as we rotate, Okay, so the transparency tool here is not that good. Maybe I'll just go here and I can show it. So let me enable the elbow wall. There we go, perfect. So, as we rotate the throttle, we need to make sure that the throttle surface does not intersect with any of the parts, because then that would actually cause an invalid surface, and that's not what we want. All right, so in this case, you can see that the rotation axis is basically the axis of the cylinder that we drew in SolidWorks. So what I'm going to do is go back here and redisplay everything, maybe set the transparency back, case setup, and we're going to start all over again. So we are still going to be doing the general flow application. All right, so this time in simulation parameters, there's nothing different. We still have the same things. Now in run parameters, the first thing we are going to do differently is we are going to use a transient solver. Now, why are we using a transient solver? Because the throttle body is actually moving, and this is a transient problem. So for example, whenever the pressure changes, whenever there are oscillations, we want to make sure that we capture that transient behavior. Again, if that is the aim of the simulation, then that's why we are simulating the moving part, right? Else we won't do it. So since we are simulating the moving part, we need to do a transient simulation to capture those dynamic effects. Okay, so let's click OK here, and that's going to load a different set of constants. We just use the default values for now. And now you can see that this time the start time and end time is in seconds. So one way to think about the end time is by using something called as a flow through time. So here, if I enable the bounding box, you can see that the characteristic dimension is roughly 0.1. So ideally you want to calculate the length of this pipe. So we can just say that it's going to be maybe maximum of 0.2, and then what we can do is we can actually look at the velocity. So if I go to the plot and if I look at the velocity, you can see that the average velocity through the inlet is 80 meters per second. So the characteristic length is 0.2 meters and the velocity is 80 meters per second. So that's your flow through time. So that's how long it takes for the flow to go through that pipe once. So let us say in this case we want to simulate maybe 3 times that or 4 times that. So 2 milliseconds, maybe we want to simulate it up to 8 milliseconds or maybe 10 milliseconds. Okay, so that would be a good end time. So let us go with maybe 10 milliseconds in this case. So 10 milliseconds is 0.01. I believe that's correct. And the initial time step, I'm going to start with 1e minus 9, minimum time step 1e minus 9, and maximum time step of 1 second. So nothing changes there. So the main thing which we are going to do differently is this guy. We want to make sure that we rotate the throttle plate and we have to set it up correctly. So we go to boundary and we select our throttle body and we say that it's a wall type, but the wall is actually a rotating wall, right? So which means it requires a rotation center and an axis of rotation, right? So what I'm going to do is maybe I can just hide this guy and also that guy and that guy, right? So you can see that you have the cylinder. Now the cylinder, there's a circle on the top. Again, it's not complete, but you can imagine that. The center of that circle is what we want to give as the rotation center. And then what we want to measure is how this valve is inclined, right? That will actually help us figure out how to go about the rotation axis. So to do that, CONVERGE provides a lot of cool things. So since we are trying to measure the center and the normal direction, if I click on measure, and then if I go to direction, arc normal, what I can do is I can select a couple of points. Actually, I need 3 points to measure the arc normal. So if I click on apply, I'm going to get an arc center and an arc normal. So what we can do is we can just copy this arc center, right? And inside boundary, for the throttle, I can say that that's my rotation center. So what about the axis? Well, you have the arc normal, right? So that's going to be the direction in which, or that's going to be the rotation axis. So if you're not comfortable with this guy, rotation axis, you can think of it like this. So you can see that when I display the normals, you can see this arrow, right? And if I put the geometry in maybe this view, so this direction indicates the axis about which my throttle plate should rotate. Okay, I hope that makes sense to you. And to calculate that, we are measuring this arc normal. So we are using 3 points. So with 3 points, you can compute 2 vectors. And with those 2 vectors, you can actually do a cross product to determine the normal. Alternatively, what you can do is you can go to measure, you can do triangle normal. And if you just measure this normal, maybe just pick one guy. I'm going to clear all and then just pick one guy. And if you click apply, you can see that I get pretty much the same answer. All right. So here in this case, I have 0 for the Z component, but that's fine. It's pretty much the same. 3.6 E minus 5 is as good as 0. This one might be a bit more accurate because we are measuring it on the triangle itself. So let's just copy that. And for rotation about, we just paste that vector. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to give a rotation rate. So we can continuously give a rotation rate. So that means what's going to happen is the valve is going to keep on spinning. Well, we don't want that. What we want is we want the valve to basically maybe rotate by 20 or 30 degrees and then stop. Okay, so we can actually see how the flow looks like. So what I'm going to do is for the rotation rate, I'm going to use a file. All right. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say at 0 seconds, the angle is 0. And maybe roughly in 2 milliseconds, the angle is 25 degrees. So for the remaining time of the simulation, the angle is going to be 25 degrees, right? And we can just give it a name, throttle position dot in. Remember, it's a good practice to provide dot in as an extension. And that's basically it. So we click on validate and that solves the problem. So we now need to go to output and post processing. And for output files, now we want to write outputs maybe every time step. So 1E minus 6. What about time interval for writing 3D output? Well, this you can actually make an educated guess. So for example, in this case, we are running the simulation for 0.01 seconds. So let us say you need 10 output files. Okay, so if you need 10 output files, then this interval is automatically going to be 0.001. All right, so let's click OK, and we are going to export everything. So export all input files, and what we can do is elbow, and then we can create steady state transient. All right. So all of my files have been exported. So whenever you set up a transient case and that involves a moving boundary, it's a very good idea to actually make sure that the mesh generation process takes place correctly. And to do that, what you can do is in run parameters, there is a simulation mode called as no hydrodynamic solver. This is not going to do the CFD part. It's going to just create the mesh for each and every time step. So this process is relatively fast. So I can either select no hydrodynamic solver here and export all of my input files, or I can open up my command window, open up inputs.in. Oops, before that I need to make sure that I'm in the right path. Steady state, transient. And then we are going to say no hydro is equal to 1. All right, and we can run this in serial first to make sure that it runs through. You can see that this runs fairly quickly. We can run this in parallel. And then we can continuously monitor the log file to make sure that the simulation is progressing correctly. So here you can see that this is our total time, and this right here is basically your time step. And since the throttle is actually moving, the cell count is actually a bit different, because depending upon the position of the throttle, the cell Cartesian method is going to generate slightly different number of cells, and that is why you can see that the cell count is different. All right, the simulation is complete. It took only 46 seconds, which is not bad. So if I go to the output folder, you can see that I have 10 post files. So let's go back to CONVERGE Studio, go to the output tab, and then this time what we're going to do is set up the transient flow, and we're going to post process all of it and then give it a file name test. All right, so that process is complete. I can just delete all of my current variables in ParaView, and then click on open, navigate to the right folder, output, and then open test.case. In 2 milliseconds it reaches that particular value and then it stays there. And if you make the mesh, and then if you select your slice and then just display the mesh, and then just click on triangulate the slice or uncheck it, you can see how your mesh is getting created. So this is the beauty of cut cell Cartesian method. The mesh generation process is quite easy, and you can see that the mesh automatically moves, and when the mesh moves, the embedding also moves. So now what we can do is we can set up the flow simulation. So I can just go back to Sigwin, navigate to the right folder, and then we go to no hydro, and then we set it to 0. All right, so then what we are going to do is run the case in parallel. Impia exec minus n4 converge, and then pipe it to dev null log file. We already have a log file that is going to get overwritten. So if I hit enter, oh sorry, before I do that I need to put the ampersand sign so that the job runs in the background. Okay, so the job has been submitted. So if I do tail log file, you can see that the simulation is going on. And you can use the grep tool to grep for dt in log file to see what your time step is. So time step is growing, and this is your current simulation time. So we are going to wait for the simulation to complete, and then we are going to look at the output data. All right, so I've loaded the files, and now you can actually see how the flow structure evolves. So if I go to the first time step and if I play the simulation, you can see how the flow interacts with this throttle and then finally reaches a steady state. We don't have a lot of time steps, so it's very hard to see the difference. So let's just try to go one time step at a time. So this is after 1 millisecond. And then now you can see that when the throttle moves, it's closing the area a little bit more, and then that's going to cause more density variation. So we are looking at density here. So if we look at velocity in the same plot, and then if I use a different color map here, and then we just need to make sure that we rescale the velocity. All right, so if I go back one more time step, you can see that that's how the velocity looks like. And if I go one more time step, now you can see that there is larger regions where velocity is becoming 0. That's because when the valve closes, it's going to create more recirculating zones. If I just keep doing that, you can see that then the flow pattern just keeps on changing, but it reaches a steady state value, right? And 5, 6, 7 milliseconds, you can see that the flow pattern is changing, but it's not changing a lot. All right, so we can set up this case slightly more fine so that you can see the flow oscillations a little bit more, but we don't have to do that for now. All right, so the next thing that I want to show you is how to create a streamline. So the idea behind streamlines is to visualize how the flow takes place, and to understand that, let me give you an example. Imagine that there is a river and you put some paper particles in the river, and if you keep on taking pictures of that paper particle several times a second, and if you put all those pictures together, you can actually track how the paper moves, right? So that is a path line, right? So here what we can do is, at each and every time step, we have a velocity field. We can use that velocity field and we can introduce some particles, and we can see that how those particles move if that is the velocity field, right? So the velocity field changes with every time step, so the flow structures are also going to change, right? This actually helps us to visualize how complex the flow path is. And to do that, what I'm going to do is select test.case and then use the stream tracer. The thing I need to do is I need to set up a location where I introduce all of my particles. This is called as the seed point, and here what we are going to do is we are first going to choose our seed, which in this case is going to be a spherical source. So we use a point source and immediately a sphere appears. So what we are going to do is we are going to introduce a bunch of particles inside the sphere, and if the sphere is inside the pipe, then those particles are going to be introduced in the pipe and then it's going to flow. So to do this, I'm going to first put my geometry in a proper view, and then I can just move the sphere to the required location, and just check a couple of views to make sure that the geometry is inside, and you can just move it around to see that you are in the right location. So we are going to start by introducing 100 points inside the sphere. So let's just click apply, and you can see that the calculation is done, but you don't see anything. That's because we are in time step number 0, which is the initial conditions where there is no flow field. So if I go to the next time step, hopefully you will see the streamlines. Okay, and when I change my background to black, you can see that the streamlines are quite visible. So now that we are able to see it, we can increase the number of points to say 200. This is going to take a little bit more time, but now you see all your lines. It's quite dense, which is nice. The next thing that I'm going to do is adjust the transparency so that I can see the streamlines a little bit more clearly, right? And we can also color it by the velocity. Okay, so this way you know where the high velocity is and where the low velocity is. And I'm going to change my color map to something like this so that it looks much more visible. You can enable test.case so that you can see all of it together, and if you want, you can completely hide the elbow, or you can make it really transparent. Something like that. And what else can we do here? Well, if I go to my stream tracer, go to properties, I can just uncheck show sphere so that I don't see it. Then you have all sorts of control. For example, there's a parameter called line width. I can just change that to increase the line width. You can play with those things if you want to. Alright, so now we are going to take a closer look at the model, and then I'm going to change the center of rotation so that I can control the model quite easily. So something like this. And then if I go to the next time frame, now you can see that the flow structures have changed, and this is what happens. So the flow is really chaotic when there is a throttle valve, and that's going to cause a lot of oscillations. It's going to cause high pressure and low pressure zones near the throttle vicinity, and we are able to predict these type of things with Converge quite comfortably. So that concludes this particular lesson. I have provided the geometry for you. Like I said, the geometry has been oriented slightly differently, and you will be using a different profile for the throttle, and you will be working on a small project. Okay, all right, if you have any questions, get in touch with me. Good luck. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you're all doing good. In this video, I wanted to give you a little bit more information about how normals are calculated. So normals are basically vectors that define direction. So let us just assume that this is an intake valve. So when the intake valve moves up and down, this is going to be its axis. Now to define this particular axis, we need to define a vector that has the same direction. Okay. So how do we determine this vector? Now, if you see here, if I zoom in into this area, and if I just draw that separately, you are going to have this particular face made up of triangles. Okay, so I'm just going to draw some triangles here. Each and every triangle has a normal direction, right? It has a normal vector. And as you can see, the direction of this normal vector and the axis of our valve are exactly the same. So at the end of the day, if I determine the normal of this particular triangle or even create an arc with the following points, then I can actually compute this direction. So how does the arc thing work? So when I select 3 points, what I can actually do is I can construct 2 vectors. So let me demonstrate that. I'm going to take up these 3 points and I'm going to draw them separately like this. The spacing between the points have been exaggerated slightly for clarity. So with 3 points I can create 2 vectors. So let us say this is vector number 1 and I'm calling it V1, and this is vector number 2. Now if I take V1 cross V2 and let us just call this vector as V3, then the direction of V3 is going to be perpendicular to V1 and V2. That is basically your cross product. So similarly, when I take these 3 points and compute the cross product, I will get a new vector that will have the same direction as the valve axis. So that is why in the videos you see me measuring the arc, because that helps me compute the center of the arc and also the arc normal. Now the center of the arc is extremely useful when we are trying to rotate the geometry. For example, let us take a look at this simple cylinder. Now let us say that I want to rotate this cylinder about the z-axis. Alright, so when I'm going to transform, rotate, and if I have to rotate it about a particular axis, z-axis, then I need to specify the origin. Okay, so what does that mean? For example, let us say I measure this particular location. Alright, and I'm going to copy this coordinate, transform, rotate, and if I place this as the origin and if I try to rotate it by 10 degrees about the z-axis, watch what happens. Maybe I'll just put it in the top view so that you can see what's going on. Right, so our selected point is still there. So when I click apply, you can see that it is rotating about this particular point, which is bad. Sometimes we don't want that. So what I can do is I can go to measure, direction, arc normal, and I can select 3 points to measure this arc. Now remember that I'm selecting points along an arc. Okay, so make sure that you select the points carefully. The spacing between the points really doesn't matter. Okay, so if I click apply, you can see that I have an arc normal and I also have an arc center. So let us just take this arc center first. Right click, copy, and I'm going to just create a vertex in the location where I copied. So you can see that that falls exactly in the center of the cylinder, at least in the top face. So now if I go to transform, and this time if I rotate the geometry about this new point, and then if I click apply, you can see that the geometry is rotating about that particular point. And that is why the rotation center is as important as the rotation axis. So the other thing is, now let us say I put the geometry in the front view and I'm going to rotate the entire geometry about the y-axis, say 45 degrees, something like this. So now when I try to rotate the geometry about the z-axis, it's not going to work because z-axis does not refer to the axis of the cylinder. So I need to go back, use the measure tool, arc normal, select 3 points and get the arc normal. Okay, alternatively what I can do is I can click on triangle normal, just select one triangle. You can see that both arc and cell normals are exactly the same. So I'm just going to copy the cell normal, copy, and I'm going to transform, and this time when I rotate, I'm going to be rotating it about an arbitrary axis, and I paste the axis. We still need to calculate the rotation origin, and I can just use the location of this particular point for that. So if I click apply, I have my point, and I can use that as the rotation origin. So now when I try to rotate the model, you can see that maybe if I keep it like this, you can see that it rotates about that axis and about that point, so which is fairly neat. Similarly, I can copy this axis and go to translate, and I can paste it in directional vector. So what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to translate this cylinder along this axis, and let us say that we want to translate it by 1 mm. If I put the geometry in front view, maybe zoom out a little bit and click apply, you can see that it moves along the axis. If I change the sign of my translation amount parameter, it goes in the opposite direction. Now these two features are extremely useful when we are trying to deal with valves and when we are trying to set up motion profiles for valves. Okay, all right, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, today we are going to be solving an interesting problem. This is called a Z-Brandal Meyer shock problem. So here the idea is we actually have a supersonic inflow into a duct, and then there is a sharp corner. We are going to develop a lot of Mach waves. These are called as weak Mach waves, and there are infinite of them. Okay, and that's actually going to fan out, creating this particular pattern right here. So here in the leading edge, the angle that this shock wave makes is proportional to the inlet Mach number, and then the trailing edge of the shock depends on the outflow Mach number. We are also going to be setting this problem as a two-dimensional problem. Shocks are extremely important in CFD. You can see them in different applications. In today's class, you will learn how to actually set it up. So the setup is quite simple. So I already have the geometry here. You have access to the STL file. So what you are going to be doing is you are going to be flagging this particular case as a two-dimensional geometry. I'm not going to be doing a step-by-step tutorial here because I think we have done enough 2D simulations already. So quick run through. So here I'm still doing a steady state simulation. You can see that I'm running it up to 25,000 cycles. All right, so I have my inlet here, outlet here, and then since it's 2D, the front and back boundaries are going to be two-dimensionals, and then the top and bottom walls are going to be slip boundaries. Okay, so with respect to solver parameters, I'm not changing anything. Now the fundamental difference is that at the inlet, I'm basically providing a supersonic inlet condition. So the velocity along the x-axis is 680 meters per second. Now at 286 Kelvin, the speed of sound is roughly 340. So the inlet Mach number is 2.0. All right. So that is my inlet condition, and you can see that the inlet species is just air. Now at outlet, you can see that I'm using a Neumann boundary condition. Now as part of your homework assignment, you are going to figure out what Neumann boundary conditions means. If a boundary condition is Neumann, how are values determined at the boundaries? You are going to be researching that, and you are going to be letting us know in your solution. The other thing you need to figure out is for supersonic outlets, why is all the boundary conditions set to Neumann boundary conditions? So for this particular problem, you need to make sure that everything in your outlet is Neumann boundary condition. With respect to 2D boundaries, there is no surprises. It's fairly simple. The top and bottom walls are slip boundaries. Okay, so that's basically it. The other thing that you need to pay attention to is the initial conditions. So here I'm initializing the domain with 680 meters per second. As part of your challenge, you are going to be running two problems. In the first problem, you are going to be setting up the initial conditions as 100 meters per second, which is subsonic, and in the second attempt you are going to be setting it up as 680 meters per second, and you are going to tell us how the results are going to change. For turbulence modeling, what I'm doing is I'm selecting RNG K epsilon. Again, we have not talked about turbulence modeling yet, so in this particular case we are using the default value. So the next thing that we need to talk about is the base grid. So the base grid for this problem is 0.8. All right, so I'll enable the bounding box here so that you can see what the dimension of the geometry is. For this particular dimension, my base grid is 0.8, and I'm having the same base grid size in all the three directions. Now the interesting thing that we are doing here is we are enabling adaptive mesh refinement. What is that? So if I go back to this video, you can see that in certain areas the mesh is fixed, whereas the place where the shock occurs, you see that we are using finer cells. This is called as adaptive mesh refinement, and in this particular case I'm using a temperature based adaptive mesh refinement so that I monitor the curvature in temperature. So curvature means second order derivative in temperature. I'm monitoring that whenever the curvature of temperature is greater than a particular value, I refine the mesh. So you can think of this as the subgrid scale temperature. All right, so if I go back to Converge here, And if I open Adaptive Mesh Refinement, you can see that I've enabled temperature AMR in region 0. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you how I set this up. So I went to grid control and I made sure that Adaptive Mesh Refinement is first checked. Alright, so once Adaptive Mesh Refinement is checked, I click on AMR, and the first thing I do is I basically set the maximum number of cells that I want. In this case, I'm going to start out with 200,000 cells. So that is the maximum cell count possible. Alright, and then I'm saying that AMR is available in only region 0. So by default, you would see something like this. What you need to do is you need to select your region and you need to place it under the active region. So only then AMR is going to be active. Then we are going to be choosing the type of AMR. So in this particular case, you can choose velocity AMR or temperature AMR, because when a shock occurs, both of these quantities are going to change a lot. So what I'm doing is I'm using a temperature AMR, and then the subgrid scale temperature difference is 0.05 Kelvin. So whenever the subgrid scale temperature is greater than 0.05 Kelvin, AMR is going to refine. And the maximum embedding level for AMR is set to 2. So if I open up this video, right, you can see that this right here is your base grid. And if I pause the video somewhere here, you can see that from the base grid size, this is your first level of refinement. That is, if you have embed scale of 1, this is the refinement that you will have. If you have embed scale of 2, everything is going to get refined one more time. Like I said, Converge uses an octary data structure. So the refinement formula is quite simple. So if your refinement level is n, then your grid size is going to be base grid divided by 2 power n. Since our base grid is 0.8 meters and our embed level is 2, the new grid size, or the smallest grid size, is going to be 0.8 divided by 2 power 2, which is 4. 0.8 by 4, which is going to be 0.2 meters. So that is the smallest cell that we will have in our particular simulation. Now, if you increase the embed scale, your cell sizes are going to get even more smaller. And then with respect to subgrid criterion, what I want you to do is I want you to use different values for the subgrid scale criterion to understand what actually happens. Alright, so that's also part of your assignment. So once I OK this, that's basically it. I export my simulation and then I run it. Now at this point, you must be extremely comfortable in running the simulation and post-processing the simulation. So in this particular case, what I'm doing is I'm plotting the temperature. Okay, so you can look at velocity. You can also look at the Mach number to see how it changes. So that's going to be your assignment for this week. All right, let me know if you have any questions. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, in this video, I wanted to get into the details of the case setup in Converge. So far, we have been, setting up a few simulations, and some of the options have been skipped. So today I wanted to go through some of the options in detail, because that helps you understand the whole simulation environment much better. So I'll start with the Applications tab. Now, when you open up the Applications tab, on the left hand side, you have the categories, and on the right hand side, you have the applications. Converge was primarily an internal combustion engine solver, and hence we have a dedicated application for that. So any other type of simulation that you want to set up has to be done by clicking on General Flow. Okay, I hope that makes sense. The other thing that you can do is, on the left hand side, you have all these categories. So for example, you can select the materials that you want. Under simulation parameters, you can include the parameters that you want. For example, if you want to include gravity, you would enable the body force. Similarly, in the boundary conditions, you have some advanced options. So you will not be using these two options. These are quite advanced. So for example, GT suite coupling enables Converge to be coupled with the software called GT Power, and wall value initialization is a concept that allows us to initialize quantities on wall boundaries. Okay, so moving on, let's go to initial conditions. So in initial conditions, by default, we set up only regions and initializations. But then there is a concept called events. So events is used whenever you want to connect and disconnect two regions. All right. So for that, we will be setting up a shock tube problem soon, where you will understand the concepts of events and how they actually work. Mapping is an interesting concept that allows you to take data from either an existing simulation or from experiments to initialize your simulation. when we initialize the domain, we basically give a particular value for pressure and temperature, right? Now let us say that you have data from some other software where the pressure and temperature is provided at each and every point. If you want to take that data and feed it into CONVERGE, you would be setting something up called as mapping. Then comes physical models. So this is a list of physical models that CONVERGE provides. So depending on the simulation that you want, multiple physical models might be required. Now remember, you cannot just check all of them together because you cannot run a simulation which uses all of these physical models. All right. Then comes grid control. So under grid control, this is where you set up your base mesh, which we have already done. We did take a look at adaptive mesh refinement, and we also looked at fixed embedding. Grid scaling is something that you did when you set up the channel flow problem. So grid scaling helps us change the base grid as a function of time. Finally, output and post-processing. Here we don't typically change, we use both the options by default. And then finally, user-defined functions. So UDF is something that helps us write our own code to do custom calculations. Now we are not going to be using UDFs in this particular course, so I'm not going to be talking about that. Finally, surface checking, it's enabled by default. So this is your geometry diagnostic tools that's available for you. The next thing that we are going to be looking at is gas simulation. So when you set up your gas simulation, you will see that initially you set up your equation of state. Now you can use an ideal gas model or a real gas model. So ideal gas model means PV equal to nRT is going to be used, or you can employ one of the real gas models. So Redlich-Kwong is quite famous and Peng-Robinson is also quite famous. If you're interested in learning more about these models, I would recommend you to read the CONVERGE theory manual. All right. Then you can see that there's something called as gas thermodynamic data. What is that? Well, in order to perform CFD calculations, especially if you have gas species, you need to know the entropy, enthalpy, and specific heats for all the participating gas phase species. CONVERGE provides you a database of 621 species. For example, if I click on a species, you can actually look at its specific heat, enthalpy, and entropy, all right, as a function of temperature. And there are so many species that are available. You can just click on them, click on the graphs, and look at the properties if you want to. All right. Now, where is this data coming from? This is coming from something called as a NASA thermodynamic data file. Okay, so the NASA thermodynamic data file contains a list of polynomial coefficients that can be used to calculate these properties accurately. Similarly, if I click on gas transport data, that contains the viscosity and conductivity for the gases. So let me just close this and click OK here. All right, the next thing that you will see is something called as a reaction mechanism. What is that? When you run a CONVERGE simulation, if combustion is involved, then you need to provide something called as a mechanism file. So far, we have not done any kind of reacting simulations. That is, we have not done any simulations where combustion is involved. So we don't need a mechanism file. However, if I click on this little icon, you will see a preview of the mechanism file, which is called as mech.dat. You can see that it contains elements, species, and it has a reactions keyword, but then there are no reactions, correct? So when we set up our species here, CONVERGE knows that O2 and N2 are the participating species, right? So that is the only information that is being used from this file because there are no reactions in this particular file. That being said, another thing that I wanted to tell you, which you might have already realized, is you are actually using CONVERGE Studio to generate a bunch of input files. You can see that in order for you to run a CONVERGE simulation, you require the .in and .dat files. So these are the files that are going to be read in by your solver in order to do the simulation. Okay, so when you are actually going through the case setup tree, what you are doing is you are editing these input files. For example, if I click on gas simulation one more time, and if I click on this little guy, you can see that this window is being used to edit the inputs.in file. All right. So similarly, if I select something else, for example, run parameters, and then click on this preview, you can see that this is also being used to set up the inputs.in file because the inputs.in contains a lot of properties. So you need multiple dialog boxes to set it up. And those dialog boxes are shown at different locations in the case setup tree. All right, now let's take a look at simulation time parameters. So your simulation time parameters controls from what time to what time you want to run the simulation. So that is your start time and end time. You should be quite comfortable with that. In addition to that, you also set up your time step control parameters, which are basically all of these time step multipliers. Anytime you see a time step multiplier or a limiter, these are factors that are going to control the time step. Now at this point, the only takeaway that you need to go with is when the time step is large, your simulation is going to run faster. When the time step is small, your simulation is going to run slower. Okay. Now a smaller time step means that the accuracy is also more, but for engineering simulations, we want to make sure that we run the simulation as fast as possible without compromising too much on the accuracy. All right. Then we are going to be looking at the solver parameters. So CONVERGE uses something called as a PISO algorithm. Okay. So PISO algorithm offers a way for us to solve the Navier-Stokes equations along with additional transport equations. We will be discussing this algorithm in detail at a later lecture. In addition to this, CONVERGE uses a finite volume method based discretization, for which we need to basically have convective flux schemes, and we also have flux bending fractions, and then we also have flux limiters. For example, here's a list of functions that are available. Now, as far as what these functions do, we will have a very gentle introduction to finite volume method. It's not going to be a comprehensive session, but it should give you a fair amount of idea what these methods do. Okay, and then you can see that for each of the equations, right, if you take momentum, species, energy, density, you can set up the same the convective flux schemes and the flux limiters. So, and the same thing can be done for turbulence as well. So as far as the equations are concerned, these are the equations that you typically solve. You solve your momentum, pressure, density, species, passives, TKE, epsilon, omega, and then radiation. Now, not all the equations might be solved in a simulation. It depends on what physical models you're using. All right. So for each of the equations, a particular solver is chosen and solver related properties are provided. You can see that CONVERGE uses SOR or something called as bi-CG stab. So this is actually called as preconditioned. This is actually a variant of the conjugate gradient method. And you can see that for all the equations, I basically have the same structure. And depending upon the solver I use, the time it takes to solve a particular equation will change. Okay, so let me click OK here. As far as the boundary conditions goes, we have talked about a few different types of boundary conditions. For example, we have looked at interface. We have looked at 2D. We know what inflow, outflow, and wall boundaries are. We still have to talk about periodic and symmetry boundary condition, which we will be doing at a later point. And here also, you can actually click on this little preview icon, and you can see that there is a file called boundary.in. Now, this is the file that actually contains your boundary conditions. And for each boundary, there is a block of data, which basically represents the conditions for velocity, temperature, pressure, and species. Okay, you can just scroll through it and then try to understand what each of the terms mean. For example, here we are saying that pressure, we are giving a Dirichlet boundary condition, and the value is 1.5 bar. If you're putting square brackets, that means it's actually total pressure. All right, so let me close this guy. So with respect to regions and initialization, as I said, the next problem that you're going to be solving is actually a shock problem where we will be having two regions, and then we'll be using something called as events. Okay, and with respect to physical models, these are the available models, and depending upon the problem, different models will be used. All right, finally, grid control. So with respect to grid control, you can see that there is several grid control options: base grid, adaptive mesh refinement, fixed embedding, and grid scaling. So let's click on fixed embedding. We have already played with the boundary embedding option. So if I click on this preview button, you can see that we are setting up a file called embedded.in. Similarly, if I enable adaptive mesh refinement and click on AMR and click on the preview button, you can see that this is being used to set up AMR.in file. All right, so it's a very good idea to familiarize what are the input files that CONVERGE has and try to understand how these input files are edited by the various dialog boxes that CONVERGE Studio provides. Okay, another thing that I wanted to point out is, for example, let us say you are in this particular window and you need some help. You can just click on this help icon, and that's going to immediately provide you help that is relevant to this particular window. You can just read about it and then try to understand what's going on. So instead of you going into the manual and searching for information, you can just open this up and then read through it fairly easily. With respect to output and post-processing, we are not going to be discussing anything new. We have already covered that in detail. User-defined functions is something, as I said, it's not included in this particular course, but this actually helps you develop your own submodels that you can actually integrate into Converge. In addition to that, user-defined functions can also be used to do custom post-processing and data extraction. Okay, all right, so I hope you enjoyed this video and it provided you a little bit more information about the workflow in Converge. We will be having multiple parts of this video. We will be having similar videos in the future. If you have questions, get in touch with us, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you're all doing good. In this video, you are going to be learning how to set up a shock tube problem in Converge. Now, shock tubes are important devices. They have a lot of applications. Primarily, they are used to basically study chemical kinetics. Now, the idea here is you can actually see a shock tube in front of you. There are two regions. There's a left-hand side region and a right-hand side region, and there's a diaphragm. Now, the diaphragm is basically separating the two regions. You might ask why you need that. Well, the answer to that question is, on one side you have high pressure zone, and then the other side you have a low pressure zone. So what happens is this diaphragm is actually broken, and when the diaphragm gets broken, the interface is no longer there, and because of that, the fluid in the high pressure zone is going to enter the low pressure zone, and depending upon the pressure difference, shock waves can develop, and the shock waves can reflect from the walls, and you can get refraction waves. So you can get compression and expansion waves in this process. And in real life, what people do is they fill the chamber with fuel and air, and because of these shock waves, right, what's going to happen is there is going to be auto ignition. Because of the pressure waves, the fuel and air are going to auto ignite, because typically temperature is also higher. And what you can actually determine from the shock tube data is how long it takes for the fuel and air to combust, which is what you call as ignition delay. And typically this is how ignition delay data is obtained for chemical kinetics calculations. And hence shock tubes are extremely important, and learning how to simulate it is also going to be very useful, because what you can actually do is you can set up the experiment and you can test out a reaction mechanism, and you can see if the simulation prediction for ignition delay matches with your experimental data. All right, so let me actually play this video. Now, before I do that, let me explain what you're going to be looking at. The top image and bottom image represent the same geometry at the same instant of time. Now, the only difference is that the top geometry shows species concentration. We are actually showing you the concentration of nitrogen. So the way the case is set up is that on one side you have nitrogen and the other side you have oxygen. Okay, and here you are seeing velocity. Initially the velocity is actually 0 because the diaphragm is intact, and hence there is no flow. So when I actually play the video, you can see that the diaphragm breaks. You can see that the waves are getting reflected back and forth, and in the process mini shock waves are also getting developed. You can see that this right here is your diamond shock wave pattern. Now on the top, things take place a bit more slowly. Okay, so I'm just going to play the video from start again. The species concentration actually goes up, but it gets pushed back because of the reflected wave. Now when the shock front hits the wall and comes back, it's actually preventing the mixing process. Do you see that? That's what's happening here, and it's causing that little recirculation zone, and it keeps on occurring. Now if this was a reacting flow problem, meaning if you had air and fuel, then you can also simulate the combustion process here, right? Overall, it's a very exciting and interesting problem to set up. Now the main reason why I'm introducing you this problem is to give you an introduction to shock tube, and also explain another important concept called as regions. Now when we set up the conjugate heat transfer problem, we learned how to set up two regions, the fluid and solid region. Now in this case, we are going to be setting up two regions, and one shortcut trick that you need to learn is, or actually a checkbox called as group color by regions. If I click on that, you can see that each of the triangles are getting colored by a region, right? So this is one region and this is another region. So what I have here is, if I just bring it up here, you can see that I have two regions. I have a high pressure region, which is colored in green, and low pressure region, which is colored in brown. Okay, so these are my two regions. So how did I set it up? Well, it's fairly straightforward. When I flag the boundaries, I flag it in such a way that, I have a high pressure boundary, which is this guy. Maybe I can just hide it all and then show it one by one. So this is my high pressure boundary. All right. And since this is a 2D simulation, I have my two 2D boundaries. And this entire thing is going to define your high pressure region, right? With all these phases, you can define a volume, and which is what Converge requires to create that into a region, right? So for example, here with all these phases, I can construct a volume. I hope you can see that. And that is what is happening here. So Converge is using all these phases, and since we have assigned regions for it, it knows that this is a separate region. So similarly, if I uncheck this guy, hide all, and then show you the low pressure region, the boundary flagging is very similar. So we have a low pressure boundary, and then we have two 2D boundaries. Okay, and then when you connect it, you have your entire case setup. All right, so this is going to be more of a blind simulation test for you, meaning I'm not going to be showing you how I set it up from scratch. I'm just going to be giving you some pointers. This is more like a project for you. You're going to be figuring out how the boundary flagging needs to be done, and then how you need to assign the regions. What I'm going to be talking about is two things. In the initial conditions, I have two regions. I have a high pressure region, which has a 6 bar pressure and 300 Kelvin temperature, and a low pressure region where it's atmospheric. Now, one thing that I'm doing is I'm creating something called as events. What is that? So whenever you have two regions, with the help of events, you can actually either connect them or disconnect them. What does that mean? So in this case, we have two regions, right? We initially don't want the flow to take place from the high pressure region to the low pressure region. All right. But after some time, we can actually enable the flow, right? Which is very similar to popping the diaphragm in experiments, because in a simulation, you cannot pop a diaphragm, right? It's not possible. So we actually do that by creating these events. So let me show you what this is. This is fairly simple. So when I click on this, I have 4 tabs. Click on the sequential tab. You can see that there is a start time, 0 seconds. So at 0 seconds, the high pressure region and low pressure region are closed, meaning they're disconnected, no flow can take place. But then at 0.001 second, which is 1 millisecond, the two regions are open, after which they completely stay open. And that is why you see that the shock is completely propagating. Okay, so this is one thing that I want to mention. The other thing is I'm setting this up as a transient simulation, and I'm running it for 0.003 seconds. Okay, so 3 milliseconds. So let me close this. The final thing that I wanted to talk to you about is adaptive mesh refinement. Now in adaptive mesh refinement, I'm basically doing a species-based AMR, and you can just copy the settings that I have here. I'm using nitrogen as my AMR species. Type is permanent, and then the SGS embed level is 0.001. We still haven't talked about adaptive mesh refinement. We haven't discussed the theory, so I'm not going to be explaining this. For now, just use this number and try to set up the simulation successfully. Okay. As far as creating the animation, well, you can actually use this setting. You can see that you need to get the 3D output data at 1e minus 5 seconds in order to get a smooth looking video. And the time interval for text output can be 1e minus 6. Note that there is no inflow or outflow boundary here. It's completely walls. So that is why after some time, once you get an equilibrium condition, the pressure will reach a steady value. You can actually check that out by monitoring the data. Okay, so with that, I would like to conclude this video. Like I said, this is going to be a blind test. I think I've shown you the required information to set up the problem. I do have the raw geometry file. It's provided to you as well. Use that to set up the case. And if you have any questions, let me know. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be talking about regions and events. Now this video is going to be highly relevant for those of you who are taking up a course on internal combustion engines. However, if you are in a course that deals with a different application using CONVERGE CFD, you would still be able to follow this video and you would be able to learn a lot from it. Now, just like a boundary is a collection of triangles, a region is a collection of boundaries. with regions you are able to create volumetric zones. Well, why do we need different volumetric zones? For example, if you take this port fuel injection engine, region 3 and region 1 belong to the intake system and region 2 belong to the exhaust system. When you are initializing your CFD setup, the intake gases are typically consisting of only air, whereas exhaust gases typically consist of carbon dioxide, nitrogen and water vapor. Now, in order for us to specify different sets of mass fractions in these two regions, we would need to identify these two volumes separately, and that is the first advantage of having a region. As far as splitting the intake into two regions, in this case we want region 3 to have a little bit more fuel mass to begin with, because that's very common of port fuel injection engines. The second advantage of having regions is you can control flow between two regions. In an internal combustion engine, when intake valve opens, you actually have flow taking place from the intake ports into the cylinder, and after the intake valve is closed, there is no longer any flow. Now, in real life, this actually happens fairly straightforward, whereas in computer simulations, we need to tell the computers when flow is allowed and when flow is not allowed. This is managed by something called as events in CONVERGE. In CONVERGE, you can pick a region pair, for example, in this case, region 3 and region 0, and you can set up a time when these two regions or these two volumes should be connected and when these two volumes should not be connected. With this feature, you can simulate things like intake valve closure, intake valve opening, exhaust valve closure and exhaust valve opening. The other benefit of having different regions is you can apply grid control techniques by region. What does this mean? Typically, when you're running a combustion simulation, you might not be interested in what happens in the exhaust port. So if this is the case, you might use a smaller grid. You can have the base mesh size in exhaust region, whereas in the intake and the cylinder regions, you can use a finer mesh. Another useful benefit of having multiple regions is you can get region by region based outputs. This is extremely useful when you are making comparisons with experimental data. For instance, let us assume that you have a test rig where you are obtaining the pressure versus crank angle diagram for your single cylinder engine. Typically, this is done by mounting a pressure sensor somewhere on the cylinder head. Now, in order for you to compare your simulation results against this experimental data, you need to measure the static pressure only inside region 0, which corresponds to the combustion chamber. And since we have already defined that region, getting that pressure as a volume averaged output is fairly straightforward, and you can directly make comparisons with experimental data. In addition to this, there is additional advantages like mapping solution by regions. This might not be a straightforward advantage, as some of you might still be beginners in CONVERGE CFD. So for now, I'll just explain this in a very crude manner. So say that you have a simulation that you want to take the results from this simulation and map it to a different simulation. When you do that, you can take data from region 0 of your first simulation and map it to region 0 of the second simulation. Another great advantage of having multiple regions is you can specify combustion models by region. This is very important because combustion model typically adds a lot to your final simulation time. So you really don't want to be performing combustion simulations areas that is not required, because you're solving a big ODE system, each and every cell, and if there is a region where you do not care about combustion, you should not be performing such heavy calculations. Using regions, you can say that, okay, region 1 and region 3 are my intake systems, I don't want any reactions to take place. Whereas region 0 is my combustion chamber, and only in that region I'm going to be performing combustion calculations. You can get this level of control if you have multiple regions. Another cool benefit of having multiple regions is you can control the CFL number region to region. This is very important, and a great example for this is engines where the peak cylinder pressure is actually quite high. So when the exhaust valve actually opens, there's going to be a huge pressure difference between region 0 and region 2, which is the exhaust, right? Because of that, the velocity is going to be really high at the exhaust port. Now, this velocity can be so high that it controls your time step for the entire simulation, or primarily during the exhaust stroke, and it can slow down your simulation a lot. But in this particular simulation, let us say that you are interested only in capturing the peak cylinder pressure and part of the exhaust stroke, then you really don't care about this exhaust blow by. In other words, you can afford to have a higher CFL number when the exhaust valve opens, and you would be okay with having less accurate solution for the exhaust stroke. These type of customizations are possible only if you have multiple regions. So now I'm going to be explaining an important concept called disconnect triangles. As of CONVERGE 2.3 and 4, you cannot have surface triangles that are intersecting with each other, right? This is something that you should be aware of at this point. In fact, this is one of the checks that you do when you run the diagnosis. Now, since two surfaces cannot intersect with each other, they are not closing in real life, correct? In other words, when we are customizing the events, there has to be some type of obstruction that gets created which does not allow the flow to take place. And this temporary obstruction that gets created on the fly by the solver is called as disconnect triangles. And in order for us to create the disconnect triangles, you need to make sure that there is a small amount of gap between your valve and the intake port. Now there are situations where disconnect triangles can be created without these types of gaps, but that's totally a different type of disconnect triangle, and we will be talking about that in the next slide. Now disconnect triangles can be categorized into single loop disconnect triangles and concentric circle disconnect triangles. A single loop triangle is fairly simple. So if you're running a shock tube type simulation where one side there is high pressure and one side there is low pressure, there is a clear loop which disconnects the high pressure side from the low pressure side. These type of scenarios, you have a single loop disconnect triangles. Now in cases of IC engine, you want a physical obstruction created from the valve, which is going to be one of those loops, and this obstruction has to connect with some other loop on the port side, right? So there are two loops, two circular loops, and you are basically lofting these two profiles to create that obstruction, which is called as the concentric circle disconnect triangles. So for example, let's take a look at the single loop disconnect triangles. So here you have the high pressure side on one side and low pressure side on the other side, and this is a single loop, right? So when you are setting up this case in CONVERGE, this brown boundary, the light brown boundary would be added to one region, say region 2, and this dark brown boundary would be added to region 1. Automatically CONVERGE can create an event between these two regions, and we can either set the event to open or close, or we can also add a table which defines when the regions should be connected and when the regions should be disconnected. So for example, if we have to create a triangle, this is how the triangle would get created. Now one of the common mistakes that a lot of students do is they actually create the disconnect triangle. This should not happen. The solver is going to create the disconnect triangle for you. However, a very good practice would be to first create the disconnect triangle manually in CONVERGE Studio to visualize how it's going to look like. And once you're comfortable with the position and orientation of the disconnect triangles, you should delete them before you export all of your input files to run the simulation. Now let's take a look at concentric circle disconnect triangles. Now typically when you're setting up your internal combustion engine, your port is flagged to a particular region. So let us say that this is going to be region number 1. Now your intake valve top is also going to be region 1, and your cylinder head, which is going to be connected here, right? Cylinder head is going to be in region number 0, and your intake valve bottom is going to be region number 0 as well. Your intake valve angle is going to be region number 1. So you actually have two interfaces that separate two regions. For example, if you are taking this particular edge, is connected to two triangles. This is triangle number 1 and this is triangle number 2, and triangle number 1 belongs to region 1 and triangle number 2 belongs to region 0, correct? If I keep on finding interfaces that separate triangles of two regions, I will get a circular loop, correct? Now imagine that this is a valve, right? Since a valve is circular in shape, this is going to go all the way around and it's going to be a circle. Similarly, at the interface between your intake port and the cylinder head, you will get another circular loop. I hope you can imagine that. And the disconnect triangle, let me try using a different color, maybe green, would be created between these two loops. I hope that makes sense, right? Once this is created, we can use events to switch them on and off. To kind of continue that example, I've written an article on our website, especially on our support portal, where you can actually see them. So here you have the port and you have the cylinder head. So this is the first interface between region 0 and region 1, and this is the second interface between region 0 and region 1. I hope this is clear. Now when you try to loft them, you get a disconnect triangle, correct? Now this is how the solver is also going to create it. Now it's very important to understand that when you are creating these new disconnect triangles, they should not be intersecting with other components, right? They should not be passing through, say, a cylinder head or one of the intake port geometries. So that is why what I typically do is, once I create the disconnect triangles, I run the diagnosis and I check if intersections are greater than 0. Now in order for this to work, you should have a clean geometry first. So make sure that you clean up your model and then create the disconnect triangles manually, and if the intersections are greater than 0, that means your disconnect triangles are not going to be created properly. And the reason for this could be that you have the wrong interfaces, which is happening because of incorrect boundary flagging. So for example, here in this particular case, you can see that on the right hand side, I actually have these two layers of triangles, and let me see if I can highlight these guys. right? So if you see here, I have this layer and this layer of triangles flagged with the cylinder head, whereas in this particular case I've taken these two layers and I flagged it with the intake port. This actually moves the interface, right? So like I said, we have these two interfaces, and controlling the location of these two interfaces controls the disconnect triangles. I hope you can visualize that. Now, as far as setting up the open and close statements, how do you do it? Typically you have a valve lift profile, correct? Your valve is set at a minimum lift position. So how do we set up valve timings in this situation? Now remember that our valves are not physically touching each other, right? The valves are not physically in contact with the seat, so they are already a bit open. Since the valves are open to begin with physically, but you have disconnect triangles which is actually preventing the flow, you are introducing some amount of error. In other words, you should have some additional flow rate which you are stopping. You are basically blocking the flow of gases into the combustion chamber. So that is an error, correct? So what you're doing is you're saying that, okay, my minimum lift is 0.2 millimeters. So what I will basically do is, when the lift according to my lift profile is equal to L minimum by 2 or minimum lift by 2, that is when my valve is going to open. So in other words, this right here is the original profile. Right now, if you zoom in really close, you get this image, and this green curve is actually the profile that you're provided as an input. So from 0 crank angles to L minimum by 2, L min is the minimum lift which we set as 0.2 millimeters, right? Till that time there is no flow rate, and suddenly what's going to happen is, at that point you're going to have flow. Your simulation is going to proceed normally. Now, is this okay? Well, it is, because if you're really zoomed in and if your min lift is very small, this area, the portion of flow rate that you missed, is automatically taken into account here, correct? So you start by not allowing that excess flow, but then you immediately open the valve up to minimum lift at this particular crank angle, right? At a crank angle corresponding to L minimum by 2. Right, at L minimum by, at the crank angle corresponding to L min by 2, you push open the valve by L min, right? So you're opening the valve a bit more to compensate for the flow that was already lost. And since these two areas are equal, we are kind of saying that it's okay for this approximation. And it turns out that it's very small when your min lift is less than 0.2 millimeters. You can make your min lift to 0.1 millimeters. In that case, your opening and closing crank angles would be based upon 0.05 millimeters. The problem is, the smaller the min lift, the smaller the cells near the valve opening area, the slower the simulation, correct? And similarly, the larger the min lift, the larger the cells, the more inaccuracies you are putting into your simulation, right? So through lot of experience, through lot of trials, Convergent Science has come up with this number of 0.2 millimeters for typical IC engines, right? But that is just a recommendation that they have. And when trying out different engine configurations, engineers always try to change this number to see if there is any difference. Alright, with that I would like to conclude this video. Hopefully through this video you learned a little bit about regions and events, and hopefully you understood that there are two types of disconnect triangles that can be created either with a single loop or with two concentric loops. With that, I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hey guys, in this video I'm going to be talking a little bit about mouse control. When it comes to setting up a case using CONVERGE CFD, it is very important for you to have a very good handle on geometry manipulation. So, ability to rotate the geometry, zoom and pan is crucial when you're actually working with finer details of the model. What you need to do first is make sure that you are seeing the geometry dock, and in the geometry dock, go to the mouse section, and you will be able to see the mouse configuration option. If you're unable to see the geometry dock, just go to view and then make sure that geometry dock is selected. All right. By default, the required control key option is selected, and this is the preferred option. That's the option that I would recommend because I'm highly comfortable with it. If you feel like it's a bit weird, then you can click on the no control key option as well. So in this video, I'm going to demonstrate with the required control key option selected. To rotate the geometry, you need to use the left mouse button, but make sure that the control key is first pressed and then use the left mouse button, and the geometry is going to rotate. All right. Now, if you use the middle mouse button, which is the scroll wheel, you can actually pan the geometry. So press on the control key first and then use the middle mouse button, and then you will be able to pan the geometry. The final option is zooming in, and you have two options here. You can just use your scroll wheel to zoom in and out, or you can press the control key and use the right mouse button to actually zoom in and out. This is not very effective, although some people do like it. I personally prefer using the scroll wheel to zoom in and out of the model. Okay, alright, I hope that helps. And if you have any questions regarding geometry manipulation or setting up your mouse, do let us know. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you're all doing good. By this time, you might have simulated several systems in CONVERGE. We started with a simple channel flow, and then we simulated backward step flow problem, the elbow problem, the shock tube problem, and so on. Right, so by this time you are kind of aware of the features that CONVERGE supports, but you might not necessarily know how these features work in the back end. And this is where the theory lessons come into play. As you are working on the projects or assignments that we have provided you, take a look at the theory section, because at this point, since you've already done so much with CONVERGE, it's going to be very easy for you to understand the theory, right? And you will also be able to remember it. So we are not going to be covering all the theoretical concepts in just one lecture. We are just going to split it into multiple lectures so that it is easy to understand and watch them. And if you have any questions, get back to us. So today we are going to be spending a little bit of time understanding the capabilities of CONVERGE. And then once we have talked about several case studies, we'll directly jump into understanding the computational mesh that CONVERGE creates and how that is different from other softwares. And then you will learn an important concept called load balancing, all right, which is related to parallel processing. And finally, we'll talk about regions. So first of all, why did we choose to use CONVERGE? CONVERGE is a general purpose CFD package, which means it can be used to analyze flow through any system. And one of the reasons why CONVERGE is so popular because it has a fully automated mesh generation process and is extremely suited for complex geometries that actually move in a complex way. All right, and on top of that, CONVERGE also has something called as adaptive mesh refinement. With adaptive mesh refinement or AMR, you don't have to guess where the mesh resolution needs to be higher or where the mesh resolution needs to be lower. The solver is going to figure it out automatically by monitoring the solution during runtime. In addition to this, CONVERGE can also be used to simulate reacting and non-reacting flows. Reacting flows are one where chemical reactions take place, and CONVERGE supports that as well. And finally, any industry standard simulation tool must be able to run in parallel. You might have already run a couple of simulations in parallel using MPI. Now with CONVERGE, you can run simulations with more processors if required. And it also comes equipped with state-of-the-art physical models. Now in this lecture, we are not going to be talking about the physical models. That is meant for a different lecture. So now let us start by looking at some case studies. So here we are actually looking at results that were obtained from a diesel engine simulation. Okay, so this study was done by Caterpillar and Sandia National Labs. On the left hand side, you are looking at pressure trace. So this is how pressure inside your combustion chamber changes. All right, you can see that initially pressure increases during the compression process, and once combustion takes place, there's a rapid increase in pressure, and then there's the expansion stroke. Now you can see that the measured value, which is the experiment value, and the predicted value, which is from CONVERGE, match exactly, which is actually quite promising, right? If you get such a good match, then you can make all your design changes in CONVERGE and you can just simulate it and look at the trends instead of worrying about setting up the experiments. On the right hand side, you actually have NOx. So NOx is one of the major pollutants that people care about. Again, we are actually comparing the measured NOx and the predicted NOx. And on the x-axis, we actually have SOC, which is nothing but start of combustion. And you can see that the match is quite good. You are looking at NOx in ppm, all right? So this type of a match is extremely encouraging and it is quite hard to get. And here's the reason. Now, when you take up a system like internal combustion engine, you need to get the following things right. You need to get the fluid flow correctly. You need to get the turbulence correct. You need to get the geometry correct. You need to get the combustion correct. And you need to get the emissions correct. Only if you get all of these things correctly, your final results would be right. Now let's take a look at a different type of engine. Now this right here is a gasoline engine, and to be specific, this is a GDI engine, gasoline direct injection engine. Again, this study was done by Argonne National Lab, and here you can look at something much more interesting. I would like all of you to focus on the left hand side plot. So here you are looking at a GDI engine which was run with 0% EGR. EGR stands for exhaust gas recirculation. It's a technique that is used to lower NOx emissions. So here the black dotted line is your experimental data, and and you can see that there are a lot of scattered points. What are these? Now, what happens is when you run an engine experiment, you run it for multiple cycles. A cycle is 720 degrees, correct? For each and every cycle that you run, we are actually looking at the peak pressure that was obtained from experiments. Now, if you take all of those peak pressure data, that is what is being plotted as the scatter plot. You can see that the peak pressure varies quite a bit, and this is what you call as a cycle to cycle variation. Now, this is a huge problem in GDI engines because this actually produces non-repeatable combustion pattern, which we want to avoid as much as possible. So one of the things that people try to do is they try to simulate it to see why it occurs. Now here the colored curves are all simulation data. Okay, so what's happening is CONVERGE is able to predict how the peak pressure changes for each and every cycle. So in this case, we have run the simulation for 21 cycles. Now, when I say 21 cycles, each cycle is 4 strokes, right? So you run it for 21 cycles. And you can see that the variation is getting captured. Now, this type of a validation is extremely impressive because cycle to cycle variability is one of those things that people are really trying to understand and are trying to reduce. On the right hand side, you have a similar looking plot. Now this time the case was run with 18% exhaust gas recirculation. Again, you can see that CONVERGE is able to very well predict the trend in peak pressure, right? Which is quite impressive if you think about it. And in order for a solver to get this correctly, it needs to get turbulence correctly, it needs to get the flow correct, it needs to get the geometry correct, the spray correct, and the emissions correct. So if you think about it, CONVERGE is kind of predicting all those things correctly, and that is why the end results also look great. Okay. Finally, what is CONVERGE being used for these days? Now industry is tending towards a technique called as a pre-chamber ignition system. So pre-chamber ignition systems help us reduce specific fuel consumption, and so these are modern systems that are still being developed. Now here you can see the CAD model of a pre-chamber system. You have a pre-chamber and a main chamber. Now here we are able to see how the flame actually propagates inside this pre-chamber, and this is actually quite impressive. On the right hand side, you still have the pressure versus crank angle diagram, and you can see that the pressure trace both in the pre-chamber and the main chamber match very well. Getting these type of validation data is extremely hard, and if a simulation tool is able to do it, then you can actually use that simulation tool for predictive analysis. I hope at this point you are able to appreciate the capability of the tool and what it can do. So finally, let us take a look at a much more fundamental problem. Basically, just spray and turbulence. These are problems that are extremely hard to capture accurately. Now here what you're actually looking at is called as a vaporizing spray problem. So what's happening is, you can see that you have fuel spray coming in, and as the fuel spray comes in, it basically goes into the chamber and it starts to vaporize, and it gets this characteristic shape. On the right hand side, you have simulation data. Don't worry about this term DS-0.5 mm. This is basically a turbulence model that's available in CONVERGE, and 0.5 mm refers to the mesh size. So here you can see that the mesh is really large, and as you move from left to right, the mesh is becoming finer and finer. And as you can see, when the mesh becomes finer, we are able to capture the vaporizing spray behavior very, very accurately. Now you can say that this last set of 4 images are very similar looking to the experimental data. This is how capable CONVERGE is. You are able to compare these fundamental quantities, and if you think about it, that makes sense, right? Only if your fundamental concepts are correct, only if those fundamental quantities have been captured correctly, your global quantities would match. Okay, and this is a strong example for that. So similarly, on the right hand side, we are actually plotting something called as the liquid penetration length. What does that mean? So when spray is getting injected into the combustion chamber, after some time it starts to vaporize. So because of that, the liquid portion of the spray has a maximum length, which is called as the liquid penetration length. And you can see that here the x-axis is time and y-axis is liquid penetration length. So initially the fuel comes into the combustion chamber and it keeps on penetrating, but after some time it starts to vaporize. It starts to vaporize in such a way that its liquid penetration length is more or less fluctuating. So you can see that here the liquid penetration length is about 10 millimeters. And the black line, that is your experimental data. So you can see that we are really close. Similarly, in the bottom image, we are looking at vapor penetration length. So this is basically the extent to which the vapor is penetrating into the domain, and you can see that that is much more larger than the liquid penetration length, which makes sense. Now, in addition to simulating flow, combustion and emissions, CONVERGE can also simulate heat transfer in the solid side. So one of the things that people do is they run conjugate heat transfer simulations, where you're running both fluid flow simulation and solid flow simulation in a coupled manner. By doing these type of simulations, you can actually calculate the temperature distribution in your entire cylinder head block. This helps a lot because that is going to be the boundary condition for your FEA analyst. Now that we have looked at several case studies, I hope that you appreciate how powerful the tool is. Now let us take time to understand the different blocks that make up this particular software. We are going to start with mesh generation because mesh generation is what sets CONVERGE apart and helps CONVERGE implement a lot of physical models quite easily and accurately. So unlike other CFD codes, CONVERGE maintains the original surface definition with high fidelity, meaning accuracy, such that the volumes and areas are constant regardless of the mesh resolution. What does that mean? So let me just minimize the screen and go to a different interface. So in this image, you are looking at inside a combustion chamber. This right here is a piston, and this is going to be the cylinder head. This right here is the liner, and as I said before, this is the piston. Now you can see that I have three different configurations, right? So for example, in the first image, you can see that the mesh is uniform, right? All the mesh sizes are completely the same. Whereas in the second image, there is refinement in certain areas. The mesh is smaller in certain areas than the other. And in the third image, the mesh is quite different. It is quite fine in certain areas and it's big in certain areas, correct? Now, the first point that we are trying to make is it doesn't matter how many cells you have to represent your geometry, the volume will always be the same. This is not the same in most cases. Now, this is not true in most of the CFD applications out there. So for example, if I have a circle like this, and if I try to mesh it in CONVERGE with just 4 mesh points, you can see that I have 4 cells, right? So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now let us say that I calculate this volume and it's going to be V1. Now let us say that we set up a second case where we have more cells, maybe something like this. All right, so here we would at least have 20 cells, right? And let us say the volume here is V2. Now in CONVERGE, V1 will always be equal to V2. If you take a look at other softwares, depending upon the number of mesh points, your entire surface might get approximated. For example, if you just have 4 points, you will actually end up with a shape like this, which is not even a cylinder. If you increase the number of points, you will slowly start recovering the cylinder shape. By the time you actually get to a very realistic representation, you might have to use a large number of cells. Again, this is just an exaggeration. Modern softwares can handle this in a much better way, but I'm saying that there are still a lot of softwares which would give you different volumes when the number of mesh point changes. Okay, and when you're running a simulation, especially an IC engine simulation or a gas turbine simulation or external aerodynamic simulations, you need to make sure that the volume is kind of the same irrespective of the number of mesh points that you have. The second point is that the solver and meshing algorithms are tightly coupled, which means there is no mesh file that the user has to create. The solver is going to create the mesh automatically each and every time step, and based upon the flow conditions that come out of the solver, the mesh is going to be modified accordingly. So this gives you a consistency, right? For example, in ANSYS, you have to create the mesh before the simulation starts and the user creates the mesh. So depending upon the engineer's intuition and skill level, the mesh that is getting generated might be good or bad. Whereas in CONVERGE, since the solver dictates the mesh generation process, you can get consistency across different engineers, which means it's much easier to do things like grid dependency tests. Alright, so how does CONVERGE do it? CONVERGE automatically generates a body fitted volume mesh using cut cell Cartesian technique. Now this method is patented to CONVERGE, and because of this, CONVERGE can produce really high quality orthogonal hexahedral cells, which is extremely ideal for solver algorithm. Okay, what does this mean? Well, you might have heard of different types of meshes like tetrahedral meshes, polygonal meshes, and so on. Out of all these type of meshes, your Cartesian mesh or hexahedral mesh is going to be ideal for the solver. it reduces the errors in your discretized equations, meaning with just a few amount of cells you will be able to get the right answers. Alright, so this is the case with the interior cells. Now the cells intersected by the geometry surface are cut by the surface to form arbitrary sided polyhedras. Okay, and we will look at polyhedras in a short amount of time. And because of these concepts, your volume is the same irrespective of your mesh size, and also you're getting a large number of high quality cells. For example, this right here is a mesh that CONVERGE generates. Let us take a look at this a bit more closely. So in this image, you can see that this right here is what you call as a hexahedral mesh. Now this looks like a square, but in 3-dimensional, it's going to look like a cube. All right. And these type of meshes are preferred by CFD solvers, okay, because they are really perfect. They have this really nice right angle, which means you can compute derivatives, you can compute fluxes quite easily without making a lot of approximations. Now on the other hand, if you look at this particular cell, this is what you call as a cut cell. Now you can see that it's cut in such a way that it represents the boundary accurately. All right. So if you remember, when you start with CONVERGE simulation, right, you load a STL file, correct? When CONVERGE creates the cut cell Cartesian mesh, it uses the information from the STL file to create these cut cells. Now these cells are called as polyhedras. Just like you have polygons in 2D, polyhedras are 3-dimensional structures which can have multiple faces. So for example, in this particular case, if it is 3D, for example, it can be like a wedge. Similarly, you can have more complex shapes. Now, an interesting thing that occurs while setting up a CONVERGE simulation is called as cell pairing. What does that mean? So for example, here you can see that you have one cell. You can see that you have a really small cut cell, correct? Now here is another example where these arrows are there, the red arrows are there. You have 2 cells. You can see that I'm coloring all the meshes by their volumes, correct? Now this cell definitely needs to have a much more lower volume than this cell, correct? But why are both these cells colored by yellow, right? And yellow means the volume is much higher than the green, right? So you can see that inside the volume is green, and in these 2 cells the volume is yellow, which means it's much more higher. This is called a cell pairing. So whenever you have a cut cell, for example this right here, this little triangle, let us just call it a cell 1, and this is called a cell 2. So cell 1, the volume of cell 1, if it is less than 30% of the volume of cell 2, then these 2 cells get attached to each other. This concept is called as cell pairing. Now the reason why you do this is if your cell size is very small, because of the CFL criteria that you have, your time step is going to be extremely small, and hence you have to combine these smaller cells to form larger cells. If you don't do that, your simulation will be extremely slow. If you do not understand what CFL means, don't worry, we'll be having dedicated lectures for that as well. So let me just go over the slides to make sure that I haven't missed anything. So first, CONVERGE trims the cells at the intersecting surfaces, which results in some irregularly shaped cut cells, which are also called as polyhedras. If the volume of the cut cell is less than 30% of the volume of the original cell, then CONVERGE combines the cut cell and the adjacent cell that shares the most cell face area with the cut cell. Okay, so that is just the pairing algorithm. And then finally, the center of the adjacent cell becomes the volumetric center of the combined cell. So what they mean by that is, in this particular cell, you have 2 cells, correct? When you combine them, you still retain the cell center. So when you combine them, you say that the center of the combined cell is basically equal or same as the cell center of the original cell. And finally, the original cell and the cut cell share transport quantities like velocity, temperature, and pressure, which means all those quantities have the same value in both of these cells. All right. Next, we are going to be talking about adaptive mesh refinement. AMR automatically increases the grid resolution based on curvatures in field variables. What does that mean? So let's actually take a look at this picture in a much more closer detail. So this right here is actually the top view of a combustion chamber, and you're actually looking at the flame front. So here you can see that there's a lot of interesting structures, but more importantly, I want you to pay attention to the cell size here, right? Maybe I'll use a different color. Let's just make it a bit more thicker, okay? So for example, if you look at the mesh right here, this is your base mesh, correct? I'm pretty sure at this point you know what base mesh is. This is basically the base grid. that you set up. And then if you look at the mesh here, it's much more finer, correct? Based upon the embed level that you set. And the way this happens is Converge is actively looking at the second order derivative in flow quantities. It can be temperature, velocity. Basically, it can be a scalar field or it can be a vector field. So the quantity is going to be something like dou square phi by dou x square, and it's going to be multiplied by delta x square by 24, something like that. I'll show you the exact formula later. So what's happening is each and every time step at each and every computational mesh, you are monitoring this quantity. This right here is what you call as the subgrid scale. Now, if phi is actually temperature, then this would be called as the subgrid scale temperature. If v is going to be velocity, then it's going to be called subgrid scale velocity. Now you might have seen a window that's being shown on screen. This is the AMR configuration window, and if you pay attention, there is a parameter called SGS. This is what we are trying to define right now. Now based upon this SGS value, and now let us say that we are setting up SGS for velocity. If the velocity SGS is greater than 1 meter per second, then refinement is going to take place. If not, it's not going to take place. So this gives you a systematic and consistent way of refining the computational mesh, which you can apply for all sorts of simulations. And that is the power of adaptive mesh refinement. It is not relying upon the user's intuition or skill level. It is completely based on math, and that is going to give you consistent results over time. All right, so coming back to the slide, we know that AMR works based upon the curvature, which is nothing but the second order derivative in the flow quantities. AMR can be permanent or it can be activated at specific times. What does this mean? You can actually have AMR present from start to the end of the simulation, or you can start it at a particular time and end it at a particular time. You have all the flexibility that you need. Now, in addition to this, AMR can also be activated region by region. So if you have multiple regions in your domain, you can have AMR in only just one region. And then finally, AMR can be applied on both scalar and vector quantities. Now, depending upon the problem that you solve, your AMR criterion and the AMR variable can change. All right, so here's the general theory. So the idea is that, Converge calculates the subgrid scale field using this particular formula. So phi dash is equal to phi minus phi bar. Now, phi dash is the subgrid scale field. All right, so this is your SGS field, okay? And phi is the actual field and phi bar resolved field. Now this phi is the most accurate value, the theoretical value, and phi bar is the value that you are resolving, meaning your computational mesh is resolving. And phi bar is the value that you are resolving with your computational mesh. So this is basically, you can think of this as the most accurate value for phi. For example, if phi is temperature, then this is going to be the most accurate value for temperature that you get. And phi bar is the approximate value that you get with your computational mesh, and that is T bar. So when you subtract these two, right, there is a small difference, and that difference is called as the subgrid scale value. All right. Now your subgrid scale value can be obtained by truncating an infinite series, and you will come up with this expression. And you can see that this kind of makes sense. When your computational mesh is smaller and smaller, right, which means dx is getting smaller and smaller, which means phi dash tends to 0, right? So if phi dash tends to 0, that means that your phi bar is getting more closer to phi, which kind of makes sense. When your computational mesh is smaller and smaller, you don't need to worry about the subgrid scale parameter. It is going to be smaller because you are resolving most of it. The next important thing that we are going to be talking about is running simulations in parallel. Now, for the few simulations that you've already run, you might have used something called as MPI run, correct? What is that? Well, first of all, Converge is a parallel solver, which means it uses MPI libraries to parallelize different parts of its code so that it will run in different processes and across even different systems. Why do you need to do this? Well, if you take a look at modern engineering simulations, they are run with a large number of cells. Now, a typical internal combustion engine case is going to take around 1 to 2 million cells, and a typical gas turbine case is going to take 7 to 8 million cells. A typical external aerodynamic simulation case is going to take 20 to 30 million cells easily. All right. Now, when you have these many number of cells, you can't run the simulation in a single processor. It's going to take several months. So what you do is you distribute the calculations to different computers or different processes, and this is called as parallel simulation. Now, when you're simulating cells to different computers or processes, you need to take care of something called as load balancing. Now, let me explain that. So here I'm going to give a simple example. All right, so the example that I have planned is quite simple. So let us say that we have 4 pages, okay? And our objective is to read all these 4 pages together. So what we have to do is, let us say that we have 4 people. Then what I can do is, I can just give each one of them a single paper to read, and that is what you call as a parallel processing. That is, if each of them is going to take 1 minute to read a paper, in just 1 minute, I will be able to read 4 pages. Because all the 4 people can do it together without talking to each other. They can do it in parallel, all right? Now, if there is just one guy who is reading all the papers, it's going to take 4 minutes, correct? Because he has to do it sequentially. This is what is called a sequential computing. Now, there is an important concept called load balancing. What does that mean? Now, in the same example, let us say that you have one paper that has a lot of text, maybe 2000 words, okay? And then the second paper has 500 words. The third paper has only 10 words. And the fourth paper has 1000 words, all right? And you still have 4 guys reading it. Now, what's going to happen? Well, first, you are going to have the third paper finished because that is going to take the least amount of time. So this guy will finish first, and then he's just going to be idle, correct? Which means this guy is not being used. Then this guy is going to finish, and then they are not going to be used, and then the third guy is going to be finished, and then he's not going to be used, and then finally the fourth guy is going to finish. This right here is called load balancing. That is, even though you had 4 people to read, you are not utilizing them correctly, right? Because you have this particular processor, right? If we assume that all of them read the pages at the same amount of time, and let us say that the third guy takes 5 seconds to read 10 words, then how long will the first guy take to read 2000 words? It's quite simple, right? It's just going to be 5 seconds multiplied by 200, right? So this is going to take 1000 seconds. Now that's bad because in total, I have 3560 words, correct? And if I'm reading this with a single user, now if I just ask a single user to read all of these 3560 words, it's going to take 5 seconds to read 10 words, correct? So which means to read 3560 words is going to be taking 3560 multiplied by 5 divided by 10, correct? And this is going to be equal to approximately 1700 seconds. So this right here is the amount of time that it's going to take for a single person. Now, if this problem was parallelized perfectly, then in order for 4 people to read it, the total time is going to be approximately equal to 1700 by 4, right? So that's roughly about 400 to 450 seconds, right? That's it, per person. On the other hand, here you can see that the third person is becoming idle after just 5 seconds. So this is where load balancing comes into play. So what I can do is, after the third user has completed reading the third page, I'm going to divide the first page into 2 pages. Okay, so we have 1000 words and 1000 words, and I'm going to split the work so that I can engage the third person again. And I need to keep this process iteratively so that at any moment of time, all the 4 people are working towards the problem. This is called as load balancing, and it's extremely important. Now, if you have poor load balancing, that means that you are wasting away computer power, right? Some of the processors are just sitting idle, and you don't want that. So coming back to these slides, most engineering simulations are too large to run on a single processor and thus are run in parallel. Parallel computing requires splitting the computation among many processors, all of which must communicate with each other. The overall simulation speed is limited by the slowest processor or by the processor that has a large number of work to complete. Computational cells solved in CFD solver are load balanced separately from those cells solved in combustion solver. Okay? So for example, you might have seen a parameter called parallel scale. This is an important parameter which controls how load balancing takes place. So for example, in the image on the right hand side, the black cells are the cells that are available in your mesh points. The black cells refer to your mesh. Okay, so you have so many number of mesh points. Now, what happens is when you set your parallel scale to -2, you basically get 4 blocks. What is the formula? Well, the formula is quite simple. The block size is going to be base grid multiplied by 2 power parallel scale. Since parallel scale is -2, 2 power -2 is 1/4, right? So your entire computational mesh gets divided into 4 blocks. Now, if you have only 4 processor, each block can be taken up by a particular processor. That's the idea. On the other hand, if you have more processors, for example, if you're running simulations in a laptop, most likely you just have 4 processors. In my case, I have a workstation which has 16 cores. So what I would do is I would set up my parallel scale to -1, right? So this way I have more number of blocks, which means each processor can work on a particular block. All right. So let me go over the contents in this slide. Okay, so Converge forms parallel blocks for partitioning from a coarse base grid. Okay, parallel blocks are distributed in contiguous groups to the processors. The load balancing algorithm, which is MATIS, redistributes the parallel blocks to minimize communication and equalize the number of cells. Load balancing is performed throughout the simulation to account for adaptive mesh refinement and embedding as well. So here's an important thing that you need to understand. For example, in scenario A, I have just 4 blocks, right? So if I just have 4 blocks, even if I have 25 computational cores, I'm not going to be using them because Converge is load balanced based upon blocks and not cells. So if I have 4 blocks, the maximum number of computational processors that I can use is 4. So if you have more processors, you need to make sure that you have more blocks so that Converge can play with the load balancing. So in this example, say that you are running the job with 4 processors, correct? Then what's going to happen is, you can see that in block number 1, I have 55 cells. Block number 2, I have 13 cells. Block number 3 has 16 cells, and block number 4 has just 7 cells. So this is very similar to the paper example that we talked about earlier. In this case, processor 1 is going to be a bottleneck because it has large number of cells to process. It's going to take the largest amount of time. On the other hand, in the same problem, if I increase the number of blocks, then I have a much more finer granularity. Meaning what I can do is for processor 1, I can just give 3 blocks. The blocks with 16 cells, 4 cells, and 4 cells. So that's going to be 24 cells for block number 1. And for block number 2, we are going to be giving 6 blocks. For processor number 3, we are going to be giving 6 blocks. And for processor number 4, we are just going to have 1 block. So in total, we just have 4 processors. But now the cells are much more comfortably divided, which means in the second scenario, your simulation is going to run faster. Okay, whereas in your first scenario, your simulation is not going to run faster. So this is the idea behind parallel scale. All right, and you might recall this particular window, right, which contains simulation time parameters. And here you will be setting up something called as parallel scale and the number of cycles between parallel load balances. So when you're running a simulation in Converge, you would have seen that the iteration number is getting printed out. After every 100 iterations, load balancing is done. Okay, so these are important numbers, and typically the default numbers work very well, but sometimes when your problem is much more larger and when you need to run it on larger number of computers, you need to set up the parallel scale accurately. The final topic that we're going to be talking about is regions. So just like you have triangles which you collect together to form boundaries, you can actually collect boundaries together to form volumetric regions. Why do you need that? For example, this right here is a port fuel injected engine, and we are dividing that into 4 regions: region 1, region 0, region 2, and region 3. Right? Why do we have to do this? Well, regions are useful because you can actually control the flow between regions. So for example, when the intake valve is closed, there should not be any flow between region 0 and region 3, correct? This can be done by something called as events. When we were setting up the shock tube problem, I talked about events briefly, right? With events, you can actually stop the flow occurring between 2 regions. And it's very useful in cases like internal combustion engines. And similarly, what you can do is you can look at output results for each region, which means I can just look at the pressure in region 0, which is nothing but the pressure in the combustion chamber. Why is this important? When people run experiments on engines, they are able to measure pressure inside the combustion chamber. Now, from a simulation point of view, when you take the thermodynamic properties inside region 0, you can compare that against experimental data. The other thing that you can do is, depending upon the region, you can either increase the mesh resolution or go for a lower mesh resolution. This is really important because depending on the type of problem, there are certain regions where you don't need a lot of computational cells. A fewer number of cells is enough. For example, in an engine, you need to make sure that to capture the flame front, you need to have really small cells. And having multiple regions or having a separate region for the combustion chamber helps us set this up. And then there's something called as mapping the solutions, which you can think of it as initialization, but the only difference is that mapping is done based on the results from a different simulation. So for example, say that someone has already run a simulation using a different software, or you have experimental data that contains the pressure and temperature value at each XYZ location. That is what you call as a map file. You can take that map file, and with that you can provide better initial conditions for your entire simulation. If this point is not clear, let me know and I'll explain it. Finally, you can specify combustion models by regions, and you can also provide a region-specific CFL number. This point is going to be much more clear when we talk about CFL number and what it does. Okay, that being said, I would like to conclude this theory lecture. I know that we covered a lot of topics. If you have any questions, please let me know and I would be happy to answer that. Thank you. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good. In this video, we are going to be getting started with turbulence modeling, especially in CONVERGE CFD. So first of all, what is turbulence? Turbulence is a state of chaotic and unstable fluid flow, as you know, I'm showing here. And it is basically the opposite of laminar flow, right? This is something that you might have already studied in your undergraduate textbook. Now, with respect to IC engines, you have something called as turbulent length scales, right? At this point, I'm not going to be explaining what this is. If you refer to a standard textbook on turbulence, you should be able to figure out what length scales mean. And with respect to IC engines, the length scales ranges from 0.1 to 1 millimeter. So these are really small values. And resolving these length scales are very important for obtaining physically meaningful results. And in the next slide, we will basically see what that actually means. So what does physically meaningful results even mean? For example, let us say combustion occurs. Say that it's a pre-mixed case and you have a spark plug as your ignition source. So what happens is during combustion, your turbulence, right, corrugates and stretches the flame surface area, right? And because of this, you get faster burning, and sometimes you also get flame extinction, which occurs because of overstretching of the flame surface. Now, these are physical phenomena that actually happen when turbulence exists. And if your CFD code is not able to capture these effects, then you're predicting your burning process incorrectly, which means your performance data and your emissions data might be completely off. So how do we characterize turbulence? Well, Reynolds number, right? So Reynolds number is the ratio of your inertia forces to the viscous forces. Typically, depending on the Reynolds number, you can say if the flow is laminar or turbulent, or if it's in the transition region. So for example, if you take a simple round pipe, you might have studied that if the Reynolds number is less than 2300, it's laminar, above 4000, it's turbulent, and in between, the flow is said to be transitioning. Now, with respect to IC engines or say gas turbines, the flow is always going to be turbulent, right? Because of the really high velocities that are involved. So with respect to IC engines, let us say that we have a non-premixed engine. So non-premixed engine is one where you actually have a fuel spray. So if you take a diesel engine, then you would say that that is an example for a non-premixed engine. In a diesel engine, the combustion, right, the rate at which combustion takes place depends on how well fuel and air are mixing, right? So this is why you call it as a mixing controlled combustion process. And turbulence increases the rate of mixing. Okay, so this is something that has been well observed. However, if you have to capture this computationally, your cells, your computational cells should be on the order of 1 micron, which is really, really small. Now, if you take a look at premixed engines, like I said, turbulence wrinkles the flame front and it also stretches the flame surface area. You still need cells of the size of 10 microns to accurately capture this behavior. Now, obviously, running a computational simulation with these type of meshes is prohibitive at this stage. If you run a simulation with this type of a mesh, it's going to be accurate, but it's going to take forever to run.
And because of this, you need to use a turbulence model so that you capture the effects of turbulence, and you can get away by using a larger grid. So let's talk about turbulence modeling approaches in CONVERGE. So in CONVERGE, you have two types of turbulence modeling. One is RANS and the other one is LES. So in this particular course, we are going to be focusing only on the RANS turbulence modeling. We will not be talking about LES, other than mentioning that LES stands for large eddy simulation. Okay. So the approach that we are focused on is called as Reynolds average Navier-Stokes. So this is the approach which still people prefer for engineering simulations. LES, which typically tends to be more accurate, is still a research tool. Though companies are moving into LES-based engineering solutions, still, if you look at most of the companies that do R&D, especially with respect to flow analysis, they use a RANS-based solver. So the idea with RANS is you solve equations for an ensemble averaged velocity field or a time averaged velocity field and the magnitude of turbulent fluctuations, right? So this might be a bit complex at this stage, but I think in the next slide we have an equation. So in the RANS modeling, the first thing that you do is you do something called as Reynolds decomposition. So the idea is this is your instantaneous field, right? So this is the accurate velocity field that you have. And what you're doing is you're decomposing that into a mean field and a fluctuating component. All right. So this mean field is what you are going to be solving for, and this fluctuating component is what you are going to be modeling. Modeling as in you're trying to approximate it. All right. So now if you take this decomposition, plug it into the Navier-Stokes equation, and if you go through some operations, you will actually end up with the Reynolds average Navier-Stokes equation. Now, any standard turbulence textbook will have this derivation if you're interested in learning more about this. So at the end of the day, when you do this substitution, you will actually end up with an additional term which is called as the Reynolds stress tensor. Okay, so this is how it looks like. And the whole problem of turbulence modeling suddenly boils down to how you can calculate this Reynolds stress tensor accurately. All right, and there are several methods, and one of the most commonly used method is using a viscosity based model. The idea is, since it's a stress, what you can do is you can say that it has this viscosity term and then it has the velocity gradients. Now this right here, mu t, is what you call as your turbulence viscosity. So what you're saying is that your Reynolds shear stress is a function of this turbulent viscosity multiplied by the velocity gradients. All right. So getting this mu t, right? Now all of a sudden turbulence modeling is all about how you calculate this turbulence viscosity. And for that, several models are present. So with respect to CONVERGE, you have your standard K epsilon, RNG K epsilon, rapid distortion, RNG K epsilon, realizable K epsilon, standard K omega, and variants of it. Now for IC engine simulations, we recommend that RNG K epsilon needs to be used, and this is more from experience and by validating a lot of cases with experimental data. So here's a general reference slide which you can use. So as I said, for RNG K epsilon, it's quite applicable for IC engine case because a lot of validation case has already been done with CONVERGE. Now if you look at K omega SST, so if you look at standard K epsilon model, we typically don't use it. Though it's actually robust and it has good convergence rate, it performs poorly in adverse pressure gradient, right? And whenever there's separation, it doesn't do very well. And these type of flows exist in IC engines and also gas turbines. So using standard K epsilon is a bad choice. With respect to rapid distortion K epsilon, it is used for IC engines, but the problem is it does not have a lot of validation data. So this is something that we typically won't recommend. Go with RNG K epsilon if you're interested in simulating IC engines. And similarly, your K omega models, right? Your K omega models are great if you're doing gas turbine simulations. And there is more explanation here. And if you're interested in some other types of flows, you can always refer to this table and pick up the best model that you can use. And one of the things with turbulence modeling is that you will end up with a lot of constants. Now these constants have been tuned to give good results for IC engine simulations. Now one of the things that you should not do is change these constants because, like I said, these constants have been carefully calibrated. And if you want to change them, you have to change them based upon, say, some kind of a reference paper where they have basically chosen a set of constants for a particular application after thorough analysis. Now, one of the things that's interesting about RANS modeling is the near wall treatment. In turbulent flows, the velocity adjacent to the walls changes very rapidly. And to understand these changes better, what people do is they use a transformation. They basically convert your flow field variables into what you call as the near wall variables. So you have something called as U plus, which is the non-dimensional velocity, and Y plus, which is the non-dimensional wall distance, and U star, which is basically the friction velocity. Alright, so when you plot U plus and Y plus, you actually get what you call as the law of the wall, right? So basically what you can see is that away from the wall there are three distinct regions which have been clearly marked. The region that's closest to the wall is called as the viscous sublayer, and the region outside of the viscous sublayer is called as the buffer layer, and even outside the buffer layer you have something called as the log law layer. So in the viscous sublayer, what happens is that your viscous stress term dominates, alright, and in the buffer region you have this transition taking place, whereas in the log law region you have your Reynolds shear stress that dominates. In other words, inside the viscous sublayer your molecular viscosity, your mu molecular viscosity dominates, whereas in the log law region you have your mu turbulence viscosity that dominates. So why is it important to understand this plot? Well, depending upon your turbulence model, the location of the first cell needs to be placed accordingly. Now if you are using standard K epsilon model, it's what you call as high Reynolds number model, which means it cannot have its first cell in the viscous sublayer. In other words, if you're simulating a turbulent flow problem and if you refine the mesh near the wall too much such that the Y plus is less than 1, then using the standard K epsilon turbulence model is wrong. If you are using the standard K epsilon model, which is a high Reynolds number model, you need to make sure that your Y plus is in the log law region. Okay, so which means your Y plus should at least be greater than 30. Alright, so this is an important takeaway. If you want to go up to Y plus less than 1 or in that range, you need to use an appropriate low Reynolds number turbulence model, which is supported by the K omega class of turbulence models. For example, here is the table that gives you a recommendation of what type of models you need to use. So if you are using the law of the wall model, make sure that your Y plus is between 30 and 100. Alright, and especially this is true if you're using K epsilon or if you're using K omega turbulence model with the log law. And similarly, there is another type of wall treatment called as automatic wall treatment function. So here the idea is, depending upon your Y plus value, the code is automatically going to adjust the equations, but this is available only for K omega, right? Now K epsilon does not have it because K epsilon is strictly a high Reynolds number model. Okay, now similarly you have low Reynolds number model, which is the K omega SST model. In this case, you can actually use Y plus less than 1. And this is going to give you accurate wall quantities if that is something that you desire. Now this is one of the things that people choose when they do external flow simulations. Alright, so with that I would like to conclude this lecture on turbulence modeling, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, I hope you're all doing good. In this video, I'm going to be talking about the equations that govern the flow inside the boundary layer. So if you take up any standard book on boundary layer theory, then you will see that inside the boundary layer, the following equations are valid. So these are nothing but your Navier-Stokes equations. So this is your continuity equation, this is your momentum equation, and this is your energy equation. Now all of these equations are valid inside the boundary layer, and you can see that some of the terms are missing. That is because inside the boundary layer, you can neglect some terms based upon order of magnitude analysis. So in this case, what we have is we have this final set of equations with which you can simulate boundary layer in any type of a geometry. But as we have been seeing so far, we have always used a turbulence model, right? So whenever we set up the shock flow problem or the conjugate heat transfer problem, we always used a turbulence model. Why is that? Well, if you look at these three equations, if you solve them, they are completely capable of giving you solutions for both laminar and turbulent flows. And if you do that, then people would say that you're performing a direct numerical simulation.
So DNS is a technique where people take the Navier-Stokes equations and solve it, and they are able to capture everything, including turbulence, and they are able to capture everything. So then why do we need a turbulence model? Well, here is a simple example. So in this image, on the left hand side, we have free stream coming up and we have a stationary plate. So flow is actually flowing over a stationary plate, and initially the boundary layer is going to be laminar, and after some time it's going to become turbulent. And then if I take the turbulent region and if I put a velocity probe, right? So let us say that this is the location where I'm probing the velocity. Say that I'm able to measure the velocity in that region as a function of time. Then I'm going to basically get a profile like this. So if I look at the velocity at the probe location, it's going to be continuously fluctuating. So this small, and if I kind of measure the frequency of this fluctuation and inverse that, then I can calculate something called as a turbulent time scale, right? So this is the time scale associated with that fluctuation, and this time scale is really small, and this occurs over a very small distance. So this is where we have a challenge. So if I take my original governing equations and if I am able to solve it so that I integrate only over small time steps and I have a huge number of computational cells, then I don't need a turbulence model. Okay, but this approach is quite impractical for engineering simulations that people attempt these days, right? And that is why we are using a turbulence model, so that we can still capture the effect of turbulence by using a coarser grid and a larger time step. So what is the logic that we are going to apply here? Well, we are going to take these governing equations and we are going to be integrating it over a time that is much larger than the turbulent time scale. So this is called as the averaging process. And then we apply something called as a Reynolds decomposition, and we convert this original set of equations into a form that is called as the Reynolds average Navier-Stokes equation. We then use these equations along with the turbulence model to simulate turbulent flows. Now in this process you will end up with some unknown terms that have to be modeled, and these are some of the things that we will be learning today. So the first step that we need to take is to split your velocity components or any other flow variable into a mean component and a fluctuating component. This is what is called as the Reynolds decomposition. So for example, if you look at this U equation, you can see that this U is your instantaneous velocity at any point in time and space, right? So that is why U is a function of x, y, z and time. Now what we are doing is we are taking this velocity and we are splitting it into two components. You can see that one component is just a function of space and the other component is a function of time and space. This right here is the averaged quantity, right? And to be specific, it's a time averaged quantity plus a fluctuation, all right? Well, how far are we averaging? Well, we are averaging it for a time that is much larger than the turbulent time scale. Why are we doing this? Well, if you take a look at all of your engineering quantities, this is the time that people are interested in. This is the quantity that people are interested in. The averaged quantities are great, but say that you're simulating flow over an airfoil, you need the time averaged drag coefficient, correct? Which is what is interesting to you. If you have the instantaneous velocity components, you would still have to time average it, right? And that is what is the motivation for Reynolds decomposition. Now, if we look at the expressions for U bar and V bar, these are nothing but time average. So we take 1 by T int. So T int stands for the integration time, and we integrate it from 0 to T int, and we integrate the instantaneous velocity. And that is why the U bar that you get is just a function of x and y. Because since you're integrating it, you're kind of computing an average quantity, right? And this average quantity doesn't change with time, and that is why U bar is only a function of x and y. All right, now another interesting property that can be derived for this time integration is when you integrate your fluctuating component, it's always going to be 0. So what I mean by that is, if you do 1 by T int, and if you integrate this, and if your integrand is your fluctuating component, this is going to be equal to 0, and this actually leads to a lot of simplification. And let's kind of derive why this is the case. So if I take my original decomposition, u of x comma y comma z comma t is equal to u of x comma y, and this is u bar, plus u prime of x, y, z and t, right? So this is Reynolds decomposition, and say that I'm time averaging this. So let me first do u of x, y, z, t integrated from 0 to t integration time, 1 by t integration is equal to t integration, 1 by t integration 0 to t int u bar of x comma y plus 1 by t integration integral 0 to t integration u prime x, y, z comma t. All right, so now what is this quantity? Well, this quantity is nothing but u bar of x comma y comma z, correct? This is basically your time averaging, right? And that is your bar quantities. What about this guy? Well, what happens if you time average an average quantity? Well, you're just going to get the average quantity. And let me kind of prove this to you. So for example, let us say that your starting point in velocity is 0 and your ending point in your velocity is 1 meter per second, and this is after 1 second, correct? Now if you average this, you can say that your u average is going to be 0.5 meter per second, correct? Now what happens if I average this quantity again? Well, you can think of it like this. Say that you have a velocity component u, instantaneous velocity, which is always a constant, and this constant is equal to 0.5 meter per second, and this goes from 0 to 1. What if I compute the time averaging on this again? Well, that's also going to be 0.5. In other words, this quantity is also going to be u bar x comma y comma z, plus you have your 1 by t int 0 to t int u prime of x comma y comma z comma t. This and this are going to get cancelled, and we can say that whenever we are integrating, especially doing a time integration on our fluctuating components, that integration is always going to result in 0. So the idea is when you integrate for a longer time, these fluctuations are basically tend to 0. That's the idea there. And this can be applied, or this rule can be applied not only for your velocity components u prime, v prime and w prime, but also for other components like t prime, where t is the temperature. And this can be used to derive a lot of rules, right? So whenever you are taking, and this result can be used for a lot of simplification. Whenever there's an integral quantity where you're multiplying a time averaged quantity with the integral of a fluctuating component, that result is going to be 0, right? So this result that we have obtained is very useful in simplifying our Reynolds average Navier-Stokes equations. So now let's apply this integral rule to the continuity equation. So you have dou u by dou x plus dou v by dou y equal to 0. The first step is to apply the decomposition. The second thing is to integrate this entire equation with respect to time and do a time averaging. Okay, so let's just so on further simplification, and then if I split this equation into multiple integrals, okay, so it's quite easy to see that this right here, anytime we take a time integral of the fluctuating component, that is going to be 0, right? So these tend to cancel each other, and your u bar is not a function of time, so I can actually take these derivatives outside, And now if I apply the limits for the integration, okay, so the end result is that we get our continuity equation in terms of the time average quantities, because this right here is going to cancel each other. Okay, so that's pretty interesting result. In other words, your time average velocity component satisfy the continuity equation. All right, so now let us simplify our momentum equation. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take this density and I'm going to move it to the right hand side. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this mu by rho and I'm going to replace that with the kinematic viscosity. Now on the left hand side, I'm going to basically add a term which is nothing but the x component of velocity multiplied by the continuity equation. The reason why we are doing this is to convert this equation into a much more suitable form. As you can see, this is perfectly valid because dou u by dou x plus dou v by dou y is equal to 0. So we are just adding 0 to the left hand side, which is perfectly fine. So then what I can do is I can take this term right here and I can combine it with this particular term. Now to further simplify this equation, we are going to be using the product rule. So if I take dou by dou y of uv, that is nothing but u times dou v by dou y plus v times dou u by dou y. And as you can see, this term right here is exactly the same as these terms. Now as you can see, the terms in these two boxes are exactly the same, which means I can simplify my equation to we are going to apply one last simplification to this particular term and we will be ending up with the following equation. As you can see, dou by dou x of u square is nothing but 2 times u times dou u by dou x. So now we are ready to apply the time integration and also the Reynolds decomposition. Now if we expand this a little bit more, we'll end up with the following terms. Now, as we have already seen, time averaging a fluctuating quantity is going to result in 0. So this term is going to be 0. This term is also 0 because when you integrate it, u bar is going to come out of the integral, and that is going to get multiplied with the integral of u prime, and that is going to result in 0. This term is going to be 0. This term is going to be 0. Alright, so if we clean up this equation a little bit, we are going to get Alright, so now this actually brings us to a very interesting result. If you actually look at these terms were actually present in your original momentum equation, except that the variables are not time averaged. So here you are having all these terms. For example, here every term is time averaged, right? In the original equation, it's the instantaneous velocity. So during the time averaging process, you are introducing two additional time derivative terms. Now this right here, these two terms don't necessarily cancel out to 0. So for example, when you are integrating the instantaneous fluctuations as a function of time, we proved that that is going to be 0, right? So the idea is, if you are looking at a long enough time, the fluctuations have both positive and negative values, and they are equal in number, and that is why when you average them, it is becoming 0, right? So you can think of that as, you know, a curve like this. So for example, here this is our first scenario. So if you take u prime, say that it's fluctuating between 1 and -1, right? So if I average this, I'm going to basically get a 0 average, correct? But if you take u prime square, that does not time average to 0. Why? Because you take -1 in u prime, when you square it, that becomes a positive value. So when you're integrating a positive number, it's basically like you're adding a series of positive numbers, and that is never going to be 0, right? And that is why this term right here, it's actually not equal to 0. What about this term right here? Well, that is also going to be interesting. So if you take u prime and v prime, right, now you cannot be sure that, so u prime basically says how the velocity is fluctuating along the x-axis, and v prime is saying that how the velocity is fluctuating along the y-axis. Now turns out there is a correlation. That is, for example, say that you have a flow field like this, right? So flow is taking place like this and you're looking at near the wall. So let us say that I have a positive fluctuation along the y-axis. So this is my y-axis, right? So if I have a positive fluctuation along the y-axis, and since it's a boundary layer, right, near the wall the velocities are lower, and away from the wall you're recovering your free stream velocity, correct? So when you're having a positive fluctuation along the y-axis, you take the fluid with a low momentum, right, meaning low velocity, and you're injecting that into a zone of high momentum, right? And what is this going to do? Well, this is basically going to slow down your x component of velocity, right? It is very similar to this. So consider that you have a road like this, right? And this is actually a multi-lane road and you have cars traveling roughly at the same speed, right? So right, I have several cars here, right? So let us just pay attention to these three cars. So what's going to happen is these three cars are going to go like this, right? And say that there's a small road here through which there's a car that's trying to come like this. So this is your v prime, fluctuation along y component. When this happens, these two cars are not disturbed. They can continuously, drive past, assuming that this car right here doesn't come that fast. But this car right here has to slow down, correct? Has to slow down because of this new injection of car. Similarly, when momentum is flowing in the y direction, especially when it's a low momentum fluid, that's going to cause a slowdown. And this is what you call as a correlation. That is, your u prime, that is fluctuation along the x-axis, is somehow related to the fluctuation along the y-axis. In this case, a positive increase in v prime is going to cause a negative in u prime, right? And hence, if you take the product of u prime and v prime, well, that is most likely going to be negative, right? Because if you have a positive number and when you multiply that with a negative number, the result is going to be the same. The result is going to be a negative number, right? And when you take the time average of a quantity that is completely negative, the result is also going to be a negative number, right? In other words, this term is also non-zero. However, what we are going to do is we are going to make an assumption. So since this is a boundary layer, right? So for example, if you take a boundary layer, this right here is going to be my x-axis and this is going to be my y-axis, right? So the idea is the boundary layers in general are pretty thin, right? They're pretty thin, like they're really small, correct? They're really small, especially when you compare it to the size of the plate. So the argument that we can make is that the gradients in your velocity components, correct? The gradients in your velocity components are going to be much more stronger in the y direction when compared to the x direction, right? Because in that small space, in that small boundary layer, your values for your velocity components changes a lot. But along the x-axis, the changes do not take place a lot. And hence, what we are going to do is we are just going to neglect this term. And this is a very important assumption and is true only inside the boundary layer. Now you can do something called as the order of magnitude analysis to kind of estimate this assumption, to estimate the validity of this assumption. So for now, we are just going to say that this entire term is going to be equal to 0. One last simplification can be done to the right hand side terms. So in the right hand side term, one thing that I can do is I can actually take 1 by rho times dou by dou y outside and that is basically going to give me, mu times dou u bar by dou y plus rho by the integral, and the derivatives and the integration can be interchanged, that's not a problem. So I can do time integration u bar, v bar and dt, right? So why did we do this simplification? Well, this actually brings us to an excellent point. So you can see that first of all, this right here, this entire thing right here on the left hand side, these are my inertial terms, right? But these are my inertial terms that have been calculated based upon the average quantities. So this right here is my pressure gradient term, and sometimes what people do is they take delta P divided by rho, and that becomes something called as the kinematic pressure gradient. All right, so this right here for now is just my pressure term, and all that is left is the diffusion terms, and especially diffusion of momentum. And we are basically saying that your momentum can be diffused in two ways. One is through your molecular viscosity, right? And the other term, basically this time integral term, that represents diffusion of momentum because of turbulent motion, right? And this thing right here is momentum diffusivity because of turbulence, right? So you can kind of say that there are two components that are affecting how momentum is taken, which basically dictates how momentum is diffused from your boundary layer to the outside of the boundary layer. Okay, so basically this is your Reynolds average Navier-Stokes equation. Now the only thing that we do not know is that time integral right there, and turbulence modeling is all about capturing that particular term. In fact, this right here, this dou by dou y multiplied by mu dou u by dou y, so that is your shear stress based upon molecular viscosity, and if you take the derivative of this time averaging term, then that is going to be your Reynolds stresses. So this basically here is also called as your viscous stress, and this right here is nothing but your Reynolds stress. And getting this Reynolds stress correctly is what turbulence modeling is all about. Alright, so I hope you learned about the RANS approach in this video. In the next video, we'll be talking about the law of the wall. Thank you. Bye. Alright guys, so in the last video, we basically derived the integral form of governing equations that can be used inside the boundary layer. And we came up with this concept of the Reynolds stress. And I also mentioned that calculating this Reynolds stress is what turbulence modeling is all about. So what we can now do is we can actually take this and let's actually apply this inside a boundary layer. So now let's take this equation and let's assume that we are inside the boundary layer, inside the viscous sublayer, right? So inside the viscous sublayer, the flow is laminar, and if we assume that there's no significant pressure drop, what happens is the inertial terms get cancelled out. And why are the initial terms getting cancelled out? When the flow is laminar, your viscous terms are more important. They are much greater than your initial terms. And since we are assuming insignificant pressure drop, this term is also 0. In other words, I come up with this expression 1 by rho times dou by dou y of whatever is inside the square bracket is equal to 0. Now rho can be taken to the other side and that basically cancels out. Now this is derivative of some quantity. If derivative of some quantity is equal to 0, then that quantity needs to be a constant, correct? So we basically end up with this expression that I'm putting a box around. Alright, so now let us assume that we are outside the viscous sublayer. We are still inside the boundary layer. So our previous assumption of cancelling the inertial terms and negligible pressure drop is still valid. So we are just assuming that we are in the boundary layer, but we are in the region that's outside the sublayer where turbulent viscosity dominates. So in that case, what I can say is this quantity, right? Like this quantity that's been boxed, this constant quantity is nothing but your shear stress, correct?
It is just that your shear stress has two components, a viscous stress and a Reynolds stress. Outside the viscous sublayer, your Reynolds stress is going to dominate. And hence what I can do is I can say that my shear stress is approximately equal to this guy right here. And this is where we are going to introduce some scaling rules. Why are we doing that? Well, since we are interested in engineering quantities, right, we want to kind of understand how big this shear stress can be. We are not interested in the exact value right now. We are just interested in how big this quantity is, correct? So if I take my shear stress value, it's proportional to density times an average value of product of velocity fluctuation components, right? How big can this be, right? You have U prime and V prime. How big can this be, right? So what I can do is I can say that this integral right here is proportional to U star square. So basically, instead of U prime, when I basically do a time integral, I'm going to basically get two velocities, right? And I'm just assuming that this quantity is as big as U star square. Well, what is U star? What does it have to do with the boundary layer? Well, U star is what you call as the friction velocity, right? At the end of the day, this friction velocity basically says at what rate your turbulent boundary layer is growing, right? So that is what it's saying. Again, this is just a scaling rule. Here we are basically saying that your shear stress is proportional to density times friction velocity square. We are not saying that is the formula for shear stress. It is just an approximate relationship, and this is what you call as a scaling law, because you're trying to understand how big this value can get approximately, So with this approximate formula, what I can do is I can estimate the value for shear stress as square root of tau s by rho. In fact, this is a formula that most of you might have studied in your undergraduate fluid mechanics class, right? You would think that that is actually an exact formula. Now remember, it is just an approximate formula. Now what I can do is I can introduce something called as inner variables. So I'm introducing a non-dimensional variable called U plus, which is nothing but U bar, which is my ensemble averaged or time averaged velocity divided by U star, right? So when U plus is really small, that means your velocity is very, very small. It is much less than the rate at which your turbulent boundary layer is growing, right? In other words, that kind of suggests that you are inside your viscous sublayer. And as U plus is getting higher and higher, you're basically tending towards higher and higher velocity. So similarly, what I can do is I can take this U plus quantity and I can come up with a similar non-dimensionalization that basically says where I am inside my boundary layer, and that is called as Y plus. So Y plus is nothing but Y, which is the absolute distance from the wall, divided by a characteristic length. Well, what is this characteristic length? This characteristic length is basically saying how big your turbulent boundary layer is. Now, how can we estimate how big the boundary layer is? Well, it's very simple. You can just do a simple non-dimensional analysis. You can just do a dimensional analysis. For example, your characteristic turbulent boundary layer length as units of meters, right? And what I can do is I can just say that this is approximately equal to viscosity divided by U star, right? Because since U star governs the rate of turbulent boundary layer growth, calculating a characteristic length based on that is going to be a good representation of how big your turbulent boundary layer is, right? I hope that makes sense. And hence, when you non-dimensionalize Y with this L characteristic length, you get Y plus. In other words, if Y plus is really, really small, you are actually inside the boundary layer, and to be specific, you are actually inside the viscous sublayer. So these inner variables are really, really useful to kind of understand where you are inside your boundary layer and what is the flow condition there. Now, from a simulation point of view, where U plus and Y plus is used is quite interesting. Now, you guys have run a lot of simulations, correct? And you would have basically used law of the wall boundary conditions for pretty much all the cases that you have set up so far. Why are we doing that? Well, the idea is when you're basically solving your CFD conditions, you provide boundary conditions, right? And you need to provide boundary conditions for your turbulence equations as well. And for your turbulence equations to perform correctly,
you need to make sure that your first cell is in the right location inside the boundary layer. And for that, y plus is useful. Here is a simple example. If you take your k epsilon equations, that is called as a high Reynolds number equation. In other words, it is not applicable in a scenario where the flow is laminar. Now, where is the flow laminar in a boundary layer? Inside the viscous sublayer, right? Where the y plus value is between 1 and 10, correct? So when you run your simulation, if your y plus is between 1 and 10 in your simulation, and if you're using k epsilon turbulence model, that means your simulation results are wrong. K epsilon turbulence model needs to be used only in the outer region where your y plus is between 30 and 100. Now, a y plus of 30 means you're 30 times this characteristic length away from the wall, correct? So I hope that makes sense. And similarly, what you can do is you can go back to this original shear stress equation. So we know that your shear stress is approximately equal to mu times dou u by dou y when you are inside the viscous sublayer, correct? Now what I can do is I can just simplify this a little bit. So I'm just going to take tau s, and if you just integrate on both sides, you get tau s times y equal to mu times u bar. And now what we are going to do is we are going to just multiply by rho times tau s on both sides. Okay, on the right hand side, let me actually first take everything to the left hand side here. Okay, so I've taken my mu to the left hand side. I'm left with u bar, and this is nothing but u star, correct? Square root of rho by tau s is nothing but u star. So my right hand side is nothing but u plus. So u plus is nothing but tau s times y times square root of rho by tau s. And if I just scroll down a little bit, I can insert the mu also in. So now let's make some simplifications. So I'm just going to multiply my right hand side by square root of rho and divide it by square root of rho. So what I'm going to do is then is take this tau s and actually split it as tau s multiplied by y multiplied by square root of rho, and there's another square root of rho. Then you will have divided by mu, and then there's square root of tau s, and then there's square root of rho. Okay, so this is going to cancel this, and we are going to have another square root of tau s. So at the end I will have tau s by rho multiplied by y multiplied by square root of rho multiplied by square root of rho is going to be rho divided by mu. So tau s by rho, square root of that is nothing but u star, as you can see, u star multiplied by y divided by nu, and this is nothing but y plus. So if I just go up, right, so if I just go up a little bit, you know that this is actually y plus. So in other words, we are getting the expression u plus equal to y plus, and this has actually been observed in physical tests as well, that when you are inside your viscous sublayer, u plus is equal to y plus. All right, so in a similar way, what I can do is I can take this particular expression on the outer region, right? So in the outer region, we know that tau s is this expression right here, and one of the earliest models for computing this integral is Brandal's mixing length model. I'm not going to go into the details of this model because I think that is completely out of scope for this course. So if you're interested, just pick up a standard turbulence modeling textbook to understand what the model is based upon. So in this model, what we are doing is we are just approximating this integral with this expression. So here tau s is rho times k square y square du bar by dy the whole square. So here k is actually the von Karman constant. All right, so that's a very important constant, and you can actually get tau s, and basically you can evaluate tau s. Now I can simplify this expression just like what we did on the left hand side, and I'll end up with u plus is equal to 1 by k natural log y plus plus c. So this right here is basically called as your law of the wall. So inside the viscous sublayer you have u plus equal to y plus, and outside you actually have this logarithmic relationship. All right. So I hope the next time when you use the law of the wall model in your case setup, you understand, you know what you are doing. What we are basically saying is we are providing the relationship between u plus and y plus. In other words, we are basically saying to the solver that our first computational mesh point is either in the viscous sublayer or in the outer region. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, which specification is valid? That is where you need to question your turbulence model. If your turbulence model is a low Reynolds number model, then you need to make sure that your y plus is in such a way that you are inside the viscous sublayer. That is why when people talk about k omega SST turbulence model, they say that y plus should be less than 1. And the logic there is quite simple. K omega SST is a low Reynolds number turbulence model, which means it can be applied in the viscous subregion, and that is why it requires a y plus value of less than 1. In addition to this, k omega SST also supports automatic wall treatment, meaning if your mesh is too big and say that y plus is greater than 30, then it's going to apply the logarithmic law of the wall in that particular cell, and outside it would basically solve your k omega SST equations. And remember, outside this y plus range, the flow is really turbulent, and k omega SST can automatically transition from a low Reynolds number turbulence model to a high Reynolds number turbulence model based upon a blending function that's part of the model. K epsilon does not have this, and that's why k epsilon can operate only in the low Reynolds number region. Okay, I hope this kind of makes sense. The next step that you guys need to follow if you're interested in this topic is to pick up a book on turbulence modeling and go through these concepts so that you understand how these models have been created. All right, I hope that makes sense, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be talking about the PISO algorithm. Several times during this particular course I've talked about this PISO algorithm, and while setting up cases in CONVERGE you might have seen the term PISO algorithm in multiple locations. So I wanted to talk about what PISO algorithm is and why it's important for you to understand it. So let's start with the Navier-Stokes equation. So here we have the Navier-Stokes equations. And as you all know, Navier-Stokes equation is non-linear. So the term that's non-linear is highlighted in red color. Now, remember, your computers are fundamentally linear machines, meaning they are designed to solve linear equations, right? So what you basically do is you use something called as a predictor corrector method. And you might have guessed what this method does. Since your computers can solve only linear equations, this predictor and corrector method is essentially converting your non-linear system of equations into a linear equation, right? And when you do this, you gain the ability to solve these equations using your computer. So the PISO method, which stands for pressure implicit with splitting of operator, is essentially a predictor corrector method which linearizes your equations so that you can get a solution. Now you might have heard of several other methods such as simple, pimple, or any other combinations of these, right? These all fall under the classification of something called as pressure velocity coupling algorithms. So what does that mean? Well, if you look at our governing equations, right, we have a continuity equation, we have momentum equation, and let's forget energy equation. Assume that we are in the incompressible world. Now, if you think about it, in the momentum equation, you are solving for rate of change of velocity with respect to time, correct? But if you look at the continuity equation, you just have dou u by dou x plus dou v by dou y, which is just, the divergence of velocity, correct? But what about pressure? We don't have an equation for pressure, right? And that is the fundamental problem here. You don't have an equation for pressure. So when you're starting out with your CFD calculations, when you start out with an initial condition for pressure, right, there is no guarantee that the velocity that's computed with that pressure, right? Now remember, in the momentum equation, pressure is on the right hand side. So initially you're guessing that. And with that guess value of pressure, you're getting a guess value for velocity, correct? Now take this velocity and put it back in the continuity equation, which is divergence of velocity vector, which is nothing but divergence of velocity vector. Is that going to be 0? No, it does not have to be, right? Because there is no rule
that basically says that this initial value of pressure has to satisfy the continuity equation, right? And this is the problem of pressure velocity coupling, right? And any algorithm that kind of gives a solution to this is called as the pressure velocity coupling algorithm. That's basically it. So how does this all work together? Well, when you're setting up your CFD simulation, you set up the initial pressure, right? If you remember, under regions and initialization, there is an option to choose this. So you have chosen this. Now with this pressure, what you do is you evaluate your momentum equation, right? So your momentum equation is, you have your dou u by dou t terms plus your convective terms. Again, I'm just writing this for 2 dimensions, equal to minus dou p by dou x. And this is where the initial condition is going, plus mu times dou square u by dou x square plus dou square u by dou y square, right? Now once we put our initial conditions here, with this you can calculate a value for velocity, correct? Now this value of velocity is not going to make sense if you take it, and if you put it in dou u by dou x plus dou v by dou y, it's not going to be equal to 0, right? So what we have to do is we have to derive an equation which basically helps us get a pressure value which will satisfy the continuity equation. That's it. Now the way this is done is by performing some mathematical manipulation on the momentum equation and then applying the continuity equation so that you get an equation for pressure, and that equation of pressure looks like Laplacian of P is equal to some right hand side. Now this right hand side is going to be a function of u, v and w if it's 3 dimensions, right? You get this elliptic equation. Now the idea is, if you're able to solve this elliptic equation for pressure, that pressure can be used to compute a velocity which is guaranteed to satisfy the continuity equation, and that is what you call as a pressure velocity coupling algorithm. Now what happens is, you initially start with guess values, right? You have guess values for velocity and you have guess values for pressure also, correct? Now what you can do is, with the guess value of pressure, you can compute a guess value of velocity, right? You can call it as u star. Now this u star is not going to satisfy continuity, we all know that. So what we do is, we take the Poisson equation and we basically use the star values in our Poisson equation. So we take this and put it in the Poisson equation and we get an intermediary pressure, P star. Now sometimes this pressure correction can be too much, meaning this corrected pressure can cause instabilities in your solution. So what you can say is, you can say that the corrected pressure is your initial guess pressure plus alpha times P star. Now this alpha is called as a relaxation factor. It can be greater than 1 or it can be less than 1. Typically what you do is you say that this is actually less than 1, and that's why you call it as an under relaxation factor. So that way any changes that this equation is giving you, you are basically using it, but only a portion of it. Now you can take this corrected pressure and you can get a corrected velocity, right? And similarly what you can do is, you can use an under relaxation factor for the velocity as well. This is the entire algorithm. Then you might ask, why is there a need for simple, pimple and piezo? Then you might ask, what's the difference between simple, pimple and piezo? Well, the key difference lies in the number of characters that you're doing and the formulation for the characters. This is something that we will not be discussing in this course, but the equations are available in any standard finite volume textbook. Basically, the difference between the simple method and piezo method lies in the formulation of the character equations. In simple method, certain terms are dropped. In piezo method, those terms are not dropped. That's basically it. If you take up a standard FVM book, you should be able to understand this. So how does the piezo algorithm work in CONVERGE? Say that you're running a transient simulation. You start your time step and you start your piezo iterations. We are not talking about this block because I'll talk about it later, right? So you start your piezo iterations, you solve your momentum equation, and then based on those values of velocity that you have, you solve your pressure, and based on the pressure values that you get, you correct your velocity. This is where your under relaxation factor comes in. Now this piezo loop, and then what you basically do is you check if your piezo has been converged. So for this, you just compare the density values before the piezo and after the piezo, or you compare the pressure values if it's an incompressible flow. Now say that the equations are not converged, then what you do is you solve the equations for density, species, or any other transport equations that you have, and then you update your pressure ratio, solve for pressure, update the velocity, and you keep on doing this process. Now once the piezo is converged, the code is going to check if the strict conserve flag makes sure that the transport equations are solved more tightly, meaning they are solved more closer to the tolerance. So here you're basically solving for density, your species equation, the energy equation, you're again updating the pressure ratio, solving for pressure and updating the velocity. Right after this piezo and right after strict conserve, you have the second character, right? That is the difference in between piso and simple. In simple, you don't have those additional characters. All right. So once you do this, that is basically an end of a single piso loop. Now you can repeat the piso loop couple of times within a given time step. All right. Now remember, only after these calculations are being done, you solve for your passives and your turbulence parameters. And this is what we call as linearizing, right? Now, if you remember from your turbulence lectures, the turbulence parameters depends on the velocity, and the velocity also depends on the turbulence, right? It's coupled. But what you're doing is, you're solving only for the velocity components, and after a small delay, you're solving the turbulence parameters, right? So now this delay, during which the velocity terms in the nonlinear part and the turbulence part are being held constant, is called as linearizing. All right, I hope that makes sense. And then once you solve for turbulence, that's basically it. You end the time step and then you go to the next time step and you repeat the process. So what are these parameters? Well, if you remember your transport equations, right? Any equation that you have might have a source term. For example, your momentum equation might have a source term. Your species equations might have a source term, correct? These sources are updated, right? They are updated based upon the most recent values that are available, right? And then you proceed to calculating the piso loop. Now, so how does CONVERGE solve the linear equations? Well, it uses some pretty standard algorithms. We use Gauss-Seidel SOR. Now remember, all these methods can be over-relaxed or under-relaxed. So an iterative method is basically for solving a linear system Ax equal to b. The idea here is that x is what you're solving for, correct? And initially you start with a guess value for x, and then you take that guess value and you compute Ax equal to b. Obviously you're not going to get the right answer, right? There's going to be an error. Now based upon this error, you correct your x values. When you correct the x values, then this time your guess is much better. Now this process of guessing is done by something called as an iteration matrix. If you pick up any standard linear algebra textbook, you should be able to figure this out. You take this iteration matrix and then you keep on doing this process till that particular equation is solved. Now there are three methods: Jacobi, Gauss-Seidel and SOR. In general, Gauss-Seidel and SOR are much faster, but Jacobi can be parallelized very easily, meaning you can implement the algorithm on more processors fairly easily. Now, what are some of the pros and cons of the standard algorithms? One is that the solution procedure mimics the physics and the solution flows from cell to cell. So this is going to be very useful because when you have an initial condition, when the results are smooth, it's kind of guaranteed that the results that you get during the next iteration will also be smooth. The other advantage is that computing these iterations are very, very cheap. You can do them fairly easily. What are the cons? And as far as cons are concerned, the process is very slow, so the algorithm takes a lot of time to converge. And typically, if you take compressible flows and incompressible flows, right, solving that pressure Poisson equation is the most time consuming part, right? For example, if you take incompressible flows, the pressure Poisson equation is going to take a lot of time to solve, right? In that case, if you use Gauss-Seidel, you will still get the answer, but it's going to take a lot of time to converge. And the other thing is, it's not guaranteed that you will actually get a converge solution. Now there are some criterias. Your spectral radius should be less than 1 for the iteration matrix, and this condition sometimes might not be satisfied. So what are the other alternatives? The other alternative is something called as the Krylov subspace method. Now, these are advanced linear solvers. The idea here is that you have a Krylov subspace, which is basically a vector spanned by combinations of a times b, a square times b, and a power r minus 1 times b. This might be a bit confusing for you. Usually you need to have intermediate level knowledge in linear algebra to understand this. But the key point here is, using this subspace, you can actually compute the inverse of a matrix. Now remember, if you have Ax equal to b, if you are able to invert the matrix A, then you can actually solve for x, correct? Using the Krylov subspace, computing the inverse is straightforward using the Cayley-Hamilton theorem, right? And hence solution to Ax equal to b can be approximated. Alright, now there are three methods that are based on Krylov subspace. One is the generalized minimal residual method, the biconjugate gradient method, and the biconjugate gradient stabilized methods. So what are the pros and cons of this method? Pros is that it converges very rapidly, and convergence is guaranteed for a huge variety of problems. And as far as the cons are concerned, sometimes you might run into convergence issues during the first few iterations. And individual iterations are quite expensive to compute, which means The computational cost for each and every iterations might be a lot, but in total you are performing few number of iterations. So what is the general recommendation? For most flows, using SOR is fairly sufficient, right? If your Courant number is less than 10, then what you can basically do is you can end up using SOR. Now, if you're solving problems where the Courant number needs to be larger, greater than 15, in those cases, using Krylov methods is probably the best option because it's going to help you get the solutions in a very quick manner. Now, in addition to this, there is an option called preconditioning. I won't go into the details of it. Preconditioning helps in convergence, and that is basically used in conjunction with the Krylov methods. And that is used when your CFL number needs to be really, really high, something like 30 or above. And then there is another method called as algebraic multigrid method, which basically solves your linear systems in different grids, where you go from finer grid to coarser grid and coarser grid back to finer grid. When you cycle your iterative solver through this particular process, you can converge much more quickly. Again, algebraic multigrid method, also called as AMG, and preconditioning are intermediary to advanced level topics in linear algebra, so I won't be discussing them further. But the good thing here is that Converge and pretty much any other software automatically makes sure that it's providing you with the right set of parameters for the right type of problems that you're solving. Alright, so with that, I would like to conclude this lecture, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be setting up this centrifugal pump case. Now the geometry here is actually quite realistic and is industry standard. So we are just going to be looking at it and splitting it into different meaningful boundaries, and we'll be applying the required boundary conditions and so on. Now here I have a list of boundaries that I've already created, and you can see that currently no triangles are being assigned to it. Make sure that all of these boundaries are filled up. Alright, so couple of things that we need to check first. I'm running the diagnosis and you can see that there are no errors, so that's a good thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to maybe look at the impeller from different angles to basically understand the geometry first. So I'm just going to draw this box around, and I'm going to select like one half of triangles and use Ctrl H to basically hide them. And now you can actually see the cut section. So here you can see that the impeller geometry is quite detailed. So that's why I said it's a very realistic centrifugal pump. The diameter of this particular impeller, I believe, is around 20 centimeters. We can measure that exactly. And you can see that there seems to be a very small gap, between the impeller and the housing or the volute, which is fine. Alright, so how do we systematically go about this? Well, if you basically look at a centrifugal pump, it has the following parts. The intake, so we have the inflow boundary, so this is where the flow is actually coming into the computational domain, and similarly outflow, that is where the flow actually leaves. And then we have the intake runner, which is basically like this entry length. So for example here, this particular cylindrical section that you have that meets the eye of the impeller, that is called as the intake runner. Typically it's a bit longer. Again, in our case, we don't have experimental data. We are just going to, apply reasonable boundary conditions to it. So this length should be sufficient. Ideally, what happens is a sufficient amount of intake length is provided, and at the inlet, measured boundary conditions are given. So typically, total pressure boundary conditions are given, right? So we have the shroud, which is basically this particular area. And then we have the impeller, and we have the volute, which is basically the casing. So how do we go ahead and flag this? Well, it should be fairly straightforward. I should be able to use the angle method to get the inlet. There you go. So that looks good. So here what I'm looking for is, I'm looking for a region where I can create a boundary flag. And I'm going to be using the arc method to see if I can select an entire circle. So here you can see that a selection is made, but it's sort of irregular. So maybe not that one. So how about this one? So this one looks fairly regular to me. So I'm going to mark this as a fence. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on reconstruct fences from existing boundaries to get the top one as well. And then for the intake runner, I'm going to use the boundary fence method, and I'm going to select this guy and apply. Alright, awesome. So that looks good. So what I'm going to do next is just hide the inflow and the intake runner so that we get improved visibility. Alright, so you can see that the shroud kind of ends here. So I should be able to go back to fence, use the arc method, and select this particular guy. That looks pretty good to me. So let's hit enter,
to create the boundary fence. And always verify, alright? So whenever you create a boundary fence, you need to look at the geometry completely to see that the edges have been flagged incorrectly. So then let's go to flag, and then we're going to click on the shroud, use the boundary fence method. Boom, there you go. That selection looks good. And let's click apply. Okay, so now I think we can hide this guy. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly add the outflow. This should be easy to select. I should be able to use the angle method and select that guy. Perfect. So that's just great. What else can I do here? Well, the volute can now be selected. Before we do that, we need to first click on reconstruct fence from existing boundaries. So you can see that my thought process here is quite simple. I first flag the easy boundaries, and then I use that to create fences and then flag subsequent boundaries. So this approach works very well for turbo machinery applications. So in this particular case, we have a fence there. So let's go back to flag. Let's select the volute geometry, and we're going to use the boundary fence option and select it. Perfect. So that looks good. Let's hide the volute. So now we're left with like 3 components, right? So there is the impeller bottom, which is just this particular face. So I should be able to use the angle method and add it. And then right about here, that is basically the impeller sweep. So you have the impeller and the geometry has been swept to create that cylindrical ring, right? So that structure is what I call as impeller sweep, and I'm just going to add it right there. So now whatever is left is basically your impeller. So I can just hide everything, and I can just enable this guy, and if you rotate it, you can clearly see that that's just the impeller. So I'm just going to use the boundary method to select all the triangles here, click on my impeller and click apply. So now let me click on show all, and that's it. So the boundary flagging is complete. So let's enable all the normals. Let's go to diagnosis and run it one more time. And that's basically it. So with that, our geometry cleanup and surface flagging is done. In the next video, we'll be going over the boundary conditions for this particular case. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. So today we'll be going over the simulation setup for our centrifugal pump case. Now at this point, you must already have flagged your geometry, and you must have say 8 boundaries, and you can just name it and order it just like what I have done in this particular video. So as far as application goes, let's just make sure that general flow is selected, and then we are going to be clicking on material. Now in our case, we have selected only liquid simulation, so that means this is just going to be a pure incompressible run. Now ideally in centrifugal pump simulations, cavitation will also occur or might occur. In that case, the simulation becomes two-phase. You have water or the working fluid, and you have the gaseous phase, right? So if cavitation needs to be simulated, then you need to have gas simulation. Now we are not going to be doing that because running a centrifugal pump simulation with moving mesh and cavitation can be extremely expensive, and in order for the simulation to run correctly, it can take in a lot of computational time and also memory. So in this particular case, we are going to stick with incompressible flow only, and we are going to be doing only a liquid simulation. So let's select that, and let's go to liquid simulation, and then from predefined liquids, what I've already done is I've selected water, which is right here, and I have added it, right? So that's why you see H2O here. And then the next thing that I need to do is I need to go to species, and under liquid I have already clicked on query available list, and H2O has already been added. So I can kind of show you this. I'll just delete this. If you click on query available list, H2O should show up. You can select it and then click OK. Alright, so then let's proceed on to simulation parameters. Now as far as the run is concerned, we are going to be running a transient simulation directly, and we are going to be using incompressible for the liquid flow solver. Now there is an option called compressible liquid, which can be used for liquid flow simulations, but in our case we are going to be using only incompressible. Usually compressible flow liquids are used for really high velocity cases. For example, you have a very high pressure fuel injector, right? In those type of situations, using a compressible liquid flow solver is required. In our case, the velocities in the liquid are not that high, so using the incompressible solver should be good. When you click on OK, you get this question: do you want to load tolerance, relaxation and piezo defaults? Click on yes, because CONVERGE optimizes the solver settings for different types of applications, and it's better to take advantage of it. As far as the simulation time is concerned, we are basically running it for 0.2 seconds. So how did I come up with this? Well, the impeller in this particular case is spinning at 12,000 degrees per second. I'll let you figure out what that is in RPM. And ideally what you want to do is you want to simulate it at least for 2 rotations, right? 2 impeller rotations, and you can go up to 5 or even 6 rotations to kind of confidently say that the simulation has reached a steady state. Now when I say steady state, I'm still talking about a transient solver. What I mean is, if you run the transient solver long enough, the flow pattern is going to be repeating itself again and again. Thereby the flow reaches a steady state, or at least a pseudo steady state. Alright, so I hope you're not confused with that concept. So moving on, let's just click OK here. Solver parameters we don't have to touch. We can use the default parameters. So let's go to boundary. So at the inlet, what I've done is I've specified total pressure boundary condition. Now if you're working for an oil and gas industry, or you plan to work, typically when you get this type of simulations, you get accurate specifications for boundary condition. So basically here what we are doing is we are specifying the pressure head that's available at the inlet of the pump. Now in this case, I'm assuming a total pressure of 101325, right? Realistically, this value depends on a lot of factors. Especially for large pumps, there is something called as net positive suction head required, which is basically the minimum pressure head that you need at the inlet to kind of prevent cavitation. In our case, we are not simulating the cavitation, so the effect of NPSH will not be seen in our simulation. Alright, so we're going with this particular value. And the other thing that you have to realize here is we are running a purely incompressible flow simulation, right? In an incompressible flow simulation, you are solving only for the pressure gradient. So the absolute value of pressure doesn't matter, right? So depending upon this inlet pressure condition and the outlet mass flow rate, a suitable pressure drop will be calculated by the CFD solver. Okay, so in this particular case, we are just saying that water is our working fluid, and at the outlet, if you see here, I'm providing the mass flow rate. Right now you can see that in this particular case the mass flow rate is pretty high because the impeller diameter is quite huge. It's around 20 centimeters, right? So 156 kg per second. Where do you get this value from? Again, from pump performance data. You cannot guess this particular value because you might prescribe a pressure and mass flow rate combination that's outside the pump performance curve, and it might not work at all. So you need to make sure that you give these values from a pump performance curve. Now for this particular made up pump, the mass flow rate can vary from 120 to roughly 180 kg per second. I've put in a value of 156 because that's kind of in the middle, right? And this corresponds to the RPM at which the impeller is rotating. If you take a look at the intake runner, we are just applying the law of the wall boundary condition here and nothing special. If you look at the shroud, we do the same treatment. If you look at the impeller, this is where we are saying that it's a rotating wall, and we are providing the rotation rate in degrees per second, and notice how it's rotating about the negative z-axis, right? So if you see here, negative z-axis is basically normal to the screen, right? So if you apply the right hand thumb rule, you can basically see that in this particular view the impeller is going to rotate counterclockwise. Alright, so coming back here, you can see that for impeller sweep and impeller bottom, we have given the same boundary condition because these parts are all connected together. And this is one area where people make a lot of mistake. They accidentally flag impeller sweep or impeller bottom as a wall. So what's happening is that the impeller bottom is staying in place, whereas the impeller is rotating, which causes the deformation of the geometry, and that can lead to intersection errors, which can eventually lead to the case crashing, right? So be very careful when you're setting up simulations where parts are rotating. So finally, we look at the volute. And now if you look at the volute, it's again a wall, right? And we are basically using the law of the wall boundary condition there, and it's all good to go. In our case, we just have one region, and that's being filled with water, and we can just close this guy as well. As far as turbulence model goes, we are using RNG K epsilon. Now in this particular case, we are interested in capturing the pressure drop for the provided mass flow rate. So for that, the RNG K epsilon turbulence model, or even the standard K epsilon turbulence model, should be good. If we need more information such as the drag on the impeller, then we would have to use the K omega SST turbulence model. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to click on OK. So let me just enable the bounding box so that you appreciate the size of the geometry. You can see that the bounding box along the x-axis is almost 59 centimeters, 0.59 meters, right? So that's pretty big. And if you want to measure the size of the impeller, this is how you do it in CONVERGE. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting a particular component and I'm using the shortcut key V to hide it, right? So that's how I hid the intake runner and the shroud. I'm going to disable the normals and I'm going to hide the volute as well, and also the outflow. Then I can go to measure and then click on distance, and what I can do is I can just roughly make a measurement. This should be good enough. When I do that, you can see that the distance is 2.82 e minus 1, right? So that's actually 28.2 centimeters. If you have to measure it accurately, then you can go to measure, direction, arc normal, and you can just select 3 points like on the bottom side of the impeller. Oops, let me clear the last point and select this one correctly. Click apply, and there you go. So it's about 23.8 centimeters. That's the diameter of this particular region. Alright, so that looks good to me. Now you can see that there is an area where the diameter might be larger than that. Actually no, I take it back. 23.8 centimeter is the diameter of the impeller. Right, so that's basically it. Our case is completely set up. So what we are going to do is we're going to run the simulation. So that's basically it. The case setup is all complete. So let's go to post variable selection, and we'll make sure the turbulent viscosity is selected. You can add y plus if you want to, but I'm not going to do it. So let me just click on OK. As far as output files are concerned, I'm just making sure that I save a lot of 3D post files so that I can do some post processing and I can understand how pressure and velocity are varying throughout the geometry. Okay, so what we are going to do next is we are going to submit a simulation, and we're going to run it, and this simulation is going to take a lot of time, and once we have some results we will discuss it. Alright, with that I'd like to conclude this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So in the last video I forgot to mention an important thing, which is the computational mesh size. So in this particular case, what I'm doing is I'm basically starting up with a mesh size of 0.012, and what I'm doing is I'm adding a fixed embedding which is of scale 2. So how do I go about all these things? Well, the answer is quite simple. So whenever you're running a simulation, right, you basically need to look for the minimum flow path. Right, so in this particular case you can kind of see that the gap between, say, this part and this part, that is kind of the smallest flow path that's available. Right, so what you can do is you can just measure distance, and you can basically select this particular vertex and this particular vertex roughly and click on apply. So you can see that that's about 2 millimeters. Right, so here our base grid size is 12 millimeters. Right, so what you can basically do is open up your calculator. So you have 12 millimeter cells and you roughly want 2 millimeter cells, right? So that basically means that you need to refine the mesh in that particular area by a factor of 6. So what I've done here is used fixed embedding, and I basically refined it using an embed scale 2, which makes my mesh 4 times smaller. In other words, according to my setup, I will basically have the cell size there as 3 millimeters and not as 2 millimeters. So is this okay? Well, according to CONVERGE, it should be okay. So if you remember, we talked about something called a cell pairing, right? So whenever you have this larger cell, and if it is being cut, and if the volume of the cut cell is less than 30%, then that's basically bad because that cell gets paired, right? Now, in order to avoid cell pairing, we need to make sure that our cell size is large enough, but it's not that big so that it causes cell pairing. Well, in our case, we have a 3 mm cell in a place where there's only 2 mm gap. But that's fine because when the cell is getting cut, its volume is going to be 60% of the full cell volume, which means it's not going to get paired. In other words, we are still going to have one whole cell in that particular gap. Now, if you ask me if that's okay, well, it's not. So that is why what I've done is I've basically set up another simulation, and in this particular simulation, what I've done is I've made the base mesh small. In fact, I'm going to 0.01, which is basically 10 millimeters, and then I've used fixed embedding where I'm going to a scale of 3. My cell size in that particular area is 1.25 millimeters. This means I'm going to have at least 2 cells in that small gap. Now, whenever you're setting up a simulation, this is how your thought process should be. The mesh size cannot be set up in a random fashion without any thought process. If you do so, majority of the time your simulation is going to fail.
always apply some type of engineering judgment to calculate what your mesh size should be, at least for a starting point, and then refine it from there. So in our case, we have both of these two simulations, and what we are going to do is we are going to run both of them. Now in our case, we have both of these two simulations and I've already run them. So let's kind of take a look at some results. So what I've done here is this is basically Sigwin, and if I open up the log file, and maybe let me just open up the last 20 lines. So you can see that this particular simulation, the coarse mesh simulation, it ran for about 26,000 seconds. That's a lot. That's close to say 8 hours, right? Now we are talking about the coarse simulation. Now what about the fine simulation? Well, there the story is much more crazy. You can see that the simulation started on September 21st at 1935, and if you look at the simulation end, right, that's September 27, right? So that's a huge simulation, right? So it's running for 6 days and the simulation is not complete. I ran it only till 1.4 e minus 1 seconds because the simulation started get converged results. So how do the results look like? Well, for that I made a couple of line plots. So here the first plot that we are going to be looking at is mass flow rate, and we are looking at mass flow rate as a function of time. So first of all, you can see that when you run the simulation for about 0.14 seconds, in the refined case, the simulation has already reached a steady state. And if you look at the case, we did not run it long enough. We ran it only for 0.06 seconds approximately. And you can see that for mass flow rate, the answer is matching pretty well, right? Now this is mass flow rate at the inlet boundary where you're provided pressure condition, correct? Basically saying that we're kind of getting the same mass flow rate. Now the second plot that I want to look at is the total pressure at the outlet. Now this is basically the work which is being done by the pump at the end of the day. So notice how close the results are between the coarse and the refined case. The coarse case just took 9 hours, whereas the refined case took close to 6 days. Now remember, we are running the refined case for much longer, so the comparison is not exact, but it kind of tells us that if you are looking at fundamental quantities like pressure drop and mass flow rate, you don't have to go too crazy on the computational mesh size. However, if you want to simulate key events like cavitation, and if you want to capture say events like slippage, then you might have to add more computational cells in that small gap. Alright, so now let's take a look at some post-processing results. So I have ParaView here. So this is basically for the coarse case. So I'm going to just deselect some data here, and right off the bat, what I want to do is I want to create a cut plane, and let's create a cut plane along the Z normal, right? So that seems more appropriate, and I'm just going to drag it and kind of cut it in the middle, and I'm going to click apply. I think a good location to be, so maybe just drag it a little bit more. Okay, that's fine. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hide the plane, and the first thing I want to do is I want to look at the pressure variation, right? So let's go to the colors and I'm going to click on pressure, right? Immediately you see that the pressure is all just a single color. Well, that's because we are at the 0th time step. So let's go to the final value here, and then I'm just going to click on this reset button, and there you go. You can see that at the eye of the impeller, that's where the lowest pressure is, right? So that kind of makes a lot of sense, right? So that is where the fluid is basically coming in, and because of the impeller spinning, it creates that nice low pressure area, and that is what helps the centrifugal pump suck more fluid, and it basically gets pressurized, and as it goes outside, you can see that there is this diffuser like section. So if I put it in Z normal, you can see the diffuser like section where the area of cross section increases, which basically results in additional increase of pressure. So that basically looks good. So how about velocity? So let's take a look at the velocity, and that also looks pretty good. You can see that there is this separation area, right? So what's happening is the flow spins, and as it exits, there is this particular corner where the flow starts to detach. Now this means that your outlet boundary conditions are not that super accurate, right? This is basically a problem. Why is that? Well, we were basically saying that at the outlet our mass flow rate is fixed, correct? But in these type of scenarios, what's happening is you're encouraging reverse flow, which means technically flow can actually recirculate. So in other words, flow from the outlet can come back in, which is called as backflow. So what do we do in these type of situations? Well, to start with, it's a bad idea to basically place the boundary so close to a separation bubble. So what's going to happen to this particular flow pattern is if you actually extend this outlet, then this flow that gets separated is going to reattach, and then you will have smooth flow through the outlet, right? So when you are running CFD simulation, if you have to get accurate results, then you need to make sure that in the location of boundary condition, the boundary conditions are actually valid. In this particular case, it's not, because there is flow reversal, which means in order for the mass flow rate to be achieved, you can actually have excess mass leave from the top area so that the net mass flow rate is equal to your boundary condition. In other words, the equations are working in your favor to reach the boundary conditions, and that shouldn't be the case. Ideally, you need to have a condition where you have the boundary condition, and when the flow is being calculated at the boundaries, the solution naturally reaches the boundary condition value. Now, the reason why we ended up doing this simulation is to make this important point. So whenever you are situating boundaries, make sure that you put them in a location where the flow is not reversing or recirculating. Alright, so this flow pattern looks okay to me. So you can see that away from the impeller, that is where the maximum velocity occurs, because the linear tangential velocity in that area is going to be r times omega, and since r is maximum at the tip of the impellers, that is where the maximum velocity is going to be. So that checks out. So the next thing that I want to do is create a vector plot. So I'm going to use the glyphs, and I'm going to be using it for vectors, and I'm going to apply. And this looks kind of cramped, so maybe what we can do is we can reduce the number of samples to 1000, and I'm just going to scale them a little bit. Alright, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to color it by black color so that you can see the vectors very nicely. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. So if you look at this particular area, you can see that there is flow reversal, right? And we are saying that the boundary condition there is constant across the face. Again, the reason why I'm repeating myself is because this is an important point, and make sure that you remember this. Alright, so overall our simulation setup looks pretty good. Qualitatively, we are getting very nice results. The flow is taking place in the right direction, pressure is increasing in the right direction, and the simulation has reached steady state. So this means this would be an excellent setup or computational model for this particular pump. So what we can do is we can actually run performance curves. So what we can basically do is we can take this particular computational setup and we can keep on refining it if required. Alright, with that I would like to conclude this video. Now this tutorial is basically part of your project, so make sure that you set it up correctly. Thank you, bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be working on this supercharger case setup. Now the geometry that I have is quite complex. It contains the solid components, it contains the driving gears, the shafts, and also the bolts, right? So our objective is to first understand what the fluid volume here is and try to extract it and then run a simulation. Now this is a made up geometry, so what we will be doing is we will be adding some additional components to it so that the geometry is complete for CFD simulation. As you can see that this is the air side or the air intake. So air is basically going to come in like this. So now this side is basically the inlet, and what I have is I have a very simple image here. This is basically from torquetech.com. We don't own this image or anything. This is just for reference. So here you can see that this is the inlet side and this is the pulley that basically rotates the components inside the supercharger, which is going to help pressurize. The compressed or the pressurized air is basically going to be obtained from underneath of this particular unit, which is basically what we have on this side, right? So the compressed air is going to come out from here. So you can see that this model is fairly detailed, right? It looks very similar to the image. Now usually if you're working for a company that makes devices like this, you are interested in performing a CFD simulation to understand the relationship between the pressure ratio and mass flow rate. That is, for a given mass flow rate, how much the pressure can be increased. And you might also be interested in obtaining the final temperature of the compressed air, because since you're compressing the air, its temperature is going to rise, and if the temperature is higher, the density is lower, and depending on how high the temperature gets, a cooler unit might be required to cool the pressurized air. Alright, so in this particular case we are interested in running a flow analysis. Why? Well, that is fairly simple to do, and that is kind of 90% of the work. I mean, if you're able to set up the simulation for that, then you can look at the exhaust temperature fairly easily. The only thing that you might not be able to do with such a simplified model is understand how the lobe temperatures change because of the rotation, and say you are interested in injecting some lubricant oil, and if you're interested in seeing how that actually moves around the domain, that would require additional setup, which we are not going to be focusing on, right? So so the first thing I want to do here is remove some unwanted components. So I'm going to go to boundary, and I'm going to start by flagging or creating a few boundaries. So maybe let's just create like 6 to 7 boundaries. I think we'll need that much. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to identify some parts that I can delete, right? So that way I can see what's going on inside. So I'm going to be using the surface method. The surface method basically helps you select entities that are a complete surface and are detached from other parts of the geometry. So if I select this pulley, for example, you can see that the pulley and shaft seem to be connected, but if I actually zoom in really close, they are not, right? They are not. You can see that the vertices here don't align, right? So we don't need this particular pulley because we are doing a CFD simulation and this is not required. So how about these guys, the bolts? Yes, there you go, you can select them. So this is the nice thing about the surface option. It helps you select quantities in bulk and quantities that are not connected. So let's just delete it. All right, so how about this gear? Cool. So it looks like this gear is also separate, so let me delete that, which means this one should also be separate. Now I need to be very careful. I need to make sure that no other components are selected when I do this. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this guy. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to try and select the lobes, for example. There you go. So that's the compressor lobe. I'm just going to add it to boundary number 2, and let's just hide boundary number 2 so that we increase our visibility. And we're going to be selecting the other lobe, and let's add it to boundary number 3, and let's hide that as well. All right, so that looks good. So the next thing that we want to flag is the internal faces. So I'm going to be selecting those guys. I'm going to click on angle method, and I'm able to select this particular portion. And what you can also do is you can do Control plus L shortcut key to kind of isolate the selection that you just now made, right? So this is kind of an important region, right? So this is where the fluid is going to spin around. So let me redisplay everything and hide the lobes again. So we need this, we need the back side obviously, and we need the front side, right? So I'm going to add all of them to boundary number 5, and now let's hide boundary number 1 to see what we have. Perfect. So there you go. So that's exactly what you need. So you have your fluid volume and you have your lobes, and I can actually show you the lobes much more clearly right now. Oops, let me go ahead and hide this guy, right? So these are your lobes, as these lobes basically rotate in opposite direction, and because they squeeze air, they compress it in the process and they push it around because of the helix, right? Because of this helical structure, they are going to progressively push the air from front to back. And what's going to happen is, so if I enable the casing, the compressed air, the normal air is going to come in from the front, and as it gets compressed, it's going to get discharged through this particular outlet. Alright, so what should I do next? Well, I can start by deleting these parts, right? Some parts are not necessary. For example, I can delete this huge boundary, right? So because that contains a large number of triangles. If I delete it, one thing is you'll notice is that the number of triangles is now really small, and also you can actually move around the geometry quite easily. Okay, so the other thing that we are interested in doing is, you can basically see that the lobes are really close to the casing. Now in real life they're not going to be intersecting, right? There is going to be a small gap. So here the gap is not very clear. In fact, you can cleanly see that the lobe is actually intersecting with that particular face, which is wrong. So what we will be doing is we will be moving that face a little bit. So that, and the other thing is you can actually see that the lobe has this hollow region, which is basically used for the shaft, correct? So the shaft is basically going to go through that. Now since we are interested only in the CFD simulation, what we can do is we can basically take off these external components, right? So we need to be a bit careful in deleting these, right? Because you can see that it's clearly selecting some unwanted components. So I'm going to zoom in near the model, and I'm going to see if I can use the arc method. Actually, maybe a better idea would be to just delete this entire face, right? I can just delete this entire face, and what I'm thinking is I can just patch it back again, right? That way it would be closed perfectly. So before I do that, I'm just going to get rid of this particular shaft. So I'm going to repair, delete. I'm going to use the angle method. There you go. So I've selected this, selected that, hit the key delete, and there you go. So I've deleted that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this particular face also, but looks like I'm unable to select that entire face. Let me try selecting somewhere else. Nope, that doesn't work. So I'm going to go and create some fences. In fact, let me start by creating the automatic fences, and let's try the boundary fence method. Boom, there you go. So that gets deleted. Okay, cool. So all I need to do now is patch this guy. So I'm going to go to patch, use the open edge method. I'm selecting this guy. I'm going to say auto assign triangles to new boundary. And one thing that I want to do is I want to say triangulate to specified center point and automatically calculate the center point. So this is a cool feature because it lets you kind of patch it, and there's this center point. This center point is going to be extremely useful for us because it helps us measure the origin and the axis of rotation for that particular lobe. So I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Good, that looks good. And here we need to delete this extra bit. So I'm going to use the boundary fence method. Boom, delete, go to patch, select this guy, hit enter. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. So let me do Control Z here, and I'm just going to delete this particular face, right? So let me go to triangle selection mode by hitting 3, and I'll select this guy, this face, and I'll hit delete D. There you go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to patch again. I'm going to go back to edge selection mode, select this guy, hit enter, select this guy, hit enter. Alright, so that looks pretty cool. What about this one? Would we be able to patch this completely? Well, let's try. So I'm going to be selecting the open edge method. Okay, so looks like that gets selected completely. So let's make sure that we unselect triangle to specified center point. Why? If I do this, it's going to patch and it's going to try to get those triangles from a particular center, right? So let me first click apply to show you what I'm talking about, right? It's basically trying to triangulate that entire patch so that there is just one center. That is bad because it does not provide any flexibility. Here the hole is shaped in a complex way, right? So let me undo this and let me uncheck this point and let's try it again. Click apply now. Perfect. You can see that the patch is good. The only thing is it's intersecting. Well, that is something that we can fix. So what I want to do is let me just redisplay everything, and let me patch the geometry on the other side as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move it till a point where there are no intersections. So I'm going to transform, and I'm going to translate this particular guy, this particular face. Let me make sure that I use selected triangles option. I'm going to use boundary fence method for this, and we are going to be translating it in the Z direction. And let me just enable the bounding box. So here you can see that the geometry is clearly not in the right dimensions. So first thing would be to actually scale it. So let's actually scale it, and then we can come back and fix that particular end. I'm going to scale the entire surface, and what I want to do is I want to scale it by 0.001 because everything is in millimeters, right? So now you can see that LZ is 0.17, so that's about 17 centimeters long. So that's a representative size. Now the geometry is made up, that is why we are having these many issues with it, but that's fine. It's a good learning process. So then I want to go to transform, translate, selected triangles. I'm going to use the boundary fence method, use the Z direction but put a negative sign so that you're going the other way. And to start with, let's go by 1 millimeter, right, and see where it takes us. Alright, so at 1 millimeter I think we're kind of at the lobe end surface level. Let's do it one more time. There you go. So that looks good. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. I'm going to select this guy, and we also want to make sure that we move these guys as well. Oops, but we are unable to select it. So what can I do? Well, it should be fairly straightforward. So let me just select this guy, and I'm just going to translate it along Z direction, and I'm just going to do it once. So that looks pretty good, and I should do it one more time just to be consistent. So ideally here you can see that the gap size is 2 millimeters, right? Now how do I actually decide that? Shouldn't that come from the geometry itself? Well, absolutely. Now in our case, since the geometry is made up, these things are not being taken care of correctly. Ideally, if you're working for a company and say that your client wants you to do an analysis on their supercharger, then they would give you the right geometry. In fact, the work would be fairly less. The reason why we are actually doing this is this actually helps you understand how you can make modifications to your geometry so that you will be able to run the CFD analysis. So one of the common things that people do is they play with these gap clearances, right? So just to see what happens, right? And in reality, there is no CAD model available for that. So what you have to do is, as a CFD analyst, you need to be able to apply these changes on your own so that you can tell your client or tell your customer what's going on with your simulation. So in this case, I've actually fixed the problem on this side, but you can still see there's one major issue, and that issue is that your lobe is actually intersecting with this outer face. In other words, there's no real gap. So how can I show this to you in a bit more clear way? Well, I can select this guy. I'm going to do Control H so that everything gets hidden, and I'm going to go to options and I'm going to remove the edges, and we're going to be looking at this, say, along this direction. And if you zoom in, do you see that this particular line is your casing and your lobe is kind of right on top of it? In fact, it's intersecting. So let's go and look at another location. So here you can see that this line right here, that's your outer casing, and your lobe is kind of penetrating out. So this is another problem that commonly occurs, that is the lobes are a bit oversized. This can happen because of several reasons. Typically when you get data from a company, these type of issues do not occur. We are seeing these type of errors because, like I said, the geometry is made up. What is the possible solution here? Well, what we can actually do is we can scale down the geometry so that the lobe is not intersecting with the outer casing anymore. Now you can ask me if this is realistic. Well, the answer is absolutely not, right? In real life, if you're actually given a CAD model, then you need to make sure that the gap sizes are preserved as much as possible. Only then you are actually running the right CFD simulation. If you are changing the gap size as you wish, then you're simulating some other supercharger. Now that brings us to a different point though. One thing that people are interested in is to see the effect of these gap sizes on the end results. Why is that important? Well, we all know that if the gap sizes are really small, there is less slippage. In other words, there is less leakage, which means you will be able to deliver more mass flow rate because the fluid is not going to escape through the gaps. But as a consequence, you can actually heat up the air a little bit more, and that can actually cause thermal stresses on the supercharger components. So one typical study that people do is to look at the effect of gap clearances on mass flow rate and outlet temperatures. And in order to do that, you will be given just a single supercharger, and the objective is to vary the gap size, right? So in our case, we clearly don't have any gap, right? So if you run the diagnosis, you will see what I'm talking about. You can see that you have intersections in all of these places, right? That's because the bowl is just cutting through the casing. So the first step is to make it smaller, right? So how are we going to do it in a systematic way? Well, before I get to that, I'm going to clear this so that the colors are not on the way. And then I'm going to go to view options and I'm going to hide the casing. And I'm going to be looking at the lobes first, and I'm going to enable the edges. So we ideally want to shrink these lobes, and in order to do that, we can actually scale it, right? So what we can do is we can go to transform, we can go to scale, and then I can scale the selected surfaces or selected boundaries. So let's select selected boundary options, and I'm going to be selecting boundary 2. And for scaling factor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale it to 0.99, right? So I'm just reducing the size of the geometry by a very small amount, by 1%. But the problem is I'm being asked for a scale origin. Why is that important? Well, if you don't give the right scale origin, what's going to happen is, and I can kind of show this by exaggerating the scale factor to 90%, right? And let me just click apply. Right? So you can see that the geometry is getting scaled down, but there is another huge problem. As it scales down, it is also moving, right? That's because the scale origin is set to 0, 0, 0, right? So that's bad. We ideally don't want to change the positions of the lobe. We just want to shrink it exactly where it is. So let's do Ctrl Z 3 times so that we recover the original geometry. The key thing is to actually set up this scale origin correctly. Well, what would be the right scale origin? Well, that should be the center of this entire lobe. And to do that, what I can do is I can just go to measure location, and I'm going to click on this front vertex and this end vertex. Well, to do this, I'm going to go to measure, and I'm going to location, and I'm going to select the front vertex, and I'm going to select the vertex behind and click apply. Right, so we have this particular point. So let's copy this guy, and let's go to transform scale. We are going to be selecting the same guy, but this time I'm going to paste this new point, and for demonstration purposes we'll still have 0.9 as the scaling factor, and let's scale it down. You see that it scales down, but it hasn't changed its rotation axis, and that's very important. So let me just undo this 2 more times and just look at the geometry from a couple of views to make sure that the lobe sizes are completely the same. So in our case, what we are going to do is we are just going to enable the casing first, and we are going to apply 99% scaling factor, and we are going to do it only for boundary number 2 first. We click apply and run the diagnosis. You can see that this side there are no intersections, so that's great. So that means whatever we did is perfectly fine. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to scale it down on the other side. So for that, I'm going to go to measure, location. I'm going to select this point and this point, click apply, select this guy, copy, go to transform scale, and put this as the new scale origin, and this is going to be boundary number 3. So let's click apply. You can see that boundary 3 got reduced in size. Let's run find, and you can see that now you just have open edges and normal orientation. So that basically tells us that we have fixed our geometry problem. So that's pretty nice. So how about these minor issues? Well, they can be fixed very easily. So I'm going to go to repair patch, and I'm going to select this particular open edge, and I'm just going to hit enter. So that has been patched. Now what about these guys? Well, I can just patch them by just selecting. I'm just going to assign them to a new boundary, and then I'm just going to remove this auto assign boundary for new triangles feature and click apply, and we're going to do the same thing here as well. So this looks bad. Okay, so let me do undo, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to patch ordered vertex list, and I'm just going to select these 4 points, actually 6 points, so that I can help CONVERGE Studio. And for this, I'm just going to go back to this particular option so that the boundary flagging is done correctly. There you go. So that looks good. Now let's go back to patch, use the open edge method. We're going to select this guy, and we're going to uncheck this option. We're going to click on apply, and let's run find. So normal orientations are gone. We still have open edges. I need to see where that problem is. So let's fix the normal orientation issue. Go to transform normal and click on attempt to fix all normals and click apply. Let's run find. You can see that that problem is gone. You still have 9 open edges right here. Okay, so I think the problem is that we might have missed an edge to patch. We might have missed a small triangle. So what I'm going to do is, there you go, you can see that there's the small triangle. So let's go to repair patch, select this guy, enter, click on find. Looks like we have a few more. Let's select this guy, click apply. So we have isolated triangles. That's easy to fix. So I'm going to go to flag, I'm going to select the casing, and I'm just going to select these 2 triangles and click apply and hit find. We have 1 more isolated triangle, so let's just click on show. So that clearly belongs to boundary number 5. So I'm just going to select that and click apply. There you go. So our geometry flagging is complete. So with that, I would like to finish this particular video. In the next video, what we will do is we will adjust the inlet and also the outlet portion so that it looks like a more realistic setup, and then we will assign the boundary conditions, the mesh, and the usual drill. Alright, with that I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good. So I just wanted to change a couple of things with the output and post processing. So let me first go to output files, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable generate wall boundary averaged output, and then I'm going to go to post variable selections, and I'm just going to make sure that I enable a few parameters. So we're just going to enable this volume guy, and then we're going to go to combustion turbulence, and we're going to enable Y+, and we're going to enable ratio of turbulent viscosity and click on OK. Alright, so now we are ready to run the simulation. Thank you. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So this time we are just going to be continuing from where we left off. Now, a couple of corrections. I accidentally told that this is a screw type supercharger. It's actually what you call as a roots type supercharger. So the idea is that along this taper, the air is going to get compressed as the screws rotate, because it's a positive displacement machine. The air is going to be moved, and since the available volume for the air is getting reduced, it's going to get pressurized. On the other hand, on the roots blower type, you don't have any taper. You can see that here quite clearly. So the idea is the air basically gets sucked in from the top, and what's going to happen is as the lobes rotate, it's just going to get pushed sideways, and that air is going to get stacked towards the bottom, thereby pressurizing it. Alright, so what we are going to do now is we're just going to flag the inlets and outlets. So I'm going to basically select the angle method, select this guy and assign it to a new boundary. And then we're going to be selecting this guy and we're going to be calling this as the outlets. Now, these two parts are going to go back to the casing itself. So I'm just going to click on apply. Alright, now we don't want our outlet to be like too close. In reality, this supercharger unit is going to be sitting on some type of an intercooler, right? Because compressed air is hot, right? And you want to cool this hot air before it enters the engine. And since we actually don't have that geometry, what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually push the outflow boundary a little bit farther away, right? Is this correct? Well, it's not, but it's not a big deal, because say that you are actually working on a realistic supercharger, then you have the outlet at the right portion, so you don't have to make any guesses. So in my case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to translate selected boundary, and I'm going to select this guy, and we are going to be translating this along the minus y direction. Alright, so let's start by moving this by 5 mm to see if it looks right. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Alright, so that's, I think, a good starting point. Again, this portion of the geometry is usually available if you're working for a OEM or if you're consulting for a OEM, right? So this shape is not super realistic. That's not a big deal because the shape does not matter in our case. Alright, so I think that looks good. So the next thing that I want to do is, you can see that the origin is kind of out there, right? So what I want to do is I want to center the origin maybe on this particular point. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to measure location. I'm going to select this particular vertex, click apply, and I'm just going to take this point, right? So this is basically the location of this point with respect to this particular origin, right? So I'm going to transform, but this time I'm going to use something called as the delta method. I'm just going to put the copied coordinates here. Now what I want to do is I want to translate my geometry. This point is basically 0.0737 meters away from the x-axis, right? So if I push this point by this distance in the negative x direction, then I should basically move this towards the left, correct? So if I put a negative sign here, it's going to make sure that the x coordinate of that red point is 0. So if I basically do the same thing for all of them, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm moving this red point to the origin, right? So let's make sure that entire surface is selected, and let's click on apply. There you go. So now you can see that the entire geometry has been shifted. Why did I do that? Well, this actually helps me provide the rotating boundary conditions very easily. Now for this particular lobe, we know that the rotation axis is z-axis and the rotation center is 0, 0, 0. And if I measure this guy, ideally you will see that you just have an offset along the x-axis, right? You can see that along the x-axis there's an offset, that is the lobe to lobe distance, and pretty much the y and z components are like 0, right? This is a very small number. So this helps us in assigning our boundary conditions with ease. So what's next? Well, the next thing is to basically assign the boundary conditions for our lobes and apply the pressure conditions for the inlets and outlets. So where do these data come from? Well, you usually get them from something called as a performance curve. Now, typically for a supercharger, when it's rotating at a particular RPM, it basically delivers a given mass flow rate for a given pressure ratio, right? So the idea is that depending upon the RPM and depending upon the mass flow rate and the pressure, you have a particular efficiency for the supercharger. And the idea is to basically have all these details when you're starting to simulate. Now, as far as the CFD engineer or the CFD analyst is concerned,
The only thing that you need to be worried about is choosing a point that is still inside this performance map. Oftentimes you might be playing with a supercharger case setup and you might be using a boundary condition, you might be using an operating point that is completely not realistic. In those cases you will definitely get wrong results. So from a CFD analyst point of view, you need to make sure that you get your hands on this performance data so that you can definitely be sure that you are setting up the simulation for the right conditions. So in our case, what we are going to do is we are going to go for a pressure ratio of 2.0, which means the outlet to inlet pressure is going to be 2.0. which means the ratio of the outlet to the inlet pressure is going to be 2.0. So at the inlet, if the pressure is 1 bar, the pressure is going to be 2 bar at the outlet. And in our case, we are going to say that the rotor is basically rotating at 36,000 RPM, right? So 36,000 RPM is nothing but 36,000 divided by 60 RPS, rotations per second, right? Since 1 minute is 60 seconds, you're dividing this by 60. And then what you're doing is you're converting this rotations per second into degrees per second. Now one rotation is 360 degrees. So you take your original RPM, you multiply that by 360 and divide that by 60. Right? Now 360 by 60 is equal to 6. So the only thing that you're left with is 36,000 times 6, which is 216,000. So this is going to be the speed at which the lobes are rotating. Alright, so the next thing that you need to understand is the direction of rotation, right? So we definitely know that the lobes should be rotating in opposite directions, correct? But you still have two ways to do that. So the idea is once the air comes in, we want to push it towards the outer wall and then we basically bring it towards the outlet from the downside, right? So in other words, if I hide this guy, this orange rotor should be rotating in clockwise and the yellow rotor should be rotating in anti-clockwise direction. Alright, so that's basically it. So let's go ahead and set up the case. So I'm going to start with begin case setup. I'm going to click on general flow, click on apply and done. And then in this case, I'm just going to have air as my material. Alright, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on run parameters. We are going to be doing a transient simulation because the lobes are rotating. So let's click OK. And as far as the simulation parameters, like we want to make sure that we run this for at least a few rotations. So how do we go about that? Well, this is basically rotations per second, right? So if you take this RPS, this is basically saying that you have 600 rotations per second, correct? I think I did the math right. So 600 into 60, that's going to be 36,000. Now, how do we calculate the time per one rotation? Well, if you have 600 rotations in 1 second, then the time taken for one rotation is going to be 1 divided by 600, right? So that is basically seconds per rotation, right? So for one rotation, if it takes this much time, then for 5 rotations, or let's say 6 rotations, then we are going to be taking 6 divided by 600, correct? This is for 6 rotations, right? So that's 1 divided by 100, which is 0.01, right? So whenever you calculate run parameters, make sure that you apply some kind of logic. So 0.01, I believe that is correct. All right, and I'm going to say that the start time is 0. We want the initial times to be 1e minus 9, and we want the minimum times to be again 1e minus 9. Maximum time step can go up to 1 second, but it never does in these type of simulations. And since Converge is going to be using a dynamic time step algorithm, it's automatically going to march towards the highest possible time step. So let's click on validate and click OK. As far as the solver parameters, we typically don't touch this unless we have some type of convergence issues. So now we are ready to assign the boundary conditions. But before we do that, I think it might be an idea to just clean up some of the unused boundaries. So I'm going to select this guy and I'm going to delete these unused boundaries. And you can see that there are 2 triangles in boundary ID 0, so that needs to be fixed. But before I do that, I'm just going to name the parts. So let's see here. So this is going to be left lobe, and obviously this is going to be the right lobe. Oops. And what else is there? Well, so this is your casing, so I'm just going to call it as casing, and this one right here is the inlet,
and this one right here is the outlet. Alright, so let's figure out where these two guys are. So I'm just going to enable these two boundaries, and let us see. Okay, that seems like a very small triangle, and I think it has to be with the casing, right? So there are a couple of ways to do this. One thing is to just go to isolated triangles, just make sure that the group size is 2, and then click on fix isolated triangles. When you do that, the number of triangles in the not assigned boundary automatically becomes to 0. So this is perfect. So let's get started. At the inlet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that we are providing an inflow boundary condition, and the pressure there is 101325, or in fact I can just give this as 1 bar, right? Ideally I would need some kind of measurement data here, so in this case I'm just going to go with 1 bar, but since we don't have that, I'm just going to go with 1 bar here, and we are going to be using a temperature of 300 Kelvin, and air is our fluid. And at the outlet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that we have the outflow boundary condition. I'm going to say that the static pressure there is 2 bar. So again, I cannot insist on the importance of getting these boundary conditions correctly, and they need to be consistent with the RPM that you have selected. Now in this case there will not be a backflow, but if there is, we just have to make sure that air is going to be the fluid that returns at 300 Kelvin. And if you take the casing, we are just going to apply the wall boundary condition. Alright, so let's just hide the casing here so that we can look at everything. So for the right lobe, what we are going to do is we are going to say that it's a wall, and it is a rotating wall. The rotation rate in degrees per second, right? So this is degrees per second. So I'm just going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. And then for the rotation center, I'm just going to copy this guy, and I'm just going to paste it here. So that's going to be my rotation center. And the rotation axis, so this is where you need to be careful, right? So we want this to be rotating in clockwise direction, right? The orange lobe, we want that to be rotating in clockwise direction. So if you rotate it about the z-axis, Converge is going to use the right hand thumb rule, which means the lobe will actually rotate in anti-clockwise direction. You don't want that. So what you can do is you can just put a negative sign here. Alternatively, you can put a negative sign in the RPM as well, but I typically like to do that in the axis. Alright, so that looks good. And for the left lobe, the conditions are much more easier. It's a wall, it's a rotating type wall. Now the rotation rate is 216,000. I believe that's right, so let me just check. Yep, the rotation center is going to be 0, 0, 0, and the rotation axis for that can be the positive z-axis, right? Because the yellow colored lobe should be rotating in the counterclockwise direction, which is about the z-axis. So that is perfect. So we're going to click on validate, and that's basically it. Alright, so let's go back to the case setup, and we're going to add a region. So in this case, we just need one region. I'm going to add air as the working fluid. Validate and click OK. Now we go back to boundary, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say that everything belongs to region 0. Alright, so then for turbulence modeling, what we are going to do is we are going to start with RNGK epsilon. Click on validate and click OK. And as far as the base grid is concerned, we are initially interested in just getting a coarse simulation because we want to make sure that the setup runs perfectly. So let's redisplay everything. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to measure the cell count for a given base grid. So we'll start with 4 mm. It basically says that the total cell count is about 33,000. Now this assumes that you have a perfect cuboidal shaped geometry, right? This is just an estimation. So in our case, what we can do is we can, I think, go to maybe a 2 mm base grid to see what happens. And as far as the output files are concerned, we need to make sure that we are getting, so it's 1e minus 2 seconds, which means in order to get 100 output files, this needs to be 1e minus 4. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically writing a restart file every 5e minus 4 seconds, right? So this way, in case the simulation crashes, we might be able to restart it from that crash point itself. And let's click on validate, and let's click on OK. Oops, let's go back to the output files, and for text output files I'm just going to put in a value of 1e minus 9. So this way we can track our mass flow rates very well. So let's click on validate and OK. Post variable selection, nothing fancy is required at this point. global transport parameters, nothing to be done there as well. So with that, our setup is complete. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that I run a no hydrodynamic solver, so that if there are any issues with the mesh motion, we can actually capture it. Let me check the normal direction, and clearly the normals are all incorrect. So I'm going to transform the normals, and I'm going to click on attempt to fix all normals and click apply. There you go. So that has fixed it, right? And we're ready to export all our input files. And I'm just going to go back to my Supercharger setup folder. I'm going to create a folder called base setup, and inside that we are going to select folder. We're going to click on OK. We are going to export everything, and then let's open up Converge. And we're going to go to Supercharger setup. We're going to go to the base setup folder, and I'm just going to run Converge to see if it actually runs through. So here you can actually see that the time steps are starting to grow, and you are having about 200,000 cells, which is actually much more than I anticipated, but that's fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to let this run, and if it crashes, that means that as the lobes are rotating, they're intersecting somewhere. If it is not crashing, we know that our boundary conditions have been set up correctly, and then we can move on to the next step. So I'm going to pause the video right now, and I'll continue.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So we are going to be picking up from where we left off in the previous video. We ran the no hydro simulation and it ran through successfully. So if I do tail -20 log, it's going to print the last 20 lines of the log file, and you can see that that's how long the simulation took to run. So that's not very long, right? So something like 25 minutes. Now one thing that I did do is I did coarse on the mesh, because when we ran it with a 2 mm base grid, so it had around 200,000 cells, and it was taking a lot of time for the no hydro. So what I did is I put in a grid scale of -1, which essentially means that the base grid is like 4 millimeters. So that resulted in a fewer cell count, which I think is around 20,000. So that's why the simulation ran in 25 minutes. If we had set it to 4 mm, then it would have taken more time. So let's take a look at the log file. So the first thing that I typically like to do is I open up the log file from the top, and I just read through the first few lines just to make sure that there are no error messages or warning messages. Typically, if there is an error related to the pre-processing stage where you have set up the motion profile, or you have flagged the boundaries or regions, then you should be able to track those errors in the first few lines till the calculations start. If you skim through this, you can see that there are no errors or warning messages, and you can see that the calculations have begun. So in order to be thorough, what you can do is you can use the grep tool. So grep -I basically performs a case insensitive search, right? So I can search for warning, or what I can do is I can search for capital warning. It doesn't matter, right? It's doing a case insensitive search, which means lowercase or uppercase doesn't matter. And I can just type in the log file. Basically, I'm searching for the string warning in my log file, and if I hit enter, you can see that there are no warning messages. So the other thing that I like to see is my time step. So one thing you can do is you can type in grep dt log file, and you can continuously see what's your cycle number, what's the current time, and what's the time step being used, and what's the time step limiter, right? So if you remember, Converge uses a dynamic time step, which means it is evaluating several factors which might be a bottleneck for the simulation in terms of the time step size, and then it's going to use the best possible time step so that your simulation runs in a smooth manner, meaning it does not recover or it does not blow up. That's the objective of the dynamic time step. Now in general, you want to see a limiter that's actually reasonable. For example, if you see something like dt_CFL, that's actually a good thing, which means your simulation is being limited by the maximum CFL number that you have provided. That means your simulation has been set up pretty well. If you're getting dt move, that means your simulation is being limited by how much a particular geometry can move. So what does that mean? Well, if you look at this post-processing instance, I have this lobe here, right? Now this is a different post-processing program. Don't worry, you can kind of follow through the same thing in ParaView itself. So here you can see that the lobe is actually rotating, right? Now, so when the lobe rotates, no parts of the 3D lobe should cross more than one computational cell. So that is like a limiter that's been placed in Converge, right? The idea there is quite simple. So say that you have crossed over a cell completely. What do you do to the mass in that particular cell? How do you distribute it? You have to come up with a scheme to do this, which is mass conserving, and which also makes sure that it transfers the momentum in the right direction and other species in the right direction. And hence in Converge 2.3 and previous versions, this constraint is there, right? So is this bad or good? Well, it's not bad. This means that the speed of your simulation is not driven by one of the physics-based quantities like CFL numbers, whereas it's being driven by the geometry. Now, in this case, that's kind of expected, right? Because you are running a no hydro simulations where no CFD equations are being solved, right? So when we actually run a hydrodynamic simulation where we are solving all these equations, only then would we know what the limiter is. But as far as the no hydro simulation is concerned, think about it, right? Now, if your cell is pretty big, meaning if your mesh is really coarse, your computational cell is large, right? Which means I can take a larger time step and I can still be within the same computational cell, right? It's possible. However, if the cell size is very, very small, then there's not a lot of room available for me to move, which means you would still be limited by DT move, but then the time step by which you're limited is going to be extremely small. In this case, the speed at which the rotor is rotating, with a time step of 3.4 e minus 6, it's able to cross one cell. You can kind of think of it like that. When the cell size is much more smaller, that time step is going to be even more smaller, like 1 e minus 6 or even smaller, who knows, right? And that is why this particular simulation is going to be quite slow, especially when you start refining the mesh. Alright, so how do the results look like? Well, the no hydro simulation ran through perfectly well, as I said, and here is basically post-processing of the no hydro simulation. So you can clearly see that the rotors are rotating correctly, and you can see the mesh being created and shown in different views. So here what I've done is I've created a set of cut planes, and you can basically see the mesh motion. And since the mesh is being created every time step, Converge can handle these type of complex geometries very, very easily. Now, performing no hydro simulations for these type of scenarios is extremely important. Why is that? Well, it helps you understand what type of computational mesh you're getting, and you can kind of think about refinement strategies. So let me stop this and go back to Insight, and let's concentrate on this particular picture because I think this is a great picture. So here your lobe is actually very close to the casing, right? So you can think of this as your smallest flow path in your entire simulation. Now you might have a much more smaller flow path when the lobes are kind of interlocking with each other, but to convey the point that I'm trying to make, I think let's assume that this is the smallest gap available. Now the thing about small gap sizes, you at least want to make sure that you have one entire cell there. Well, how do you make sure? We had talked about something called a cell pairing, right? So for example, this right here is an uncut cell, right? It's a perfect cuboidal cell, and this right here is a cut cell, right? Because it's being cut by the boundaries top and above. Now, if the volume of the cut cell is less than 30% of the volume of an entire cell. Now, if the volume of a cut cell is less than 30% than the volume of an uncut cell, then this cell is going to get paired. Now, whom is it going to get paired with? Well, in this particular case, it's most likely going to get paired with this particular cell, because it's basically sharing the maximum area with that particular cell. On the left hand side you have a cell, but this face area, right, is much smaller than this face area. So this cell is going to get paired with this cell. Now what about this cell? Well, that can get paired with this cell again. So in this entire gap you just have one cell. Now in terms of getting the mass flow through this gap, well, this might give a reasonable answer, right? Because mass has to be conserved. So any mass that actually goes from this side has to leave that side, right? So it would basically give you the mass flow rate, but it might actually give you unrealistic velocities, which might affect your torque calculations. So that is why you need to make sure that you have at least an entire cell in this gap. And the way to make sure of that is to refine this particular area. So the systematic way of doing this is to measure this particular gap and then put a cell size accordingly. So let's do that. So how do you measure the gap? Well, we are going to be using a technique called projections. Well, in this case, we just need an approximate measurement. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look a location where you can pick 2 points and just kind of calculate the distance. So let me first go to view and then let me enable the geometry dock. I'm going to go to measure. I'm going to say distance between two vertices, and I'm just going to measure this guy and this guy, right? The alternate way of measuring it could be that you can measure the diameter of the casing, right, by measuring 3 points, and you can measure the distance from this point to the end of the lobe, and once you have the two diameters, you can subtract that and you can get that gap size. But I'm interested in getting an approximate measurement, right? So this right here, let us say that this is the gap size, and let's click on apply. So right, that's about 1.8 millimeters, right? So this is 1.8 millimeters. So then I'm going to just assume that this is 1 millimeter, right? It's probably bigger than that, but let's just play it safe, and we can call it as 1 millimeter. If you want to measure it exactly, then you can use the previous method that I mentioned, where you measure this particular radius and you measure the distance from the center to the casing and you subtract that. So let's go to case setup, and what we're going to do is we're going to go to base grid. We are going to have it at 2 mm, right? And the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to fixed embedding, and let's add a new embedding, and we are going to be adding it in a boundary, and we are going to be adding it on the left lobe. Now this is going to be permanent, and for embed scale I'm going to say that we need a level of 3. Now let's do the math. So since your base grid is 2 mm and since your scale is 3, so it's going to take 2 mm and divide it by 8. So that's basically 1/4 of a millimeter, so that's 0.25 millimeters. Now since our gap size is 1 millimeter, we can be sure that we get 3 to 4 cells. So why am I saying 3 to 4 cells? Well, since the rotor is continuously rotating, right, now there are certain instances, right, for example between the rotor tips where the gap might be smaller. If it is smaller, then the number of cells in that tiny gap can change from 4 to 3 or even 2, but it's definitely going to be at least 1 in our case. Alright, so with that being said, the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to enable adaptive mesh refinement. Now in addition to resolving the flow in the gap, we also want to capture gradients in velocity. So I'm going to be enabling the adaptive mesh refinement, and I'm going to add it to region 0. We're going to do it velocity based, and we are going to leave it at the default setting. And I'm going to be saying that we can expect up to 2 million cells. Now you might not be able to run this, so try to run it at the maximum resolution your computer permits. So in my case, yes, I think that's 2 million. Let me click on validate. That looks okay. Now another important thing that you need to take care of is in high speed flows, right? So in these type of situations, the flow velocities can be very high. In that case, in order to make sure that conservation laws are not being broken, we need to make sure that instead of solving just the energy equation, we are solving for total energy as well. So when you typically solve the energy equation, you're basically writing the energy equation in terms of the internal energy. And for low speed flows, this is perfectly fine because contribution that's coming from the velocity component is not a lot. However, if you have very high speed flows with shock waves, then you have high internal energy and also have high velocity. In that case, writing your energy equation in terms of total energy can help prevent conservation issues. So that is why in this particular case, we need to make sure that solve total energy flag is enabled. So let's click on OK. Alright, so with that, my baseline hydrodynamic setup is complete. I'm going to be running the simulations, and once I have post-processed the results, I will get back to you guys. With that, I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be setting up flow through a proportional valve here. Now I've already made the geometry, and this geometry has also been shared with you in STL file. You can use it and you can set up the case along with me. This case study is based upon the paper CFD simulation of a safety relief valve for improvement of a 1D valve model. And I basically used this paper because it does a great job of explaining why computational fluid dynamics analysis is important when it comes to valve applications. Now in this particular case, the author has basically taken up valves that are commonly used for nuclear engineering applications, where the valve life has to be determined correctly, and no matter what happens, leakage is completely not allowed. So as some of you might know, proportional valves are used to limit pressures. As the valve becomes overused, then it can start to leak and it can cause unpredictable performance. Now in case of nuclear engineering applications, this can actually lead to fatal incidents. So it's extremely important to have a very good idea about the valve opening dynamics and the valve characteristics. So in this particular case, we will be setting up a proportional valve. So the proportional valve is a valve where the valve lift depends upon the inlet pressure that is being subjected on the valve spindle. So in this particular case, you can see a cutout of the valve, and this right here is called as the valve spindle. Now this is the inlet, so the fluid is going to come through the inlet and it's going to push open the spindle. The higher the fluid pressure, the higher the valve lift, right? So this is what you call as proportional valve, and the name proportional basically says that the lift is proportional to the inlet pressure. So this is another diagram that helps you understand how this works. So for example, fluid comes through the inlet, it's basically going to push open the valve, and you can see that there are a couple of forces that acts against the fluid pressure. One is the gravitational force, and the other force is the hydraulic force, and then the spring force. Now as far as our simulations are concerned, we will be doing a two-part study. In the first study, we will basically be looking at the flow characteristics at different valve lifts. So for doing such a study, we don't have to use any type of fluid structure interaction model. In the second part of the study, we will be using an FSI based model, which will actually help us provide a spring force that will basically resist the inlet pressure. Now in addition to this, there is a third study that is possible where we can actually modify the spring force based upon the valve lift. However, that requires a user defined function which is not covered in this course. And if you scroll down the paper a little bit more, you will be able to see the spring stiffness and also the preloading. So preloading is basically the initial tension that's actually acting on the valve. So the fluid pressure must impart a force that's greater than 7,126 newtons in order for it to lift the valve. Alright, so with that, let's just get started. So here you can basically see that I already have my geometry. Now clearly you can see that the dimensions here are not correct. That's because this is all in millimeters, and CONVERGE assumes that the geometry should be in meters. So let's go to transform, scale, and apply a scaling factor of 0.001, and we would want to apply that to the entire body. Once you do that, the geometry disappears. Click on the standard view icons to bring the geometry back. Now in first glance you will see that this doesn't look like the original geometry. So what you can actually do is maybe put the geometry in top view and then use the box selection tool, select roughly one half of the geometry. Oops, I'm in vertex selection mode. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut 3 to go to triangle selection mode, draw the box one more time, and use the shortcut key Ctrl H, or alternatively you can right click and select hide selection. So now if you look at this, you will basically see that this represents the cut section that we had looked at earlier, and you have to basically zoom in close to see that the solid components of the pipes have also been included, which is not required. So I'm going to hit redisplay, and my objective here is to make sure that I get only the fluid volume. Basically, if you assume that water is flowing through the entire valve, you need the surfaces that are in contact with water. So for example, if you take this external surface, which I can maybe select by selecting a few triangles. So this external surface is not going to be in contact with the fluid, right? So that would be something that you would not want. So first I'm going to get rid of the unwanted boundaries. So there are multiple ways to do this. For me, the easiest way always is to first start by creating a few boundaries, and initially I go about creating 7 to 8 boundaries, and you can always delete unused boundaries. So I'm going to start with boundary number 2, and I'm going to use the angle option to see if I can select the internal faces one by one. So there you can see that I've selected one face, I've selected one more. Now I'm just going to try and see how much I can select manually, right? So that's another internal face. I think that's pretty good. So let me click on apply, and that's basically my internal face. So I can go to view options and I can just hide that to basically get rid of it. Similarly, in parallel, what you can do is you can click on the external faces that you don't want. So for example, I don't want this, and I also don't want this thickness. Make sure that you're really careful with your selection and hit delete, right? And if I'm going to redisplay everything, I should be able to get only the fluid volume. Similarly, this is not required. Make sure that you rotate the model and see that you've selected only the components that you want. Hit delete, and do the same thing for this guy, and maybe for this one as well. Let's hit delete. Okay, so far so good. So here things might start to get confusing a little bit. So when it does, always look at the geometry from outside. So for example, this right here is going to be your inlet, correct? So you would want this particular face, but you would not want this thickness and also this part. So let's delete that. Okay, and coming to the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this guy and delete that, because that's something that because that is something that I won't need. And as you're deleting, right, you will see that the inner volume would be made up of perfectly connected components. So that also gives you a clue, which means this can go directly. And here you can see that perfect connections are made, and something weird is happening here. So we'll get to this component, but this part that is attached with the open edge, that basically belongs to the solid, so you can delete that, right? So now what you can do is you can look at the geometry from top view, draw the box one more time, use Ctrl H, and see if this actually makes sense, right? And the cut view can also help you figure out which components need to be deleted out, right? So here you can see that there is this open edge, right? And this basically belongs to the solid. So I can go back to repair, delete, use the angle method, and I'm going to see if I can select this guy and this guy and this guy and finally this guy, right? So I think with that I got rid of all the components that I would not need. So you can see that there are a few missing components here, so just handpick them and go ahead and delete them manually. And we have a few more right in the bottom. Okay, so now let me redisplay the geometry. So what I should see is I should see two sets of open edges, one for the inlet and one for the outlet. So what I can do is I can use the patch tool, and I'm going to go with list of open edges, and I'm going to select this guy. And when I'm patching it, I'm going to assign it to a new boundary. However, now that I think about it, that option is not going to work. So let me just check that option out. Click on apply. So it's going to create a new boundary. I'll quickly go to boundary flagging. I'll use the new boundary and I'll add it to boundary number 3. And let's do the same thing for this guy as well. Now you can go to repair patch, or you can use the shortcut. Press the button 2, and then you see that you're still in open edge. Click on this guy, use the shortcut key P, and that's going to patch. But however, the newly created boundary is automatically flagged with boundary number 1, which sometimes can be okay, but in this case it's not. So I'm going to go back to triangle selection mode one more time. I'm going to use the angle method, select this guy, and I'm going to add that to a new boundary. Okay, so now let's run the diagnosis. You can see that the only issue that we have is the normal orientation. Let's display the normals, and you can see that the normals are pointing out, which is wrong. So let's go to transform normal, select this guy, click on apply. So now the normals should all be pointing inside, and if you click on find, all the problems have been fixed, right? So that completes the geometry creation part. In the next video, we are going to be doing the case setup for the steady state simulation. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. In the last video, we finished the boundary flagging, and in this video, we are going to be proceeding to the case setup. But before we do that, we are just going to fine tune our boundary flagging a little bit so that it will be easy for us to apply boundary conditions. So I'm just going to set the model in top view and then view off of it. Oops, again I'm in vertex selection mode. Let me go back to triangle selection mode, use Ctrl H, and then I'll explain my thought process. So here what we want to do is you can see that this right here is your valve spindle, and this one right here you can think of it as your valve sleeve, right? So we want to be able to measure the loads on the valve spindle, and for that it would be great if that is flagged as a separate boundary. And the other thing that we want to do is we want to position the valve spindle at different locations. So hence we need to first figure out what is the current valve lift, and then we need to figure out how we are going to change the valve lift. So first let's just zoom in, and you can clearly see that there is a small gap between the valve spindle and the inlet portion of the valve. And if you look at the geometry, the geometry is aligned along the z-axis, right? So the inlet axis is the z-axis. So if I zoom into the model, and if I'm able to measure this particular gap, then I'll have my distance, right? But in order for you to measure the distance exactly, these two vertices should line up exactly. Currently they are not. So if you measure the distance directly, you might get something that is not exact. So let me make sure that I'm in the cursor pick option, select this one and this one, hit enter. You can see that the distance is 1.01984 e minus 3. That's about 1 millimeter. So that's not the exact distance. To measure the exact distance, what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure the location of this particular point, and I'm going to care only about the z-axis or the z coordinate, right? So notice that that is minus 4.18 e minus 2. That is nothing but minus 4.18 centimeters. I'll do the same thing for the lower point, and you can see that that's minus 4.28 e minus 2. So the difference between that is 0.1 centimeters, and 0.1 centimeters is nothing but 1 millimeter, right? Because 10 millimeters is 1 centimeter, so 1 millimeter has to be 0.1 centimeters. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, just work out the math. It's super easy. So currently the lift is 1 millimeter, and for our first steady state case, we want the lift to be 3 millimeters. That means we want to move this valve spindle by another 2 millimeters. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to boundary. I'm going to use the fence method, and I'm going to click on arc, and I'm going to select this guy right here, and I'm going to create a boundary fence. So now I should be able to go to flag, use the boundary fence method, and I should be able to select the entire spindle. And just by the preview, you can see that we got the selection correctly. And let's just put it to boundary number 5. Okay, so now we have our valve spindle. So what I should be able to do is I should be able to go to transform, translate, selected boundary, boundary number 5 along the z-axis, and we want to push this by 2 mm, right? So that is 2 millimeters along the z-axis. So if I zoom in really close, click apply, you can see that the valve spindle got pushed up. And the nice thing is, if you look at the sleeve, it's made up of single triangles from top to bottom. So what would happen is it would just get compressed. So let me do undo here and pay attention to what happens in the sleeve area. You would have noticed that it just got elongated. So now let me just do the lift one more time, correct? See that it's just getting compressed. If I do it one more time, the process is going to continue and we will not have any errors. So I have to undo this once so that I am at a lift of 3 millimeters. And always what you can do is you can come back here, you can measure the location of a vertex, hit enter again, right? And you can basically see that that's 3 millimeters, right? You can basically subtract these two and convert that into millimeters, and if that checks out correctly, you should be good. Okay, so now that we have set up the spindle as a separate boundary, do we need anything else? Well, at this point, no. So we are ready to set up the case. So let's go to boundary and let's clear all the unwanted guys, and let us proceed to renaming all the components. So boundary 1, we are just going to call this as wall components, maybe wall at inlet. But if you're using this naming convention, then what you should do is for the top components you should have them as a separate boundary, right? But I'm not going to be paying attention to that. But however, when you are setting it up, I want you to make sure that you set up the names correctly. In this case, it really doesn't matter because all the wall components are going to get the same boundary condition, right? And this one, I'm just going to call it as wall casing. And I think boundary 3 is my outflow boundary. And boundary 4 is my inlet. And boundary 5 is my valve spindle. Okay, so I've set up all the boundary names. So let me go to case setup, begin case setup, general flow. Now in this particular case, what I'm going to do is for the steady state, I'm basically going to pretend that air is my fluid, and I'm just going to use that. So let me click on materials, use air, and click on apply, and click on yes, and click on done. And then global transport parameters, as long as your flow is laminar, don't worry about this. parameters. So for now, let's just click on OK. So then we are going to proceed to the simulation parameters. So in this case, we are going to be using a density based solver, and we are going to be running it in full hydrodynamic mode directly because there is no moving parts. So let's click on OK. Let's click on yes for the subsequent options. And then for simulation time parameters, I'm going to start by running it for 15,000 cycles. Again, 15,000 is just a guess. Ideally, you will have to run it first and see what happens. Since we are using a dynamic time step, we can always start with a low value of time step. It should not be a problem if you have set up your simulation correctly. For max time step, I'm going to put in a value of 1 second. Solver parameters, nothing to worry here. So let's just click on OK. Now, before we move on to boundary conditions, I'm just going to create a region here with air as the working fluid and click on OK. So after I've done that, I'm just going to have my regions window open. I'm going to select my boundaries. I'm going to select all of my boundaries. Oops, not here. I'm going to go to view options. I'm going to select all of my boundaries, and I'm just going to add it to region 0. Let's click on OK. Go back to case setup, go back to boundary. The regions have been assigned. So wall inlet, it has to be a wall boundary. Wall casing has to be a wall boundary. Outflow, I'm just going to call it as outflow, and I'm going to specify a pressure here. I'm going to put in a value 101325. Ideally, this has to come from some type of experimental data, and if there is backflow, I'm going to say that the species is air. At the inlet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that it's an inflow, and at the inlet I'm going to supply a pressure of 30 bar, right? So that's 3 bar and that's 30 bar. Okay, and air is going to be my fluid. Now this is going to drive a lot of velocity because the pressure difference is huge. So let me click on OK. Alright, so now you can see that there is an exclamation point here. Let's validate. You can see that valve spindle boundary is not defined. That's because that's just a wall type. So let me just set that. Click on OK. So you can see that there are no issues. For turbulence modeling, in this particular case, we are going with RNG K epsilon. For proportional valve applications or any valve applications, the most important thing would be the pressure force, and in general, pretty much all the turbulence models are going to do a decent job of getting you the pressure force. Unless you are interested in calculating the drag, don't worry about changing your turbulence model. So let's click on OK here. So now comes the base grid. So again, this is a totally different problem. So how do we approach the base grid? Well, you can do it based on your inlet. So what I can do here is I can measure the diameter of the inlet by clicking on measure, direction, arc normal, and I'm going to select 3 vertices on the circumference of my inflow boundary. Make sure that they are all on the same plane by rotating the geometry. Click apply, and you can see that that's 5.18 E minus 2, so that's 5 centimeters, correct? Now say that I want 10 cells across that gap. That would mean that I will have cells that are of the size 5 millimeters. Currently our base grid size is 4 millimeters, and I think that would be a great start. So let's just click on OK. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to go to output files, and I want to make sure that I'm generating wall boundary averaged output, and I would like to have 3D outputs written every 100 cycles, and I want to write text output every 1 cycle and restart maybe every 500, and I will be saving only 3 restart files. So let me click on OK for this as well and for this as well. So that basically concludes our case setup for the steady state problem. Now as part of your assignment, I want you to run this case setup for different valve lifts with and without adaptive mesh refinement. More details regarding this problem will be given in the challenge section. Alright, with that I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good. In the last 2 videos, you would have hopefully learned how to perform steady state simulations at different valve lifts. Now, one of the reasons why we asked you to do that is this is a common practice that is followed by a lot of companies that actually run analysis on valves. So at different valve lifts, the pressure drop that occurs through your valve is going to change. Now, if you have the value of pressure loss at different valve lifts, then you can actually calculate the valve flow coefficient. This flow coefficient data is extremely useful because it helps you compare one valve against the other valve. Not only that, having this flow coefficient curve can help you make your 0-dimensional or 1-dimensional valve models more accurate. So that being said, we are going to jump to the second phase of this problem, where we are going to be running a transient simulation. So one of the powers of using computational fluid dynamics is you can basically look at the valve dynamics as the inlet pressure is changing, because that is one of the characteristics of a proportional valve, because the inlet pressure is going to change as a function of time, and engineers would be interested in looking at how the valve actually opens for a given value of pressure. Now, in order to do this perfectly, you would have to resolve all of your pressure waves so that you get your valve dynamics very accurately. And unfortunately, if we do that, then our simulation time is going to be extremely huge. However, I will actually show you how engineers in companies set up their simulation if they are interested in capturing detailed valve dynamics. So to get started, the first thing we need to do is we need to go to run parameters, and we need to make sure that this is no longer a steady solver. We are going to use transient solver because we are going to be varying inputs as a function of time. Let's click on OK and then yes. So once we have done that, I'm going to click on simulation parameters and I'm going to enable body force. And then click on body force and then go to Z direction and enable gravity by putting in a value of -9.81. Okay, so the primary change comes to our inlet boundaries. So if you go to inlet boundary, you can see that currently we have a single pressure, which is 30 bar. I'm going to click on use file, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide a temporal profile, meaning I'm going to vary the pressure as a function of time. So what we have done is we have already created an Excel sheet that basically contains time and the pressure that's going to act on the inflow. So I'm going to copy this data, and this Excel file is shared with you, so you should also be able to do it. I'm going to come here, right click, and I'm going to paste rows. So when you do this, I will have my pressure as a function of time. Now remember, pressure should be in pascals. So if you are using pressures in bar, you need to multiply that by 1e5 or 1 followed by 5 zeros. I'm just going to call this as inlet pressure.in. And you can also click on this graph button to understand how the pressure variation is going to be. You can see that initially the pressure is very high, and this is going to push open the valve at least a little bit, and once it reaches a maximum value, the pressure is quickly going to drop. So this means our valve is also going to drop to its initial state as it experiences gradually lowering pressures. So let's close this guy and accept the pressure and click on OK. Now in terms of geometry, what you want to do is you want to basically bring the valve down to its original lift. So in this case, let's go to transform, translate, selected boundary, and we are going to move it in the opposite direction by 2 mm. So that means the current lift is going to be 1 mm. So this should be the starting point for this particular study. The next thing that I want to do is click on physical models, and I want to enable the fluid structure interaction model. Click on apply and click done. Then go to boundary, and I'm going to click on valve spindle, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a wall boundary, but it's going to be an FSI object. So this way we know that this boundary is going to be moved based upon fluid structure interaction. That is, at each and every time step, CONVERGE is going to calculate the pressure forces that are acting on the valve spindle. It's going to integrate the pressure to calculate Fx, Fy and Fz. Then we basically have an equations of motion solver that moves the spindle accordingly. So let's click on OK, and then we are going to go to the physical models where we select fluid structure interaction. The first thing that you need to do is you need to create an FSI object. So once you create an FSI object, you add a boundary to it. So in this particular case, it's going to be our valve spindle. Then we come to parameters. Now in this particular case, we would like the FSI calculation to begin right away. So the start time is -9e5 or -9e6. Don't change that, because this way we know for sure that FSI is going to begin right from the first time step. So then we have to set up the center of mass. In this particular case, we are going to compute the center of mass using the geometric center. Okay, and we are going to specify the mass value, which I believe in this particular case is 3.1 kg. Okay, so once you have done that, what you can do is you can set up initial velocity or initial rotation and along with the initial rotation axis, but none of those inputs are required for our problem. So you can directly go to forces and moments. So here there is something called as a constant applied force. Now we would need to apply a constant force in the negative z direction, so that is really important. Remember, the spindle has a particular preloading, right, which is about 7,126 newtons. That needs to act in the negative z direction. So make sure that you put in minus 7126 here. Okay, and then there is another option called as 1 DOF, which is called as 1 degree of freedom. So we want our spindle to move along the z axis, so I'm going to say that it is constrained to move only along the z direction. So there is no rotation for sure, and translation along x and y direction are also prohibited, which means out of the 6 available degrees of freedom, 5 are constrained, so you have only 1 DOF or 1 degree of freedom, and that is a translating degree of freedom along the z axis. So the direction is going to be 1. Now there is something called as minimum displacement and maximum displacement, correct? So we don't want to change the value of minimum displacement, but we do want to change the value of maximum displacement. So what does that mean? To demonstrate that, I'm just going to click on OK here, and I'm just going to come here. Okay, so here as the pressure forces are going to act on the spindle, it's going to push open the valve, correct? This valve spindle is going to move up, and in that process this particular boundary or this particular layer of triangles is going to get compressed. Now if the valve lift is too much, if it is greater than this particular length, then it can actually cause problems. So let me demonstrate that by translating the spindle along the z-axis by 10 centimeters, which is nothing but 0.1 meters. So if I click on apply and if I run diagnosis, you can see that that's basically the limit. If I do undo here and if I push open the valve by 12 centimeters and click on apply, you can see that it has clearly intersected with the geometry, and if you hit find, you will see that there are problems. So we need to make sure that the spindle doesn't move away by 10. So we need to make sure that the spindle does not move more than 10 centimeters. So let me click on find again, no errors. So go to case setup, go to FSI, parameters, 1 DOF, in max displacement. Remember this is in meters, so I'm going to put in 0.1 meters, which is 10 centimeters. And let's click on OK. We are not going to hit that limit, but if we do hit that limit, the displacement of the spindle would be stopped so that the case does not crash. And we will be able to capture all of this when we do the post-processing. Now, one important thing that we need to change is our simulation parameter. Now, if you go to boundary, inlet, you see that up to 1.5 seconds you're simulating the entire event. So you might want to run the simulation for maybe 1.6 seconds. The initial time step is 1e minus 9. The minimum time step is 1e minus 9 as well, and max time step is 1 second. Click on OK. And then we go to output files. We want to make sure that we are resolving this event. So, we are running the simulation for about 1.5 seconds, right? We would at least want to, get like 100 pictures of this entire event. So I will say that 0.015 is basically my time interval for writing 3D output files. I hope that makes sense. And I want data to be written every 1e minus 9 seconds. So pretty much every time step we will definitely have an output file. And restarting can also be done a bit more carefully because there is a chance that the simulation might crash. So maybe we will write restart files every 5 milliseconds, but we are going to keep only 3 restart files. So let's click on OK now, and that basically concludes our transient case setup. So I'm going to export this case setup and I'm going to run the simulation. Once I have the results, I'll come back again and discuss that. With that, I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be discussing the results that we obtained from the pressure relief valve. Alright, so the first plot that we are going to be looking at is the position of the spindle as a function of time. So here a couple of interesting features can be noted. So the first feature that I want you to notice is the alternating nature of the position curve. So you can see that the spindle is moving up and down, and if you look at the amplitude of this variation, it's increasing over time. So the reason why it's first alternating in the first place is because that is how a pressure relief valve is supposed to work. So the spindle goes up to a position where it can relieve enough fluid pressure so that the pressure in your main line is actually reduced to a point where the spring force actually dominates and pushes back the spindle, right? Not just the spring force but also the mass of the spindle. So this process keeps on occurring. Now the reason why the amplitude of this curve or amplitude of this wave, right, increases over time is because of the increased inlet pressure, right? So as the pressure in the inlet line keeps on increasing, the maximum displacement of the spindle is going to increase. And at some point, what we have done in our inlet pressure profile is that we have ramped the pressure down to baseline pressure, right? So the pressure is reduced, and that is why after some time there is this sudden drop in displacement and the valve shuts closed again. Now if you look at the velocity of the spindle, that can be presented here as well. You might be wondering what is it that we plan on achieving from this particular data. So you can actually learn a lot. So here you can see that for this particular made up operating conditions, we are running the simulation for about 1 second, right? And for that 1 second you can see that there is a particular frequency, and I will leave it up to you guys to figure out what that frequency is. So this frequency helps us identify the cyclic load on the valve. Now this cyclic load information can be used to run a fatigue analysis using a structural solver on this particular spindle, and that can be used to predict the life of this particular proportional valve. Now in this particular case there are a lot of things that we have not modeled accurately, so we will be discussing that. But in general, if all those modeling assumptions have been ruled out and if the simulation is set up very similar to a real valve, then this is the data that engineers would be requiring. Now in addition to this, you will also be looking at pressure load on the spindle, right? So you can just create an animation where you can color the spindle by pressure using Insight or ParaView, and you can take that pressure map and feed that into an FEA solver for basic strength calculations. The force diagram is actually interesting because you can see that the force is kind of fluctuating around 0, and this might be confusing to a lot of people, right? But you need to understand that the initial level of forces is around 7,000 newtons. There is negative sign because of the direction in which the force is acting. Now remember, this is the initial force that's keeping the pressure valve closed, or at least keeping it at the lowest position, right? Now from this lowest position, what we are doing is we are running the simulation, and the fluid is almost imparting 7,000 plus newtons of force, and that is why the spindle is actually opening in the first place, correct? And it's kind of keeping it in that same zone, right? And that is why you see that your displacement profile also fluctuates, right? That's because of the force that's acting on the pressure relief valve. Now in this particular case, again, as I said before in the previous slide, we are not making some assumptions correctly, and I'll kind of go back to CONVERGE Studio to explain what those are. If you do that, we're able to fix the errors in the assumptions that we have made. This plot would look much more realistic. And here you can see that after the inlet pressure line restores to its original value, the force again goes back to its baseline values. So this kind of tells us that the simulation is behaving properly. So now let's take a look at a simple velocity animation. For your assignment, you will be doing a whole range of post-processing. So I'm going to be showing you only the velocity animation to kind of show you how the results look like. Now you can see how the valve just goes up and down. It's just like a pressure cooker if you have one. And you can see that once the inlet pressure drops, the flow field eventually dies out. So let me just play this again. You can see that initially there is a lot of movement in the valve, but as the inlet pressure is slowly dropping, you can basically see that all the action dies down. Now the important assumption that I was talking about, I'll just show it to you, and I'll kind of pause the video in the right location. At this point, if I just move up, you can see that the inlet pressure is restored to its baseline value, but you can see that the flow is still taking place. In other words, this particular computational model lacks a very, very important concept, which is pressure buildup. Now, so for those of you who have seen pressure cookers, you know that the pressure actually builds, and once the built up pressure is higher than the pressure it takes to lift the valve, you will basically have pressure relief, right? But in this particular case, we don't have a completely closed seal between the pressure line and the rest of the pressure valve, and this is a fundamental flaw in our computational model. So then the obvious question is, how are we going to fix it? Well, the short answer is, you can set up something called as events within CONVERGE Studio, and that way you can treat the pressure inlet and the rest of the pressure valve as separate regions, and you can control when those regions would be connected and when those regions would not be connected. The actual problem comes from the fact that two surfaces cannot intersect in pretty much any type of simulation tool, right? By default, it cannot unless you have some type of contact model in place. Now, in this particular version of CONVERGE, we don't have any contact modeling, and hence we cannot have the pressure buildup. However, you can write a user-defined function which would basically disconnect these two regions. When I say disconnect, what I simply mean is flow from this particular region cannot go inside this particular region, because currently you can see that there is a jet of fluid flowing here, right? You can stop that from happening. If you stop that from happening, you will have the pressure buildup process, and you know what? Your valve opening profile would look much more realistic. Alright, but in this particular video, I'm not going to be showing you how to write that user-defined function. Alright, with that, I would like to conclude this video. Now, as part of your assignment, what you will be doing is you will be running the same simulation with adaptive mesh refinement. That is one thing that you will do. And in addition to that, you will also be looking at the maximum pressure force acting on the spindle, right? And you will also obtain a pressure map or a pressure field map on the spindle. Okay, so with that, I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be working on a turbocharger setup. So here I have a made up turbocharger. We made it in-house, so the geometry is completely not standardized. The reason for having our own geometry is to come up with a very simple case, because actual turbochargers tend to be very, very complex. So here we have made this turbocharger so that we can show you the key concepts that lie behind setting up a fluid structure interaction simulation. So in this particular case, here is what we can expect. We will have hot exhaust gases flowing through the inlet. So this would be the inlet, and as the hot air comes in, it's going to be rich with enthalpy, and that's going to rotate this particular turbine wheel, and then the remaining exhaust gases would flow out axially out of the turbocharger. Now in real life, there is going to be a shaft that's going to connect the turbocharger to a compressor. We are not going to be modeling that. So in this particular case, the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to make sure that only the necessary geometry is in place. Here you can cleanly see that the thickness of the turbocharger has also been modeled. We would not need that for our setup. So my first objective would be to extract the fluid volume. So I'm going to enable the edges, and I'm going to go to boundary, fine clean, and use the default angle to create boundary fences. And then what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to use the boundary fence method, and I'm going to see if I can capture the inner control volume. So looks like a selection has been made. Now I want to see if this selection is correct or not. So I'm going to right click, and I'm going to click on isolate selection. The shortcut key is Ctrl L. So anything that I've selected is going to be isolated. So when I do that, you can see that I'm getting the volute perfectly. So this is exactly what I want. So I'm going to create maybe 2 to 3 boundaries, and I'm going to use the box option to just draw a box around whatever I see on screen. I'm going to add that to boundary number 3, and I'm going to hide it. I'm going to click on show all now, and that's going to display everything,
right? So clearly we do not need boundary number 2, but we cannot just go ahead and delete it because the impeller also belongs to boundary number 2. I'm going to first see if the impeller is a separate surface. So I'm going to click on surface and I'm going to just click on the impeller and I'm able to select it individually. So let me add it to boundary number 4. So it looks like that has been created perfectly. So now let's hide boundary number 2, and this should be our entire geometry, right? I hope that makes sense. So I can hide everything and I can just enable boundary number 2, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select that and I'm just going to delete it. But let me just make sure that I'm deleting it correctly, because I do see that a large number of triangles have been selected. So to be safe, I'm going to use the boundary option. So that way only 54,000 triangles are selected. I'm going to use the shortcut key D. I'm going to delete the solid components. Now if I hit redisplay, all of my geometry should be in place. So now what I can do, I can just use the patch command, use the open edge method. I can create a patch here. I can also create a patch on this side. So let me just zoom in, maybe rotate the model a little bit, do the patch, use the angle method, make sure that you're in triangle selection mode, go back to angle method again. This is going to be boundary 5 and this is going to be boundary number 6. So here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call this as the outflow. Boundary number 5, I'm just going to call this as the inflow, and I believe boundary number 3 is our casing, so boundary number 3 can be called as the casing. Boundary number 4 can be called as the turbine wheel, so let me just put in turbine wheel. Now clearly I do not need boundaries 1 and 2, so let me just delete that. And here you can see that the boundary IDs are starting from 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't like that. So I click on inflow, I just click on it and then drag it on top of casing. That's just going to rearrange the boundaries and the numbering would be perfect. I do the same thing for outflow as well. So I have inflow, outflow, casing and turbine wheel. So that would be a very simple setup. Alright, so that concludes the geometry cleanup and also the boundary flagging for this particular made up turbocharger model. In the next video, what we are going to do is we are going to set up the flow conditions and also the FSI properties. Thank you. Bye. Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So in the last video, we set up some essential boundaries, and in this video, we are going to be doing some very basic calculations to set up our turbo model. And before we get started, make sure that you scale down the geometry, because by default the geometry that we gave you was in millimeters. So I'm applying a scaling factor of 0.001, apply, and then go to the standard views, and there is your geometry. So in terms of case setup, what we are basically going to do is we are going to do a general flow, and we are primarily going to be dealing with air. Now technically you can actually introduce exhaust gases like carbon dioxide, water vapor and nitrogen. However, that is an easy step, right? So in this case, the harder part is to do some fundamental calculations on how to set up this model, and since our focus is on that, we are not going to pay much attention to the species. Anyway, the geometry is made up, so it would not make sense if we try to use realistic species. So that being said, let me just click on yes, and for global transport parameters, I'm just going to click on OK. Now the run parameter is pretty tricky, because in this particular case, our objective is to let the pressure drive the impeller, and then we kind of want to calculate how long it's going to take for the impeller to reach a steady state RPM and what is the value of steady state RPM, right? So that is what we are interested in capturing here. So the simulation time parameter is something that you would not know, because you do not know how fast your impeller is going to be spinning. Okay, so that is why we have to read a compressor map. Now for automotive applications, we know that a turbocharger is basically used to drive a compressor which helps you increase your volumetric efficiency by pumping in more air into the engine. So technically, the requirement for a turbocharger would come from how much air are you going to pump inside your engine. So for example, in this case, let us say that we are pumping in 30 lb per minute, and for that, if you are targeting a high efficiency range, 77%, you're looking at a pressure ratio of 2.5. So that would be the pressure ratio that you would need, or that your compressor is going to generate. Now the question is, what type of a turbocharger would you need that can help this particular compressor run at, say, at an RPM of 111,981, which is this guy, right? So that would be the thought process. So technically, the RPM for turbochargers are really high. So in this case, you can see that the RPM is about 1 lakh or 100,000, depending on how you see it. So let's take that as a starting point. Alright guys, so let's do this simple math. So if you assume that the RPM is 100,000, then the number of rotations per second is just the RPM divided by 60. So in this case, that's 1666.66. So the time for one rotation is going to be 1 by RPS, which is 6e minus 4 seconds. So for 10 rotations, the time it's going to take is going to be 6 milliseconds. So let's go back to CONVERGE Studio and put in a value of 10 milliseconds. Again, our actual impeller might be rotating at a different RPM. We would never know that. But 6 milliseconds, I think, is a good starting point. We want our initial time step to be 1e minus 9, and minimum time step to be the same as well. And max time step, let's go with 1 second. For solver parameters, I'm just going to click on validate. I'm not going to change them. So then comes the interesting part, boundary. But before we do that, I have to first enable the fluid structure interaction model. Why do I need that? Well, in a centrifugal pump, we know what RPM the impeller is rotating at. So that is an input. In this particular problem, the incoming air is going to rotate the impeller, and depending upon the enthalpy of the incoming air, the speed is going to change, right? And hence, what we have to do is we have to simulate the interaction between the fluid and the structure. The fluid being the hot air and the structure being the impeller or the turbine wheel. So now that I've enabled fluid structure interaction, let me go to boundary. At inflow, I'm going to say that it's an inflow type. I'm going to say that hot air is going to flow at a temperature of 800 Kelvin. So that's typically your exhaust temperature. And I'm going to say that the pressure is 2 bar at the inlet. So I'm going to say that the pressure at the inlet is 2.5 bar. I can type it like this, or if you're not that comfortable, you can just type in 2.5 E5. So this way you are 100% sure that it's 2.5 bar. At the outflow, I'm just going to say that it's an outflow with a static pressure of 1 bar. So I'll just put in 1 E5. So this way the pressure ratio is 2.5. Now remember, in this particular case, the value that I'm using for inflow and outflow are completely arbitrary, right? Because if you take a real engine, the intake pressure at the inlet of the turbocharger is not going to be a constant value. It's going to change as a function of crank angle, correct? But since this is a made up case, I'm setting up a constant value of 2.5 bar, right? In a real engine, you're not going to have a 2.5 bar exhaust pressure, and it's not going to be a constant. It's going to change along with your 4 strokes or 2 strokes. Similarly, at the outflow, it's not reasonable to expect a constant pressure. We are just making a reasonable guess here. In case there is a backflow, I'm going to assume that air is your backflow species, and the casing is going to be wall, and I'm just going to put the wall temperature as around 450 Kelvin because turbochargers tend to be a bit hot. For turbine wheel, I'm going to say that it's a wall and the type is FSI. Alright, so then we are going to create a simple region, and I'm just going to say that the region temperature is 500 Kelvin, and I'm going to say that it's filled with air. Click on OK. And for each of these boundaries, I'm going to add them to a region. Let's click on OK. And then now we are going to go to turbulence modeling. As we have said multiple times, in this particular case, we are interested in capturing the pressure forces. So the turbulence model can be RNGK epsilon. Plus, this is also not a validation project. So we are just interested in getting a baseline case working, for which we don't have to really worry about what type of turbulence model we use. So then let's go to fluid structure interaction. Here I'm first going to add a FSI object, and then inside this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add my turbine wheel. Now, if you look at this geometry, you can see that the turbine wheel spins about the z-axis, right? So it's very important for us to understand that. And I'm just going to hide everything so that you can see the turbine wheel individually, right? If you zoom out, you can see that the axis is kind of coinciding with the turbine. If you want to make sure that you know exactly what the rotation axis of the turbine wheel is, you can go to measure, direction, use the arc normal tool, and just pick like 3 points on the circumference here, and make sure that all those 3 points are in the same plane as much as possible. Click on apply. So you can see that the arc center is pretty much 0. So with respect to x and y, you can see that the center is 0, and the arc normal, again, if you see, the x component and y component are zeros. That suggests that the impeller is rotating about the z-axis. Okay, so now let's go to parameters. Now we are going to be using the geometric center to compute the center of mass. Now for the mass flag, I'm directly going to compute the mass value. Typically turbines of a turbocharger are really light, so about 150 grams, so that's 0.15 kg. Now here there is an option to give an initial velocity, but we are not going to do that. We are going to let the solver spin the turbine wheel so that we can compute the value of angular velocity. Alright, so now that we have set up the mass value, we are going to go to the 1DOF tab. Now in this particular case, what we are going to do is, we are going to constrain the point of rotation and the rotational axis for the impeller, right? So we have already measured the rotation center. So what I can do is I can just copy this guy, I can just paste it here, and I can say that the rotational center is z-axis. So this way the impeller is not going to rotate about, x or y axis. It's not going to, but this way we are making sure that we are constraining it, because in the model that we have, there is no physical shaft which is actually holding the impeller in place, right? The impeller is kind of floating. In real life, the shaft provides a mechanical constraint which prevents the impeller from rotating in other directions, but in simulations anything can be possible, right? So that is why we have to make sure that we explicitly provide a rotational constraint so that our impeller rotates only about the z-axis. So now I'm just going to click on OK, and we will be proceeding to the base grid setup. Now I want to first see how the simulation pans out. So I'm going to start with a 4 mm base grid. So let me go to the cell count estimation and type in 4 mm for dx, dy and dz. And you can see that that's a really a small number. So what we can do is we can maybe bump this up to 2 mm. And then what we are going to see is we are going to see how the simulation turns out. So let's quickly go to the post variable section. I think here we have most of the properties that we need. I'm going to go to output, and I'm just going to make sure that I am getting an output every 6e minus 4 seconds. Okay, so this will make sure that I get a reasonable number of output files. Our total runtime is 6e minus 3, so this will make sure that we get at least 10 output files. Actually that might be too small, so let me just change it to 6e minus 5, so that way we get 100 output files. So let's just click on OK. Oh, before I do that, I need to make sure that I am getting text output every 1e minus 9 seconds. And for restart, what we can do is we'll just have a restart file written every 5e minus 4 seconds. Click on validate, click on OK. Alright, so now we are going to go ahead and run this setup. We are going to see what type of results we are getting. Honestly, this is the first time we are running it, so we are also a bit enthusiastic regarding what type of results we can expect. So once we have the results, we'll get back to you through another video. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be discussing the results that we obtained by running the turbocharger simulation. To get started, I'm going to be discussing the post-processing results. So here I have 4 videos. On the top left we have the velocity magnitude, and then on the top right we have a cut plane that's going to show the pressure. Bottom left we have pressure acting on the impeller surface, and finally a 3D model of the entire turbocharger, so that you get some context. So let me first play this video, and as it's playing I'll explain some important features. Right, so here you can see that the turbine is slowly starting to rotate, right, and you can see that in the 3D diagram as well. And as it's rotating, you can basically see that there are certain areas of higher pressure, mainly where the jet hits the impeller. Right, so this is the primary simulation, but there are a lot of things that you can actually see from this. So for example, here you can see that the velocity jet has started, but the impeller has some inertia which it has to overcome, and it accelerates slowly. So let me just show that once again. See that initially impeller is not rotating, but then after some point it does. When the impeller gets a torque above its threshold, it starts to rotate and it slowly starts to accelerate. And similarly in this plot you're actually looking at the pressure on the impeller surface. Now this actually tells you a lot of important insights. First is you can see that the impeller is not uniformly loaded. One side of the impeller is always loaded more than the other side, so there is asymmetrical, so the loading is basically non-symmetrical. This might be relevant for FEA simulations. So you can take this pressure force, so you can take this pressure field and get a pressure force and use that as a boundary condition for a modal analysis to kind of understand how the mode shapes vary at different RPMs, right? But that being said, the simulation is fairly coarse. As you can see, we would definitely need to run the simulation a bit more finer if we want to do some if we want to get engineering data out of it. So here we are also looking at pressures. Now you can see that there is regions of high pressure and low pressure zones, and this is also a very typical plot, mainly because you are starting to see this recirculation zone here that actually sits exactly on the back side of the impeller, Now as far as cell count is concerned, you can see that we have this really fluctuating plot, but don't let that fool you. If you look at the y-axis, you can see that the cell count is hardly changing. That's because this particular case that does not use adaptive mesh refinement. Then you might ask why the cell count is actually changing. Well, that's very simple. Converge create computational mesh every time step, correct? So depending upon the position of the impeller, the mesh created is going to be slightly different, which is going to lead to slightly different cell count. Now, one of the things that you need to look at in these type of simulations is convergence. So here we are running a simulation for about 0.06 seconds, and you can see that the fluid angular velocity has almost converged. But it's very important to not get fooled by this plot and many such similar plots. For example, in this plot you're looking at angular velocities in the fluid region along the x-axis, y-axis and z-axis. So the way this is computed is fairly straightforward. In each of the cell there is x, y and z component of velocities. So what you can do is you can calculate an angular velocity based on this velocity with respect to x, y and z axis, and you can average that for the entire domain, and that is what you're plotting, right? So for your entire domain you have one data point. So as you plot this one data point as a function of time, you get 3 such curves. Looking at this, one might actually say that, hey, the simulation has converged and there is no need to run that. This is one of the classic mistakes that people make, especially in these type of simulations. Now the reason why I'm saying that this is wrong is not because you should not check for convergence in angular velocity values. It's because you should look at other parameters as well. So let's look at, for example, torque generated on the turbine. Now you can see that the torque generated, you can see that there is a lot of fluctuation, but there is definitely a mean or an average value for that fluctuation. This plot also indicates that convergence might have reached. Okay, so let's look at a few more plots. If you look at mass flow rate at the inlet and outlet, that has also converged, which basically says that the simulation has converged. But the interesting thing that we see, which tells us that the simulation has not converged, is the angular velocity of the turbine. Now this can be visualized from a file called fsi_object.out, which contains the angular velocity of the turbine. Now here you can see that this is continuously increasing, meaning the turbine is still in its accelerating phase. Now in this particular case, you can define convergence in two ways. If you are just looking at how the inlet outlet mass flow rate is changing, or how the flow pattern is changing inside the entire casing, then running the simulation up to 0.06 seconds is actually more than enough. and say that you just want to understand how much moment or how much torque it takes for you to rotate the impeller, then you already have that value here. You don't need to run the simulation longer. But in case you want to run the simulation till the turbine picks up its full speed, you have to run the simulation much longer. How long? Well, that calculation is fairly simple. So the turbine in the turbocharger typically spins around 100,000 to 150,000 rpm. Now end time for the current simulation is 0.06 seconds, right? And the angular velocity that we got at 0.06 seconds is 900 radians per second, and if you convert that to rpm, it's just 8598. So in order for this to reach to 150,000 rpm, now we are assuming that 150,000 rpm is the final value. If that is the case, then you are looking at a simulation time of 1.04 seconds. So you can say that if you run the simulation anywhere between 1 to 1.5 seconds, you can expect the angular velocity to converge. Now we really don't know this until we run the simulation, but this is an important point that we felt like you should know. Alright, so I hope through the last 2 videos you learned how to perform fluid structure interaction, and you also gained some insights on how to understand if the simulation results as converged or not. With that, I would like to conclude this video. Thank you. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. Today we will be learning how to perform cavitation based simulations using CONVERGE CFD, and for this we have picked up an interesting problem. So what you're looking at on the screen is what people call as the Winkelhofer nozzle. So this geometry is based upon a study that was actually done by a lot of people, and in this particular case we are going to be looking at the one that was done by Argonne National Lab. Right, so the paper is titled Exploration of Cavitation Induced Erosion Metrics in Throttle Flow Simulations. So the primary reason for this particular group to work on this study is to look at the effect of cavitation on fuel injectors. So the idea is very simple, and most of you might know what cavitation is. So here, for example, you can see that there is a nozzle and there is abrupt size and there is abrupt change in flow radius. So for example, here the flow diameter is this big and suddenly the flow diameter is reduced by having a throat. This causes a huge low pressure region or an area of separation, correct? And when pressure becomes low, and if it becomes lower than the vapor pressure of the fluid, then what happens is the fluid instantaneously vaporizes into gas phase. So this affects the injector properties in terms of delivering the required fuel flow rate, and this can subsequently affect the combustion performance and also the emission performance. And that is why in automotive applications looking at cavitation is very important. Now if you take in applications in the HVAC world or the turbomachinery world, cavitation is extremely important in rotating devices. For example, if you take centrifugal pumps, due to the high impeller speed, the pressure can actually go really low on the back side of the impeller tip, where low pressure zones can be created, and it is at these zones where the fluid that is basically being pumped can vaporize into gas phase, and it can form gas bubbles which can hit the structure and can cause corrosion and eventually failure of that particular component. So studying cavitation is extremely important, and computational fluid dynamics is one of the major tools out there that helps you study this complex process. So in CONVERGE and many other tools, cavitation is basically studied using something called as a volume of fluid approach. Volume of fluid approach is basically a subset of multi-phase flow simulations. So in this particular case, since we have both liquid and gas phase, we call this as a multi-phase flow problem, and in order to run such a simulation we will be using the volume of fluid methodology. Now in CONVERGE CFD, the transition from liquid phase to gas phase is described by this particular rate law. So dx by dt basically tells you the rate at which the liquid is going to get converted to vapor, and you can see that it happens based upon a time scale which is called as theta. Now theta is calculated based upon an empirical model, basically a model that has been created from experiments, where you have some key constants which basically helps you get the correct vaporization rate. Now these are the set of constants that we will be using for our CONVERGE case setup. Now what I'll be doing is I'll be directly going over the case setup. Now this case setup will be shared with you, so you don't have to worry about setting it up from scratch. I'll be going over this case setup from top to bottom so that you understand every step. So first of all, if you look at the model, you can see that it's really small. When you enable the bounding box, you can see that the largest dimension is just 2 millimeters. That's because we are looking at a nozzle and the nozzle size is extremely small. So the size of this nozzle is comparable with most diesel injectors out there. So if you look at the material properties, we are performing a gas and a liquid simulation together. So that suggests that this is a multi-phase flow simulation. Alright, so now let's look at liquid simulation. So here you can see that several liquid properties are being used, but the one that we really care about is C14H30, and that is what we are going to be using, which is nothing but tetradecane. And if you click on species, you can see that there's something called as liquid, and this is where we are telling that out of all those liquid properties that we had selected, IC14H30 is what we are going to be using. As far as the gas species, you can click on reaction mechanism to learn which are the gas species that are being used. Here we are using gas phase tetradecane and N2, which is nitrogen. So the reason why we are picking up gas phase tetradecane and liquid phase tetradecane is to basically enable the cavitation model, right? Initially you have liquid tetradecane in your domain, and when cavitation takes place, this liquid is going to get converted to vapor, and when it converts to vapor phase, it's going to be called as C14H30, but it is in the gas phase. And in order for you to run the simulation in CONVERGE, you have to explicitly say which is your liquid phase and which is your gas phase. So that is done. If you look at the run parameters, it is a transient simulation. And if you look at simulation time parameters, you're running it for only 2 milliseconds, right? That's typically how long an injection duration is. But if you look at the time step, look at this. We are being extremely conservative. You know, our minimum time step is 1e minus 10 and max time step is 0.01. The main difference here, however, is in your CFL number. Typically, for the simulations that we have done so far, our CFL number has been 1.0, but here we are limiting it to 0.5. That means your velocity information cannot propagate more than one computational cell. In fact, it can propagate at a max only half of a single computational cell. That's basically what the CFL number is. And if you look at the other CFL numbers, that has not been changed a lot. And when you run the simulation, you will see that your CFL, convection based CFL, is going to limit the problem. How am I guessing that? Well, I will be able to explain that when you look at the boundary conditions. Solver parameters, we don't change it. We use the default values. If you go to boundary, the primary difference comes at the inflow and outflow. If you look at the inflow boundary, we have IC14H30, which is the liquid tetradecane, but look at the pressure value, right? So this is a huge value of pressure, and if you're reading it correctly, it's 100 bar. So it's 100 followed by 5 zeros, right? So that's 100 bar. And if you look at the outflow boundary, it's 30 bar, right? So there is a difference of 70 bar. That's a huge pressure difference, and that's going to drive the velocity very high. And that is why we are concerned about the velocity based CFL number, also called as the convection based CFL number. Hope that makes sense. The top and bottom walls, which are the orange boundaries, right? They are going to be wall boundaries, right? So you don't worry about them. If you look at the side wall A and side wall B, they are type 2D. That suggests that this is a 2D simulation, and you can see that from the shape of the geometry, you can clearly see that this is two-dimensional. That is, flow along X and Y are the only ones that matter. Along the Z axis, the flow does not change. Then finally, at the throat boundary, we are just creating a separate wall. And then finally, we are creating a separate boundary for the throat, and then we are assigning it the wall boundary condition. Now, you can see that there is a cylinder type structure here. What is that? Well, we'll look at that shortly. Next comes regions and initialization. Now here what we are basically doing is we are creating a nozzle region, and we are initializing that with 100 bar pressure, right? And you can see that I'm filling that with tetradecane and also a very small percentage of N2. This is basically done to help convergence. Even if you don't have it, it's fine. You can just have pure liquid tetradecane occupy this entire space. That's fine. But having a little bit of gas phase helps out with convergence. So let's click on OK here. For turbulence modeling, you will see that we are just using RNGK epsilon. Again, in this particular case, we are interested in cavitation, which is going to be an effect of pressure, and it's not going to be an effect of shear, right? So for that, the turbulence model should not be a huge issue, so we are not going to change it. The most important piece here is the volume of fluid method. You can see that there are a couple of techniques. Here we are just using basic VOF. The idea is we are going to be solving one transport equation for the liquid phase and one transport equation for the gas phase, and automatically the interface between the liquid and the gas is going to get calculated. We are going to be using the cavitation model. Here the liquid species is selected, gas species is selected, and you can see that it's a list that you get automatically, so make sure that you select it correctly, and then you basically set up your time scale coefficient, which we got from the paper. All of this is done, and let's click on OK. So then when it comes to base grid, you can see that the initial base grid is very small. It's 4E minus 5. Okay, and then on top of that you have adaptive mesh refinement. Now notice that we have adaptive mesh refinement based on two parameters, velocity and species, right? So we are doing it based on species. It's a permanent type AMR, and the AMR SGS is 0.0001. This particular value does not have a unit. So here what we are basically saying is, when vaporization takes place or when cavitation takes place, you will have gas phase species and liquid phase species, correct? So we are just going to be tracking the curvature of the gas phase species in our entire domain. Wherever the value of the curvature exceeds 1E minus 4, we are going to be refining the mesh. Okay, and the maximum embed level is 3. So this is one set of refinement. The other set of refinement is purely based on velocity, which is completely on right from the start, and the SGS criteria or the subgrid scale criterion for that is 0.1 meter per second. So that's basically it. And when it comes to post variable selections, we are using pretty much all the values. In addition to the usual values, we are selecting void fraction. That helps us identify our gas phase and liquid phase correctly. Finally, when you look at output files, here you can see that the text output is written every time step. 3D output is written every 5E minus 5. So I think that's basically every couple of time steps you are writing an output file. The reason why we are doing that is to basically understand how the cavitation bubble starts to form. Alright, so with that, I would like to conclude this video. We are going to be running the simulation, and once we have the results, we will come back and we'll discuss that in another video. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good and welcome to a new video. So today we are going to be discussing the results that we obtained from running the 2D cavitation simulation. So I'll first get started by playing this video. I'll play this video once and then play it again, and during the second time I'll discuss the results. Alright, so let me just play this one more time and I'll just pause. So here we have 4 different plots. The most important plots are the first 3, 1, 2 and 3. The fourth plot is a derived plot. In the first plot, what you're looking at is the velocity magnitude. Now given that this is a nozzle, the majority pressure drop is going to be occurring at the throat, correct? And since that's where majority of the pressure drops, you can expect the velocity to be maximum there. So that's where the velocity around that region is around 120 meters per second. But here you can see that there is also this smaller region where the velocity is really low, correct? Now this region is where your pressure also becomes low because of the sudden contraction, okay? And this is where you would expect cavitation to take place. The static pressure in that area drops lower than the vapor pressure of the liquid, which is C14H30, which causes C14H30 to vaporize. And this can be seen in 2 ways. So first, you can actually see the value of alpha showing up. So whenever alpha is 1, that means you are dealing with gas phase, and whenever alpha is 0, that means you are dealing with liquid phase. So that's why in this region you can see that alpha is 0, which means it's purely liquid, and near this sharp corner you are actually seeing contours of vapor, and near the sharp corner you are seeing contours of the vapor, which is represented by alpha equal to 1. Now in this video we are actually showing you the vapor C14H30. Note how before the entrance of the throttle there is no vapor, and at the throat the vapor is starting to form and it's just going to flow along. Now the reason why it's interesting to study cavitation is,
physical systems like fuel injectors have cavitation taking place in them a lot. And if you take diesel injectors, the injection pressure are so high, which makes the pressure drop high as well, and that can actually cause a lot of cavitation. Now the thing with cavitation is that it's not essentially bad. Yes, it does affect the life of the part, but the more important thing that it actually affects is the fuel flow rate. So for example, if I play this, you can see how the mass flow rate is actually changing, correct? You can see that it is continuously fluctuating. This fluctuation in mass flow rate can affect the system's performance. For example, if you're taking a diesel engine, you experience something called as mixing controlled combustion, right? So in other words, combustion is predominantly how the spray atomizes and then converts to vapor. So if you have fluctuations in how the fuel is actually coming into the combustion chamber, the vaporization characteristics and also combustion characteristics will be affected. And that is why it's important to study cavitation. For this particular case, we ran a two-dimensional model with adaptive mesh refinement based on the vapor species. So you can see that our peak cell count is around 18,000 cells, and then after that it kind of reaches a steady state. So this is basically the steady value for this particular problem. Now depending upon the amount of cavitation and the subgrid scale criteria, you can actually either increase this or decrease this. And just as a sanity check, we also looked at the mass flow rates at the inlet and outlet to make sure that we are getting convergence. And here you can see that there are a lot of fluctuations in the outlet mass flow rate. That is expected because you are actually having cavitation, and at the inlet the mass flow rate is more or less the same. Now here you can actually look at the two numbers together, 25.8379 and 25.7829. That's actually quite close to each other. The final plot that I wanted to show is actually very interesting, and this is something that a lot of engineering companies do. And let me first play this. So you can see that I'm running the simulation here. Now the first three plots 1, 2 and 3 are pretty much the same. What is really interesting is the last plot here. So what I'm doing is I've created a line probe, and I've created a line probe on the throat, and I'm looking at how the mass flow rate across that line probe varies. Now this is really important because in most of the simulations where fuel or some type of water is being injected, we say that the mass flow rate is steady or we give it a very ideal profile, but in real life it's not like that. In real life it can actually fluctuate quite a bit, and it's a time varying quantity, and that is why whenever you want to run a simulation where injection is critical, you need experimental data on rate of injection, and that data should be fairly accurate. So here you can see that depending on the time, the mass flow rate across the line changes. So if you have experimental data which provides you this information, you can take that and you can feed that into a simulation as an input, and you can obtain good simulation results for the injection part. Alright, that being said, we have posted a small tutorial on how to do this line plot in the link below. Please take a look at it, as you will be requiring that for your assignment. With that, I would like to conclude this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.